All right. So I'll find out in a few minutes if I'm actually live or not, but I'm guessing that I am. Let's see. Let me inform people that this is happening. I should probably put a link on Twitter. That's what people do, isn't it? I should know by now. I've done a lot of these. I will wait for the grand explanation of this whole thing until there's a few more people here. And it appears there's already one, though that may just be me on another tab, so. But today's going to be an event. It is going to be one hell of an event. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now, me, the only person watching at the moment. That is about to change dramatically, though. Let's see. It's looking like this is officially going to start at 8 minutes, or at 8 hours, 10 minutes. Like, we're going to start at 8:10, and then I guess finish at 9:10. So, because we got to keep it even. It's got to be exactly 12 hours and 1 hour for the lunch break. Okay, let's see. Wow, okay. A lot of people showed up without me having to say anything. But I should still provide the link out of courtesy. Out of courtesy. There we are. There's the link. So, how are you all doing? I'm doing swell. We are 3 minutes away from the moment that I'm officially going to start counting on the timer. Like, that's going to be. All right. If that doesn't get their attention, I don't know what will. Let's see. Alrighty. I'm going to start counting in 2 minutes. Here. I'm gonna explain everything. Oh, there's a lot of excitement in the chat. I see. Let's see. Sam says hello there. NCO Pictures says hello, Lemon Man. Trainboy33 says it's happening. It is indeed happening. Jamie says, what's there to explain? Clearly, this is a 12 games of tug of war in a row. Of course. Of course. And I'm inviting people in to tug of war with me. That's what we're going to do today. And I will win each and every one. No. NWR Film says, I'm working on my Big Mac model. That's fantastic. Let's see. Spacey Boy says, hey, Lemmy. Hello, Spacey Boy. Let's see. NCO Pictures says, pop a damn squat already. I already did. Look at my 10-year anniversary stream on YouTube. Okay, I degraded myself for the public and mainly for Dougie. Anyway, so got a minute left here. Here's how today is going to go. The stream is going to be 13 hours long. 12 of those hours are actually going to count for the record. One of them is I'm going to take at some point. It's going to be a lunch break because otherwise I will do the thing that humans do when they don't eat, which is starve. So it's going to be 13 hours total. I don't expect anybody to watch the whole thing all the way through. If anybody just wants to pop in for an hour or so, that's cool. That's why I stream for so long generally, is I have, friends in all different time zones. Sorry, I noticed that the time has started. Okay, so that's how it's going to go. I'm going to try to build 12 tugs in a single 12-hour span. Now when I say 12 tugs, what I mean is I'm going to try to simplify it. So it's going to be all the star tugs and all the Z stacks. I'm an American, so I should say Z stacks, but I can't. It's Z. In that one context, that's how I pronounce the letter Z. Anyway, so all the star tugs, all the Z stacks, that is the plan. And I'm going to try to do a version of all of them within 12 hours. Now, that's an extremely demanding task, but I think I can do it. If I keep the models simple, if I utilize mass production, if I'm clever about it, I think it'll work nicely. God, look at my I'm constantly going in between the 40s and now. Why does it keep going black and white? I think that's my laptop. But there's a reason I'm using my laptop webcam when my phone web camera is so much better. And this is why, is that we are going to do that. See, I'm a genius. Look at how it syncs up. All right, so that's the plan. We're gonna show the workbench simultaneously. Aren't I clever? Aren't I a clever fella? Now I'm going to tape it on there because I don't know how to use tripods. Okay. Now, I want to be clear, everybody. The clock has started. So, because I'm a sleepy man, I got up 10 minutes later than I would have liked to. So, now officially the time has started at 8:10 a.m. Meaning that on the hour, it's going to be 9:10, 10:10. But hey, maybe if anybody else attempts this after I do, they can make a tradition out of it. It's always going to be on the 10. Yeah, that's right. Fashionably late. That's how I do things. Anyway, let's see. Got to make sure that this is the perfect position because we're going to be here a while, folks. We're going to be here a while. Okay, that seems pretty solid to me. And in fact, I may do this for the time being. I'll go back and forth between a few different screen layouts, but I think this is what we're working with for the time being. Anyway, so we're going to start now. We're going to start the process. I'm going to try to make 12 tugs in 12 hours. So let's begin. Let's see how it goes. Yeah. Okay. First thing is we need scissors. We need masking tape. Always the essentials. I'm going to use my Leatherman because this thing is amazing. I'm going to use Sharpie. There's no restriction on what tools you can use. I'm just using these. I don't expect anyone to follow along. If you do, that's fun. That's cool. But nobody has 12 hours today, I'm guessing, so I'm not expecting that. If you want to jump in and make models for an hour or so at a time, that's cool. You know, if you watch this and you're like, that looks like fun, I'm going to make a few models myself. That's cool. But I'm not expecting anybody to follow along and make 12 models with me. However, it would be cool if I started a trend where after the stream is over, other people do streams of varying length where they do this sort of thing. Hopefully not 12 hours, but maybe like trying to beat my 1 hour model time, Anyway, pencil, normal Inkjoy pen, glue guy, paper clips. That's very important. And the most important part is, of course, the cardboard. Because without this, we have nothing. It's probably a good time to ask, is my quality good? Is everything solid, everybody? Besides the constant irritating flickering of my very existence. Lemmy, you should make the entirety of Big City Port, including the goldfish. Oh. Dead or alive? For those who don't know, during the production of Tugs, David Mitten put goldfish in the Tugs tank, and he fed them every day. He thought, I can only imagine, he was an animal lover, so he loved animals, but also I'm sure he thought it might add some atmosphere, having more sloshing in the water besides just the boats. But it was too toxic. There was too much dye in there, and the fish went belly up, and it's really sad. I think I first heard about that in an interview with Chris Tulloch, I guess is how his name is pronounced. Either with Big City Port fan site or one of the SIF interviews, which, say what you will about SIF or Big City Port or any site. They have really great interviews. And I mean, that SIF is down now, but you can still use the Wayback Machine to see all that, and it's really good. I really recommend the SIF interviews. Okay, so how big are we going to go here for this? I'm thinking maybe that probably makes more sense there. What do you think? Yeah, we can see more. It's always good to see more. How big are these models going to be? I think I'm going to shrink them down a bit, and I think I'm going to start with the Harbor Tugs. So these models aren't in any particular style. I'm kind of just making it up as I go along. But they are going to be very simple. Like, the last thing I want to do is make, like, really complicated models that I then have to make a bunch of. That's a little too small for my liking. Start with my best boy, Zebedee, says the EAJP channel. Okay, yeah, I'll start with Zebedee. Cedric Mugshot says that the goldfish would have been like sea monsters, because the enormous out of scale size of them, and that's kind of hilarious. Yeah. So these days, I usually do a sketch or a few concept sketches of my models before I build them. But that's a fairly recent phenomenon. For most of my model making life, I just kind of jumped in and built them. And that's what I'm doing today, because as much as I love doing sketches, we don't have time for that. Zebedee is the best Z-Stack IMO, says NWR Films. And then Cedric Mugshot says Zip exists, though. I'm a Zoran man myself. I think Zoran's the best. I think once we hit 8:30 my time, which will be 20 minutes in, maybe in a moment here. I think 8:30. Once we hit 8:30, I'm going to start bringing people into the stream. And you might say, Lemmy, what are you thinking? Don't bring people into the stream. They'll distract you. And then the record will be compromised. To that, I reply, no, they will be my cheerleaders in this grand endeavor. That's what they will be. They'll probably also distract me too. Yeah. But the thing is, I'm very focused today. And if I have to focus harder than usual, then so be it. But I want to involve other people in this grand adventure. And at some point I shall. I think exactly 10 minutes from now is when I will start bringing people in. Sam, if you're there and you still have time, then you'll be the first. If you are there, say in the chat, my dear pal. There's a lot of dear pals we're going to bring into this stream today. And perhaps some new faces as well. Shit, I did the thing. I did the thing where, you see that? Where they're curved the same way? This Zebedee has, well, what do you call this? It's not two left feet, but two left. He's got two ports. Is what he has. And I don't mean like he's a rich oil magnate that owns the East Coast. I mean like he's a freak. He's a freak of nature. Okay, this will do. It's a brand new scale here. Never done this before. I mean, not totally true. Every scale I've probably done at one point or another, because it's just I've made over 100 Tugs models, which by the way is probably another record. And I'm just making it harder to beat today because I'm going to be building 12. I've never built an entire collection of Tugs in one day, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, it's a really insane thing to do. Like, usually a collection takes me a few weeks, but the thing is, I'm keeping these nice and simple, so let's see how many I can actually do. And the thing is, I'm not really breaking a record. Sounds good to say I'm breaking a record, but I'm not. I'm setting a record. And so in theory, I could just do one, and then, you know, it would be officially on record. We've got the dynamometer car right here that is, you know, very much confirming. In fact, this camera right here is my dynamometer car. You know, it is confirming definitively, okay, he did, you know, this many models in 12 hours. And to my knowledge, it hasn't been officially confirmed how quickly anybody's built a model yet, but I'm sure there are people who have built them much faster than, say, if I were to build one model today and no more than that, then, you know, obviously I've built models faster than that. Everybody, you know, knows that there's probably, you know, quite a few people that have done models in under an hour. However, today is actually confirming it. So the question really isn't, you know, am I the fastest? The question is, you know, how low am I going to set the bar? Because if I only get like 2 models done, somebody else could easily come along and beat that. But if I get the 12, that's going to be something. And of course, speed isn't everything. In fact, it's almost nothing. But it's fun. Speed is fun. Alrighty, so I think something like that. I just know the shape of the footprint of a lot of these models by heart now. Like the Harbor Tugs go very wide at the back. They're very big and beefy. Yeah, something like that. Let's see. Did Sam say anything? Insert Home Depot theme, says Lego Spaceman. My God. Good Lord. Let's see. Is the chat moving really fast, or has Sam not responded yet? Let's see. Here, Sam, you know what? I'm just going to send you the invite, and you jump in whenever you're ready. Where
were you? My wife said we couldn't miss our little holiday. I'll telephone to make sure you have arrived. Signed, Sir Topham Hatt.
So the good thing about this is, I mentioned this briefly earlier, but mass production. That's what I'm going to try to do today. Where I really do want to figure out the size for all the templates and then make a bunch of these. For instance, this is why I'm starting with the Harbor Tugs. Hercules and OJ are probably going to be a fun thing to do at the midpoint. I'm thinking I'll do all the Harbor Tugs first, then Hercules and OJ in the middle, and then all the switchers. So that's what I'm thinking. I think that's a good general schedule to to shoot for. Let's see, what's easy? What's easier here? Is it easier to wrap around or to put this under? I think it's easier to wrap around, so I'm going to do that. Like, it may not sound like a big difference, but it matters when you're up against the clock. Alrighty, we're getting somewhere. Let's see. Lego Spaceman says, hey, let me do, you want to be a big shot of big shot of big shot, a big shot. I used to be a big shot, a big shot, a big shot of big shot. Okay. You sound like what's his name? Stevie from Ernest the Engine Car. I hope I haven't just accidentally said a bunch of profanities in a row without realizing it. Okay. I'm just very curious if this is possible. Like, this is a really nutty idea. Not bad. Point it a little bit more at the front. I would have started at 6 today, but I was just too tired. I would have only gotten like 4 hours of sleep after a 7.5 hour day at Home Depot. So, it's kind of exhausted. But I'm feeling quite ready to face the day right now, I have to say. Glad I took those extra 2 hours of sleep. There's also coffee on the brew in the other room, so probably run and get that at some point. Insert Home Depot theme again, says Bailey. He doesn't say the again part, but I know it's again. Yo, Lemmy, says Useful. Hello, Useful. This is fucking stream ever, says Cedric Mugshot. There are no adjectives in there, but I can probably fill in the blanks. Average in the extreme, says the Thomas Cynic. Lame, says Oliver Duck. Oh, it's lame. Didn't realize it was lame, Ted. Ted knows a thing or two about model mass production, but I mustn't say any more, or I will spoil the next story. I had a weird dream about Ted earlier, or last night, I guess. I don't know, like 3 hours ago while I was asleep. Quite interesting. I dreamt that he came to California, but then we were both like too busy, so we didn't actually meet up for more than 5 minutes, which is really just insane to think about. Okay, I think that is our whole. I feel like that that footprint is probably right, but it just feels like it's too wide. So, I'm going to go with my gut and shrink it. Keep in mind, this is going to get repeated 5 times, I guess. 6 total. So we want to get it right. And also keep in mind the fact that when I cut out the footprint, I'm trying to make the footprint look good. But then once you wrap this around here, it adds depth, or it adds width all the way around. But here's the thing, it increases the length less than it increases the width, because the sides here, the width is shorter, and yet the thickness is the same all the way around the strip. So basically, you're adding, just say this is 1 millimeter here. You're adding 1 millimeter to the little tiny width here, but you're also adding 1 millimeter to the length. So the millimeter does barely anything to change the length, but it does a lot proportionally to change the width. Meaning that you should undershoot the width if you're going to wrap the whole side of the hole around this. And then once you put it on, it'll be just right because it will add that width back. Hope that makes sense. Also, this isn't a tutorial, so I should maybe not give advice, but how can I help it? There's Sam. You ready to come in, Sam? Alrighty, it's time.
Hey!
I'm thinking this is the layout we will go with. Big middle area with me doing stuff, and then us in the corner. So, how's it going?
I think this is the first time we've talked since my live stream, apart from chats.
Crazy.
First time
your voice is slightly deeper. That's how I know it's been a long time. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, summer down in Devon, and then 8 railways kind of does that to you. Seriously,
railways.
1 summer holiday, 8 railways, most of them away from where I live. One which I've never been to, which is, even though it's like right next to my house. Well, not like right next to my house. It's about an hour the other way to Llangollen.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
However, obviously. Ooh, gone.
No. You go. Go on with your grand tale.
As people know if they actually watch my channel, I did a go to my channel, obviously the same name as you can see here. Ooh, up there. I went to the Audrey Extravaganza, which it seems every single person in the entire of the UK went to. Every single Thomas fan went to. Every single Thomas fan went, basically. Well, in the UK at least. It was
very interesting year for the
plot. Yes. I kind of bashed you, the American Thomas fans. Because if you watch any of the vlogs, if you watch Max's vlog, aka Terry 55 Stepney, he's amazing. Watch him. If you don't watch him, guys. He made a vlog on the Audrey Extravaganza, and I think it's not mine. However, it's not. I don't think it's in his. I don't think you can hear me saying it, but in my one, you can definitely hear it. I say this is better than Entertainment Junction.
I mean, it is dramatic.
I mean,
but also
yeah, because we had the massive picnic table full of models, all of us behind it, and Sir Hayden in front of us, or Sir Hayden behind all the cameras.
That's true, but of course,
with this guy.
It depends on how you define a meetup. I mean, Audrey Extravaganza wasn't really a meetup; it was an event. The reason that we meet up here is, to see each other, to see people you already know, grow closer with them. It's not really about the venue at all. I mean, it is for some people, but it's about meeting people you already know, who you want to. It's like a family reunion, the way we do it here.
Yeah, it might be. Been talking with Rolling Duck Studios, who I met on the day, and it was I didn't even know it was him. Because I've never seen his face. I went with him. Me and my mate Mark, you see in the vlog, we spent sorry, my camera is really laggy. We spent the entire day together. Well, we spent the entire time when we arrived to when he had to go on the train.
Right.
Together, and then it just I knew his name was Simon, and I just kept calling him Simon, but I had no clue that it was Rolling Duck Studios who I'd been watching.
That's awesome. That's so cool when you run into somebody and you don't really realize who they are until later. Let's see.
He was telling me after his vlog came out, he was telling me that it might become an annual event.
I mean, that would make
which
sense.
Means because it did.
Everybody says that about everything.
Oh, hang on. Sudrian Mugshot has said, Sam, did you get to hold Seaside's gorgeous Proteus? I did. However, nobody at that time was filming. Everyone was focused on the picnic bench. As she pulled it out, she almost dropped it, and I basically ran under and caught it. Like, she nearly dropped it, but I went in to catch it because I was terrified that she was just going to drop it.
I've been away from Twitter too long. What is this Proteus? I know she has a thing for Proteus. That's about all I know.
Hang on. I'll need to get it up. Entertain the people.
So, I think I pretty much have the dimensions for the harbor tug holes figured out. Which will...
Speaking of which, speaking of tugs...
Yes?
I don't know if you've actually checked Skype, but I have got Boomer. Finally.
Yes, yeah, I saw the hole. Yeah, that looks phenomenal, Sam.
We have the problem. I have a problem though. It's when you cover it in Mod Podge, the Mod Podge shrinks, contracts. It's all the little curves are bunked. All the little like corners of the model. Oh, not the model. All the corners of the tape that are showing have contracted and peeled upwards.
They get like wrinkles.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, you could just that happens.
No. Actually, no, not wrinkles, not wrinkles. I'll get the model. It's basically the ends where I've stuck them down. I've done that. Like, say there's an end here which I've flattened out and I've made sure it's all nice. It's then from which I'm trying to smooth over with the Mod Podge. It does this. What is that more like?
Huh.
Oh my God, it's so far back. Why does she have to tweet every single day?
That's it. I know that some people use Twitter a lot, but it is kind of annoying to me when I'm trying to find somebody on somebody's account, and then it's just like it's like a month away, and it's literally like 1,000 tweets since then. Like, that's just so much.
I'm trying to find. I've been scrolling since I said I'll go find it, and I said. Since I've been scrolling since I said that, and I'm only on October the 2nd. And I need to get to August 14th. Okay. Which I can actually, it's 2 months today. 2 months today was the Audrey Extravaganza.
Wow. It's about...
What timing, Lenny? What timing?
When was Entertainment? It happened...
Wasn't it July the 29th? Because that's what you said. You told. I remember you telling me about our live stream about panicking. You weren't going to be able to make it.
Yeah. I always forget because it's like the meetups are always a lot longer for me because I go and like get Airbnbs with friends and stuff. So it's like really kind of there's like a lot more to it than just the event. Okay, so I've got the parts here of
I need to get back on stream.
So
it's a kit.
I just need to. You're still in here.
No. It's a kit. It's a kit model.
Oh,
like you can buy.
I thought you said you were kicked. Like you were kicked.
No.
From the stream. You were not.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
So I just got to take this, and I just got to duplicate it by 5, and then put them all together, and then I will be a-okay.
I don't know if I'm going to get time on the stream. However, I need to ask you if I don't continue working on this guy. Because the whole point of me talking about Audrey Extravaganza wasn't me gloating. No, it was because I've got into.
I find it curious that you look at Audrey Extravaganza as something to brag about. Like you had fun, sure, but I don't think it's impressive.
No, I will say it's kind of something to brag about to the Americans who didn't get to go over there. Looks at Lemmy.
What makes you think I would have gone even if I had lived in Britain? I mean, I might have had better things to do, Sam.
There is nothing better to do than the Audrey Extravaganza. Don't you swear?
I'm just saying, assuming that it's the greatest event in the world and everybody wants to go to it.
I know.
I know. I'm glad you had fun. That's what I'm glad about.
Yeah.
but anyway,
I got into Lego models. So building card models like Sudden Railway Modeler to run on Lego Track, because I've just got some cheap Lego Track lying around. So I've got Dulgoch, Cabler 1865 Rheneas downstairs, and I've got Atlas. Because I can't get any other measurements.
Yeah, that's
Trust me, if I had more, I would.
The measurements for what?
They're real life models, because then I can scale them to the correct scale, and then add every single detail.
You could just look at pictures and make them.
I prefer being accurate. That's something that unfortunately I've got off my dad, which is because he basically drilled it into my head. Finicky about the fucking lengths. Because I go to him with a model. I'll go to him with a side-on picture of a model and say, "Can we make something from this?" And you go, "No." Get me some measurements, and then yes.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you need to develop an artist's eye for that sort of thing. So it's like, for instance, I ran into this a lot when I was making SketchUp models of, like, say, an A1 Pacific, right? I would go for pictures from the side. And the thing is, the world has perspective. It has depth. And so if you look at a picture of an A1 from the side, the running board is closer to you than the boiler is. And you don't notice because you're so used to
that's the problem I've had.
Yeah, and so it's like you end up basically by using that image. What you're doing is, and you know this already, but I just find it interesting to explain, is that you're basically shrinking the boiler, even though you're taking
found it.
It was. Oh, very good, very good. Found what?
What I find is the best in those perspective shots. If I ever find the width of a locomotive, I negate the fact of making it, like trying to make something else with it, like trying to like put the perspective in. If I can see how much the boiler either hangs out or how much the footplate. Oh, and there goes my camera. My camera has decided to die. Oh, it's back. This iRoom webcam is not working at the minute. I've got a laptop over there, and I'm very tempted to switch to that. It's just I've got workbench here, but I might just move. I might just move to somewhere else.
Fair enough. Honestly, I think the diameter of a boiler is way more helpful than seeing it from the side. Like, that'll tell you everything you need to know. Because obviously it's going to be centered, and obviously you know how high up it is. So there's not really anything that you can't learn from that.
If I just copy this, oh, there we go. It's come up and I've sent it to you in Skype. That is C swine when it loads. That is C swine's Proteus. Proteus.
Let's see what this Proteus is all about. Once it does load,
it's the same scale as the ones I'm making. Well, similar. Because it was placed on the track at Talslin. It does that. I'm sorry. It's done that for some reason. You'll have to wait 5 years for it to download. But
it's halfway there.
I can also show. I can show you guys. Everyone who makes a model, like a company, uses tries to buy all these big technical sheets, and at the minute, there's nothing for what Atlas is. It's a Ducaville. It's a Joef Ducaville French engine because Atlas is French.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Atlas is Atlas even got rivets.
What's the cab made of? Is that wood?
What? Sea swines.
Yeah.
Sea swines, I have no idea. I think what she's done is, obviously she's scratch built it.
Right.
But I don't know what she's used because the model, when I, because she said, "Hey, do you want to hold it before I put it on the table?" And I had a look around it, and everything's painted on the model, even like underside, everything is painted.
That's
However,
awesome.
it had quite a lot of weight to it. Like it was really heavy.
I feel like
Everyone calls it high Proteus, though.
I mean, the texture there is either wood or 3D printing. It's one or the other. I think that's wood.
I think
that looks really good.
Yeah. However, so everyone uses all these big technical drawings for building their models.
Right.
I'm running on a budget because this mount board, which is what I've made which is what I've made all my models out of, which I'll go get 1865 Renaissance when he's dry, because there's been a bit of a problem with the paint, so I need to fix it. But if I just grab the sheet behind me, it's £5 for an A1 sheet. £5 for an A1 Pacific.
So when you say sheet, here, let me put you in the full view. Is there something on that? Because I'm not seeing anything.
Just for height comparison.
Okay.
Yes, I ran over it with my chair. I had 4 of these, and I've used one building up Renaeus and Cora, which is my Cora.
Oh, that's cool.
I've built little interior for her, which I'm actually going to put a bookshelf on.
That's awesome.
On the bookshelf there.
That's really cool.
That's been used one board. This board's been used primarily on making Atlas. And then I've got 2 more to build 2 other models, which I'm thinking going to be, when I get the chance, 1864 Scarloey, and I think I'm going to try and make another Fletcher Jennings and then a Wren. Because I have in my fictional universe, video coming soon on my channel, guys, of the Harwick and Cregway, which is my fictional history, which has Atlas, Luke the Wren. Luke is actually not. There's no Blue Mountain Quarry. There's no Blue Mountain Quarry in my universe. But yeah, Luke is the Harwick, and Luke runs on the Harwick and Cregway. So is Bertram.
Am I a villain for hating the Blue Mountain Quarry?
No, because I don't like it either. I don't like it either. If you're a villain, I'm a villain.
To me,
I'm not going to complain about the color. I'm going to complain about the fact that a railway, is a 2-foot 3-inch gauge railway. Sorry, I'm going to go all nerdy on you. I'm a British rail fan.
Nerdy.
It's me.
What is with you? What is with you and Will? I've known, Sam. I've probably known that the Scarloey Railway is 2 feet 3 inches since before you could fully spell. You don't need to tell me what gauge that railway is, okay?
The fact is, you have been modeling.
It doesn't matter that you were born in the Queen's Grand Land. I know probably just as much about it as you do. The only
I'm not the Queen's Grand Land. I'm Welsh. Get it right, man.
All right. Whatever. Are you part of the Empire or are you not part of the Empire? Yes or no?
Brexit means Wexit!
Go on, Sam. Go on.
Basically, the problem is the Southland Railway runs at the steepest incline in Britain on a commercially used railway is 132, the Lickey Incline, which has Big Bertha on it, which I'm working on as well.
Right.
Big Bertha. Which is about that. The Blue Mountain Quarry has literally a gradient of that.
Yeah, that's unsightly.
How is this feasible?
Well, it's not, but it's also the TV series. They kicked feasibility in the teeth a long time ago. I mean, there's let's think about like that. I know that the wiki insists it's not called this. But let's talk about the 3-tier bridge for a second. Which
Oh god,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
the one from season 3. Where the hell
Yeah,
is that on the
yeah,
island?
I know which one you mean.
It's like lines perpendicular
I mean,
to each
people
other.
say that. Well, it's mainly concerned that the three rail bridge is actually only a 2-rail bridge.
It's what?
It's only a 2-rail bridge because in the shot, most of the shots.
The problematic rail is not. No. The problematic rail is not the top. Okay, I could see the main line maybe horrendously splitting itself into 2 lines and going over 2 separate bridges and then going back down. The problem is that we have perpendicular action, and this is definitely not Thomas's Junction. So where are we? Like, that's the only place I can think of, and it is not. It's not that.
Harbour Line. Harbour Line. Retcon.
All right. Well,
I mean, it's not wrong. I mean, you can't. I mean, it can be. It could, because if you look at the railway series, Knapford Junction has Thomas's State. It's Knapford Junction, the new Knapford Junction. The line to Percy's line here, and then Thomas's branch line goes that way. Percy's line goes that way, and then the main line goes that way. So it could easily be that bridge in the TV series version.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Is it's not that one, because that's the only place.
How do you know that? Yeah, that's the only place it could be.
Look at the elevation, Sam. Look at the elevation, and furthermore, look at the fact that it is. Look, clearly, Thomas's Junction is supposed to be that weird, the weird set we see in Thomas and Trevor. Like, that's obviously it. Like, that's supposed to be.
Oh, that one. Well, that's the that's Old Harbour.
That is Junction. Like, it's obvious. It's got the perpendicular bridge. Literally. Say Percy went under the main line.
Well, I mean, to be perfectly honest, but that's the point, though. We've had in series 2, we had a very nice series 2 Brenham Docks, which was Percy Takes the Plunge and all that. And then immediately the next season that gets retconned. I just fall the three bridges under the retcons, the constant retcons each season. They're just new different things. Each season has its own take on Sodor.
The difference is that there are events that are meant to take place at Knapford in the Railway series that are set at the Thomas and Trevor location, but there are no events. There's nothing about the passage of trains or the way that things work out in the show that really implies that the 3-tier bridge has anything to do with Thomas's branch line. If anything, it's definitely somewhere on the main line. I would say it's around, I don't know, Kildane somewhere, based on the fact.
We see Oliver on it.
Okay,
we see Oliver J. We always see that's something that's quite important. That's something that's quite important. We only ever see. Hey, Will. All we ever see is we only ever see the Little Western guys running on the bottom. We only ever see Oliver, Duck, or the twins. The twins on a very, very rare occasion.
That is very disconcerting and true. So I don't know what that's about. That's disturbing.
The Little Western Grand Bridge.
Oh my god! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Back like in Brunel's days.
Good lord!
That was the worst duck impression in the world. I am using a knife. Don't shoot me, Lemmy.
It's okay to use a knife, Sam. Just use a knife carefully, and ideally, don't use it when you don't have to.
Oh no, this one I have to because it's just a piece that I need to get rid of that is inaccessible by these.
That's fair enough.
Which I did find out 2 minutes ago. Not 2 minutes ago. 2 days ago. Were fabric scissors and I've ruined them.
Oh, that's tragic.
So my mum was very angry with me. But
yeah,
I'm not sure because now I've got this. Which isn't the piece I was just cutting. But I needed help with because obviously I'm trying to make my big Halloween episode, which I'm not going to spoil. You and Jay are the only. You, Jay, and my mate Tim are the only people who ever know about this. Who know about this?
Okay. Cool.
Thanks, Jay. Sam with a knife reminds me of that special kid in class when he has a knife, which was me. Oh, okay. I didn't see the end bit, but yeah.
That's it. Just that. That's such a. That wasn't even like. That was just a straight up like, hey, you remind me of a kid with a knife. It was me. It's like he is holding a knife.
The special kid.
So,
it was the special kid that was a bit.
But what makes the kid? What makes this kid special exactly? The fact that they're holding a knife, which again, I'm not seeing the correlation. Is what I'm struggling to see.
Oh, the way, I'm going to have to run quickly and go grab Dolgoch. Well, I keep calling it Dolgoch. Dolgoch and Boomer.
Is that
but then
Rheneas?
I want to talk to you about.
Is it Rheneas?
It's Rheneas.
Or... Okay. So
well,
depending on which
narrator you choose, it's apparently Rheneas.
Yeah, I've heard Rheneas a lot, but that's not. I'm sorry, Brit Allcroft won. Like the Railway series, I love the Railway series, but Brit won. Like it's Rheneas, and it will always be Rheneas. That is the vast majority of humankind. Maybe knows about Thomas and maybe Percy as characters. So anybody who even barely knows who Rheneas is we're lucky if they know who Rheneas is at all, let alone if they
gallant old engine.
Yeah. And most Thomas fans don't even like think Rheneas has any personality, which I think is heartbreaking. Because to me, I think that he's got the most personality. It's just that I think that his most heroic days are behind him, and now he's basically always seen his retirement phase. He's to be
perfectly honest, I think the best days to make a story about I do have to fall into this trap though. The best time to make the story about the Skarloey is either the 1800s, basically with just Skarloey and Rheneas.
Right.
The 40s, where it was just Rheneas running, or the 50s, where you've got 50s and 60s, where you've got the new engines arriving. You've got Sir Handel and Peter Sam. They arrive. Peter Sam gets his, but most of the stories of the Skarloey are in this 10-year time frame. I mean, I
definitely agree with that. I mean, there are.
We start off seeing about the Skarloey we start off seeing them in the 1950s. That's the first time we ever see them. We see them in the 50s, and then when we last see them was in the 90s. But then they've just got you've got basically the present and the future, and the past crammed. The present and the future, and the past crammed in between the two.
Like a lot of things, I think that the reason for that is Christopher. It's that Christopher. The Skarloey is really interesting because it's marked by change. It's constantly, it has a lot of distinct eras that are all exciting in different ways. And Christopher kind of stopped doing that. He stopped shaking things up because he didn't want to mess with his father's work. And so, he kind of stagnated.
Puffball Productions says I need a poo.
Okay. Well, do that then for your own sake. But yeah, I think the best era, I'd say my favorite is definitely, the lean years where Rheneas is, really struggling to keep the trains going all alone. That I think is really badass. Like that's his finest hour. And the thing is, everybody sees gallant old engine and they're like, oh yeah, how gallant of him to pull that train that one time. And it's like, no, this is not one evening that he did this. This was a long time. This was every day, day in and day out. He did this over and over again. And if his cylinders failed,
can you keep talking to the audience? I need to go get these guys.
Okay, yeah. If his cylinders gave out one time, the railway closed. So imagine that, working day in, day out, all the time without a break ever, and knowing that if you fail, the railway will come down. The railway will collapse. that is a lot of pressure. And I think it speaks to Rheneas's incredible discipline and responsibility as a character. Discipline and responsibility, which I think is very clear in very old engines. Like, you see that difference between him and Skarloey, where Skarloey is kind of the free-spirited bucking bronco of the two. And then Rheneas is the practical, responsible, reasonable one. And then, I think that, when we get to the lean years, when we get to, the part of the railway's history where we just have bent these both in the wrong direction. Once Rheneas is all alone in that endeavor, once he has to keep the railway alive through nothing but his own effort, we see that responsibility and dedication. We see that he doesn't give up no matter what, even if it's insufferable, even if it's extremely difficult and requires just immense effort and working through with poor maintenance and just no time to rest. He does. That's what's amazing about Rheneas, is that he's this incredibly dedicated figure. And the problem is that, a lot of the time when people see, when people watch the show, they don't tend to equate things to grander concepts, Same thing with the books, kind of. It's kind of like how, if an engine visits Sodor, like if D199 visits Sodor, or if Big City Engine visits Sodor, everybody looks at him and they're like, wow, okay, so let's count up all the engines who have visited. There's about 15, right? There's Spencer, and there's D199, and there's and they count them all up. It's no, hundreds of engines have visited every day. There's engines from the LMS or BR or whatever era you're in coming in and out of the railway. That's how it works. We're only seeing a small fraction of them. And a Big City Engine represents that group of engines, of which there are hundreds. But nobody looks at it that way. Instead, it's just, they look at him like an individual. It's the same thing with Rheneas. They don't see that gallant old engine story as representing an era. They see it as representing a single day. And that really waters Rheneas down. They think, oh, he just did one epic thing once. No, that was years of his life that he had to do that. Which is, just really, I think, extremely impressive. And, speaks to his character dedication. So that's what I love about it.
Dun, 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 dun. We speak of Rheneas, he shall appear. Oh my god, he's glowing. He's glowing in the light from my window.
He looks great. Can I see him from
he is
the
in
side?
He is in primer.
Here, let me see him from...
I have shortened his water tanks just because I have shortened his water tanks just because I wanted a bit of difference from Dulgoch.
Right. Interesting.
Also, yes, you can see what's happened with the paint here. The paint I've used has reacted to the Mod Podge that I've put on the surface.
Yes. Yes. We can address this later, Sam. I don't fully know what to think of that.
But that's my most proudest bit, the buffer beam. How we've actually got the little builder's plate style coupling area. And it's actually, if you look from the inside, it's actually wood.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
But unfortunately, part of it isn't dry. That's why I'm not holding it properly. But he's got rivets. And also, it's not got, if you see the Dulgoch from today, he's got the little water spout at the back. Rheneas doesn't have that. Look, in cabless condition, he doesn't have that because obviously the wall would just go there. Because that's his water tank, not bunker. That's the weird thing with Rheneas. He's not got his bunker's there, not there. He's he's got water in the well tank, and he's got water here. Look, he's got water here.
So he's got two separate tanks?
No. They're all it's like hang on. It's like duck.
Like an
I've got duck here. I'll explain.
So is it like an L?
Hang on.
It goes like.
Hang on.
I'm aware of the well.
Whoa! Right. Here's duck. I've worked on duck, like the real engine ducks based off of 5700. Even though that can be debated. And they have got something called a balance pipe, which links the two tanks of water, because obviously duck's tanks are separated by the boiler.
Right.
Now this means that if you fill up this tank, you fill it up, you wait a bit, and the other side meets it. So it means they're both level.
Right.
And then you fill in a bit more and a bit more. When you fill up Dulgoch, because I've seen them do, I've seen a video of them do this. Let's just, you will have to use the cabless condition one to clarify. The water on the real one goes there, but it goes there on this one because there's no cab. But it goes in there and it fills up this tank and the tank in the frames. As the water rises to the top of this, it stops. And then as it'll drain a bit because it'll fill these tanks up to the same level. And just up and up and up and up and up.
Okay.
And then it'll all meet at the top. And when when the water doesn't drain anymore, they shut the tank and off he goes.
Yeah, I always wondered where Rheneas's filler cap was. I mean, I knew that pipe in the back was probably it, but like in the early days, I didn't. That's so bizarre.
There.
Yeah,
because it's on top of there, and then it was removed when he got the cab because the cab goes here. The cab wall is there, and then he got the little pipe out the back.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, I've modeled these.
Yes.
Like, I've modeled these engines so many times that like I know where all these bits and bobs are, but I don't know what's inside the engine, is the thing. So like I know about the pipe on the back, but I didn't know exactly what it was for. I could only guess that it was some sort of kind of routing pipe to go to the tank, because you don't want to just kind of stick this tube into the cab. So that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, there goes the phone again. So now you've just got a picture of me looking somewhat displeased.
Well, now we've got
that's a cat. There we go. But time to introduce, I think, your favourite character. Is he your favourite character? I don't know. We'll see. Just let me go grab his tender chassis because he doesn't have a tender chassis at the minute because I took it off to paint it. And now it's painted. I think he's your favourite engine. We'll see. In 3, a la 2, a la 1, boom.
Yes, he is. That looks brilliant. It's a very, very deep blue.
Yes, that's what I love. I do love the darker blue. He does have a foul tender because I do like the fact that he gets it. I've got this beautiful aggressive goes into the works, immediately gets painted into this after his first run, immediately gets painted into this blue, gets rid of his LNER heritage. He's like, what the hell are you doing? And they stick a Fowler tender behind him. I can imagine him being fuming because he got an LMX tender.
Well, GNR heritage, but yeah.
Fine then. He's been given, but he's just proud. He's the flagship of the LNER now, because it is the LNER when he arrives on Sodor. He's the flagship of the LNER, and there's so much competition between these companies, and they just stick a Fowler tender behind him.
Here's the thing that sucks is that, like, I'm sure he would love to be like competing in that great
race to the north.
Yes, yeah. But the thing is, he's not allowed to. He's been taken out of the game.
He's on a backwater railway in his mind. Yeah.
Yeah. And the thing is, I think that's like, but honestly, I'm sure the Northwestern has a lot of competition with the LMS as well. I mean, you got to think about the fact that the LMS forms in 1923, yet they do not cooperate with the Northwestern until 1925. So that's 2 years where the LMS actively kept the Northwestern separate from the rest of the network and refused to work with them. Yeah. So there's got to be some bitterness there. And I'm sure that Gordon, too, being kind of the flagship of the Northwestern.
Gordon feels this same bitterness, but for a different railway, from a different point.
Exactly, yeah. And now he's got it for 2 railways. He's got it for what they've done to the Northwestern, but also the rivalry between the LNER and the LMS. So, there's a lot of reasons. I'm sure that if Gordon had never come to the Northwestern, probably the tensions would be a little bit lower between the LMS and the NWR.
I could imagine he would have gone faster than Flying Scotsman.
I mean, you could say that. Yeah, he would say that, certainly. I would like to believe that.
Well, no, I think he would because I think Gordon, because we meet Scotsman in the 60s, where Scotsman is this completely different engine. We don't know what Scotsman was like in his heyday, in the day when he hit 100 miles an hour. He was probably just like Gordon. I think Gordon would have been. I think Gordon would have found out that Scotsman, his brother, had hit 100 miles an hour and go, you know what? I'm going to beat that. Break this speed limit on purpose and hit 100.
I think but also it's a matter of like, you know, I mean, I think he would need to know that it was coming, and he would need to beat him out before then somehow, probably on a regular run. You know, so it'd be interesting to see that in an alternate universe. But yeah, I mean, it's
also here's what I mean about Boomer with the problems with bits sticking up like these.
So let's.
It's not gone flat.
So what do you mean by this?
Places. Right, if you look at stupid thing. Where I've put Mod Podge over to try and seal in, like I was watching your tutorial while you did this. There.
Right.
If you try and there. Here you go. You can see if you look that way, how this bit is sticking out.
Or like dented in? Yeah, you just put more.
No, sticking out. No, sticking out. Look, it's
not seeing that.
It's actually pinging there.
There. Oh, is that what? Is that like the edge of the tape curling over?
Yes.
Well, push it back in, or put more tape over it, and then Mod Podge over it.
Problem is, I've run out of tape because you can't get your cream style masking tape in Scotch brand masking tape in the UK.
You can't order it on like Amazon.
You can only get blue. Nope. You can only get blue blue Scotch brand masking tape.
What do you mean you can't order it on Amazon?
Googled it. I've Googled it. I've Googled it. I can't find any. If you can find some, send me a link. Sign me up.
It's definitely on there, Sam.
I'll have a look again in a minute. But we have a few more bits of Boomer, if I'm allowed to share them on stream. If I'm allowed to share them on stream, I would like to share the parts I have for Boomer, because I've even got parts for that conversion. I don't know. Spoilers.
Have you not been keeping up?
You screamed at me. I'm being nice. You screamed at me at being spoilers before.
Well, I
screamed maybe an overstatement, but you know what I mean.
Do you think I'm such an iron dictator that I can tell you what to do with what you make? You don't look when I show you something in confidence privately that I made with my hard work and labor, and you tell other people about it. That's wrong. But I can't tell you what to do with what you made with your blood, sweat, and tears. That's totally different.
Okay, then. Boomer.
He looks fantastic.
That's the greenhouse. His little greenhouse.
That's great.
Which is removable with a little matchstick, which I've glued in.
I do think that the superstructure should probably go back a little bit farther.
Like that. Because the problem is, I had the superstructure, if I just fold these in, which is quite a handy thing, the superstructure used to be... it's got to come apart. Used to be like that. Used to be really small. And I thought that doesn't look like Boomer. Because Boomer's got this quite... Because because on your blue nose, which is basically the same superstructure, and you look at any picture, he's got this quite prominent, long superstructure.
Yeah, it's pretty long. It's relatively long.
But I've also been using the Burke and Blair. Burke/Blair. Blair.
Burke and
Blair. Burke and Bear.
Yeah, Burke and Blair.
I'm sorry. When did Blair become Bear? When did Blair become this a class 37 diesel? No, class 35 diesel. When did he come that? When did he become this diesel? When did he become a Heimlich?
High mech.
I call it a leg. Because I'm weird. But the problem is, I've built where the greenhouse goes. I've built that with the superstructure there. So now I've got this little gap. But now if I shove it back, it does that.
Right. Is the greenhouse permanently affixed? Yeah, you could just push the greenhouse back then, huh?
Okay, I'll just stop you holding it. Okay, that's a project for another time. I need to focus because I've got, your
I'm aware
Why do people
of
keep
them.
calling me?
All right.
People keep calling me as well. Somebody called me and somebody called you at the exact same time.
No, that's just I'm changing the volume on this because my godforsaken phone does not cancel sound. All right, we should be good now. When you turn the volume down on your iPhone, it should just be
Yeah.
when you turn it all the way down, it should just be off. You shouldn't hear the sound anymore. But that's not how it works.
Yeah,
It's
I do that. Yeah, it works on an Android. It works on an Android because I've got an Android.
It doesn't work. Well, yeah, a lot of things I'm sure are different on an Android, Sam, but not on an Apple. Good Lord, I don't know why my phone is at odds with me. But yeah, Boomer looks fantastic, man. Very, very stellar design, if I do say so myself.
Well, you're the one who designed it.
Very stellar build, I should say.
There you go. That's how you say it. No, but I wanted to ask about how do you make these?
Wheels?
Go to say what Ted says. It's a maraca. When he was making his
joke.
but the bogies is the problem. How do you attach them? Because I tried to make some. If I rummage through my drawer of many things, I attempted to try and make an A3. However, it didn't work so well.
So it took me a very long time to learn how to do this, and they're still not perfect. But they work relatively well.
Because I haven't tried to make that, which isn't brilliant.
I will.
It's just because I don't think I'm gonna be able to make the models for my Halloween episode in time. Like, because
yeah,
I don't think I'm gonna be able to afford the models.
So
I need to make one.
How many wheels are you gonna need, Sam?
Well, this is the thing. I know I won't be able to buy all the engines because I'm just gonna TWR community, Dax, don't hate me, please. I'm gonna buy knockoffs. I'm gonna buy those cheap ones you can find on eBay.
Is this something Dax is up in arms against?
No, but it's what some people in the TWR community, not naming any names.
I mean, I don't believe in knockoffs just because, they choke kids. They're really dangerous. And I don't like supporting the industry. But also, I mean, I eat meat. That's not a good thing. I also do a lot of other bad things and support bad companies. Yeah, I mean,
Because at the minute, I need to have for my episode, I will say a few things. These will be a little bit of a teaser, if anyone actually cares. No, it has this guy in it.
Sam, you're not allowed to spoil your episode.
I'm allowed to show what characters are in as long as they're not the important ones.
No, you're not allowed to. I'm in charge, and I say you're not allowed to spoil it.
You're voicing some of that. Fine. I'm only allowed to show one character because Lemmy isn't voicing it. Jay's voicing this guy. Jay's voicing this guy.
Can you believe this guy, everybody? He's sharing things that he's entitled to share and which he has creative right to. How dare he? In charge of all the things he made. It's absurd to me. I cannot believe what I'm hearing right now.
Oh God. Oh Jesus. Well, I'm going to spoil something because it's my project.
Yeah, now go ahead.
Jay or Wagon Driver is that. I wanted to keep that secret. Tough. It's my project. Jay is voicing this guy.
Sam, a wise man once said, "No more secrets," and then promptly.
Oh God! Was that wise man? Ted. Technically, it was Ted actually, because he was the one who boosted you back into the community.
Yeah, but he
kind of pushed you back in.
he probably would have gone for a more moderate approach than just show everything at once without hesitation. Okay, I have all the pieces to the whole. So,
And I'm gone in 10 minutes.
Okay. Well, I'm very glad that you could be here, Sam. I'm sure you'll be here for the next 10
Yeah.
minutes, so we'll try to make the most of it. I'm glad that even though I started late, you were still able to join for a substantial amount of time. I would have been sad if you couldn't join.
I mean, I was actually quite happy because when you said you were going to be joining, when you said we were going to be starting, which was 6 a.m. your time, was
Right.
2 p.m. my time, which I'm only in my fourth. I'm starting my 5th lesson in school.
Right. So it's kind of tight.
So I wouldn't have been able to make it for an hour. Oh, no. Probably an hour and a half, because I have to finish school at 3, get home, then get some stuff sorted. Like, I've had a shower, thank God.
Right.
I've been able to have these things, and I've been able to have time to myself. And because, then I've got half an hour to get ready to go to the next thing I need to do for the day, which is an Army Cadets thing.
Okay.
But
yeah, that's perfect.
I am going to reveal a secret, which Lemmy's probably going to shoot me for, which is why I'm going to leave after I've said it. So I'm not going to say it yet.
Okay.
But
I'm ready.
Basically, no, but basically, I'm actually going to, because I need to make buildings for my series. I'm going to be making. Shut up, Will. I'm going to be making all of my buildings out of wood. Wooden buildings. Wooden railway. I'm being pure. I'm not falling into the cardboard trap, partly because I'm running out of cardboard.
I go through somebody's trash, Sam. That will solve your problem.
No, I've got like a bin of wood at my school. Look, I've got literally a piece here, which I think can actually. There you go. I've got one of my shed walls. Boom. I mean, I just got this from school because I'm a friend of the teachers. They literally just go, "Oh, Sam, we got some wood from the laser cut," which is what this is because it's been laser cut. That's why it's black on the edges. They just go, "Yeah, we had this offcut from the laser cutter. Do you want it?" I just go, "Yeah," and they just go, "Here you go." Thanks. Just walk off. That's how Renee's buffer beam was made.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean that's great, Sam. I mean the reason I use cardboard isn't because I love cardboard. I use it because it is the most readily available resource. So use whatever's
cheap
most
and cheerful.
Available. Yeah, like if you live in a world where cardboard costs $3 million a square foot, then don't get anywhere near it. I stay away from it at all costs. Everybody's circumstances are different. And so, if you can get wood easier, and if that's better for you, then use that by all means.
Also, because I don't have, people are not going to kill me. I don't own a gun. I've got a Brio gun. I don't have a proper gun.
You have.
I've never owned a gun. I had a gun for years.
I just saw a Gordon moments ago.
You could see you could walk 2 centimeters and find a Gordon. I mean, you've got your fat Gordon, you've got your 2016 gun, which I want. I want some form of Gordon.
You don't have a wooden railway Gordon, Sam.
I've got a Brio gun, but that's not what I want. What I want, you use this. I remember in that whatever live stream it was, you showed the your fleet of engines that we're going to use in your series. I'm not allowed to talk about this because you talked it on a live stream. But you showed it, and how you had the big Henry, the big Gordon, and they had the little James, which was this James. But even though you usually use the 2016 one, like in a salty story. But I'm going to use this James, but I want the fat boiler Gordon.
There's no usually about anything I do, Sam. There's no any trend that was once in place.
Well, to be perfectly honest, this version of James has never appeared in one of your TWR videos because you used it in Pacifics, you used it in Metrovix, you used it in Assumptions. I remembered it this time, and you used it in a salty story.
That's true.
You disgust me, Sam. How dare you not have a... You disgust me. Oh, disgust. Oh, I think you mean disgust. Yeah, I thought you meant discuss. I thought you meant like a discussion. Just think you mean disgust. Yeah, you disgust me. How dare you not have a TWR gun? I'm sorry. I had a TWR gun. I can remember I had a TWR gun back when I was like 2 with my dad's at my dad's old house, and it had no tender. And then it just poof, like it's tender. Like it and Henry's the old style. These are the old style ones. Like it and its old style Henry's tender. It just poof, just disappeared, lost to the fabric of time, and then I've never had one since. Which is why I'm having to do this to gauge the size of a tender engine, Lemmy. Boco's got a tender.
That's so sad. Oh no! Okay.
It's the only way.
Oh, good lord! I'm sorry, Sam.
Also, I've just realised. You realise that Donald and Douglas are the same size as the bogey tender engines. That's just...
Beg pardon?
Look. If I just move my camera...
Yeah, tender plus engine. Yeah, they are.
Just like...
Yeah.
I'm just going to use that then, instead of using the abomination, which is that.
Yeah, it's kind of a mind meld.
Like, it's not supposed to be like that!
James would be so angry to see Boco with his tender. That would just be infuriating.
Oh, there goes the camera again. Hey, we're back.
Cat.
What? I missed that.
I said you became a cat again.
Oh, yes.
But you're good now. You're no longer a cat, which is always
good for another 3 minutes.
Yeah. God willing.
But before I be killed or booted out, whichever one Lemmy prefers. Check my Twitter. I'm more active than Lemmy.
That's very true. My first tweet in a very long time was
yesterday.
Yeah, so I don't use Twitter. I see just droves of people constantly being brought misery and hardship from that awful devil website. So yeah, I do.
I hate it. I mean, I hate it. Check my Twitter. I hate it. Yeah, no. I like it as a platform to. I've also completely forgot to counter in the rail for the engine, which means they're probably going to smack the head on the roof. But I do use Twitter just because I find it a nice place. Oh, it's fine. The model's fine. But I find it a lovely way to talk to people. Well, not talk to people, to show off the stuff.
Yeah.
Like to actually show off my stuff to people. I mean, if you go way back in my Twitter, you can find one of my first tweets. Also, my camera is lagging like hell. It looks like I'm having a stroke. But, well, considering my family's history with strokes, I wouldn't be surprised. But at the minute, it's just my first ever tweet was my God, what are Albert's coaches called?
Is it Helena and Victoria?
Thank you. My TWR Helena and Victoria customs. They're my first ever tweet. Well, that or this. Let me just run and grab it before my time runs out. Oh, I've got a minute.
Good lord. I don't know where he gets all his energy from.
I'm back.
Hello, Sam.
That was my first ever custom.
Very good place to start, honestly.
I mean, it's just a soda line caboose that's been chopped up and had proper brake bands put on it, so it looks like a BR 20 ton.
it's shameful how Wooden Railway never made a brake fan that wasn't the NW brake fan. We were all in such a difficult position where we just have to put.
I mean, we have a Sodor line. We've got a Sodor line caboose.
We do, which I've used on occasion. There was a point where I was like, no, I will never use it. But then I kind of stopped giving a fuck, and then I started using it. I was like, okay.
This is the Henry that has just survived many, many a year.
Ah, yes.
It spent a brief period of time as Flying Scotsman because I had the 2003 Henry.
It's like that's like a movie engine, like when you have like an engine on a preserved railway, and it's like for a brief period this was painted as this engine from a movie, and then was changed back.
The problem is,
that's like
look at the prop. Seen that? Seen how how many repaints it's had? Look at the cab.
Yeah, I could see.
And then on that side it's white. However, my time is over.
Alrighty, Sam.
I must go. The Welsh people need me. Live long and prosper. Look,
yes.
There you go. Live long and.
It's been fun. Thank you for joining.
I'm just gonna quickly bring the devil on.
And we'll try to have a more proper call soon too, where I can show you wheels. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it to make all those.
I mean, I've got to make an Andrew Barclay for my episode as well. Oh.
Okay.
No, sorry, not an Andrew Barclay. What is it? Damn it!
Pepe?
Can't remember it. No, can't remember what it is. No, it was a Barclay. Yeah, it is a Barclay. Basically, also, I'm just going to show the devil. 666, not 55.
That face is really bad.
Fat Stepney. You know what? Fat Stepney. Bye. He went down the side of my bed.
It's not that he's fat. It's that he looks like he's like he's making that face. Like all the season.
I'm gonna do that face again. Somebody go back and screenshot that face. I want that. Somebody screenshot it now. Oh my god!
Right, that's your parting.
Somebody has had to do that. If somebody doesn't do that, I'm going to. I think there's. Yes, I. By the way, Jamie, I am going to be doing that eventually when I buy a second duck. I will be making the Railway Children pannier.
That's such a hideous livery. I have to admit, that Railway Children livery.
You say what, good sir?
How do you? It's a pannier tank in orange.
It's a part of our British heritage, man. It's a beautiful film. It's a beautiful childhood film. How dare you? Also, it's going back. The engine has still been in that livery, and they're making a second film.
But it's orange.
But it's beautiful.
It's not though. Like
you don't complain about Murdoch being orange.
I also resent the goddamn Hogwarts Express right there. Because it's
that I can get behind. I don't like the red on it.
Yeah.
You what?
Great Western engines don't look good in anything but black, green, and maybe like express blue. Like that's like all I can.
Hang on. You realise how I said I hate red on that engine? Look who peers up. You what?
Well, because he's LMS. James makes so much sense to be red because he's the biggest LMS representation on the railway. So like it just makes a lot of sense to make him red. Gordon being blue.
No. What I meant to say was I don't like red engines, and then he was up here. You what?
Okay, fair enough.
You put me in your story. Yes, but you get thrown into the sea.
Good lord.
He doesn't get thrown into the sea. before somebody ends up shooting me. I would like him to get thrown into the sea, but that's a different story.
That's another story.
Oh, God. I didn't even know I made that joke. Either way, I must go because it appears Jay and Will keep fighting. They keep arguing about who's going next.
Not even orange.
Going about who's going next.
Don't you dare!
But we had. Oh, we've had Jay dibs it. Jay wagon driver dibs on joining next. I called it. Yes, I'm desperate. Will shotgun. Will 2 minutes later. Fuck you, Jay. I called shotgun. Right. So I think there's being a bit of an argument. You may need to bring both in to make sure they're happy.
That may be the case if they're both willing. Anyhow, so Sam, we'll call soon. I'll teach you how to make wheels. Yeah, we'll do
hallelujah. Also, I'm just causing hell to break loose. Causing hell to break loose now.
What have you stoked the flames?
I've just put the StreamYard link in the TWR Tugs chat. Bye. Have hell break loose.
Good Lord, Sam. Goodbye, Sam. We'll talk soon.
We got him good.
In his final act of rebellion, he has doomed us all. I'm just kidding. I invited everybody in the Tugs TWR chat in anyway, so he's just made things easier on me. As I am, of course, folks, trying to break a record, and in doing so, need to stay focused. But hey, the first hole is almost done. That's something. And it won't be long before the others are too. So the first 2 hours, I've made 6 of the holes. That's something. That's maybe decent. Oh, well, would you look at that? You're both here, both ready to brawl. It's time to brawl. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Jay. And hello,
yeah,
Will.
Screw you, Will.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Woohoo.
Yeah, I hear you, Will. Loud and clear.
I'm doing good, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good, apart from the echo that has started again on my phone. Let me...
Hey, Will, great fight, man. Respect.
Yeah. KSI vs Logan Paul 2.
No. This was that version, but just of some nerdy Thomas kids. The nerdy Thomas boxing fight. I'll go with that.
Yeah.
I just based on aesthetic alone, what do you guys think about the Railway Children pannier?
Love it. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. If you dare diss it, I'm gonna come round to California or wherever you live, and do something.
I'm sure you will. Can you imagine that in service, though, Will? Imagine if
I've
there was
seen it in service. It's beautiful.
In revenue earning 1950s.
Okay, no, that's taking it a bit out of context there. In that sense, it looks a bit. In that sense, it looks weird. Yeah.
And the thing is, that's kind of the only context in which I care about engines. Like when I look at footage, when I look at footage of engines on heritage railways, I'm kind of picturing them in service. Like I'm looking at that, like that's what it was like. I'm not looking at it like it's. I don't know. I mean, it's like I can't get behind an orange engine unless it's like a pre-merger railway. Like if it's like in the 1910s or something, okay, I could see like an orange engine. They had a lot of funky colors back then. But like in the I don't know, pannier tanks to me are just such a sleek modern tank engine relative to that period. They're not from that era where like you had like Stroudley's bright yellows and stuff. Like those colors did not really track after the merger.
I don't know why, but like for the first 2 minutes after I joined, you both sounded like just robots, and I was really confused and worried.
I am a robot.
Oh, that explains it. I'm a robot too, so I guess it's weird that we don't sound like robots now. You should probably get your computer checked.
Yeah, I should.
No, but I agree with you, Lemmy, and it's just it's no, it can be seen as a strange color. I mean, I found it strange at first.
Yeah, I
But
think if I had ever seen the movie, I'd feel differently.
wait,
like
have you not seen the movie?
No.
How dare you?
I also haven't seen the Titfield Thunderbolt before you
Oh
asked.
my god!
Oh my no.
Yeah, this is unacceptable.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm interested in real railway history, and I'm interested in the fictional Thomas stuff, but I'm not
And then
really
that's it.
interested in other fictional rail. Because the thing is, I love Thomas. I love real history because it's real, and real trains are awesome. And I love Thomas because the trains talk in that. But like, I'm not really interested in like, I know a lot of people adore Ivor the Engine. They adore Titfield Thunderbolt. They adore like a lot of these things that like have focus on a human cast that surround a titular locomotive, but that isn't a character. And it's kind of like, I'm glad those movies exist, but they're not really my cup of tea.
No, you don't get to drink tea after saying those words. How dare you?
Yeah. You're not allowed to use that phrase anymore.
All right, then I'll get my coffee instead.
Yes, you get your
Yeah.
American style.
You swine.
How dare he?
I know. Hey, do you like my Edward face? I'm going to
I
keep it.
very much like your Edward face. Very good.
Thank you. I feel like very much matches him.
I am. Yeah.
And then I've like made my Ertl Rusty like he's in like some sort of mental asylum.
Very nice.
Because I'm taking all the faces. I don't like 3D faces. I don't know why. I just can't stand 3D faces. So I like give all my engines 2D faces. So I've just taken all the faces off.
But I bet you love the reboot then.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Piece of shit. Excuse my French.
I'd honestly rather shit in my hands and clap it all over my face than watch an episode. Like,
yeah.
no, I'm sorry. Excuse my French, but that's what I'd rather do.
It's absolute poppycock.
Also, there are going to be a lot of people screaming at me, but I literally decapitated my Ertl Rheneas because now he has working side rods.
Could be worse. Could have been a little joke.
Yeah.
Only true fans of the Will Thomas 199 will get that reference. I'm joking, nobody will get that.
Boy, howdy, if this ain't the damnedest cup of joe I ever did have.
Stop that.
Very. Did you get have you got your American style coffee now?
Yes.
Ugh.
America. You
yes.
American.
I can't say anything. I don't know anything else.
How British people watch Thomas and the Magic Railroad. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle. Blows and whistles. How the Americans watch it. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
I'd say it's more the other way around, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, true. No, this is true, actually. Yeah. That's just going to be... I'm going on a night out on Halloween because it's my friend's birthday. That's literally all I'm going to say while I'm drinking. Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle.
What, you're just going to sniff Coke? Wow.
Every time I'm going to down a pint, I'm just going to go sparkle.
Now, every time you sniff Coke, that's what you're going to do.
Do you know I have real coal? I have a bucket of real coal.
He has real Coke in the back. He's a mainstream drug dealer. Someone call the cops.
Hey, Will. I got some coal, yeah? I can give you a tenner for a gram.
Nice.
just take this to a night out and we want coal.
Plot twist, Jay's actually my special coal supplier. Wink, wink.
Oh, Annie's here.
Well,
Annie says, "Oh my goodness, this looks fun. You can do it, Lemmy." I certainly hope I can. Thank you.
Lemmy can do anything.
Yeah.
I can do some things.
I said this in the chat earlier, but I said
apart from drink tea, he's not. Annie, for context, he's not allowed to drink tea anymore
Yeah, my tea drinking privileges have been taken away by the British, so I'm afraid I
But,
don't have that option anymore.
I said this in the stream just before you started making the models. I said, can we just put like a 1 hour, a 13-hour repeat of Thomas and Bertie race theme while he's doing this? Because that's just it.
I mean,
That would be pretty fitting, actually.
yeah.
I'm looking forward to when this whole thing is fully done. I can actually like play the whole thing back and speed it up, and then I could just like you could do a time lapse of all the model making that occurred. It'd be pretty good. Also, a lot of people talking really fast. That would be probably one of the highlights.
Of course.
Lemmy's gonna night this. That's pretty much. Oh yeah, Lemmy. I showed him more, but do you like my Edward face? Yeah, I feel like it suits Edward very much.
It you know, it has a general Edward vibe. You know, the eyes are a little
big.
Tall is the word I'd use. They're tall. They're tall. They're more like they're more eye stalks.
That's what happened when you have special Welsh cold.
Okay, so this is an Edward. This is the version. This is the era you've decided to model. Is special Welsh.
The era. I love
Yes,
how
this is my Sodor Fallout when everyone has Welsh cold.
My God.
No, it actually is the it's the era. It's like the early 18th century. No, early 19th century, and Edward's young and free and bloody high.
Edward, no. This is after Edward's retirement. He has Henry's wife. I'm still young.
Good Lord.
For a traumatizing time.
I really like. You could do a whole series about like Edward's time before coming to Sodor. I'm sure it's so badass. I'm sure it's like he was. I'd love to see a young Edward because I'm sure he's always had a pretty high intellect. Like I think he's pretty bright even before he's wise. But it would be interesting to see him kind of younger, having more confidence than he probably should. Like that'd be interesting, you know, to see him kind of mess up a few times.
Well, Victor Tanzig did something like that not too long ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, I already have a feeling it's not exactly what I'm describing. I'm picturing more like a. Do you guys know anything about Batman?
No.
Yeah,
I'm a Spider-Man kind of guy.
So did you at least know about Alfred Pennyworth, Batman's butler?
Yeah.
Yes, I know.
So I mean, in a lot of timelines, Alfred was like part of like the MI6 or something before he was before he was
the Wayne's
butler.
bitch.
Right. So he he has this really epic history you'd never expect from this kind of old guy who just serves Batman sandwiches. But he's like really badass, and he taught Bruce a lot actually about being Batman. And it's really interesting to see a character that you're used to seeing in their 60s or 70s who's very mild-mannered, like wielding like a Glock, and like literally they're like they're like a spy and going on missions and stuff, but they've still got that same personality. It's just a younger version and one that's a little bit less wise. That's kind of how I picture like Edward's, origin story being. It's like he's got a very exciting past. I think he's gone a lot of places. Like for him to be as wise as he is, he must have learned it from somewhere. I think he's had a very interesting life. Like I think we're seeing Edward's twilight years. The 3 railway engines, that's the epilogue. That's not the story. The story is, Edward from 1896 to 1920, around there. That's the interesting stuff. That's the gold right there.
Yeah. Oh, actually, Levit, remember last time we were on call, I was talking to you about going to a Tugs event?
Yes.
And, I am officially going.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm going to see all those behind-the-scenes Tugs 20-minute cuts that the trust hides.
Indeed. Being extorted like the rest of the poor Tugs fandom. Or not. I don't know. I don't know what to believe about the trust anymore. We live in a very confusing time.
Yeah.
I just like boats. Where's MK? Get MK in here so he can tear the trust to shreds. And then bring somebody else in who won't do that, so we can keep it balanced. I'm saying this like I don't have like control of the bells and whistles and levers. No one else can do this. It's my stream. No one can let anyone in but me, because I'm an egomaniac and I'm in charge. It's just how it is.
You're a ruthless dictator.
This is when we really learn that Lemmy is a fascist. Okay.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, what was I gonna say before? Tugboats. So the first hull is almost done. I think we have some semblance of hope if I can finish all these hulls in the next 19 minutes. I don't think that's likely, but it's possible.
Okay,
Place
so
your bets now, folks. Am I gonna do it? Am I gonna break the record?
Yes, because me and Will are going to be here peer pressuring you to do it.
Yeah, if you don't do it, I'm gonna
less
kill you.
peer pressuring and more cheerleading, but I mean, it's beggars can't be choosers.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Lemmy.
That's more like it.
I'm more of the Lemmy. If you don't do this, I'm gonna find where you live. I'm gonna come to your house, and I'm going to stick a tugboat up your ass.
Where are you gonna get that tugboat, Will?
Can it be sunshine? Specifically.
No, it can't. That's the one restriction.
I don't know, but I'm going to get it from somewhere.
All right. Sounds like you don't have much of a plan to me. I'm not afraid.
Right, lads, can I just nick this tugboat for a couple of hours? Just got to stick it right up someone's ass.
Good Lord.
I'm just going to get me tugboat from upriver.
Boom has just said, "Hey, what you doing with that tugboat?" No, yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You'll find out soon. Trust me. You'll hear the screams.
Good Lord.
I'm sorry. This Rheneas model is really peer pressuring me. I don't know if you saw it, Lemmy, but I sent on the TWR group chat. I gave it moving side rods.
Oh wow, awesome! I have not seen it. Yeah, I have not checked in a hot minute.
I want you to wait till he notices. There you go.
It's missing its body. What am I looking at here, Jay?
Hold on. There you go.
Oh, that's wow.
I'm repainting the body. I don't know what you call it, but I'm basically painting it all black, and then I'm adding like little. I don't know what you call it. Hold on. Let me draw it. Let me draw it up. Hold on. That's a smart idea, Jay. Give me a minute.
Lining, boiler bands.
Okay, right. So let's say this is his cold bunker. So like, there's gonna be a pan on the inside which is red, and like the outline's gonna be black. But it's gonna be mostly
bordering?
black. Yeah, we'll go with that. I actually don't know what it's called, but we'll go with that. I just saw it on Google. I'm not gonna lie. I saw it on Google, and I thought, "Yep, I want to do that."
Honestly, it's interesting that like the way a lot of the engines are painted on Sodor is kind of strange, because usually like there are a lot of engines that, how do I put this? So unless an engine is like, what was my point here? I've lost it. My point is that a lot of the engines on Sodor would look a lot more natural with bordering. Like the fact that Thomas is just all blue, and then he's just got red lining on his tanks, and the blue is the same on either side. I feel like it would make more sense if it was like a darker blue on the outside and then a lighter blue on the inside, because that would just look a little bit more natural, I think.
That is literally what I'm doing. Yeah.
Well, then you are a genius.
I know, right?
Oh, actually, I'm not working on a model as such, but I've been writing a lot of scripts recently. So
Awesome.
Speaking of Lemmy, I've been wanting to call you for a bit.
I just haven't had a lot of time. I've been either very tired or at work.
Yeah.
Or one or the other.
Yeah. I'd love for you to have a look over it, because I think it's not a Thomas script. It is a script from Locomotives, but it's not Thomas.
That's cool. Yeah, I really will try to look over this one, Will. I know I keep saying that and then don't.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know, Lemmy. I know.
So I'll really try.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. You'll probably be still streaming
Yeah.
when I send it to you, so you can
Probably.
read it on stream if you want.
No, I can't do that, Will, because I'm breaking a record.
No, yes, of course.
God, Will.
Everyone, I want everyone to read the name of the stream right now. Just read it. Just read.
Yeah,
read the
he's
name.
concentrating, guys. Stop talking in the chat.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
not
guys,
going to read
Don't
it.
send me any
Everyone
scripts,
just
guys.
shut up.
Don't
Yeah,
try to
just
make
shut
me
up.
read scripts while I'm trying to. Yeah, chat. You're the ones doing that for sure. You're the
God,
one.
chat. I was in chat earlier, but God.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'll definitely. I'll try my damnedest to read it later, Will. As if it's not entirely up to me. I'm just like, oh, what? I always say this to people. I'm like,
No,
we'll call soon, hopefully, as if it's out of my control.
No, Lemmy,
As if-
it is out of your control. Lemmy, it is out of your control. You will read the script, because I swear if you don't, you know what will happen.
Is it
Oh,
the
Jesus.
Is it the tugboat thing again? Are you just gonna keep leaning on that tugboat thing, or are you gonna have something else?
I
No,
have
he's going to get a
something
tugboat
else.
and a puffer.
I have big plans. If you don't read the script,
Is it Big
Okay.
Mac by chance?
So
Big
Will has big plans, everybody. Will has big plans. We
Yeah.
should all be very afraid of Will's big plans.
He's going to live stream the Thomas Reboot Season 1 series on his YouTube channel.
oh no,
Well, that's
No.
only going to destroy you. It's going to put you in financial ruin through all the lawsuits. I don't think we should be so afraid of that.
I would never do that. I would not torture my eyes.
I
I
can't believe
will.
this happened. Like, honestly, guys, this really happened to the show? Like, this
Yeah.
actually happened?
Some
Like-
bugger rewatched Chuggington and went, I want to do that with Thomas. Like, we're going to make Thomas bounce. His side runs are gone.
It's
They're
not
gone.
even close, though. Chuggington is so much more grounded than this.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's just, how did they miss what Thomas was about this badly?
I
How did
have this. Sorry.
How do you make toys of this? Like, if you
They
wanna
do
see
have
how
toys.
this works,
They do.
If you want-
They have toys.
but how do you do it in a way that will really bring kids in? Like, that will really be successful?
Oh yeah, that's the whole
because
point.
the
It's
thing
not
is-
going to be successful.
Back in the 90s or back in the early 2000s, kids would watch the show, see the crash, think, wow, that's cool. I want to do that with my trains. What are they supposed to recreate exactly here? Like, what's the cool visual, aesthetic, tangible element of the show that people want to replicate, that kids are going to replicate?
They're going to recreate the nothing because it's bad.
That's the thing, right? There's nothing really, like, it's just another cheesy 2D cartoon. And that'd be fine if Thomas was just trying to kind of entertain in the same way that most cartoons do. But Thomas lives off of its merchandise. And so it's really important to inspire that sort of engagement. And this show just doesn't. It's not this tangible thing. You don't see these big, heavy steam engines with long trains and think, I want to buy an engine and a bunch of cars and a bunch of track. You're not going to do that. It's not encouraging people to build a system anymore. It's basically encouraging them to buy action figures in the form of trains, which is just not the same market. So it's just...
And Percy's gay in it.
What?
Percy. Well, so my cousin, my
I don't
stepdad's niece.
care. I hate it. It's
No,
utter
so my
bollocks.
stepdad's niece came round last week, and she was watching it on my TV, the new Thomas reboot, because it's on Netflix. And I was like, right, I'll give it a shot. I'll have a go.
Okay.
Watch 3 episodes. Every time Thomas was next to Percy, that bugger would blush.
I mean,
Oh,
It's gay.
I have like 12 different arguments. That's the number of the day, 12. I have 12 different arguments that Percy's gay anyway, and then him and Thomas act as if they're in a relationship
As-
long before this shit happened. So I'm just saying that's not a new concept.
As Diesel
They
D
are right
once
series.
stated,
Think
said,
about how many
"Oh my God,
times. Think about how many times they've cheated on each other. Thomas cheated with Belle. Then he cheated with Flynn. Percy cheated with Stanley. Think about Percy and Stanley showered together, and Thomas was like, "Fuck you, my man." Like it's happened many times.
Thomas is a gigolo. 100%. Thomas is a gigolo.
Not.
What is a gigolo? I've heard that term.
I'm not.
Here, you share with the class, Jay.
okay.
Share with the class your official definition.
Well, let's wait till after the stream, and then we'll talk
Oh,
about what it is.
Of course. All right.
It's not a nice thing, but we'll talk about it after the stream. There are kids here, Lemmy. There are kids here.
Because look at, I was going to say something that I thought it might mean.
You just did.
The point being, though, honestly, I don't think it's far fetched. That it's kind of like how Diesel D199 would always make these jokes that Percy was gay. Like, haha, what a far fetched concept. Look, I don't
Oh my
think
God,
any
guys!
I don't
Percy's
think-
gay.
I don't think any of the engines are like straight or gay or any. I think they're all just because they don't really have sexuality in that way, but they do have personalities. And personalities, like when you think about like, I mean, it's very hard for me to look at Toby and like Henrietta and not see them as like an old married couple. You know, it's like,
Do you know what I see when I see them? I
What?
see a J70 and a West Beecham and Unwell tram car. I know I said that wrong. That's what I see.
okay, so
Then again, I do see.
definitely an old married couple. And there were many old married couples, I would guess, on the Wisbeck and Upwell tramway. So there we go.
Lie down. Wait.
But yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of relationships in Thomas that honestly function a lot like romantic ones, and I feel like Thomas and Percy honestly work that way. Like I feel like
No, the YouTuber, I think it's Morgan Train Lover or something. He does like Trackmaster videos.
Who's that?
I am not caught up with fan content at all in any capacity.
He's called Morgan Train Lover, and
Yeah,
he
I
does
don't know.
these little like adult series, and basically he made Gordon and Henry get together, Murdoch. He basically every single engine in that series is in a relationship, gay or straight or whatever.
Yeah, I think that's a little overboard to put because I don't think every engine would seek one.
First of all,
I would honestly argue that Gordon and Henry makes a lot of fucking sense. Like, I think that would you would need like a long arc of Gordon realizing that he's gay and being like,
No, I'm not gay. I would never be gay. How dare you?
and then 3 years later would be like, shit, I'm gay. All right, let's elope in Hawaii, Henry. I would love nothing more, Gordon. And I will marry you both. I will be the magistrate. No, we're getting something better. You don't know what you're doing. That would be the situation.
No, this is Gordon. I'm not
honestly.
gay, okay, but I just really want to fuck Henry. That
I
would be
can
Gordon.
see that though. Having this total just cognitive dissonance where he's like,
Look, it's nothing. It's not this emotional thing. It's not. I'm just attracted to him. That's it. But that's not being gay. I'm not gay.
he'd have this conversation with Edward, and Edward would be like, Gordon, that's being gay. You're gay.
No, I'm not. I would never be gay. I'm not gay.
Okay,
Right.
but you're attracted to men, yes?
I suppose, yes, but I'm not gay.
Gordon, that doesn't compute. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm done talking to you. You don't know anything. Goodbye.
Edward would be like, Gordon,
I
what
was-
is your reaction every time you see Henry's tender?
I will say, me and one of my friends have been to dark corners of the internet. And I do not want to describe some of the Gordon and Henry things we've read.
Well,
I've
here's
just-
the thing. Look,
Scarred
firstly,
for
I
life,
would call
Lemmy.
those dark
Scarred for life.
if those stories are written in a manner that is consensual and respectful,
Nope.
well, here's the thing. Look, everybody's all skittish about the idea of shipping trains, personally, if I'm going to ship characters, I turn them into humans first. I think that makes more sense.
But
right?
first of all, I'm just gonna not in general. I don't. First of all, I don't really like the idea. No offense to anyone who does, but I don't. I don't like it. I'm not doing it. If you do, fine. Not my thing.
Fine, you can do it. Here's the thing, Will. So here's what Audrey did. Now we can get into the semantics about the metaphor and all the things that are wrapped up in the way that the Railway series works. But the fact of the matter is, Audrey put a bunch of human faces on trains. That's what he did. And why did he do that? Because he wanted the trains to be relatable to the human audience. He wanted the humans to be able to look at them and say, oh, I laugh, I cry, I smile, I frown, I do those things. And this engine does them too, so I relate. Now, here's the thing. The human experience doesn't just end at emotion. There's a lot more to it than that. And how far are you able to go? Like, it's like, I really like pushing the boundaries in my writing and seeing how close to humans can I make the engines while at the same time not ruining the fact that they're engines. Like, for instance, I think the Toby and Henrietta example is good because that's an engine and a coach that are already kind of sometimes when you connect two vehicles together, you call that marriage. You're marrying the couplings together. I mean, there's like a lot of parallels there where you do see, like an engine and its coach almost like they are a set, like they're inseparable, right? So it kind of makes sense just narratively to kind of draw that parallel between humans and engines and rolling stock and whatnot. And it's like, I tend to do those things in my writing. It's kind of like, I think that if you need another piece of cardboard and need to make it the right size. What was I saying? So like say with human experiences that technically engines don't face, but maybe you could find a parallel for, I think that's really interesting. It's like when I wrote that story for Turtles, the Pilgrimage to Doncaster. I basically wanted to do a story about like, what if Gordon had like a terminal disease? Like, what if he got cancer? That was kind of what I was imagining in my head. And I was like, how do I do that with an engine? And I was like, okay, well, he's got this terminal mechanical failure. And so even though it's not cancer, it feels like cancer. You're watching it and you're like, shit, this is like a genetic kind of thing that is in the family that Spencer and Gordon both have. And whether they like it or not, they aren't immortal like they think they are. Like, they are at risk. They are, going to suffer from this. And I thought that was really interesting and really fascinating to take something that is very, very human and find a way to apply it to locomotives. I think that's like makes the engines way more relatable, and it really interests me. So here's the thing. Romance and relationships are a huge part of human life. I mean, think about it. Think about how many songs there are about love, especially in Ringo Starr's catalog. Like, all of them. There are millions of songs about love. And sometimes it's about familial love. Sometimes it's about friendship. But a lot of the time it's about romantic love. And as a writer, I really find it limiting to not be allowed to write about it when it comes to Thomas, because I love writing Thomas stories. And I love finding new ways to expand the horizons of these characters. And so if I can find a way to write romantic stories between characters without making it cringy, then I'm going to do that. And, I think there are a lot of ways to do it. I think that it's about how you write it. It's about, a lot of the time.
I'll be back in one moment.
Hmm?
I'll be back in one moment.
All right. But yeah, that's my thoughts on the matter. I love writing, because the thing is, I'm not really a romantic person, but I'm a romantic writer. I mean, that's the way that I write. I romanticize things. And so it's nice to be able to write in that vein. Engine shipping gets a really bad rap. But I don't think it should. I mean, the thing is, it's hard to write romance at all, like in any, in any fashion, because even when you're writing romance between human characters, people still find it cringy because people are just kind of uncomfortable with the concept of romance. It makes everybody a little bit nervous. So I think in general, if you were to tell somebody, like a writer who writes for human characters all the time and writes good romantic stories for human characters that people like, and you were to tell them go write for Thomas, I think they'd actually do a really good job of writing romantic stories. Like, it's more about being a good romantic writer than it is about being good at converting it to the train world. Like, I think if the romantic stories were of better quality, people would not be so against them. But that's the thing, is that, like, you know, a lot of them are like, you know, Molly pressed her body up against James, and then they, you know, I don't know. It's like, you know, this big kind of wax poetic, strange thing. You know.
What is
Anyway.
this? 50 Shades of Tidmouth? What the hell was that?
50 Shades of Tidmouth. Tidmouth, I regret to inform you, Jay, is not a color.
But it's a place.
It is a place.
If there's a shed there, go on, get it on. You know.
There's a shed, yeah. Hey, when I say Tidmouth Sheds, what do you picture in your head, Jay?
Well, when you say Tidmouth Sheds?
Yeah, what do you picture?
I picture a shed with Thomas, Edward, Henry, Gordon, James, and Percy. That's generally what I picture.
Okay, what does the shed look like?
Oh, God, you don't ask much, do you? It's well.
No.
So it's like a white brick shed. It's a massive building with white brick shed, turntable in the middle. It's sort okay. So you know the episode Edward's Day Out, and the opening of it is them zooming into the shed with all the engines in it.
Right.
Literally what I picture every time. I picture that image.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what I figured you'd say. So basically, it's the TV series ones from the classic series.
Yeah, pretty much.
See, that's probably the most famous depiction of the sheds, I'd say. Like, if you say Tidmouth Sheds, that's what most people picture. Hey,
When I picture a place...
What did you say, Will?
I said, I have a cup of tea.
Oh, I have a cup of tea.
I had my cup of coffee.
Good.
It's like that song at the end of Cars 2. You know what? It goes, I'm on my first cup of coffee.
We're on our first cup of tea.
There we go. Yeah.
Pretend to be on this is the planet.
Planet, you and me.
Oh, I love that song.
Of wow.
I'll pretend I know it.
Okay, now you lost your privileges.
Sing a Beatles song, I'll know that.
It's collisions. Oh, it's a bang. I love it. That is literally my go-to road song. Every time I go on a long journey, I'm always listening to that song.
It's a really good song.
Oh,
I love it. And of course, it's from Cars 2. So, you know,
It is a very good song. I know because I have listened to it many of times.
Very good. Yes, that's excellent. Good. I believe you.
Convincing case. Cases.
So Will,
Yeah.
I asked Jay already, but when I say Tidmouth Sheds, what do you picture in your head? Like, what does it look like?
Honestly? Can I say shit does not? Ah, fuck.
You okay?
Which is like a fuck. Okay.
Sorry, I just choked on a biscuit.
Don't choke. Don't die. We will not be able to resuscitate you if you do.
Don't
This is
die.
Lemmy Stream, so it's his responsibility. Just saying that.
That's true. They will be sued. And also you'll be dead, which is the worst result of that. Anyway,
It's really weird because it's not even Tidmouth Sheds. My first picture of Tidmouth Sheds isn't even Tidmouth Sheds.
So what is it?
It's the shed at the beginning of the 3 railway engines.
So Vickerstown Sheds.
So Vickerstown Sheds, yeah. And
I
then
thought you were gonna say that. Here's the weird thing. That was my picture of it for a long time too. At least before they rebuilt it with the turntable in the middle and everything.
Yeah.
So like and the thing is, there's like a few illustrations in Trouble in the Shed where or in Trouble in the Shed, but also in Troublesome Engines in general, where the sheds are drawn like that when you're up close.
Yeah.
Then they look totally different when you're far away. It's really weird. So they couldn't really figure out how to make it look for a while. Now I think I'm at the stage where when I picture Tidmouth Sheds, I picture, you know how they look in the Spong era, where the inside has like the turntable in the center?
Yeah, the massive roundhouse.
Yeah, and it's got the carriage sheds to the right, and it's got like, 4 lines leading into the
That's
entry.
really cool. I really like that design. That's my favorite design.
Yeah, I love that design. But the thing is, I don't picture it in the brick colors. I picture it in more of like a cream yellow kind of TV series color palette. That's kind of what I picture.
Oh yeah.
So, that's kind of how I like when I just, if I just my unconscious mind pictures Tidmouth Sheds, that's how it looks, which is interesting. It's not the way it looks in the show, even though that's what I grew up with. I've become so close to the design of Tidmouth, in the Railway series, the way Audrey describes it, that except I've made the colors different. And that's David's doing, but everything else is pretty much what Audrey said.
With me, every time I try to remember a place or a location or anything like that in the Thomas world, I always picture a scene from the TV series. I don't just picture it. I replay like the scene in my head, saying, "Okay, all right."
Right.
It's like well, if someone says Tidmouth to me, I always think the Railway series station, and when someone says Knapford, I always think Railway series because I've become so close to the rail because I grew up with the Railway series anyway. Like
I'm the exact same way. Like I've because the thing is it's a lot easier for me to talk about the Railway series locations because everybody agrees in the Railway series on where everything is. Like I've got the map right here. I know where Tidmouth is. I know where Knapford is. It's very simple. In the show, I don't know what the hell is going on. Everything's like all over the place. So it's a lot simpler in the Railway series. Tidmouth is the terminus. Knapford is Thomas's junction. And it's just all nice and simple and straightforward. And we have descriptions of every place. And we know what they're all for. We know what their functions are. In the show, it's almost like the railway has 2 western terminuses, Tidmouth and Knapford. Like they're both the terminus. And it's like, what the hell is going on here?
Exactly.
Like what is because Tidmouth is where the sheds are, but Knapford is clearly the terminus. But Tidmouth is still north of Knapford. So, like, what the hell is going on? It should be Knapford Sheds, and there should be no Tidmouth. That would solve the problem outright. Ellsbridge then becomes the junction. Get rid of Tidmouth. But the problem is, the TV series Tidmouth, weird as it looks, is my favorite TV series station. I love that station. I love the color palette. I love the 2 canopies. Like, I love how it looks. So I can't get rid of it when I picture the TV series. So in my head, the Northwestern Railway has 2 terminuses in the show. I mean, obviously they have 2 anyway, but I mean 2 in the west and 1 in the east, which is weird. But it's almost like Knapford is like a suburb of Tidmouth that like grew so large that it became the main part of the town. It's kind of like how I picture it.
Fair dues.
Yeah,
World of Cars Entertainment says, I love that song. I love it too. It's a very good song.
I love it.
Yes, I also love it very much.
Of course. Yes, definitely.
But there is one car song that no other car song can beat, and that is Life is a Highway.
Yeah.
I have listened to that one. I've heard that one.
Well done, Will. Well done. Yeah, that one is that one is
a fan now.
That is
Will,
yeah. That is the
like
quintessential Cars song. That is like just so good.
Was like, am I allowed back in now?
Yeah. Can I come back to the club?
Yes, but you can't drink coffee. At least not yet.
No.
when you're older, son.
So, now, Lemmy, I know you don't watch a lot of Unlucky Tug videos, but there is one coming out this Saturday, which I'm very excited.
I saw a tweet for that. Is that the Tugs We Never Saw video?
Yeah, it's going to be 2 hours long, apparently.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming that's the original version of the first season of Tugs, right? The
original. What's the not original version?
What we've seen. So
I'm confused.
So there's a few episodes that didn't make it, about like Railhead and Hercules.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing based on the thumbnail on that he's going to put Hercules at the center of it or make it very important because that episode would have been pretty epic. Yeah. And they also cut a lot of the episodes down, so there's a lot of missing scenes and whatnot. And the overall arc of the series is less obvious because of the way that they edited it and cut it. So I think that he's probably going to do his usual shtick of recontextualizing everything in such a way that it makes it feel like this is the grander story we never got, which sounds cool. It sounds really cool, except I have perhaps a little bit of a intimidation about the Unlucky Tug. I kind of avoid his stuff because he's such a big personality in the fandom and affects what so many people think. It makes me a bit nervous. I don't know. It's an ego thing, I think. So I don't really watch his stuff as much. He's cool though. He's very good at making videos. Anyone who anything intimidates me.
What is your ego bruised by Unlucky Tug?
A little bit.
Oh.
A little bit. Most of it. Pretty much all of it.
But he's one of the greats. He's been around forever. I remember him back when he was Unlucky Tug 02.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a while back. That
was a long while back.
Yeah.
I remember when he released his update video, and then he started doing thoughts on. That was a time. What a time that was.
I never really watched.
Very effectively.
That was
back in when I think of Unlucky Tug 02, I also think of I think of channels like Bill Barman and Miss Oliver and Blossom and Train Lover 476 and that was the old era, the old guard. Top Hat 10. That was an interesting. Those were exciting times. Back when the fandom
That's got shit.
benefited a lot from the show being bad at the time, in everybody's eyes, in the Miller era and the new series, because it forced everybody to kind of create their own stuff and creatively fill that gap. And it resulted in some very interesting stuff.
Why won't you go on, you bastard? Sorry. Trying to get this on, but I won't. There we go. Now, was it that hard? No, it wasn't.
I just wish the fandom could go back to how it was when there wasn't so much drama.
Mm.
Lemmy, you won't understand. You're not on Twitter.
Me?
No, I said Lemmy.
Wait, what about what?
I said and I've said this to you before. The worst thing about the fandom is that all the stuff moved to Twitter. Loads of content moved to Twitter. And everyone just grew up, which is
Everyone grew up, yeah, or everybody found a new way of living. I mean, Twitter. The problem is it's so instant that you're really on the edge of your seat, wondering how people are going to react, and it doesn't give you time to kind of ruminate on your own thoughts. It's not the same as releasing a YouTube video where you think about it for a while and then post it. It's also instant, and it's therefore, of course, there's going to be fewer filters as to what you say and what you do, and I could probably taper the sides in here. I think I'm going to do that.
I'm wondering what narrow gauge engine to work on next. I might work on Rusty because I've kind of started working on him.
I might work on me drinking milk.
I made Rusty look like he's in a bloody mental asylum. Because I'm getting rid of all their 3D. I don't know why, but I don't like them having 3D faces. I'm so much of a 2D face person. I honestly don't know why.
I'm so much of a person.
What person?
Something I don't like about 3D faces is that if you're trying to, with a range like Wooden Railway, right? If I want to make an engine that fits alongside the existing Wooden Railway engines, and I don't cover up the existing face, then I've got to kind of I'm gonna print out a flat face that's easy for me to make, and it's gonna clash with the 3D face that Wooden Railway's made. So part of me wants to just take my entire collection and just replace all the faces with 2D ones, just so that everything matches. That would be so much easier for me. But I can't do that because a lot of them are childhood items. I also wouldn't want to destroy all of them. Also, some of them are from my series and they're kind of iconic. I wouldn't want to destroy Gordon or James.
I would never destroy Thomas to items. No, wait, no. Why would I do that? Silly thing.
Yeah. No, you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't, Jay.
No, I
Bad
would.
things would happen if you did.
I would what? I would never do such a thing. But I have thought of like, because I said this on my, I show my models off on my TikTok because that's where most of my Thomas followers are.
TikTok? What? Joking, I'm on TikTok all the time.
Yeah, don't you can judge me. But I actually said just the other day, I said I'm thinking about starting my own YouTube channel because I've talked to other people in the community and they see my models, they see like my stories and everything that I've written to myself, and they're like, "Do it, like do it. You can do it." And I'm like, "Oh no, you know, it's a shout, it's a shout."
You know what?
You already have a YouTube channel, don't you?
Yeah, but I have nothing on it.
Huh, weird. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Because the thing is, I've seen you accomplish so much, like in terms of model making, but I've never, I guess, yeah, I haven't seen you ever put it in videos. That would, yeah, I mean, you should. That would be amazing.
Yeah, again, literally the only like videos I make of my models is my TikTok. That is it.
That's crazy. I never registered that was your only like place you showed off.
Pretty, because when I first started TikTok, April 2020, I was just basically, you know, you do like those lip syncing videos things from like YouTube. That's what I was doing. But then I started showing off my models. I showed off a Thomas model I made. Next day, I wake up and I've got hundreds of followers, hundreds of comments, and all Thomas TikTokers. And I was like, that was unexpected.
That's awesome.
You know what I'm really proud
of? When you make really stunning stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a number that's been floating around for a while, so I actually might, you know, put it into action.
Right.
You know what I'm really proud about?
What?
How far I think my script writing has come.
Yeah.
Because you
put like a lot of like time and effort into it, Will. Like you really, I'd say that's where you focus most of your energy, and it shows.
Oh yeah, my recent script with these. So it's kind of like the first episode of all original characters, and I'm pretty sure I've managed to get every character in and establish all their personalities.
That's awesome.
Like,
is that what you want me to read later?
Yeah.
I'm looking forward.
Like, because it's all original characters, and I've all got something in there that's like this character says this, and this character says this, and it all contributes to it. All kind of by the end of the script, you'll be able to kind of tell what their characters are. I think.
That's awesome. That's like that is the mark of a great writer, is like when you can create characters from scratch and then actually convey what you think about them through their dialogue. Like that's really cool. Yeah, I can't wait to read that.
I know. I'm really proud of it. Can you tell in my voice? I'm really proud.
Yeah, I can tell. Well, and you should be. Okay.
Thank you.
Harbor Tug pulls so far. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes, folks.
Right.
We've still got a lot of time left.
I've got a question for the both of you. So I'm going to start working on my Rusty. Now, what do I do? Do I keep him orange or do I make him grey? Because I really like both, but I can't decide.
Grey. Railway Series Supremacy.
Grey. Right. Black.
Grey, black, whatever, same thing.
Well, black was an option.
The thing is, so I've got Duncan. I'm gonna give him the side rods and a new face, but I'm not gonna paint over him because I got
better make him red. Better make him if you don't.
No. The reason I'm gonna buy a new Duncan because I got this Duncan new in box. This was new in box when I got it, so I don't want to do anything. So literally, tonight I'm going to order a new Duncan because I don't want to do anything to this. Look, it's clean, it's shiny. It looks fucking schmecky.
Yeah, it's bad enough that you've already deprived him of his home by ripping him out of his box of some 20 years.
I wanted to use him again.
That's already cruel enough, I think.
Well, I'm a cruel son of a bitch. You should know this by now, Lemmy.
Well. We all have our ice cold moments. I don't even know what that means.
Like, for example, last weekend, I went to the shops, I opened the door, and I didn't hold it for the old lady behind.
Guys, you know,
Nice.
do you know the whole joke about the TWRC presidency?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, people have been taking that seriously and have been saying, why does there even need to be a TWR president? What's the point? And they
Fucking
said,
hell.
oh, it's ego stroking. What the heck?
It's just a stupid joke. It's
Exactly.
like
I just read because MPS put out a tweet 12 minutes ago, and it really, it's just a joke, guys. Come on, why?
Just a prank, bro.
I should go ahead and just go do the same thing. I should just go like here. I should just be like hey, I'm running for TWRC governor. And bring somebody on as my running mate, you know, and like it would just be another thing running in parallel. Like if people don't like it, they can just do it themselves. This is what I don't get. Like if you don't like that, like Percy number 6 and Roberto are running for president, then like just do the joke yourself. Do your own presidential race. It's none of it's legitimate. It's all a funny joke. Why do people wall themselves out on purpose? Why do people say I'm not
because
part
they're
of
a bunch of snowflakes? It's literally what this world is full of now. A bunch of snowflakes.
The world has always been full of a bunch of snowflakes,
No,
Jay.
but it's gotten worse. That's the thing. It is going.
People have always been entitled. It's just that now, because you and I are snowflakes, we use words like Karen and snowflake. Snowflake is a very snowflakey word to use. Snowflakes use the word snowflake. Because only snowflakes complain about snowflakes, Jay.
Sorry?
Only snowflakes complain about snowflakes. That's what I have to say. I don't like this othering. I don't like that we all assume that there are just these unreasonable people out there. Oh, in the ether. Where are they? I don't know where they are. Oh, no. Look out for them, because we're all reasonable. We're all very reasonable people. We never have a bad day. We never have a time where we're selfish or foolish or somehow entitled. No, we never do that, ever. That never happens a day in our lives. But those other people, those Karens over there, look out for them. We're all the Karens. We're all the snowflakes. It's just that sometimes we get caught on the wrong day. And when we catch somebody else being a Karen, we're like, you're a Karen. But then when we're a Karen, we're like, no, I just didn't get my Frappuccino Latte Locachino at Starbucks, and it's not good, and that's a legitimate concern that I have. Is my point. So I don't really buy into the snowflake thing. You know, I mean, maybe people are more entitled, maybe, but I don't know. I think there's always been entitled people. You go all the way back to like, I don't know. There's always been an upper class that feels entitled.
That was Hitler.
Okay, yeah, sure. Let's start there.
Let's start and end there.
Yes, but you know, the point being, you know, I understand that. What I think the tragedy is that people assume they're not involved. That people look at something like the silly, you know, TWRC president thing, and they think to themselves, I have none of the power and they have all the power, and I'm angry about it. And it's like, why do you assume that you don't have any power? It's the same thing as like the Tugs TWR, where it's like, you know, I say I'm not interested in working on it at the moment. And everybody's like, oh no, are you going to cancel it? And it's like, I'm only 1/15 of the team. I can't do that. Like, you know, I may have brought the whole thing together, but I don't have the power to do that. Like nobody realizes their individual power, and it drives me crazy. Like, you know, people should just take life by the reins. You're in charge. Like,
who would say such a silly thing like that? I have no idea.
I don't know either. Except the entire TWR team, more or less. You know, but you know, anyway, that's my point. That's my rant.
I think you're very wise.
Well, thank you, Will. But you're quite wise as well. Everybody is quite wise if only they will accept that about themselves, not give power to other people. And so the presidential thing, the TWRC presidency, I think it's a really funny idea.
Oh, so do I. I love it.
Right. Yeah. Like
Who are
I
you voting for this year, Lemmy?
I saw a tweet the other day that said I think it was it I think it was who was running with who? So Roman is gonna be Roberto's running mate and MPS is gonna be Anthony's. Is that how it's gonna work?
I think that's how it works, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that makes sense. Because the thing is, it's like, they are like I saw a tweet the other day that said, I think MPS made this. It's like, vote for us instead of, radical Roberto and rabid Roman. And I was like, rabid Roman. That's so funny. Oh, that's a great tweet.
Yeah, I mean, I love the sense of community in the TWR community, especially.
Yeah. I love it too. I only wish that people realize that the only requirement for entering the community is deciding that you're part of it. Like that's something people don't realize is like literally like it's like when they're like, oh, I'm not in the community video, so I'm not in the community. It's like, no, you're if you want to be in the community, you're already in it. Like that's all it is. I mean, you don't need to do anything. It's just a community is a community. Just go start reaching out and talking to people and making friends and you're good. Like it's not like you need a certificate, like an official. That's why I did the whole membership card bit in me and Percy number 6's video. Is that we, I wanted to make fun of that. I wanted to make fun of the fact that like my character was such a ridiculous asshole in that video. Like the fact that I thought I needed a card to demonstrate my membership. Like that's the joke's on me for thinking that. And of course I made that joke because I didn't believe that. Like that's ridiculous. There's only one requirement to being here, and it's if you want to be here. It's funny. I always say here because I'm always in the TWRC, even if I'm talking to people who aren't. Like Jay, you're not really in the TWRC unless you want to be, or are you? So
I have a tooth pussy in my ass. I can't talk right now.
Okay, fair enough. but the point being, I say here as if we're all in it, but like I just do that because I always feel like I'm in the TWRC at all times. And I've spent a lot of time not working on wooden railway stuff in the last several years. But to me, it's more than just, the brand you use. It's not really about that. It's about this group of people, this group of, I don't know, 100, 200, however many people there are in the TWRC that are all kind of this, specific group of individuals. And even if we all decided to start using Trackmaster tomorrow, we'd all still be the TWRC. We'd all still be the same group because it's about the people. It's not about the brand. Which is why, so that's what I have to say to the invisible people on Twitter that I've never seen and who Will has only described to me. And yet, despite him being in the loop, I'm not in the loop at all. And therefore, do I have a right to speak on this? Probably not. I'm probably just arguing with a bunch of invisible strangers. But the point being, these are my beliefs. There you go. That is my official stance on the matter, Will. And yes, I am announcing my candidacy for TWRC president.
Yeah, good. I'll be your roommate. I'll work.
Yeah, there we go. That's the way to do it.
I'll be the
Should
person.
I run? I actually could run, couldn't I? That's true. I could maybe do that. That would be so dumb.
I dare you to tweet. I'm running for TWR president as Will as my roommate.
Oh my god, no! It's too much responsibility. I can't handle it. It'd be too much.
What responsibility do you have other than being it?
None. So, but it's still too much. Anyway, let's see. We have not looked at the chat in a while. Lemmy, how's the Tugs TWR coming along? Says Scrapyard Studios. I have lost all interest in it. But the whole team has not given up.
It's not cancelled. We'll say that. It's not cancelled.
It's not canceled. No, I don't have any interest. I'd say this. If it was me alone, it would be canceled by now. But the fact that I've brought 15 other people in, then gotten rid of one, and then brought somebody else in, and then it's still 15. Yeah. 14 now. It's 15 total with me. And then we put MK into a cannon and shot him into space for some reason. He's fine. Anyway, what am I saying? The point is, it's not canceled. I don't have any interest in working on it right now. But the rest of the team seems to still want to keep working on it. Now, I don't know if much progress is being made, but if people keep working on it, I'll probably jump back into the fray at some point. So it really depends. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, Tugs TWR has always been an experiment. It's always been, I wanted to see if I brought a bunch of people together, could they keep going where I failed? Like, because I always cancel my projects. That's what I'm notorious for at this point. And I kind of wanted to see, well, what if I build a whole team around a project? Then will it not get canceled? Will people be dedicated enough to it that they don't cancel it, keep working on it, and then I'll come back to it and be like, oh, it's still here. Okay, that's a lot less stressful than me being the one thing keeping this going. I'm going to re-enter the project, like once I've had a rest. So I'm on a rest right now, and we'll see if I come back to it. It's also, I must say, quite horrifying and laughable. The fact that this entire stream, I'm going to make a whole Starfleet in Zed stacks. And these are not that far off from the style of Tugs TWR. Like, imagine, like, look at what I'm capable of, guys. Look, when I actually give a shit about something.
Oh, look what I'm capable of, guys.
I'm just saying,
No,
like,
I'll continue.
but it's kind of crazy.
Stare in despair, mortals.
Look up to me.
I mean, I am the president of the TWRC, so
You are. Shall I tweet that? Shall I tweet that?
No, you should not. I will cause political turmoil for all involved.
I think I should tweet that, Lemmy. I think I should, and I think you should retweet it.
I don't think I can stop you, but I could sue you.
This is not wrong.
Lemmy, would you sue me if I tweeted that?
No, I would not, because I don't have a lawyer. That's my lawyer.
A reverse card.
I do have a lawyer.
Wait, do you actually?
Oh yeah, you gotta have it. Yeah, if you don't have a lawyer, you're done for. You run into roving gangs of lawyers on the street, and they carry hammers around, and they'll just beat you up. That's why you got to carry your lawyer around with you. My lawyer is like a little leprechaun. Like, I keep him in my pocket just in case I need to like pull him out so he can do magic and stuff and protect me from other lawyers. That's like generally how I like handle my legal stuff. But like a lot of people have like a full-size lawyer. And that's not really my thing. But some people, they do that.
Yeah. You bastard. Sorry.
I'm way too great at staying straight faced while saying bullshit. Like, I swear to God.
Wait, what?
all my lawyered shit that I just said.
I think you should get a full team of lawyers and sue anybody who disagrees with you.
Yeah, that's probably wise. That's how we deal with things these days.
Has anyone seen that? It's a really popular anime video on YouTube where Mickey Mouse comes home and Minnie's having an affair with Goofy, and then the lawyer goes, "So you want to divorce your wife because she was acting silly?" I didn't say that. I said she was fucking Goofy.
I've seen that actually. Yeah.
NCO
NCO Pictures says, "Lemmy, you got me to do a model of my Tugs OC. All I need to do is paint and detail it." That is fantastic. That's awesome. NCO Pictures. MWR Films says, "My Big Mac model is almost done." Awesome. Thomas Theorist says, "Despite being a carpenter, I'm not actually in the TWRC."
Yes, you are. If you want to be.
I don't think he wants to.
If you don't want to be, then you can go away.
Flying Scotsman Productions says, "Lemmy got them
joke.
hairy legs." This isn't a lot of hair right here. It's not.
Lemmy got them hairy legs.
Enough hair. It's the hair of almost 23-year-old man. That's what that is. It's not.
Wait, you're 23?
I'm not a lumberjack over here. I'm a regular person.
For some
I did
reason,
not
I
mean to
think,
throw lumberjacks under the bus. I'm sorry. I love lumberjacks. Lumberjacks are wonderful.
I don't know why I thought you were older than 23 for some reason.
How old did you think I was?
I don't know. I thought you were a little bit older. I'm not going to say exactly.
It's interesting because like at work, everybody thinks I'm younger. They're like surprised that I'm this old. But then
I thought you were like at least like 6 or 8 years older than me. No, you're not. You're only like 4.
How old are you right now, Will?
17.
Okay, so that adds up. Yeah, I mean I'm still significantly. I mean, I guess that is like 6 years, give or take.
He's still in his prime.
Right.
I'm in my prime.
How old are you, Jay? If you don't mind.
I am 18, turning 19 next month.
Yeah, well, I'm 17, turning 18 in 6 months. So there.
And I'm 22, turning 23 in 1 month. So there we go.
Well,
now everybody also, maybe we should gather around and give up all of our social security information.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You don't have it actually. Now that I think about it,
just leak where we live, like our exact addresses now.
Yeah,
you won't believe this, right? But I live next to my neighbors.
Whoa. I live on Earth. Oh my god.
No.
Yeah, I do.
What?
Shit. You know the kind of stuff that goes down on Earth. Oh my god. There's like climate change, and there's like theft, and there's like
Thomas Reboot.
There's Thomas Reboot. There's like wars. There's like the like weird new cars NASCAR range that implies that the Piston Cup isn't NASCAR and that there's another NASCAR in the world, or that maybe it's like a weird kind of meta outside of the world range that they're doing, and it really messes with my head.
There's petrol shortage in the UK.
There's petrol shortage, yeah. There's
a horse.
There's there's those are all the bad things. That's the whole list actually. But it's still that's a lot, you know. That's
and you've got Justin Bieber.
We got to leave Justin Bieber alone. It's been long enough. Is he still alive even? Why has he not died in a Maserati accident yet? I feel like it's time. He's still like, is he still around? I don't know. I've never had a problem with him, but I'm just saying, like,
the man just went. Has he not died in a Maserati accident? Why a Maserati specifically?
That's just what I picture. Is that from another reality? Am I wrong about this?
Are you imagining Paul Walker dying in the Porsche? Is that what we're going?
Okay, yeah, okay, that's probably part of it. Yeah, I'll admit. I don't know. I just kind of pictured that's how Justin Bieber would go out.
Oh,
He'd be like drunk at 26 after like a Coke party. Like that's what I think.
I'm just gonna tweet that Lemmy caption. Why hasn't Justin Bieber died in a fucking Maserati car crash yet?
You know what's really weird to me? You know what's really weird to me? I used to think I was like, I still think I'm like a baby compared to the rest of the fandom. I still think I'm really young in terms of fandom years. But then I see people who are like 12 and like 11, 10. And I'm like, that's crazy. Scary. Don't be on the internet at that age.
Yeah. There are so many, doing these streams, I've encountered so many young people, which have all been great to talk to. But like, I also do get worried. Like, I would not let my kids on the internet until like the thing is, I never really started talking to people on the internet until I was like 15 or 16. And that's when I started talking to XL5 fan, who was my first Thomas Tugs friend. You know, and so it's like, but that was kind of, it was very slow paced. I didn't really like jump into Twitter and the internet in general and like really do this sort of thing until I was like 17. That was like, you know, so I had a YouTube account from age 12, but I wasn't allowed to interface in the way I am now, where you just talk to anybody and everybody.
Exactly.
So I never got into any crazy drama when I was a younger teenager. I never really, it's not like because there's a lot of like youngsters that are like, I mean, at that age, I don't want to throw anybody under the bus, but I think that, when you're in your kind of tween years, I mean, everything, there's the drama of a situation is heightened, where you deal with people, and if people don't like you, it hurts a lot more than it will when you're older. And it's just like, when you get into rivalries with other tweens on Twitter, it could be really bad for you. Whereas like at my age, it wouldn't be good, but it would be like I could bounce back from it. I could be like, okay, decompress. It's just an argument, So it's like I wouldn't let my kids on there. I don't have kids, but
I would not. I would not. I've
Guys,
decided.
I'll be back in a few seconds.
Okay.
All right.
I've decided if I ever have kids, which I probably will, I'm not letting them on anywhere near the internet until they're like 12, at least 12.
I probably won't have kids, but I think that I won't let them near the internet until like 12. Yeah. And then I think I'd also be very careful about, like, I think my parents handled this perfectly. Like, I think the way that they kept me away from the internet, but then slowly, like, I learned to use computers when I was like 7. So like my dad was great about that. So he did give me exposure to the internet in the most important ways. But he just didn't, I wasn't, like my mom wouldn't let me go on random forums and talk to people. Like that wasn't a thing. So, I mean, it's I think a really good kind of middle ground.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Because you got to be computer literate these days. Like that's like really, really important. But you don't need to talk to strangers on the internet. You can learn computers without doing that.
Yeah, I still think I'm young in the fandom. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I don't know what the average age is exactly.
Like between, I don't like a lot of like people on Twitter now are like 12, like 11 and 12, which is really scary.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Only because, and it's only quite scary only because, like especially like they're so they're very naive, and their mind.
I mean, the thing is, I think there are a lot of kids that have good street smarts, but it's. I mean, there's a certain. Yeah, I mean, I just you can't. Even if you're like a really street smart kid, like this is what I think about like Solomon. Solomon's like a really. I think he's very sharp. He's lived a very interesting life in a short time, and so I think that he's very street smart. Like he would not be reeled in by like a pedophile or something. But like I think that shouldn't be expected of a kid. You shouldn't have to like worry about the world in the way that an adult does until you're like 18. So like a 12-year-old should not be expected to navigate Twitter and avoid pedophiles and avoid like dangerous people when they're vulnerable. It's just not, it's not good. But that being said, also like it's easy to say, oh well, stay off Twitter if you're young. But a lot of the time, I mean, that's where you're going to find your friends. That's where you're like, if you're a Thomas fan, especially if you're like bullied in school, or if you just can't relate to anybody in school, then this fandom might be the best place for you to like connect to people. So, it's also like a very vital thing. It's not like you can just be like, hey, stay away from it. Well, I mean, the risk is almost worth it when you connect with people on a much deeper level than you do with random people in high school who are not interested in Thomas at all. So, it's like, I do understand why there are so many kids on here, and it will only increase the number, of young people in the community, I think, because I mean, kids are becoming computer literate earlier and earlier. Like eventually it's going to be like, I mean, it's going to be a very common thing. And I guess the best we can do is try and make this place safe for them. I'm sure there's a lot of kids in the chat that feel talked down to right now.
Yeah, oh, probably. Yeah.
Not talking down to anybody, not trying to anyway.
Yeah,
Probably,
that's a talking hair.
yeah. So I have no disrespect, but at the same time, I just worry about young people because it's the internet. It can be a very dangerous place.
Yeah. Scrapyard Studios. We already answered that. It's not cancelled. That's how it is.
It's not, no. I mean, it's not officially, like, I'm not really involved with the project anymore. If it continues under the rest of the team, I'll probably go back to it. But lately, I have not been working on it at all. I'm not contributing. But I'll probably return to it if the project continues in my absence, which again was the point. I wanted to see, okay, if I, try to leave it behind, will the rest of the team encourage me to not do that?
And I've been very vocal.
Yeah, you have been very vocal. But you've been very vocal that I can take a break and the project will survive.
Yes, I have. I've always said do what's best for you.
Yeah, you have, and I appreciate that, Will. But I also do think it will not. It may spell doom for the project. So I don't know.
I'll keep it alive. I'll keep it alive, Lemon.
Well, I'm not never say never, but in my opinion, it's all about the models. So if you want it to survive, make models. If no one's making models, there is no project. That's kind of the way I see it.
Well, you're making a lot of models right now.
I am, yeah, models which are out of scale and useless for Tugs TWR.
Wait, are they actually? I thought they were in scale.
No.
Oh fuck! Well, that's the project. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Yeah, I intentionally made them not in scale because the last thing I wanted to do was stress myself out. And also, I mean, am I going to make the Starfleet and set stacks? When I'm not even assigned most of them. It's
you might as well. I mean, it does look from the way it's going. It doesn't look like a lot of the team are working on it at the moment.
Right, which is exactly the problem. So it's like, I mean, I'm being honest. I don't expect it to come out, but maybe people will surprise me. Who knows?
Wait, wow. Have you completely lost faith?
I am making a projection about where the project's going to go. I never really had faith so much. I was on the edge of my seat wondering, how's this going to go? Is it going to make a difference? Is it going to be harder for me to walk away from this when I've got a whole team of people telling me no? But I didn't really have a whole team of people telling me no. A lot of them didn't respond at all. And so, yeah, you did. And you were like, walk away quickly.
well.
So I'm just saying you didn't really hold me accountable, which I appreciate, but the project is in dire straits. I mean, it's a matter of, what are you going to side with? Are you going to side with the project itself? Or are you going to side with what I want to do?
I always think mental health over anything.
Yeah, that's true. But there's also the fact that, it can't be mentally healthy to walk away from things constantly. Because then you never get anything done and you lack a sense of achievement. So it's like, I mean, my dream for a while has been to make a series just of any kind, honestly. It doesn't even need to be Tugs. I just want to make something again, but I don't have the dedication. I don't have the, I don't have the discipline to stick with it these days, at least not at the level of quality that I'm expecting of myself.
Speaking of not dedication, series, or stories in general. That one story you told me about once that you were writing? Is that have I said too much? Am I allowed to say?
Will, in my life, I have written hundreds of stories.
Oh yes, but
What are you talking about? I can name at least 10 that I've mentioned in passing to you. Which one?
Yes,
That one story I wrote once. Which one do you mean?
the one with Scruffy and
that one. Yeah.
Postcode and
Yeah.
Person.
I mean, no, I'm not working on that. I mean,
Okay.
I'm not. The thing is, I'm not working on anything right now.
I mean, you're working on Tugs at the moment.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, in terms of videos, I've tried. I actually filmed and edited a whole video the other day, but then I watched it through. Like, it doesn't have facial edits and it doesn't have sound effects and music, but it has everything else. And I watched it through, and I was like, this is kind of depressing, the way it ends. And also, I looked at it and I was like, I don't really want to continue this. And I don't know. I just didn't have the mojo for it. I finished it. I made the whole thing. It was 10 minutes long, pretty solid. It was all one scene, just a single scene that takes place at Tidmouth Sheds. So it was pretty good. I'm sure if most people saw it, they'd be like, holy fuck, this is amazing. Blah, 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 blah. I'm a narcissist. But, the point being, I just wasn't thrilled with it. And I just put it down and didn't go back to it. And that's kind of I don't know. I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of drifting through life making models, because that's the one thing that I've consistently been able to accomplish and feel proud of, is making models. But making full videos, I don't know. It takes a lot out of me. I mean, I love producing stories, but at the same time, I don't know. Maybe I just don't enjoy the process anymore. Maybe it's just stressing me out. But, I still have all those stories. That Scruffy story, I've got that all pretty much written out. I know exactly what I would do with it. I mean, I try to
explain it to me in a call then sometime.
Yeah. So, the gist. Or do you? Did I explain it?
Yes, you explained the first part of it, because you said it was going to be a three-story arc.
Okay. Yeah. So I explained you the first part.
I don't want to say how far we got up to, because then I'd spoil it for everyone.
Yeah, you don't want to spoil it, but it's good. It's a really good story. The whole trilogy is really good, but it just, I don't know. Every time I sit down and try to write or try to film or try to make models, my stomach churns. I just don't want to. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because of just so many failures in a row where I tried to make something and didn't succeed. I'm just too stressed about the outcome. I'm too scared of it not working out. Or maybe I just don't like it. Maybe I just don't like making videos anymore. I don't know what it is, but I just...
Maybe you haven't failed. Nothing you've done is a failure. Don't say that.
If I sit down, Will, say I write a story about James, and for that story, I need all of Tidmouth, and I need James and Edward and Henry, and I need some trucks. And then I need to film it all and edit it together and then make the video, right?
Yes.
And I sit down and I make one building from Tidmouth and an Edward and like one truck and then give up. That's a failure. That wasn't what I set out to do in the first place. Now, sure, I guess I have some cool artifacts left over. I could open up one of these boxes right now and dump out a ton of shit that I've made that is really good. But it wasn't the dream. It wasn't why I made it. And I didn't even really enjoy making those models all that much. So really all I got out of it was a bunch of unfinished puzzle pieces, And
I've
if I
just
had all
realized-
these pieces... Yeah, Jay?
I've just realized for the last 15 minutes I've been fucking muted.
Yeah, you were unusually quiet, I must say.
I was saying you were responding to me, and I was like, "Are they just ignoring?" Oh no, wait, I'm a dickhead. I muted it apparently.
but yeah, I mean, I just, I don't know. I lost my mojo.
But you think about it, I've been making all these models. People go how amazing they are and anything, and I didn't even start a YouTube channel yet. I thought about it, but I haven't. I just enjoy the creativity. That's the thing. You don't have to.
Yeah, you're very right. And I mean, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. I mean, I made a few things you guys haven't seen. Did I show you the James, Will?
Yes, you showed me the James.
Did you see him finished or did you see him part way?
It was like halfway done.
Yeah, well, he's finished and he looks great.
Oh yeah.
I'll show you later. Whenever later is. I've also started a 10 cents that's it's 14 inches long instead of 20 inches long. So he's kind of
Oh,
scaled.
yeah. So it's
Yeah,
gonna it's show accurate more or less.
Hmm?
Oh wait, no, never mind.
Yeah, Joe accurate is 20 inches. That's why
Yeah.
I
I'm sorry.
measurement up. So I shrunk him down because I just like that size better. He's in scale with Zoran, but it's not like they're in the same style. Like I'm gonna do them a little bit differently. It's just coincidence that like whenever I make a model, he's in scale with James too, actually. Like whenever I sit down and make a model and don't think about the scaling, it always ends up being like a little bit in between S scale and O scale. That's kind of like my sweet spot. That's like the size that I love best for making models. And so I think, that's why it's the same scale as Zoran, is it just happened, I was just doing it kind of subconsciously and I ended up, doing that. But yeah, I've made a lot of models recently, just kind of drifted aimlessly from model to model. And they're good and they're cool and they keep me sane, but they're not the legacy that I want to be building for myself. I mean, I really do want to be creating stories that endure and that really make an impact on people, especially because I've written like 100 of them and they're just so good. But I just don't know how to make them a reality. And I've tried everything and I can't. I give up every time. I can't sustain that interest. You can only take so many heartbreaks before you decide that you just can't keep doing it,
Yeah.
Are you basically saying it makes you miserable?
It makes me, at a point it does. The thing is, when I start the project, I have this grand vision of how it's going to look and what the story is going to be, and I start making the models, but then a few weeks into it, it starts to make me miserable. And so this vision that I adored and was in love with in the beginning, that I drew all the concept art for and started making models and thought this looks great, eventually the work became too much and I cancel it.
That is exactly what I do. That is literally dead on. You've just basically described what I also do. I imagine something amazing. I start doing like this Edward, for example. I pictured it. I started making it. I'm loving it, and now I'm just like,
right. And that's exactly it. I mean, that's exactly how I feel. And the thing is, I mean, a lot of people have the discipline to just power through that feeling and just finish it anyway.
Yeah.
I just don't. I just can't, And it's like when I'm loathing something that much, I just can't keep doing it. So that's kind of what I've kept running into. And I'd love to fix that. I'd love a miracle cure, if anybody's got one. But I don't have one, and I don't know where to get one. So
I've got magic gold up.
There's that. Yeah, sure.
But no, like again, like I'm doing this now because obviously people say I want to. Well, like, all right, bye, okay, bye. I want to do a YouTube series, but then you never know. 2 weeks down the line, I'm like, actually, I'm not sure if I want to now.
Right.
Because you never know what's gonna. It was like I was so like. Back when you announced the project, I was so on board. I wanted to do it, started making it, but then I got accepted to a full-time job. So I was like, I can't anymore. You don't know what's coming around the corner.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, I had 4 years, give or take, more like 3 years, in my room where I didn't have a job. I didn't go to school. My parents were supporting me, and I got to dick around and do whatever I wanted. And it's interesting. My most productive period was in 2016 while I was finishing high school in my senior year. It wasn't the last several years. I haven't really made anything in that time. I've made some things, I guess, but barely any videos, no stories, apart from a salty story, which is just such a. I mean, it's good. I like it, but it's not anywhere near what I was picturing, and it's not anywhere near the maximum of what I'm capable of. And so it's like I just it's kind of, it's weird. There was nothing distracting me. It's not like, oh, well, life got in the way and now I can't work on this anymore. It's like, I got the time. I mean, if I could just stick with it, and I could make some amazing things, but I just can't stick with it. I don't have that discipline, and I've tried everything to get it. I don't have it. And it's just kind of crazy that way.
Yeah, I,
Basically, long story short, the brain is a bitch. It is.
Yeah.
That's no. It is. No, it is. It is. That's what your brain does to you. You get this one idea. The later goes, actually, I'm bored of thinking about this now. Let's go on to this thing. That's what it does. The
Right.
brain is an asshole. It is, and it does do that to you.
Yeah.
No,
That's
I'm being
very true.
serious.
yes, we know you are. We know you are.
Yeah, trust me, Jay. I
No
relate
one
to it.
takes me seriously.
Oh,
I've
boo-hoo.
I've run into the same problem. No, let me.
Right.
I know what it is. I know what it's like.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody relates to this in one way or another. Um, and it just yeah, I don't know how to curb it. Sure as hell would love to, but I just don't know how. So I'm tired of spending all of my waking hours trying to figure it out. It's exhausting. I've spent the last like 4 years since JBS trying to figure out the answer, trying to figure out how do I get my mojo back. I don't, I don't have a single waking moment where I'm not thinking about it. That's like my whole mission in life is all right, get my mojo back, and I just haven't gotten it back. And so it's kind of liberating to just be like, you know what? I'm not even going to try to make videos anymore. I give up. It's been 3 years. I give up. I finally give up. It's not, it's not great that that's the answer, but I got to stay sane. I can't just keep doing this to myself. This is what I spent all my time doing. My free time doesn't feel like free time if I do that. So, yeah.
That's
Well, like I said, you could do some of what I've done. Is just release all your stories publicly.
Yeah, I could, but they're not presentable is the thing. Like they're just fragments of scenes and like general story synopsis. And they're not really in a form that I would want to show them to people. Plus there's the fact that it will not have anywhere near the punch it would have if I produced it. Because there's a lot of things you simply cannot get across through a script or a description. Things which you have to make and edit the story in order to get across to the audience. That's why I use the medium of filmmaking, is because I genuinely don't have any other way of conveying these ideas, clearly. And so if I were to just make all these stories public, sure, people would love them, but as much as it makes me happy that people enjoy my work, what's more important to me is that they understand my work, that they can see what's going on in my head, and that isn't lost to time. And the problem is, I think it will be if I just give them the scripts. It won't be enough. It won't be everything. There will be bits of it that are left in my subconscious that I was not able to convey to them. And that's kind of my problem, is that there's always going to be missing stuff. There's going to be gaps. And if I show people an unfinished story, it's almost as good as showing them a different story altogether. So that's kind of my problem with it. If I ever like fully gave up and left the fandom, I'd probably do that. Just release everything, because it's gonna do more. It's gonna it definitely entertain people, even if it's not anywhere near what I was trying to show them in the first place. But unless I was like I had no expectation to ever adapt any of that, I don't think I would release it, because I the thing is, once you tell people the ending of the story, it's out there. You can't take it back. Once you release something to the public, it belongs to the public. And I want to keep it to myself until I can produce it in the perfect manner, in the way that I really, really picture it. And, so I still hold out hope that is possible somehow, some way. And so I'm holding on to it until then. But if I really ever truly give up hope, then yeah, I'll release it all publicly. So that may be when I'm 90 and I'm on my deathbed, and there's no community anymore. But
because they're all dead.
Yeah, because they're all dead. But we'll see about that. But in the meantime, I'm just trying to stay sane, make boats, because that's something I can do.
Stay sane, make boats. Someone put that in the chat.
It's like keep calm, carry on. It's like that sort of phrase.
Keep calm, make boats.
Yeah.
With faces.
With faces, yeah, that's important.
That's actually all I say to my friends. They're like, "Oh, what do you do?" I make boats and trains with faces.
I don't. I just say.
Thomas Theorist says the writing process should be happening while you have the camera and models in hand. What I think you should do is set up the engines in the shed and just let the story come as you film, riff with it and see what happens. I've tried that. I've tried everything.
Do not make a story as you go along. That's the worst way to do it.
No, it's a fine way to do it, Will.
That's okay, maybe
It's an excellent way to do it. Do you not like character gallery?
what do you mean?
You know, that show where we where we make
Well,
the story.
I love character gallery, but what do you mean?
Well, that's what we do. We make the story as we go along.
No, but
It's the same thing though.
I suppose so.
There's no form of storytelling that isn't legitimate. They're all legitimate. Now,
It's legitimate.
There really, for me, there isn't a perfect way of doing something. It's however you want to do it. Like, people have gone to me about my model making, like, oh, the best way to do it is this way. I'm like, okay, that's true. It's a lot easier and everything. But this is how I prefer to do it because this is how I've been.
Right.
This
The thing is, like, if you were to tell a story as you went along, Will, it would probably, it would be very like annoying and difficult for you, right? Like, it would just be, kind of hard to do.
I used to do it like that, and my stories turned out rubbish.
Yeah, so that means that doesn't work for you, but it works great for me. Like, that's the thing is, I'm a very improvisational storyteller. Like, that's the way that I naturally tell stories. Me and my sister, I mean, we've told stories together my whole life. That's where I really got this talent from, is from years of improvisational practice with her. And so, that's kind of my default. That's how I tell stories. I kind of do it in real time. And I think part of what's been difficult for me the last several years is that I've been trying to write scripts. I sit there and I write a script. Come on, I write the script, just line by line by line by line by line. Come on, write a script. And it's like, that's not the way that I operate. I'm very free flowing. I'm very enthusiastic and in the moment. And so, it's kind of, I think that, kind of letting the story come to you, as Thomas Theorist says, and just kind of putting the engines in the shed and kind of going from there works really well. I tried doing that the other day, though, and I didn't succeed. I did make a 10-minute story, as I said, and I didn't feel like continuing it. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's, at this point, I don't think anything can save my mojo, to be frank.
I think it's also like when you play with Thomas as a kid, you just get your toys out and you make a story as soon as you lay them out. That's literally
that's how me and my sister started. And then the thing is, we just have refined it all the way to the present. And now we're like a grade A improv team. And that's the thing, is like, that's kind of
improv. I'm quite good at improv. I'm quite good at making like for character gallery. I'd be quite good at character gallery.
But right. That's storytelling though, Will. The only difference is afterwards you'd go through the whole thing and be like, okay, let's chop out a few parts of this. Let's see, what are we keeping in the final story. So it's like,
I'm good at coming up with stories on the fly because that's what I do. But then I like to start it into a script.
Okay. So what's your problem with writing it as you go along, though?
I think when he said that, when Thomas Theorist, whoever they may be, said that, I was thinking back to like when you were just like when Thomas Wood and Railroad did it back when he was back like 10 years ago, when he was just doing it on the carpet with the camera as he went along. That's what I meant by doing it as you go along. Only because I can't do it with a camera in hand because I'd like stutter too much, or I'd. You're
right about that. It does require some editing. I mean, you're gonna need to you're gonna have bad takes here and there. But the point being, you slowly you do.
That's why I'd be good at character gallery, because you can edit out any stutters or any.
Right, and I see that as I guess that's the difference. I see that as implicit. Like that's something that's definitely part of it. Like if you do improvise it, I mean, you would kind of edit those bits out.
I'm good at acting. I'm a very good actor.
Yeah, so that's the key. But yeah, I mean, I think in general, I'm very free flowing and improvisational in the way that I operate. And the problem is video making has just become so restrictive to me and stressful. And there's such high stakes. And I love telling stories, but I'm so obsessed with how I package them. And I don't know. I mean, it's like I could tell a story right now and it would be phenomenal. But then
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, Flora. Let's do it about Flora. So Flora on her old tramway. That's where we'll set this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so Flora's chilling on her old tramway. I'm imagining it's kind of like a coastal tramway, and it's one of those kind of lines, like the rails go down like the center of a street. It's that sort of look.
Oh yeah.
And so she trundles up and down that line every day. She's very kind of free spirited and very kind hearted and very she's got she's not very outgoing. She's kind of a shy type, but she's slowly gotten to know the people in the town, all the townsfolk. Like she'll, like maybe she gets the name Flora because like every day one of her stops is right next to like a flower cart, and she like loves to smell the flowers, and she loves to like talk to like the woman who's selling the flowers. And so she's just a very kind of peaceful, kind-hearted character. And she's also got her coach with her. And I think her coach would also be a character. And she's kind of a lot more boisterous. Like her coach is like much more, because I mean, her coach towers over her. Think about how tall that goddamn thing is. That's like a double-decker coach right there. So her coach kind of protects her from anybody who
coach in it.
Mm-hmm.
It is a double-decker coach in it.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty great. So that coach kind of defends her against anybody who'd be rude or nasty, because she's just so much bigger than Flora. Let's call her coach Gail. Let's call her Coach Gail.
That's quite a good name.
Yeah, so her coach, generally protects her. Flora will go up to somebody and say hello, but then it'll be like a really rude automobile or something, right? And it'd be like,
what are you bugging me for? Come on, get off the damn crossing.
And she's like, oh, sorry, I'm just very slow. I'm not exactly the fastest.
Well, speed up. Come on, get a combustion engine already. What are you doing?
And she's going very slowly over this crossing, right? She's just like getting her feelings hurt because she's very sensitive. And then Gail is like, why don't you just leave her alone? And she's like very, she towers. Like at first, this automobile looks around like,
where'd that voice come from?
And then he looks up, and Gail's face is like at the very top, right? So she looks down at this guy. She's just like, you're gonna wait there until she passes by, because that's what she deserves. She was kind to you. You'll be kind to her. And this automobile's like, oh, all right, sorry, ma'am. And he just kind of sits there at the crossing. And then Gail's just like, take your time, Flora. So she kind of passes on by the crossing. Well, come a few days later, and Gail needs to go in for service. So now Flora has to use some like old kind of rundown wooden coach that isn't her usual. And so she really misses Gail because Gail is in the works now. So Flora has to make do without her. And Gail tells her, like, remember what I said, just stand up for yourself. Don't let anyone walk around on you. And Flora's just like, okay, I'll do my best, but I don't know if I'm cut out for it. And she's like, of course you are. I know you are. Just make sure you stand up for yourself. And so, she gets pulled away to the works. Now, Flora is saddled with this very kind of old coach like this. And already Flora's pretty old, but this coach is like 1860s or something.
Right.
And, he's just a really sleepy old coach. He's just like,
hey there, mind if I just take a nap all the way there?
And Flora's like, oh, okay, that's fine, but once we get to the crossing, maybe you could. All right, never mind. And so, basically, she's on her own, right? And once she gets to the crossing, she runs into the automobile again, right? And so this guy's waiting at the crossing. He's like,
oh, there you are again. And your big bully double-decker coach, she's not here to protect you, is she?
And Flora's just like, please don't be mean to me, please. And and the automobile's like,
that's all you got, really? Oh my god, you're unbelievable. God, and that bright yellow color too. You look ridiculous. Like he's just a real asshole, right?
Yeah.
Flora's just, she's just miserable, right? And the coach is back there just like, just not reacting at all because he's just fast asleep. And Flora races off, like, in tears, off to the sheds. She's just like, just miserable. And she's, really struggling to stand up to this automobile. And she, Gail is halfway through her rebuild when Flora inches her way back into the workshop and she says, Gail, I know you're in the middle of something, but I need your help. And Gail is just like, Flora, I'm sorry to see that you're so sad, but I mean, you've got to stand up for yourself. I can't do it for you right now. I'm in the middle of the works. Look at me. I'm half disassembled. Part of me's over there. Part of me's over there. I know, but please, I need your help. And then, Gail just looks her in the eye and she's just like, you can do it, Flora. I believe in you. And, Flora just like, she kind of gets a boost of confidence and she's like, okay, all right, I'll try again. And
Gail's just like, bitch, you think I've got the capacity to do this right now?
Right.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Yeah, exactly. So the next day,
Just imagine Gail just goes, if I can stand up for myself, you can, one of the workmen. I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Yeah.
so basically Flora, so Gail, before Flora goes, she tells her, she says, Flora, if he's rude to you, you just go right by. Don't let him stop you. Just show him what for. Just if he's rude, go right through. You understand? Go right through. Flora's like, go right through. Okay, got you. Well, on her way back, she's going by, and the automobile is sitting on the crossing right there, right? And he's broken down. So the gates are down. He's tried to get around, like he did the stupid thing where he tries to get around the gates, but he's stuck.
Oh, yeah.
Like the crossing gate has come right down on his trunk. He's just like, oh geez, and he's spinning his tires trying to get out. And like, please, and and then he sees Flora coming, and he's just like, oh no, please stop. And Flora's just kind of, she's racing towards him, right? And he's just like, oh god, this is the end. I'm sorry, please. But then she slowly comes to a halt and stops, like right before him, right? And he's just like, I thought you were going to run me down after all the things I said about you. And Flora's like, I'm not that kind of vehicle. And, and he just looks ashamed. He's just like, because she's basically implying like he's an asshole. He would have done it if he could. And she's just like, so you're stuck. Hmm? And he's like, yeah.
What
I'm
are you
stuck.
doing, step bro?
And he's really he's really embarrassed and frustrated, and Flora's like she's like, I could go get the breakdown train so we could lift this thing up, or I could get the repairman. And he's like, oh, that'd be great, thank you, but unfortunately I'm very, very slow, so you're just going to have to sit here with all the traffic behind you for the next 2 hours, I'd say. Well, no, hold on. You could go faster than that. No. You said I was slow. You're right. I am slow. I understand that now. I'm going to go slowly back to the yard and bring you the repairman and be back in about 2.5 hours. No, please hurry up. No, I'm sorry. You are there. But she goes just slowly peters away back to the yard, right? And she's back like 3 hours later. And the local policeman manages to find a workaround, so like they're able to get the cars around so they don't block traffic too much. However, this guy is still stuck here, and everybody passes by him, and all of his car buddies laugh. They're like, "You look ridiculous," and he's just, he's absolutely just embarrassed. And Flora finally comes back, and the repairman fixes the gate, lifts it up, and finally he can get out. And she's just like, "Now remember this: I have the right of way here. And if you ever get stuck again, you're going to want me to go fast, aren't you?" And he's like, yeah, I'm sorry for everything I said. Next time I'll act differently. And he leaves, right? And Flora just smiles like, that wasn't so hard. And so then when Gail comes back, she tells her the whole story, and she's like, "Well, I'm surprised in you, Flora. I didn't think you could really do it, but I'm so proud that you did. I mean, you told me that you wouldn't stand up to him. I guess I changed my mind. I guess you gave me hope." And Gail's just like, "Well, I'm glad I could do it, but next time I'll be right there by your side. You shouldn't have to do it alone." And Flora's just like, "I wouldn't have it any other way." And then from there on out, Gail, whenever Gail goes to the works, Flora's able to kind of take care of herself. But ideally, Gail's there with her because Flora does not like to be confrontational. But she's clever enough to find a way to get around it too. So she knows from now on how to stand up to bullies if she really has to. That's the story.
That's a very good story.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Like when someone tells a story and you just daydream that story in your head? That's what I was
doing.
Yeah.
I was doing that too. It's like every time I tell a story, that is, that is what I picture. Like I very much know exactly, like, it's weird. I immediately know where the crossing is, what it looks like, how the whole set is arranged. I just have that like set design kind of come into my head, like right as I think of it, which is part of the reason why I get so bored after I come up with the idea. I think most people, the exciting part of making the models and like filming the thing is they finally get to see what it looks like. I already know what it looks like from the second I conceive it. So now it's just a matter of putting it into a form that everybody else can see it, because it's just in my head. But that's what's frustrating about it. It's like I don't really. It's more about trying to convey what I've already come up with than it is about actually seeing it for the first time. And it's cool when I make the models and I can see everything, but it's like I can kind of already see it. So it's like that's part of the frustration. But yeah. I love telling stories though, and I just it's one of my favorite things to do.
Want to hear my story?
Sure.
This is a story all about how my life.
I like it so far.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Is there like a really big chair involved somewhere? And how much does it rotate exactly?
Well, in West Philadelphia, boy. I'm sorry. I was watching just Fresh Prince of Bel-Air clips for like an hour this morning on TikTok, and it's just yeah, I'm a sado. Okay, leave me alone. Jeez.
Well, give me a premise for a story, and I'll try to write one.
All right. How about George the Steamroller meets James the Red Engine?
Right. Oh. This could go in a number of different directions.
Yeah.
Right. George and James. Right now. So it starts with Sir Handel and James at Crovan's Gate. And Sir Handel is and it's a few weeks after the steamroller incident.
Right.
So Sir Handel's telling George Sir Handel's telling James, sorry, all about how much of a nuisance this steamroller was, and how much of a how rude he was, and what he did. And James is like, well, I could put a stop to his nonsense any day. If I see him, I'll make sure he never causes trouble for you lot again. And then he seems away.
Right.
And then a few days later, George and a few other and the workmen are doing construction somewhere near. Oh fuck! Tory.
There we go.
Somewhere near Tory Rack, and James is gonna be there on Tory Rack. Wait.
Right.
And he's. Give me one moment.
While you're thinking about toy wreck, I would just like to show off that basically my Rusty is done.
Oh fuck!
Awesome.
I just need to add the face, and then that's it done.
That's fantastic.
I actually do really.
Tory Rack has uranium mines.
Okay, and you may be thinking to yourself, well, Tory Wreck is on Thomas's branch line. Well,
No, that's what you're thinking, Will. I'm trying to get immersed.
You what?
I'm just trying to get immersed here in the story. You
you
appear to be torpedoing your story with the map. The map is like a big torpedo into your story.
I had to just check. I wanted to check where it was because I forgot for a second there. So I just had to do a quick. I had to do a quick wiki. So later on, so James, the Fat Controller comes up to James, and he's in the sheds. He's in Knapford sheds, not Tidmouth sheds, because this is the railway series. And I've got a good, and I've just realised a good end point for this. So the Fat Controller comes up to James and says, "James, you're going to have to help on Thomas's branch line for a while, because Thomas is away being repaired." And James is like, "What? I don't think so. I don't want to work on that silly little branch line. Get Oliver or Duck or Edward or Donald or Douglas or anyone else that's not me." The Fat Controller says, "No, James, you will do as you are told." And James realizes that the fact that you know he's gonna have to do it.
Right.
So he says, "Fine, I'll do it, but I won't be happy about it." And the Fat Controller goes, "Fine by me, as long as you do your work."
Right.
Personally, gonna give a fuck.
So James comes on the branch line, and he meets Toby first, and he says, "Hello, Toby. How are you doing?" And Toby says, "Oh, I'm not too bad, thank you, James. How about you?" And he says, "Well, I'm not very good as it happens, Toby, because I happen to be working on, no offense to you, of course, but the Farquhar branch line, which is not my ideal place of being."
That's great. Like, how is that not supposed to be an insult? My God.
Well, you know, Toby and James are on goodish terms, so
Yeah.
you know, James doesn't want to cause an unnecessary argument.
Right.
I
I think James paid for his sins against Toby when he hit those tar tankers.
Yeah, I think so. I think from then on, James and Toby are in good terms with each other.
Right.
And so later on, we're shifting just a little bit to Percy, and Percy's just working his way down the branch line with the stone train, and then he passes Tory Rack, and he stops at Tory Rack, and he hears this steamroller chanting about how railways should be ripped up and turned into roads.
Right.
And Percy is not too happy about this. So Percy confronts this rude steamroller, and he says, "What? Oh God, I can't do a Percy voice. What's a Percy voice?"
It's any voice that follows Percy said this. That's
Don't call me Dirty Percy.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna go hi Michelangelis, but that'd just sound like my James voice. I'll just do a just. It's gonna be Percy, okay?
Yeah.
Accept that.
I have accepted it.
Thank you. And Percy goes, "Listen, what are you talking about? The railway is the most superior. It's the most superior form of transportation, unlike your silly road. Bertie's always getting stuff in traffic." And the steamroller goes,
That's a great line.
And George goes, huh, well, that Bertie is not a steamroller, is he? No. Now I actually do my job, and the roads are superior. All
Right.
over there, take over. You just wait and see. We'll be taking over your branch line any day now. Free the wait. That's a bullshit. Yeah, we will take over your branch line, and it'll be all the lorries and buses. And the signal
Right.
drops, and Percy says, "Ugh, what utter tosh."
Right.
And that night, so that night, because George is gone by the time James drives past, so James doesn't meet George yet, and 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 that night in the shed, Percy just offhandedly mentions, well, I met a steamroller today at Tory Wreck, and he was one of the most rudest road vehicles I have ever met. And James is suspicious because he heard the story about George, and he was
Right.
like, "Well, what colour was he?" And Percy says, "Well, he was green. He was like me, but a bit like a kind of like a dirtier green. Not
Right.
like me. I'm very clean."
Mm.
And James says, "Well, what did he sound like, Percy?" And Percy's like, "Well, he was very gruff. He was very gruff, and he was very rude, and he was just awful." And James says, "Right, I know him. He's George the Steamroller. Just you wait, Percy. I'll soon sort him out."
Right. It
So
begins.
it begins. So the next day, James, because obviously James is covering for Thomas. James is covering Thomas's morning passenger train, and he sees George. He sees George, and and he says, "Oh, are you George, the steamroller?" And George says, "Yes, I am. Who are you?" And he says, "I'm James. I am James, the splendid red engine, and I swear, don't you dare cause trouble for me or my friends on this branch line, because I can assure you we're better than any of you. We could beat you in a race any day. We're not going to do that, of course, because that's happened once before, and I heard the Fat Controller weren't too happy about it. But anyway,
We can beat you any day. I mean, we're not going to do it, but I mean, but we could.
yeah, and I could sort you out any day. So just remember that. Don't cause any more trouble. Otherwise, you'll have me to answer to." And George goes, "Ugh, what are you gonna do? Yeah, red. Yeah, you're just a red monster. You are." Uh, I think I've heard some trucks call you that before, so I'm gonna do it. And James says, "That's already taken. You're copyrighting it." No, and by this time James has to leave, and so James is like, "Oh, really? You're
Right.
just speaking." I've come up with a bit of a block. Give me a moment whilst I think about this block. And James.
Oh, I am just noticing that Jamie, how long have you been waiting in the whatever backstage? I guess that's what it's called.
Oh fuck! Is Jamie waiting? Jesus,
Yeah, she's in there.
how long has she been here?
Tell you
I
what,
don't know. Have you gone insane? Trapped in the elevator all this time? Are you okay?
Let's see.
do you wanna? Because
Oh,
I'm
you
probably
go.
gonna dip out in a minute. I've got to grab dinner
Shoot.
and everything. So if I leave, do you want to bring Jamie in? I have no idea who
Yeah.
Jamie is, but
She's only been here for 15 minutes.
Okay, that's not that bad.
But still, you know, she might want to come in sometime. So anyway,
So anyway,
I'm just trying to work out. So James, that scene's going to end with James puffing away, and that'll be the first confrontation between George and James.
Right.
And it will escalate. And I thought of a conclusion, but that might be a bit unoriginal because I've seen it done before. So I'm trying to
Go
think.
for it, Will.
So one day, George is crossing the road just crossing the road, but very slowly, and he's crossing it very slowly. So James, and he's not going to crash. Don't worry, it's not yet, and James because usually trains would have right of way, but because George is taking so long, James has to wait.
Right.
And George is mocking him. He's like, "Huh, you're waiting for me this time, huh?"
Right.
And James is like, James, he doesn't really have anything to say. He's just fuming. He is
Right.
fuming. He's like, well, you know what, George? Trains should have right of way. You shouldn't be messing around on the crossing. Trains, do you not know I could come through here and crash into you? And George says, "Oh, no, you won't. I'm indestructible, mate. You cannot."
Indestructible. He would say that, wouldn't he?
Oh, he would. I think it's such a George line to say.
Yeah.
You can't hurt me. And so finally George gets off the crossing and James goes past.
Right.
And so then oh, right. So one morning George is walking. He's working by the tracks. He's working by the tracks, and he's being a bit careless.
Right.
And he rolls onto one of the rails. And he's like, "Oops, I didn't mean to do that," but he did mean to do that.
Right.
That if there was a narrator, they'd be like, "George, oops, I didn't mean to do that, but George did mean to do that."
Perfect.
So, and then of course we've got James coming along, just strolling along, nice, easy. He sees George. He gives him a look. He sees George. He gives him a look. He's about to say something. He's like, "Hey, George," and George goes, "What?" And then he goes to say something, but he runs over that bad bit of rail, and because of that, he derails, right?
Yeah.
And he hits George, but not.
Oh my god.
But not in a bad way. He just hits George slightly, not like a full on crash, just slightly, just a little tap.
Right.
As George was
just concusses him.
no, because it barely touches him, but it does.
But that must really freak him out, right? Because that's like he thinks he's untouchable.
Oh yeah, and yeah, and like I said, just freaks out. He's like, "What are you doing? You could have hit me. You could have broke me or something. You could have really, you know." And James the sassy fucker that he is, he says, but I thought you were indestructible.
Oh my god, that's great.
And George doesn't have anything to say to that. So James gets put back on the rails. He gets taken to the works, and whilst he's at the works, obviously, and he repairs the line, because obviously that's what they do. They repair the line, and George was there to repair the line, but he broke the line. But obviously the police are the let's not get too technical. So the police investigate what happened,
Right.
because people could have been hurt. This is serious. If we're going by the TV version, luckily nobody was hurt. But
Right.
it depends what you want to go by. So so the police investigate the situation, and they find out that George is to blame for the track. But George has a bit of a trump card. George says, "Well, James hit me. Surely he should be getting in some kind of trouble for that."
Right.
But the policeman goes, "Well, you flattened the rail to begin with, so whose fault is it really?" And George says, "But I didn't mean to, officer."
James v. George, a landmark court case. Oh my god.
But the policeman's having none of it, because, well, he couldn't, Who could have done it? If George didn't do it, who could have done it,
Right.
Like, it's quite a obvious, like, flat in the rail.
Right.
It's like a workman won't have done that.
Right.
So James comes back from the works, and he's all right, and he's taking a train, and then he sees George, and he's being towed away, or he's being taken away by a police car.
Oh my god, what a sight!
And
wait, did you say James is being taken away by a police car?
no, George is getting taken away by a police
right.
car.
If we said James, I was going to say, how the fuck would that work? But okay.
And yeah, and then a few days later, James is back on the main line, of course, and Toby starts the and he comes to Knapford, and Toby's there, and he's like, so what happened to George after he was taken in by the police? And Toby goes, he got his punishment. He won't be working again for the foreseeable future. And
so what happens to him? Does he get impounded?
Dead. Executed.
God damn it.
No, he gets and Toby's gonna say he's off the road for at least 2 months, and he won't be working by railways for a long time.
That's great.
And so it actually came out all right in the end, because George will no longer be causing trouble for any engine, because he's not allowed to work by the railways.
That's interesting. So that permanently hinders his interaction with the engines. I'm sure he'll find a way, though.
He will find a way, I'm sure. Yeah. What do you think?
That's great. I love it.
Yeah, I like it.
James versus George. I love the fact that James, through George's, it's extremely fitting and very ironic that George does this damage on purpose, and it just ends up giving James the agency to attack him. It's the exact opposite of what he intended. He wanted to both of their interactions in this whole story just hurt each other. Like their whole rivalry is just careless and stupid. Because it's like, George was trying to defeat James, and all he did was give James a direct path to run into him. It's like perfect. I love that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
That's
Assuming it's my turn, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go. Wait.
Right,
We'll
so-
give you the premise. Well, let's give you the premise. Right.
Yeah, you gotta give me the prop and everything.
I shall give you 2 characters. And of course you can add on to these characters at any time. But these
Yeah.
are the 2. All right, I'll give you a character, and then Lemmy, do you want to give a character?
all right, sure.
Okay, I choose. Lemmy, you choose a character whilst I'm thinking of one.
Okay.
I'm thinking of an obscure one.
Elizabeth, the vintage Lori.
Okay. Elizabeth and who else?
And wait for it, Neville.
Okay.
Oh, damn! Oh, this is gonna be tricky. Right.
I've come up with a baseline idea already.
Yeah, me too.
So it all begins. It begins at Great Waterton. Neville works at Great Waterton. That's his designated spot. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the Fat Controller comes up. It's like, look, we're getting more passengers coming in every day for the attractions. We need an extension to this station. It's too small. Got loads of crowds. So we need an extension. So obviously, yes, you guys can bring goods to and from, but we're going to need road vehicles. So I brought back Elizabeth to help out with the heavy load and everything, taking away debris to and from. So Elizabeth, the next morning comes along. The Fat Controller introduces them. They're like, "This is Elizabeth. She was going to be the one who's going to be helping you basically rebuild the station and extend it." And she's very. I don't really know Elizabeth. I haven't seen the episode in quite a while, so I'm not really sure about her personality. But in this story, I'm gonna make her like she's cocky. Is she a bit cocky?
Not really. I mean, I wouldn't call her cocky. I'd call her very
stuck. Is she a bit stuck up for herself?
Yeah, very stuck up. Very quite snooty, quite posh.
She looks at Neville and Stan, and she's like, well, I suppose
hello,
you
ladies,
do. I expected more Clark here to be working on such a magnificent station, but I suppose you two would do. Stanley,
I like that.
Stanley and Neville are basically like, who the fuck is this bitch? Pretty much. Well, no, in all seriousness. And she's like, right, well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Stanley, and this is Neville. And she's like, yes, pleasure to meet you. Can we just get along with this, please? I would like to just get this over and done with so I could go back to my nice shed.
Right.
So they're starting to get into work. Neville has gone to the docks to get like steel and everything, where it's been docked off a boat. Stanley's gone to the timber yard to get some wood for structure.
Right.
And all that. They're deciding to dig up the station ground and everything. Elizabeth's taking debris to and from the Great Waterton Station, the Great Water Station, taking debris.
Right.
And Neville comes back, and then she sees Elizabeth, she's in the corner, closing her eyes. He's like, sorry, what you doing there? She's like, oh, it's just this work ethic is too much. I'm just resting my eyes, darling. Don't you worry. And I was like, no, this ain't how this works. Yeah, you fucking work. It's
I mean,
all right. So turn your engine back on, get in the first gear, and come help me unload this debris. Because there's gonna be a lot more right now in a minute.
That's a great line.
So Elizabeth's like, no, if it stops you talking to me, fine, I will.
Right.
And Neville's like, never in my life have I wanted to hit a woman so much until now.
God. I could do without that one.
Well, you know me, I like to make it comedic. If I was to write a story, Lemmy, it'd be at least PG rated 15.
Okay.
But anyways, so at the end of the day, the construction's going very well. They've actually made great progress. They're not quite finished yet, but they've made great progress. So Elizabeth goes to a shed in Great Waterton where she's staying until this project is done. Stanley and Neville go into their shed. They're talking about Elizabeth and everything. Sounds like, I haven't really got to see her today. I've been back and forth from the timber yard collecting the wood. How is she? Neville's like, don't even get me started, mate. Yeah? Just don't. And then he's asking, okay, what she's just very uptight. She's very uptight about herself. She reminds me a bit of Daisy, you know? But as a car. You know. And then Stanley's like, oh, I'm sure she's not that bad. Tell you what, how about I go collect the steel and pipes and all that, and then you go collect the timber so I can see how she's like. He's like, fine, you want to do that? I'm more than happy to do that.
All right, interesting. So there's a switcheroo going on.
Yeah. So he's like, yeah, let's do it. So then Stanley goes to the docks. He's collecting the pipes. Yeah. But then as he starts pulling them, he's like, oh, I can see why Neville chose for this journey. It's a very heavy train. You know, steel, very heavy. So Stanley's struggling. He's quite struggling. But eventually, he does make it back to Great Waterton. But he's out of breath. He's tough. He's tired and everything. Elizabeth is laughing. She's like, ho, ho, ho. Oh, you silly engine. Do you honestly feel like you're that strong? Oh, you're not as strong as Neville. And then Stanley starts to see what's Neville on about. So he's like, yeah, I can see why he doesn't like you, you know?
Right.
Oh, hello. Oh, there we go. And then, so again, at the end of the day, they're about halfway done. Because again, they're only extending the station. I wouldn't imagine it taking that long. I'm not realistic, whatever. But yeah, so at the end of the day, they're back up into the shed. And then Neville's like, well, before I ask about Elizabeth, how'd you get along with the train? He's like, let's not talk about that. Let's talk about Elizabeth. He's trying to avoid it real quick. He doesn't want to say, I'll be struggling.
Right.
But yeah, so Stanley's like, no, I can see what you mean. She's very uptight about herself. She needs to be taught a lesson. So they're like, all right, what can we do? So they're discussing this plan overnight, and eventually they come up with one. So next morning, Neville goes back to docks and he gets some steel, but he's forgotten a flatbed. He's left a flatbed at the docks on purpose. But he's pretending he doesn't realise. So one of the workmen realised, like, you forgot a flatbed, you nincompoop. And so like, well, he can't. He doesn't have enough time. He doesn't have enough time to get back. He'll take too long. So then Elizabeth was like, well, we could probably drive there back quicker than train. Then they're like, okay, you two can go. He's like, let me show you how a real vehicle does this, lads. So she drives to Brenham Docks. She's loaded the steel, but as the steel's loaded on, she can feel the suspension go down and down and down. She's like, oh, this is quite heavy, you know. So she's loaded and everything, and she starts driving back. She's driving along smooth, so she's like, it's not that bad. I'm going a bit slow, but it's all good. Then she starts going uphill, and she's like, oh, this is when it's really kicking in. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God.
Right.
So, yeah, she's going up, and then she makes it. She sees Great Waterton over the crescent of the hill. She's like, I can make it. But then she's going downhill. She's speeding up. She's speeding. And she's like, I can't stop.
Good Lord.
Neville and Stanley can see her. They can see their plans working. But then Stanley's like, oh, shit, Neville, I think we actually screwed up. So they're backing away from the station quickly, yelling, get out of here, runaway vehicle.
Oh, my God.
And as soon as they all clear, Elizabeth, poof, crashes into the station. Bricks everywhere, debris everywhere. Massive hole in the station. She's all googly-eyed and everything.
Oh, God. Oh.
And then Neville and Stanley are there like, ah, shit.
Right. That's
So
great.
then Fat Controller comes, and he's like, why were you going at such reckless speed? And he's like, I'm so sorry, sir. Neville forgot the steel. So I went to go collect it as I was coming downhill. And I just couldn't stop. It was too heavy. And the Fat Controller is just like, I forgot. Nah, hold on. I'll come back to you in a minute, Elizabeth. Would you fucking forget? So Neville and Stanley explain their plan to the Fat Controller. He's just like, right, so let me get this straight. She's being boastful. You don't like it. So basically, you try to kill her. That's where we're getting at.
Assassination attempt by Neville.
They're just like, no, it wasn't like that. That wasn't the plan.
Yeah, they're like, no, we didn't try to kill her. We just tried to teach her a lesson. And he's like, by killing her.
By killing her.
And then he's like, you see that steel in the back of her, yeah? Like, that was meant to go on your flatbed. Now you see that hole in the massive fucking gaping hole in the station where Elizabeth just planted. That's because of your steel. And they're very apologetic. So they go up to Elizabeth. They're apologizing and everything. And they're like, we're so sorry. We didn't mean for this to happen. Right. Elizabeth is still a bit sorry, but she's understandable. She's like, that's all right. I'm sorry I was boastful. But you should have just told me and I would have stopped. Right. And then everyone standing just look at each other, just like, she having a giggle. But anyways, Elizabeth's taken away on what's his face? Now is it Nelson, the black lorry?
Yeah, Nelson.
Is it?
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, Nelson.
Yeah, Nelson. Yeah, Nelson. So Elizabeth's taken away from Nelson, but they're still feeling a bit guilty. So Fat Controller's like, you two will continue this work by yourself. That's it. You ain't getting any extra help. You asked for it, you got it. Okay, now it's going to be on delayed. So they were willing to stay up late at night, bringing back and forth goods and supplies, workmen, and all that.
Right.
And then 1 week later, grand opening of the new station. It's immaculate. It's much bigger. Platforms are longer. Stations got more room to sit in. Cafe and everything. They're very happy with their work. They're like, we did this with nearly the death of someone, but we did this. So they're really happy with their work. And just in time, Elizabeth is repaired. Awesome. She comes back. She's showing off her. She's got nice new tires, nice new front bumper, and everything. She's showing it off. And then, just because it was their fault, Neville and Stanley pretend to care. They're like, oh, you look amazing, Elizabeth. Oh, we're so sorry again. And she starts boasting. And then she starts boasting. And the story ends with Stanley going to Neville. You think we should use wood next time? That's where the story ends. That's
great. That's great, Jay.
I can see your stories taking a very comedic turn, and I like.
They will. 100% they will. Right. I was doing this last night, so obviously while I was making my narrow gauging, I was imagining okay, I'm making a YouTube series. It's funny. What's it gonna? And this is the first line that came into my head. So I'm playing Reneus. And I'm like, fucking Scarlowy thinking he can boss me around and everything. Who the fuck does he think he is? I'm just as old as him just because the bloody railway is named after him. I honestly tell you, he can go suck my left funnel pipe.
Oh my God.
That's the first thing that came into my head. And I was like, okay, maybe not that line.
I was going to say, I think you could be the new Diesel D one night, aren't you?
Oh,
do we need a new one? Is the old one dead? Did something happen to him?
Yes, the old one is dead.
Okay. Long live the new king.
I couldn't be that one. I couldn't be that good.
No,
I could see my series reaching to more of an adult / young adult, 16, it's around older than that. Because there will be swearing in my series. I'm a very comedic person. I like to be funny. I don't like making.
You don't have to swear to be funny.
Yeah, that's true.
No, I do.
You are a very comedic person, Jay, but I don't think that's the justification for your swearing. I think the justification is you like to swear a lot.
I know, but I feel like I know it sounds sexist, but I do feel like swearing brings more of the comedy out of it. And especially with Thomas.
It can be used for emphasis very effectively.
And especially when it comes to Thomas. Because, there's not a lot of Thomas videos where they have the character swearing. There's quite a few, but
I write a lot of my stories with swearing as well in key places. Nobody knows that because nobody's seen any of my shit for the last 4 years, apart from one pirate story. But I do write stories with swearing quite frequently. Especially, I think Thomas as a character would swear a lot. Gordon would be too dignified too, but I think Thomas would. Thomas is just immature enough that I think like he would drop F-bombs, you know, like I could see that. And then Edward would be like, Thomas, the children are watching. And Thomas is like, oh shit. I mean, hey kids. Like, you know. But anyway, I hate to say this, but while I quite enjoyed your crayon stories, I think it is time for you both to depart and for me to bring Jamie in.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's fair enough.
Yes.
Although, there's just one. I was gonna say this. Just one little thing. That pirate episode you made recently, or not recently. So I'm sorry, I can't remember her name, but like the main like pirate herself, like the red and grey one, right?
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. When I first watched it, I thought it was a dude. I had to watch it a second time to realize it's actually a girl, and I was like, "Oh, that's a girl."
I'm surprised more people didn't think that, and I'm kind of glad that the majority picked up on that she was female right away. Because I tried to I didn't want to shoehorn in saying she a lot, but at the same time, I tried to sprinkle it in the earlier stages, and I think most people caught it. But it's like, you know, it's. I mean, I was just kind of when I was designing the characters, I was looking at the story, and I was like, okay, who can I make female here? Because I've got like no female characters in this. And I was like, okay, well, Red Rail would be a really good one because like she's like the main villain. Like she's like a cool one to actually like, you know, if you're gonna like, I didn't want to just make some random background character female. I wanted to like find somebody who mattered in the story. I was really happy with how she turned out as a character. The one of the Diesels, Snapper, was also female, but I don't think anybody could tell that because that was like never said.
I couldn't tell that, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you know, Seahorse is male. It doesn't really matter, but it does. Like in the universe, I don't think the engines see any difference between genders. I think that doesn't track. That's not a thing. I mean, they're trans, right? But I think that you know, to the audience it matters. Representation matters to people. So I would try to do more of that in the one story I've made in 4 years. Anyway, so it's time for Jamie to come in and probably someone else at some point. Red Rail girl boss icon, says Jamie. But yeah, so without further ado, thank you both for being here.
Our time has come.
All right, pleasure being here.
So far we have 5 harbor tug holes in 4 hours. I mean, it's something, but it's looking rather dire, folks. All right, that's something right there. I think I'm gonna do all the holes first. So there's these 5. Once I do this, I'll have 6. Then I'll do Hercules and OJ. Then I'll do the switchers. That'll probably be at the 6-hour mark. I'll have all the holes. So maybe the rest of the model's much faster. Who knows? I don't think so. I don't think that at all. Anyway, thank you for attending, you two.
No worries. It was a pleasure being here.
Yes, it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, of course. So when you go out, are you going to go out with dignity? Or am I going to remove you viciously?
I'm a very I am very.
I don't consent to searches. I don't consent to searches. No,
and also, Lemmy, I'll send you this.
Right. Thank you for having me, Lemmy, and we'll see you. I don't know. Right.
See you relatively soon, Jay. Thank you for being here.
Fuck me.
Wait. Don't die about it, yeah? Calm down.
Yeah.
You'll join back another time. All right. Thank you for having me. See you later.
Also, Lemmy, I shall send you that script that I'm very
Yes, please do. I will try my damnedest to read that as if it's out of my hands, but it's not. Toodaloo, we'll talk soon.
I'll remind you next time we call.
Yeah, do remind me. Yeah.
Right. Goodbye, Lemmy.
Goodbye. Thank you for being here. All righty. Now let's see. At last, Jamie, you are going to be added in 3, 2. There you are. Thank you for waiting.
Hello.
I did not expect that whole storytelling session to go on as long as it did. They were good stories. I'm glad we did it, but it also the segment went on a long time.
Yeah, I'd pulled up like a thing that I'd I was like getting ready to try and like contribute to it, but like just the moment seems to have passed. That might not be a great idea.
We got an echo going on here.
Oops.
There we go. All right. You could if you want, but That would also be number 4, and it might be more interesting if we were to talk about something fresh. So it's up to you. I mean, I'm here to make models. I'm just trying to make models with speed. That's my goal here.
Okay. My mic isn't like being weird, is it? Or
no, yours isn't. It's the fact that I'm on my phone and my computer, and iPhones don't allow you to mute anything ever. So that's the main problem.
Okay, for a second I thought you said my mic was doing the thing, so I was worried for a second.
It's your voice coming out of my phone because I have 2 devices going. It's on my end.
Okay.
But yeah. Anyway, so.
All right. Well,
what do you want to discuss?
I don't know anymore. I came in so confident that hey, I have things to bring to the table. Now I have to now I have to actually think of what to say.
Well, you could if you have story idea thing from the last segment, do that.
I can pull out this wheel. So something that so my friend Mari, she does like live streams on Twitch, and one thing I joined her for a stream once, because she is also a Thomas fan. She's with me on the Book Club podcast, and we did a stream also with our mutual friend Andrew, where all 3 of us, I made a giant wheel full of like every conceivable Thomas character's names, and we just made up stories about whichever ones we got on the fly.
Every conceivable character.
Every conceivable character. I have some real obscure stuff on there.
Like magazines, like Big World Big Adventures. Like how far?
Yeah, all of it.
Okay.
352 entries.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So
I want to spin this wheel. I want to know what happens up.
Yeah, I don't know if I can like screen share to get this in your sites.
That's okay. I will imagine it.
Okay.
Does this involve like Dusty Dave the Miller? Is like how are we?
I don't think Dusty Dave's on there. But
if Dusty Dave isn't on there, I don't want anything to do with it. Like, you know who my favorite character is?
Well,
Dusty Dave.
Look, I have fucking what's his name? There was like some pickup trucks that I never knew about until I found them on the wiki and put them on this.
I hope I know about this one.
It was like in that one of those like Thomas in Australia football shorts they did in like 2017 for some reason.
No, I think I did see that, but I barely remember this.
I never saw it, so I didn't remember it, which is weird because I remember fucking everything. Anyway, I'll send you like a screenshot of the wheel because I'm very proud of the face I put on it. But I'm going to spin it now.
You have nice legs, says Puffball Productions. This is all my streams. I've gone out of my way to not put my legs in the stream because I'm like, that's going to be weird. People are going to like talk about my legs. And I was right the whole time. There's a lot of leg talk.
Yeah, man, this chat, he's not just a piece of meat, okay?
Yeah, I'm not just a leg. I'm more than a leg.
Yeah. Okay, so character number 1 is Butch.
Okay.
And character number 2
is
Alaric.
Alaric. Okay, this is dangerous.
It is very dangerous.
We are now chained to Kirk Mackin. So that's where we are.
Well, actually, I do actually have an actual idea for this, which is there was this one news story a while back about like a pickup truck that drove up Snowden Mountain and had to be like taken back down by train. So that could just happen here, but just called up the mountain to like do a rescue or something. And he can't go back down, so Alaric takes him back down the mountain.
That's really cool.
That's not as funny as I was expecting. I really honestly, my favorite ones are the ones we get on this wheel where the characters are just entirely incompatible and trying to find a way to make that work.
Like Rex and Cody, that sort of nonsense.
I think my favorite out of the whole thing was Sailor John and the Spiteful Brake Van and the wonderful saga.
No,
We made a wonderful saga out of it.
that's extremely compatible. That's
I'll-
amazing. That's like, imagine
you know-
somehow Sailor John slips through. I'm sure you've already have a whole story for it, but Sailor John slips through the ranks and somehow fools. Like he gets through all the Northwestern's barriers and becomes a guard, and then like gets like on board the Spiteful Break Band and they cause mayhem together. Like that'd be amazing. That'd be
Yeah,
so...
I think I actually, when we actually did the stream, Andrew did a piece of art of a joke we made like towards the very end of that story we came up with, where like Sailor John and the Spiteful Break Van run away onto the ocean, but the Spiteful Break Van just has one of those like rubber duck inflatable floaties around him.
Yeah, I believe I saw this.
We posted art of that in the Tugs TD War chat, and I was like, hey, we need to make a model of this and put it in the background.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Oh my god, that's great. That's so wacky.
It's wonderful. I'm going to give the wheel a spin again, just to see if we get something even crazier.
Yeah, I want to see what's up.
All right, so we have Boko.
Okay. This could go horribly wrong or very well. It depends on...
And... we got Boko and Edward. That's just canon. We can't do anything with that.
That's so... I was literally going to say, like, I hope we get Edward. Like, that's the most boring... That's just, like... That's like spinning Donald and Douglas. It's like,
yeah!
not the point.
Alright, re-roll. That one doesn't count.
Yeah. That's not what we're looking for.
Okay.
We want some crazy shit.
Yeah, okay. Marion is number 1.
All right.
And Bradford. Okay.
Both Brenner characters.
Yeah, it's a little bit more possible.
Like a Brenner episode. Breakman. Why would Marion need it? Maybe Marion pulls a train? That'd be kind of interesting.
I'm thinking like somehow Bradford ends up in the clay pits and starts like maybe Marion's like, eccentricities are like, not railway responsible, and he starts calling him out. He starts calling her out on that.
Right. Or just like the way she approaches life in general. Like maybe she's totally, I mean, she's been at this a long time. She's like totally knows the safety procedures and she's like very reliable, but he just doesn't agree with like her lifestyle. Like she's just so out there and so boisterous.
Yeah.
And, like, she chucks rocks across the quarry and lands them in trucks, but it's like at a time when there's no workmen in the way and it's like totally safe, and she like makes sure like she does it right, but he's just like, that is not the way to do it.
Yeah.
Like, that sort of thing. That would be great.
It's the Bradford way or the wrong way.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And then like Bill and Ben would be kind of fed up with Marion because like she kind of, she's always making sure that they don't get up to too much bullshit. And so they would start siding with Bradford. But then,
honestly, I don't think the twins would want to side with Bradford, even if they didn't like Marion, because like Bradford, like I feel like Bradford would pose a greater threat to them than Marion.
Yeah, he would, but they wouldn't know that at first. So at first they would side with him, right? And then it would go horribly wrong. And they're like, we have to get out of this partnership. It's terrible, Bill. We can't work with him, And they would kind of come crawling back to Marion.
No tomfoolery, no mischief. It's the worst.
Yeah, exactly. And they would develop a new appreciation for Marion and realize how lax she is. And Bill and Ben would kind of like, they'd look at each other and they'd be like, who Bradford reminds me of? Who? Boko. I remember when Boko was around here all the time. I know, he reminds me of Boko. God, I don't miss him at all. It's like, they like forgotten how good they have it, where like Marion is so lax. Because like Boko would have been so much tougher on them.
Yeah.
Barely around. He gets to actually do his goddamn job and operate on the branch line, on the main line. Like Marion can actually like handle it now. And it's interesting because honestly, Marion has more of a bend don't break approach, where it's like she kind of like, she allows the twins a certain level of tomfoolery and it even engages in it to an extent. And only when it goes too far and starts hurting somebody's feelings does she intervene. Whereas Boko just like was so annoyed with them at all times. He's just like, those two little idiots. I just can't. Like, that's his process. Whereas Marion is entertained by the twins sometimes, and then has to be stern with them other times. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. I really like Boko's dynamic with the twins though, because like
it's good.
I posted this in the chat, but you probably didn't see it. Is that Boko has stepdad energy?
Yeah.
Like Edward's just a single dad who's been caring for Bill and Ben for 20 odd years, as long as they've been on the branch. And then one day he just comes, well, actually, it doesn't happen because that's, the story literally then starts with them not knowing Boko and not having them introduced. But Edward just rolls up and is like, "Hey, this is my new husband.
It's exactly
Metropolitan Vickers Diesel Electric Type 2." And Bill and Ben are just like, "What the fuck is this?
Yeah, exactly.
You're not our real dad."
And they're immediately rebellious, right? Which is just I love that. And that fits Boko's whole energy on the railway. Because the thing is, he's always having to kind of prove himself to everybody. When he shows up, he's like the odd man out. He's like, Edward accepts him in. And then and Edward's like, I'm sorry about the family. That then warmed you eventually. And Boko's like, I understand. They don't think I belong here, but I'll show them. It's like, that really is how he enters the island. It's like, he has to kind of tread on eggshells and make sure that he doesn't get on anybody's bad side. And he's got to take Bill and Ben out to a few ball games before they finally trust him. And they're like, "Yeah, all right, you're pretty good. You're a little too stern, but you're pretty good." It's like that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. Something. Right.
Something
Bradford. I saw somebody on AO3 is writing a whole introspective fanfic about Boko's first days on the island of Sodor. That's been a very interesting read. It's just thrown me off that it's on AO3 of all sites, because there's negative no Thomas stuff on AO3. So probably for the best.
What is it?
It's Archive of Our Own. It's a fanfic website. Kind of. I'm as far as I'm aware, that's kind of where things are going right now, because fanfiction.net is maybe dying.
Ooh, that's worrying. Is anyone saving that stuff? Is anyone going in and
hopefully? I think there are people that are archiving it. I don't think it's in the process of actively dying. It's just that
if it gets
there's been no support. There's been no updates or support for a really long time, apparently.
Okay.
So it's worrying people in the community.
It's good though that site is all text, so it could be way backed, probably.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless Google goes bankrupt and disappears from the planet forever. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime.
Yeah. That takes something happening.
Yeah. But yeah, that's that's cool. I love just straight up fan fictions. I used to read so many of those that just exist. Because I'm so used to existing in the sphere of scripts. For so long, I've just written stories to film them. And it's I didn't used to do that. I used to write fan fictions and put them on DeviantArt all the time. And they were just stories. They just existed for their own sake, which is cool. Because it's like reading a book versus watching a movie. It's you can actually, it almost gets your mind working more, because you have to kind of picture everything. You have to develop your own view of what the story looks like. And, I kind of love that. But yeah, Boko, I've written a lot of introspective, stories about Boko. He's really interesting to me, because he's kind of it's so fascinating to me how it flips, where on BR, he's the aggressor. He's he is part of the kind of, not the ruling class, but the kind of elitist class that is forcing steam engines out. He's the aggressor to steam engines. Steam engines over there have every right to be terrified of him, even though he's a great person. They don't know that, because diesels are driving them out and just causing just chaos for them. And then when he goes to Sodor, it's fascinating because it flips. Because Sodor is the place where dieselization is never going to touch them. They fight against it tooth and nail and win. So now Boko is in the minority, and all of a sudden he's being discriminated against. Even though he came there, I honestly think the reason he goes to Sodor, he's escaping that place. He hates it. It's against all of his values. He's a good-hearted, hardworking, dedicated person. he doesn't want to support this system over here that is actively destroying steam engines by the thousands. He wants to run away to a place that has better morality. So he goes to Sodor, and they all tear him to shreds. But the thing is, you understand why. Gordon is losing his entire family by the day. Like when Boko arrives, there's like already like 10 or 20 A3s that have been cut up. The process is happening right now. It's horrifying. And so like I understand why the engines are so damn scared, but at the same time, Boko is the example of kind of, you know, the one of the few good men that says, no, I won't put up with this. You know, the guy who leaves Nazi Germany, even though he has everything to gain from it, and says, no, fuck this, I'm leaving. I cannot stand it. And then he ends up on 10 different blacklists as a result. I bet if Boko ever went back after going to Sodor, he would be, they'd put him in some sort of BR gulag scrapyard. Like,
yeah. Well, you know, him and the other Class 28s, because, like, I think that's, you know, Boko being on Sodor is very interesting, because, like, every Class 28 that was actually, like, you know, that was made, like, after a certain point in their lifespan, when BR just wanted to wash their hands of them, they sent them all to Barrow, and they just kind of lived there doing suburban trains for the rest of their life.
Thing. It is so weird looking at pictures of Barrow sheds around that time. Firstly, there was like a fire and 4 of the berths burned down. So that's a really interesting story.
That's fun.
Yeah. But also, it's so weird because that's literally Barrow and Furness. And there's pictures of Boko's class and Derek's too. Like, those are both, like, I don't think I can just barely not believe that that's, like I think that is a coincidence. That the show, when they were tasked with choosing diesel engines, they chose Derek's class. I think that's a coincidence, but it's just so trippy that, like, I mean, all the failure engines and prototypes just kind of drift northwest. That's just where they all go. And it's like the real world doesn't have a Sodor, so everything just kind of congregates at Barrow. And it's so trippy. It's almost like there's this magnetic energy coming from the very fiction of that patch of ocean that is drawing all of the engines to this place. I just love it. It's like it's reality is bolstering Sodor so perfectly. Like it's well.
It's awesome. I've actually done like a spreadsheet, like charting out all of the like engines that were actually allocated at Barrow, like from 8 famous engines to the end of Barrow sheds, essentially, because it kind of like, you know, the records kind of stop around the 70s, which is when, you know, Rev Audrey stops writing. So that's basically, you know, that's as far as we need to go.
I remember my Barrow allocation phase. Yeah, that was.
It is nothing but 4Fs and like 4P tanks and a couple Black 5s and a bunch of Jinties. Yeah. It's very funny.
It's crazy how old some of those tank engines are too. Some of them like lasted hella long.
Yeah.
You know, so it's kind of impressive. Did you find that website, the one that starts, it's got like all the BR records?
Yeah, the BR database. That's what I worked from. Yeah.
That thing is great. It's amazing how much information is in
there. It is such a good tool. You know, I would like to think that in like, you know, some kind of unspoken part of the universe, at least some of those like, you know, engines that were shedded at Barrow got to, you know, escape to Sodor just by proxy. Or proxy might not be the right word. Just by proximity. Like, you know, some of them worked out on the you know, some of them like, you know, were the ones who would go to that one branch they co-own, the Normanby one.
Right.
Where like BR had running rights, and then when that closed, the Fat Controller was like, okay, well, I still need those engines to run this line, so you're part of the railway now.
Right.
You know, mostly just because I really like big tank engines, and that'd probably just be a couple of those like 4Ps that would end up there.
I kind of like to think that Arthur, I probably didn't operate in that region, but I like to think.
Actually, there was one IVIT 2MT tank that lived out there during the 8 famous engines era.
Interesting.
That's got to be Arthur.
Yeah. That would be cool if he arrived in the 40s, and if for those few odd years, because I believe that his class, they started building them in 1946. I think that's when they started.
Yeah, like at the very end of the Big Four era.
Yeah, so he has like a couple years where he gets to be LMS in a post-war Britain.
Yeah.
So it's not the same. But he gets to be LMS, and, you know, he's, you know, operating on Sodor, probably as an LMS engine for the first few years. And then once the LMS kind of goes, and everything gets merged, he just becomes a Sodor engine, which would be really interesting. Like, he doesn't start that way. He starts as a visitor, which, going back to Boko, I think it's fascinating that he isn't even like, I'm not sure Boko's even owned by the railway yet in mainline engines.
Yeah, I think he's just kind of like, making his visiting deliveries, and then
exactly.
I think it's when Edward has this accident is when they actually draft Boko in.
Yeah, that would make sense, actually. And I love how, so when it adds, there's so many, I resent the show for, look, I love Thomas the Tank Engine and Friends. I'm not saying I don't like it. It's a great show. But I resent the way they handled mainline engines, because that's my favorite Railway series book. And
it's so good.
You've got that scene at the beginning of Buzz Buzz, and they like have Boko and Duck chilling and hanging out like they're old friends, and they're like in the middle of Brendam, in the middle of the yard. That doesn't capture what the Railway series intended at all. Because what they did in the Railway series was, and you know this, there's this tense scene at the beginning of Buzz Buzz where Boko's like, hello there, may I come in? And he's being very, very polite not to overstep as he approaches this shed he has never seen before, which is iconic to us. It's Tidmouth Sheds. But to him, he's seeing it for the first time, and there's a steam engine in there, which is Duck. And Duck eyes him suspiciously, and he's like, all right, I suppose. But then once he hears that Boko's friends with Edward, they kind of slowly start to build some rapport. And it's like Duck starts to kind of warm up to him, but it's like a very, very tense situation. It's like, could be very explosive. And so Boko, what I find so remarkable about him is that he has the patience and the, kind of the just the reserve to, even though he hasn't done anything wrong, be very, very careful not to offend this steam engine and offend anybody. He's entitled to the shed. He's been scheduled to rest here, clearly. Why else would he go in? He could just go straight in. Most of the diesels probably do. He doesn't. Instead, he asks, and he's very, very careful not to overstep, and he's fully prepared for the answer to be, no, stay outside, which he shouldn't have to do. He's done nothing wrong.
Yeah.
He does it anyway, because all he cares about is fixing this situation. He doesn't have any ego, no pride. He has every right to be pissed off. It's like, why wouldn't I be allowed in the shed? But he doesn't. Instead, he doesn't overstep. He's very careful, very patient. And in doing that, he manages to win over the railway in the fucking 60s. How do you do that?
Like he wins over Donald and Douglas. Like
it's amazing, right? And it's like, I just love that. At some point, I guess he wins over James as well, because once we get to James and the diesel engines, James is like, oh, well, but they're all right. Like two of them. All the rest, terrible. So at some point there's, and they say like Donald and Douglas were the last to come around. I struggle to believe James came around before they did. I mean, that's kind of...
Yeah, I think that's mostly the existence of James and the diesel engines kind of like messing with that. But I think like, when that was written, I feel like it's more believable that,
Right.
Oh yeah, James got over himself, as James does.
It's really just James's hatred of diesels is fascinating, because like I just think I've thought about it for years about like, why is he so different from the others? And I finally rested on the conclusion that it's not because he had some bad experience at some point. It's not because he encountered some horrible diesel or some specific instance happened. I think it's just a fundamental problem with the way he views the world and the way he views himself and the way he values himself. Because really, think about what James values most. Think about what he thinks will guarantee his survival. Appearances. He thinks that having style will save your life. That's basically what he thinks. Emotionally, he thinks that because it will rescue him from awkward situations and it will make him somebody to be admired. And then once dieselization starts, I'm sure he's thinking, okay, well, I'm a very splendid engine. Nobody's going to get rid of me. I'm the type of engine that ends up on all the posters. You can't touch this, right?
I feel like to an extent he'd feel like all the engines on BR kind of, sucks that they're dying, but I mean, what do they expect? They're all painted in this drab black and they're all grimy.
Right.
Like,
But then the terrifying part is when he realizes that, I mean, like, even the Flying Scotsman doesn't get on the preservation list. And James would start to be scared shitless. Because he started to realize not only is his livery not going to save him, but it's never been a cushion. It's never been protecting him from anything. He's on this railway because of the Fat Controller's kindness. He's on this railway for unrelated reasons. He has spent every day of his life since 1925. We're in the 60s now. He's spent every day of his life since 1925 telling himself that his livery is his saving grace. And now all of a sudden, the master race of all of the United Kingdom are these boxy, oily, drab, uninspiring metal creatures that roam around. They don't have any of the glamour or glitz of steam engines. They don't have the great livery. They don't have anything that he values about himself, and they're winning. Of course that would scare him shitless. Not in the way that Gordon or Henry would be scared. They're scared, but it's not personal with them. With them, it's, all right, well, maybe some of them are faster. Or all right, maybe some of them are stronger. But for James, it's not the same thing. Like, it's so much more personal with him. It's how he
it's an ego thing.
Yeah, exactly. And so, and honestly, I think it's the exact same reason he hates trucks. I think that really it's not just as simple as they're dirty, they're grimy, I don't like them. I think anything that is boxy and monotonous and has no style whatsoever and doesn't stick out, he doesn't respect people who don't try and stick out. He doesn't respect people who go with the flow, go with the crowd. He hates monotony. Why do you think he painted himself red and tried to get everybody's attention? So I'm sure he resents trucks for that reason. They're all the same and they're dirty and grubby and don't care about their appearance or anything. And to him, not caring about your appearance is like not caring about anything. So it's like they, in his mind, have no soul, no morality. Diesels are the exact same way. They're monotonous. They are by the thousands. They all look the same. And even steam engines have some flair to them. The different classes look different. They all have something different about them. And James is now seeing that society is going in a direction where what he has built everything upon, no one values it anymore. That's not the point. There's no focus on it. Nobody's getting on the posters. We don't need posters anymore. That's fucking scary. So I get why he takes it as such a personal challenge. And I think that's the thing. It's not even that he's terrified about his own mortality. It's that he's terrified that the worldview that has given him his sanity for the last 40 odd years is bullshit. That's what's scaring him the most, is that his very ego is crumbling under the weight of the realization that England is now populated by engines who are succeeding and the opposite of everything he ever tried to aspire to. That's why I think James is so racist. I think that it's just personally how he's built his ego. It's different from how Gordon functions or how Henry functions. Gordon, when he sees that somebody is faster than him, always thinks, I can challenge them to a race. And it's kind of about the contest for him. Gordon kind of likes to be challenged in a way. James, it scares him to his core. He wants to be the unchallenged, unrivaled, most gorgeous engine in any sphere that he's in. And he's not. Not just he's not, but that doesn't count anymore. Like, at least speed still matters. At least, like, strength still matters. Beauty doesn't matter anymore. That's been erased. That's not a category anymore. Gordon and Henry don't have to worry about it. They're just like, all right, well, I'm not the fastest, but at least I'm the second fastest. Whereas James is like, James is just like, hold on,
He can't handle being second best.
Yeah, but not even that. There is no best. His paint doesn't matter at all. It's not just that he's lower on the chart. The chart got burned and thrown out the window. There is no chart. Nobody cares about beauty anymore. At least not in terms of marketing the railways, in terms of what people will actually pay attention to. And so he's kind of the thing he values most has been thrown out. It doesn't count anymore. It's not a category. It's not something to be considered. And that is scary to him. So I think that's what it is. That's what I finally settled on, is why James is so bitterly racist, is because it goes down to how he values himself personally. Not just a kind of surface level vanity, but the fact that deep down below, when you think about what diesels are, they are the opposite of every stylistic fashion choice he's ever made. So it just makes sense. but yeah, I think James and his relationship to diesels, and by extension to anything that's monotonous and numerous, like trucks, or even like how the LMS operated in the earlier days, back where they would just take 3 or 4 tender engines and put them on the same train because they had small engine policy and didn't have engines big enough to pull any of this stuff. He would hate being interchanged and swapped out. That's probably something he learned to hate very early on. And he has I think James might have the most complex psychology out of all the engines. Maybe Henry's a little bit more complex, but James doesn't even know what's going on in his own head. He doesn't fully grasp it. He's really messed up, I think. Anyway, that's my James speech. Bravo, me.
Bravo, yay. Been doing that instead of working on the whole. Oh no.
Yeah, but once I talk about James, I can't stop.
Yeah, it's that kind of character, Like really, all of the main characters are kind of like that. Where once you like start thinking about them, it's all consuming.
Right. Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. I mean, you can turn any of them into really complex characters, and I've got so much. I've done so much thinking on all of them. Like they're just so interesting to me.
Yeah. Now I just have to wait for Bachman to ship the N scale one, just because I need it.
You need it?
Yes. Speaking of like Boko and also like tiny model trains, I was doing some research, and apparently Rapido are doing N scale versions of the Class 28. So now I know that's what I need in my life.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Boko, I think, the TV series version at least is just close enough to the real Class 28's shape that I think that will work out. Some of them are so far off, but he's actually decently close. The green kind of throws me off, like it's hard to tell, but I think he is the same shape.
Yeah, I think so too, because Boko in the TV series is also like really long. I can't help but feel like that is more or less true to the prototype.
It is. He's awesomely long. He's such a cool looking engine. He
really is.
Like I
hope Bachman makes him one day.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Like imagine that. And it would have a classic face because they have no options.
Yeah.
And they never will. Honestly, I think it's possible that one day Mattel or whoever owns Thomas is going to go back to the CGI series the way it was.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They'll probably go back to the original designs and everything. Because this is not going to work. It's already not working.
Yeah. The person who does the All Engines Go wiki, I say person, it's probably more than one person, but someone who works for the All Engines Go wiki did someone did an interview with like Rick Swavel, or however you say that name, like one of the heads behind the current reboot, and a lot of that interview was really eye-opening about just how much Mattel is mandating that they like do to ruin their own series, and like he actually does care about the show to an extent and tries to throw bones to people who watch Thomas, but I mean, honestly, that wouldn't do it for me, just because like sure, James still exists in All Engines Go, but at what cost?
Right. Here's the tragic thing is I bet I could write like a kick-ass All Engines Go type series and still like the thing is like sure the universe is out the window, the rules, those are all shattered beyond repair, but the characters, you can write a series like this and have the characters shine through. You can write them in character. They're in a different world. This is an alternate reality. But like you could do a whole episode about James being incredibly vain. It's just that now you actually get to see him visit a beauty salon or look in a mirror.
Yeah.
And that's kind of better in a way. I mean, it's like, obviously I prefer the original, but if we're gonna go there, let's fucking go there.
Yeah, like if it's gonna be stupid, let's just go full in.
Right, yeah. No, exactly. Have Gordon host an Olympics or a train.
Yeah.
Olympics, have him be the great kind of Greek figure of strength. Have him pull like 200 wagons, and he's got like a headband on, like
Gordon tries to become like a one of those like Evel Knievel stuntmen, and he calls himself the Shooting Star. Sure, let's go with it.
Yeah, stuff like that, right? Like, here's the thing. Like, this show is weirdly a lot like Teen Titans Go in a lot of ways.
God.
And now here's the thing. Teen Titans Go, it's got its problems. It gets very grating, but I've watched a lot of that show, and I was pretty excited for it when it came out, honestly, because it was cool just watching to see what they implemented. Like, when Commissioner Gordon and Batman first showed up, I thought that was cool. They're like, now they have a really dumb running joke where they just laugh every time we see them. But the thing is, some episodes kind of nail the characters in interesting ways. Like, they bring in a lot of old concepts, and they kind of parody them in a good way. It's like there's this whole episode where Robin has to feed Batman's fish in the Batcave. And basically, so over the whole episode, even though Batman is away while Robin is, watching, watching the Batcave, his friends are all goofing around in there, and Robin is trying to make sure they don't mess anything up because he's very intimidated by Batman. And that's kind of makes sense. That's kind of true.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really goofy way to do it, but it does speak a truth about the character that existed long before Teen Titans Go started. And I think that's good. That's solid commentary. Now, it's not the best. Obviously, the original Teen Titans is much better. But if we're going to have something, if we're going to parody it, at least we're parodying the right things. At least we're not parodying the characters wrong.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is, like, Cyborg is like maybe way too into cars and way too over the top, but he is still into cars. That is his thing. He is the tech guy. He's been exaggerated in a crazy direction, but he's still him. He's exaggerated in the right way. And this is what infuriates me about the way that, like, they handled James in the later CGI series. It's like, he's the fastest red engine on Sodor. It's like, speed? You're gonna give him speed?
Yeah, that's not his thing. Like,
his cylinders are not his best feature. Okay, it's my eye line. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, how are you gonna give James? He's the vain one. He loves how he looks. He's obsessed with it. So put him in beauty pageants. That's like what you should do with James. But
yeah, and then they did that, and then they glossed over it in the movie where they did that.
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like you should make every scene that James is in, make it in some way related to that, because that's his main feature. That's what we love him for. So we want to see more of that. And the thing is, there are countless missed opportunities from this new show. I mean, maybe not. I haven't watched any episodes, but I'm guessing they've missed all the opportunities.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, James doesn't actually have any personality in these episodes. He just kind of like puffs around in the background and is like, hello.
Which sucks.
Yeah.
How did that happen? James is the... Here's the thing.
I think the mentality behind it is that Mattel didn't want him in at all. But then, whoever made the decision to put James in was like, hey, James sells really well in the toys, so I bet if we put him in like a background element in the show, it'd be good marketing or whatever. Mattel was just like,
James,
okay.
Here's the thing.
And then they...
So Jamie,
that was
we can both agree. We can both agree that Thomas is the most famous train of all time. Well, who do you think is the second most famous?
James.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's
so
like this is like
center stage. Why is he like, he should be... Do you realize the potential? He could steal the fucking show. Like,
yeah.
He deserves just the utmost attention. Put the spotlight on that mother.
Yeah. Give him a spin-off.
Yeah, he deserves his own spin-off, preferably with a lot of musical numbers in it.
Yeah.
Like himself. And
God, I just fucking remember, on the topic of James musical, I remembered a treatment for something I wrote once, which is supposed to be like, for like an anthology thing. And right. I wanted to do like the origin story for why James is red. And this was before all the Bloomer stuff happened. So I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to put Bloomer in like, Croven's Gate Works when James is being repainted, which obviously does not fit with the actual Bloomer lore, but whatever.
How recent was this? Because I had not heard anything about Bloomer until like 2 months ago.
That's when it got revealed, because it was in like an audio recording Audrey had made of his Farquhar timetable, and in it he explained like what the purpose of this one like there was a sequence in which the Bloomer arrived with a rail tour, and since Bloomer wasn't in the books, Audrey explained who Bloomer was. So the Fat Controller, huh?
Audio recording?
Yeah, Audrey made an audio recording of
of him speaking.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Well, I think there are some parts where it's like someone else speaking instead of Audrey, but the whole recording is like that is Audrey's recording.
That's amazing. So this is the lecture people are talking about.
It was mentioned in the lecture but only because they found it in the audio recordings that they did for the layout running DVD that they did at the same time. The Talcon Railway people.
Huh. God, this is bizarre. It's not his normal naming convention, Bloomer.
Well, it's because I think it's because the character didn't actually have a name. We've all just been calling it Bloomer because that's the kind of engine it is. It's a London Northwestern Railway Bloomer.
Okay.
And, since Audrey didn't name it in the audio recording, we've just been calling it Bloomer.
Is this another instance of us looking at like a character that's meant to represent a greater mass of characters and being like, wow, there's one more? When in reality, there's like hundreds of them. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of
No, there's I wrote down the text in that audio recording just so that I could reference it. Hold on.
Of course you did.
Look, this may be fucking when I went to Talaclin in fucking how many years ago, and I saw Bloomer just sitting in the case, I was like, wow, that's really cool that Audrey has this really cool red engine that nobody ever talks about. I wonder what its deal is. And now we know what the deal is. I'm jazzed about it. Okay.
Yeah, I do remember this engine. I saw pictures of this a long time ago, but I just never thought it was anything of significance.
Okay. So, it is a restored locomotive, which was the Fat Controller's contribution to the Stockton and Darlington 150th anniversary celebrations. The engine is one of J.E. McConnell's Bloomers, and over 100 years old. It once ran on the Port Patrick Railway, and was believed scrapped till the Fat Controller found it a few years ago in a forgotten shed in Wigtonshire.
Okay. What year was this Stockton and Darlington celebration?
It was in 1975. So that's like a couple...
No. Oh.
So it's just a couple years after the Railway Series ends. The Fat Controller just finds a Bloomer in a shed on the mainland and is like, okay.
Bloomer. Fucking... It's the 70s? So that's what you decided to do, Wilbur. That's what you decided to give us. In the fucking 70s. Right in the middle. Right down the center. Thanks, Willie. I appreciate it. What? I thought this was a leftover from the 1910s or 20s. That would have at least been relatively cool. You're telling me. Okay. All right. The Reverend Audrey. Hey, 6 holes. Wait, are they all? Oh shit. This one's not. Okay. Almost 6 holes and 5 hours. This is a key moment. Do I decide to cut my losses and finish these 6, but not make any other models, or do I attempt to make all 12 and make more holes?
Well,
because I'd set a record 6 models in 12 hours, which I'm setting a record because no one's ever attempted this ever, and I have no bar.
At the very least, if you do the 6 models in 6 hours, that means you can do a part 2 where you do the other 6 in 12 hours.
That's true. I could. Maybe I will. Mm-hmm. I think I'll rename the video to 6 models in 12 hours.
Oh, no.
Right, so, but yeah, Bloomer.
I've also tried narrowing down which one it would be, but it's not very conclusive considering that, there's the only thing we know about it is that it is a large bloomer, and that there were at least like, God, I wrote down the number. There were only 6 that were around when the Port Patrick and Wigtonshire Railway was a thing.
Interesting.
Because that joint railway was started way late into the bloomers withdrawal process. So there were 6 large bloomers that were still in service by then. And the wiki says that it was built by Sharp Stewart, and I think that might have been just them guessing, because the Sharp Stewart only built a few of them.
Right.
But under the assumption that it is true, there are at least 3 of them that work.
Edward is like distantly related to this engine.
Yeah, third cousins twice removed or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, given it's Audrey, I wouldn't be surprised if Bloomer was just like a fictional extra in the batch. Because that's what Audrey... That's something I only recently noticed, is that's what Audrey does whenever an engine's number is relevant to a story. He always gives it a fictional one. All the engines with BR numbers or Great Western numbers or whatever, he never mentions those numbers in the actual stories.
Right.
The reason they have those numbers is because Audrey hands the model off to the illustrator, and the illustrator just copies the number verbatim onto the engine, because Audrey didn't specify in the text.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, like, I would say that Bloomer, because again, I don't like this narrative laziness that is permitted, where Audrey just gets to mention an engine's existence, and simply because he wrote an amazing series, he now gets to basically reap the benefits of an entire 4-story book about Bloomer, where, that's enough for us. Okay, Bloomer.
Well, I don't think that was the intention at the time. I think, he was retired and he wanted to put an engine on his layout to do this thing. Yeah. So he just kind of made something up. So Bloomer is canon in the same way that Elsie is canon, in that, they exist on the layout. And so they're technically part of the universe.
In the book. That's what matters, is that Elsie's in People, History, and Railways. So I'm okay with Elsie. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay. I must have missed her then.
Yeah, so that one I count because he published something where he explained her existence. Whereas like with Bloomer, he could have been like panicking in his living room, sweating like, should I put Bloomer in or should I not?
Well, that book had to have a lot of cuts made to it. Like,
I won't put her in. Like
the People, History, and Railways book had a lot cut from it. Like the Audrey lecture had a lot of information that was that was the same as the book, but also expanded greatly on the stuff. Like, it explained why the Sodor and Main Railway had its financial woes. It explained what happened at Croven's Gate as to why nobody knows what the hell Thomas, Edward, and Henry's deal is. Because there was a fire there, so they lost the blueprints.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, in the 1930s, the Great Croven's Gate Fire, or whatever. It explained what happened to Neil.
I need to hear any more of this.
Okay.
I don't need to.
And none of it's a retcon either, because these are the history lectures Audrey was telling when he had written the stories at the time.
I'm sure he intended all this.
Is this going to be another Diesel Tug situation where you just need to stick your head in the stand?
No. So this. Well, yeah, I am going to respond to it similarly, but there's a key difference: is that Diesel Tug bullshit. I don't give it any credit whatsoever. I mean, I know that they were probably toying with the idea, but again, we saw how chopped up the first season got. Imagine the further out you go, the more the show would probably devolve and go in a different direction. So it didn't get made. It was all fully concept. Whereas the difference is Audrey was writing a book series. So if he writes more stuff, and he's writing it around the same time, and he's kind of imagining the island with that in mind around that time, if that was the intention, I think it is legitimate. I think that I should take Bloomer seriously and all that stuff, but I did not find out about any of this till now, and it's too late for me to accept it. I have too many of my own ideas. I filled the gaps that he left empty already. So now he's like, come along, like, no, wait, I've got the rest. It's like, no, Wilbert, I have filled the gaps already. If you come along and you're going to push your narrative back in there and then mine is going to fall right out. Like, I don't, I have my vision for how the island goes. And I've kind of come up with my own ways to explain what's missing. And the fact that he has explanations we never got to see threatens my own legitimacy of my own creative vision. So that's kind of like what disturbs me about it. It's a little weird. Whereas the Diesel Tug thing, I just don't take that seriously. It never became real. But what he's talking about is very real. Like, he had very much intended it. And it was, he probably, while writing the books, imagined this being the case while writing them. He just never mentioned them on the pages, but it was happening in the background, and it always was, and we just didn't see it. So that's different. Also, it's not about something that happens in the future. It's not like what he was writing. I mean, yeah. But anyway, I'm not ready to process this yet. It's very
okay.
cool.
Yeah, it's very, very off topic for building 6 holes and maybe 12 other things.
Yeah. Okay, so 6 of these. Pretty good, I gotta say. I mean, I've made pretty good time, all things considered. But this is the moment where we cut our losses. Hello, floating vessels. How are you doing? And Dougie's there as well. Hello, Dougie. I am everything but weird, says Dougie. Turns out I cannot read, and then a lot of emotions, a lot of emoticons, fist, glasses, okay symbol, fire, 100. Okay, cool. That's pretty neat. Redding 3640 Studio says, I'm here. Hello, Redding. Okay. What should I do next? Should I go for the rest of them? I'm going to finish these. I think I'm going to finish these. I think that's the only safe way to proceed.
Yeah, so that's 3 stars and 3 Z stacks,
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I've seen worse. At least you're all clean.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. All right. So this is going to be, who's this going to be? Zebedee, I think, was the one that got mentioned by somebody.
Yeah.
So that's
Zebedee's cool.
Zebedee is cool. Zebedee's really cool.
Yeah.
I gotta say, if I was like 12, this isn't saying that what I'm about to describe is immature. I'm just saying that it's like this is where I was at this point in my life. I would be so excited by all this Bloomer stuff and Neil stuff and all this, but I don't know. I've become a grumpy old man, a hermit, stuck in his old ways, and who trusted Wilbert to tell him everything he knew, and then it turns out he had all these secrets. I feel like I found out that my father has a second family. It's like that sort of thing. It's like, you really, there's all this. Like
I feel like if he had survived into the internet age, or like if there had been like ways to like put the information out there that wasn't a book that they needed to make space for, I feel like this would have been made public like long ago. Probably,
yeah. Because that's the thing, is like it was already hard enough to get people history and railways and reading between the lines out. Like that was, their publishers were not cool with that. They were like, okay, fine. If you keep nagging us about it, we'll let you. But only this once. Okay, so Fancy Feast. Are we clear on this?
Yes.
Okay, good. So I'm going to use this for the superstructure. There we are.
Yeah, when you began with like, if I were 12, I thought for a second you were going to say something about like, Zebedee is a star tug, but
honestly, that one never interested me, because I was kind of like, because after High Winds, that idea, I know High Winds kind of is what inspired that idea in everybody, but to me, it kind of doomed it to never happen, because they just hinted towards it so heavily that it was like, well, if it happens now, it'll be so obvious. Like,
yeah,
I feel like if it was going to happen, it should have happened at the end of that episode. And it didn't. And it's like, I think the cool thing about Zebedee is that, like, 10 Cents is kind of like, you could do the right thing and you could, become a star tug. And Zebedee, he's like, he's just kind of like, you crazy. I'd never do that. But in his head, he's like, kid, you really think it's that easy? You think I haven't thought about it? Like, it's that's the difference. Like,
Yeah.
he has a family to stick by. Like, he can't abandon the Zeros. What are they going to do without him? He's probably the strongest Tug on the fleet. It would be like Big Mac leaving the Stars. That would cripple them, and they have more of them. Imagine if Zebedee left the Zeros. He can't leave them. As much as he wants to, as much as he disagrees with the way Zoran runs things and the way that Zach acts, he has to stay because he has a family that he's beholden to. And that's the interesting thing, is 10 Cents doesn't realize that, because 10 Cents believes that everybody has choice. Everybody can leave their current circumstances for better ones. Because in his mind, the Zed stacks, well, if they're struggling without him, they should just work harder, right? Like, that'll fix their problem. Not realizing
10 Cents is very privileged and sheltered and doesn't quite understand what they have to go through.
And the thing is, he's also extremely selfless and a very hard worker. So that's the interesting contrast, is that he's like a really good person, but he's just naive. Like, he doesn't fully realize how difficult the world can really be for people. And he's worked hard his whole life, but he doesn't realize he never had to. Like, he would have been fine if he didn't. Whereas the Zeros would not have. They would have been screwed. Whereas if 10 Cents worked half as hard as he does, he'd be fine. I mean, his standard of living would go down a little bit, but he'd be fine. And he doesn't look at it that way, and he still works really hard. So to his credit, he's a really hard worker, but he can't expect that of everybody. He can't expect that everybody's going to be able to work their way out of their problems, because there's serious wealth disparity going on between the Stars and the Zeros.
Yeah.
Okay, Zebedee the Zero.
Yeah. Zebedee the friend.
Zebedee the friend. Yeah, he's a friend. He's a friend to all.
Yeah.
And to all.
God, my brain is just. I think my brain is just defective at this point, because ever since I first thought of Thomas the friend, that's all I can ever jokingly refer to any Thomas or Tugs character as. It's just hey, look, it's Thomas the friend.
Thomas the friend.
That's the name of the show, right?
Thomas the friend.
It's broken me.
Thomas and friend. His one friend. Who is
his one friend?
Who's his
Who
one
would it
friend?
be?
Probably. It's interesting that I feel like if I had to choose one engine that would never abandon Thomas, I don't think it would even be Percy. Because I think if Thomas started treating Percy badly enough, Duck would finally step in and be like, he's an asshole, Percy. Come with me. Come to my
Yeah,
house.
definitely.
And then Percy would finally, it'd be really hard for him, but he'd abandon Thomas if he was that much of a dick. I don't think it'd ever get there, but if it did, then yeah, I think Percy would finally decide enough was enough. You know who I don't think would ever abandon Thomas is Edward. And part of that is because Percy's always looked up to Thomas. He's kind of on a different level from him. Whereas Thomas and Edward, those two have some serious history. I mean, they built the railway from the ground up together. So Edward knows a lot more of Thomas's inner flaws and demons, I think, than Percy does. And Percy knows a lot of them, but Edward would kind of whereas if Thomas really went off the deep end and really just became a real asshole obsessed with his branch line, and then all of a sudden, I'm imagining a story where maybe the beaching axe is happening, and this is an alternate universe where his line is shutting down. And Percy's like, we have to go, Thomas. Come on. We can't stay here. They're shutting it down. Thomas would be like, no, I'm staying. I'm going to make sure this place survives. And he keeps doing that, right? And he develops a 5 o'clock shadow. And he's working around the clock, and he's just obsessed. And slowly everybody leaves. Percy leaves, Toby leaves. They all pack up and find other places to go. And Thomas just won't. And he ends up driving them all away because he just won't accept the inevitability of it. I feel like the engine that would finally go in and talk to Thomas would be Edward, where after Thomas, the line's literally shut down. He can't operate on it anymore. And Thomas is just sitting in the middle of Farquhar's sheds, just refusing to leave. Edward would show up and he'd finally be like, Thomas, look at you. And Thomas would just be like, I'm not going anywhere, Edward. This is my branch line. And Edward would just be like, you've always been stubborn as an ox. Look around you, Thomas. The whole place is shut down. There's nothing else that you can do. It's time to go. And Thomas is just like, I'm not going. I know by now I can't convince you. And it's like, it'd be that sort of, like, I very much see them with that dynamic where it's like a certain wisdom where Edward like really knows how Thomas's mind works and nobody else fully does, because they didn't really see him in the 1910s. They didn't really see him in that era. But
Edward's been around Thomas his whole life, so
exactly.
Nobody knows him better.
And Thomas in that era probably developed some coping mechanisms, probably developed what he values and figured out. I mean, because he's been chasing, being this kind of stellar, amazing passenger engine his whole life. I think that's the era he really decided who he was going to be and what he was going to chase. And it's also the era where he kind of figured out how to wall off his emotions and be less vulnerable. So like, because I think Thomas puts up a lot of walls, he has a lot of cockiness, a lot of bravado, and he puts that in front of his insecurities, so that other engines don't really see, how he's struggling underneath. Edward sees right through it because he saw him build those coping mechanisms, which I think is part of the reason why Thomas, Thomas obviously, he leaves for his branch line because he wants to get away from Gordon because he's an asshole. But I think Thomas for a few years probably cuts ties with everybody for a while, partly because it makes him uncomfortable that Edward knows him so well, like too well, to the point where he wants to kind of start fresh. And everybody who comes to Thomas's branch line after that point, they don't know what the old him looks like. They don't know what he looked like in his younger years. So they don't really know where his insecurities are. Percy kind of picks up from some of it, but not really. Toby doesn't have a clue. Annie and Clarabelle don't even fully know. Whereas Edward knows. And I think that's a really interesting relationship that they have. Is I think they very much are equals. Like, I know The Adventure Begins kind of makes Edward out to look like a kind of like Thomas is the protege and Edward's the teacher. I don't really see them that way. I kind of see them being more equal. I know Edward's a lot older, but Thomas is a lot older than Gordon. Like, that doesn't really mean anything in this world.
Yeah.
I kind of think that, these two built the railway together and they've got this long, elaborate history. I think that, they're pretty much on even terms. Like, they might as well be the same age, just in different ways. And I think the thing is, Thomas is not depicted that way very often. He's not depicted because he's so immature in some ways, and he's just so energetic and boisterous, and he doesn't really demonstrate any of the signs of like an older engine because he doesn't act that way. He's the type of guy who he's like jet skiing when he's 60. Like, that's Thomas. So you don't really see that side of him. But, whereas Edward, I think from the day he was built, he's kind of acted in this cautious, wise manner. He didn't have the wisdom then, but he did have the behavior, whereas Thomas didn't, and he never developed it. So we look at him like he's younger, but I don't think he's all that young. I mean, I do think that him and Edward are kind of on the same level. They're the same. They've kind of lived the same, like, they're at the same stage in their lives almost, even if Thomas is younger. He's also been through a lot. He was built into the middle of a war. He had to literally, imagine being thrown onto an island and saying, hey, you see these 3 disjointed railways, connect them together. Yeah, I know that you're only 2 months old, but do it. It's like, he grew up fast, so I think that in that way, he is not, he is Edward's equal in a lot of ways. And I think the two of them, like Thomas, at some point, Edward and Thomas probably had a falling out where, Edward kind of confronted Thomas on some of his more unhealthy behaviors and the fact that he has all this bravado and the fact that he kind of, when somebody gets too close to him and kind of looks into his, the ways in which he is too arrogant or too cocky, Thomas kind of pushes them away. And Edward kind of got to that point where he started confronting him on it, and Thomas kind of drifted away. He's like, yeah, we'll talk, Edward, like, maybe twice a year. Bye. And it's like he goes to his branch line, and Edward's like, Thomas, like, and then he builds this whole he builds a friend group around himself who either won't confront him, like Percy, or doesn't care, like Toby. Whereas Edward is neither of those things. So it's very interesting. I love those two. I love like Thomas and Edward's connection. What was I saying? Something about But what was our topic before I got on this Edward business?
I think Thomas the friend. Like if there
Yes,
was one
Thomas the
friend
friend.
Thomas had.
Yeah, Thomas is a friend, and Edward is that
Yeah.
friend. You can have many balloons, but only one true friend.
I was honestly kind of thinking a while back, because I think it'd be a cool project to do, like, sort of like an anthology collection of stories about, like, Edward just helping other engines. Edward the friend, if you will.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Like it's interesting. I think it would be really cool because I think it would demonstrate how brilliant he really is. Like some of those situations would like require a lot of tact. A lot of, engines would be in positions where they just can't solve the problem, and he'd be like, all right, I've been in this situation before, hold on. And he'd come up with some really clever answer to their crisis. Like I think that would be really, really neat. Like I imagine like Gordon would get into some sort of all-out war with like an engine on the LMS, like a Princess class or something, and it would get so bad that the LMS is going to like rescind running powers. Like they're not going to allow engines to go to Barrow anymore. And Edward's like, okay, Gordon, what the fuck did you do? And Gordon's like, I caused a political crisis. And I don't know how to... So
Edward goes in to do damage control, and the princess is just like, oh well, fine, fine. Gordon sucks, but fine.
Exactly. Like I imagine they just go into a shed. Edward shoots Gordon a look, and he's like, "We'll be out in 10 minutes." They go into that shed. We don't see what happens, and when they come back out, there's a peace treaty. What did you say to her? And Edward's just like, everything I needed to say. By the way, you owe me. And then he just leaves.
Yeah.
Like an anthology like that of all the epic Edward moments where he just solves a problem like that.
Yeah.
Because I really think he is brilliant. Like he is not just wise, but like he's very sharp. Like I think he's got a natural intellect that, is just very impressive. But at the same time, he has a certain level of insecurity where like he feels bad about being old. He says that several times. And I think he does doubt himself. Like he's brilliant, but if somebody like Gordon tells him he's not, he might, he'll override that if he absolutely has to. But most of the time, Edward, like if Gordon says, oh, Edward, you're just an idiot, like something blunt like that when he's having a really bad day. And so he's just like, he takes that out on Edward. Edward would be like, maybe you're right, Gordon. And, he'd kind of like, he'd internalize it, even though he's like smarter than Gordon, Henry, and James put together. He doesn't have that same confidence, which I think is why Thomas is such an important influence on Edward in those earlier years of the railway, because I think that Thomas has all confidence and really no brains. And so they've got that clash with each other, where Thomas has the heart and the charisma and the belief in himself, and Edward has the genius. And so the two of them together are an unstoppable team. And I think if it had been any other duo of engines that started the Northwestern Railway, there would not be a Northwestern Railway. Like it had to be those two. And I think that's really cool. Like, I just adore the connection between them.
Yeah.
And just Edward in general. Edward's great.
Edward's great. Being Edward is such a thankless job. It's a wonder really he's so good at it.
Yeah. Well, it's because I think that he really Edward feels like his, purpose is to help other people, I think. And I think that he has some self-worth issues himself. He doesn't feel valuable. And so he's constantly looking for ways to be of value to others. I bet part of that is the fact that he was a shy steamer, and that couldn't be physically impressive in the same way that a lot of other engines were around him. And so he had to find ways to compensate, and he did that with his intellect. He did that by finding, solutions to problems. So instead of pulling heavy trains, he solved difficult problems. And that honestly is a lot more valuable, because not a lot of engines can do that as effectively as he can, but he's always going to kind of measure himself up against an engine like Gordon. And think about it. Think about the fact that when the Reverend comes to Sodor and asks Edward, tell me some stories. Tell me something great that you did once. What does Edward tell him? Does he tell him about all the times that he's shown wisdom to the other engines or been kind to them? Or no, he tells him about the time that he pushed Gordon up the hill. That's what he tells him. The situation where he used what little physical strength he had to help Gordon. because I think deep down that might be the first thing that occurs to him, is that, you know, that's probably what he was taught in his youth. I mean, you ever think about the fact that Edward is an express engine? Like, is supposed to be. That's what he was built for. I mean, he's no different from Gordon in terms of his function, and yet I doubt he ever pulled an express in his life. He probably tried like one, and then he had a coughing fit at the end of it. Edward is the type of person that really felt the need to enlist in World War I, but had such bad asthma that he couldn't get anywhere near the field. That's what Edward is. And yet he became a master strategist. That's kind of what I picture when I think of the Blue Engine, as they call him, because he's the only Blue Engine, as we know.
Yes, not to be confused with those non-Blue engines like Thomas and Gordon.
Yeah, which are a different color altogether. Something more like chartreuse. Yeah, they're chartreuse.
Yeah, more chartreuse than cerulean, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, certainly. That sounds like the name of a very complicated to read book. Like more chartreuse than cerulean. Like one that's way more elaborately written than it needs to be. Oh my god.
Yeah, the kind of book where, like, they won't say 10 words if 100 will do.
Yeah, exactly. NWR Films says Edward was born old, which is kind of oh my god. Dougie says
he's an old soul, which is just another way of saying this person has depression.
Yeah, honestly. Dougie says I can't draw fucking hands. Yeah, join the club, Dougie. I kind of when I draw hands, it's like it's tricky. Yeah, I'm not very good at it. I generally draw, like, I do a lot of figure drawing, but I kind of like the hands usually the fingers come to points the way that I draw them, and I try not to like I wouldn't ever make a hand like a major feature in like a drawing because it's so difficult. There's so much going on, it's so complicated. Look at this. Look at all this. What's happening here? It's really something. Hope I didn't just like insult somebody in sign language. It was not my intention. If anybody witnessed that.
All right, NWR Film says Thomas is my favorite character, and I feel like many people get him wrong. Oh, okay. I misinterpreted this. He's not a nice, good friend. He's an asshole to everyone. I feel like Thomas is capable of being a good friend, but yeah, he is kind of an asshole.
Here's the thing. I think that it depends on the situation. Thomas day to day is kind of he's kind of like his eyes are always on the prize. So if you interrupt him, he's kind of a dick, right? He's constantly focused on his branch line and accomplishing the next big thing. Where he really shines is when somebody's in trouble. He will do everything in his power to help them. He just drops everything and he's just like, shit, all right, I'm ready. Let's do this. But it's interesting because when you think about all of Thomas's best moments, you think about like Magic Railroad, you think about like him rescuing James after his crash, you think about like all the things he did for others heroically, even when others told him not to. But those are not the things by which he characterizes himself. He characterizes himself by his branch line, by his coaches, his number, his color, all these like very vain, shallow things. And so it's amazing because there's no chance that Thomas ever tries to rescue somebody just because he wants the glory, because he doesn't count that as glorious. He's just kind of like, okay, I'm trying to get my branch line right now, but fine, James, I'll help you out of the fucking cow field, then I'll go back to the other thing, okay? Okay, let's do this fast. And he doesn't realize that's the thing that's going to get him the glory. Like, he does it just because he's like, okay, shit, I really, really got to get this branch line, but I can't leave James there, so I'm going to delay that for him. And then it ends up getting him what he wanted all along. It's pretty great. Yeah. So he's an extremely heroic character, but the tragedy of Thomas is that he doesn't realize what really makes him heroic. He thinks like his heroic nature has something to do with like being an amazing passenger engine. Like, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get what people really love about him. So he is a great friend, but he doesn't know it. That's the tragedy of Thomas. Like he has, and just because he's so charismatic and just such a great guy, like he has a lot of friends, probably more than anybody else on the island. because he's so outgoing, and every time there's a new engine, he like talks to them and even guides them around. But like but he's still so focused on achieving great things. He's focused on getting the branch line, on adventuring somewhere, on, you know, making something of himself in general. Honestly, I think Big World, Big Adventures kind of makes sense in some ways because he's chasing the next big thing. Thomas is never satisfied. He just keeps going and going and going and going. And it's like, you know, I think, yeah, Thomas is a snarky smartass is what he is. He's not an asshole unless you get in the way of what he wants, which is his, you know, his success, his branch line, whatever. But people get in the way of that an awful lot because he's constantly focused on it. He's constantly very busy with it. And so, you know, it's kind of hard to catch Thomas at a time where he isn't pulling his coaches. And if you keep him waiting too long, he's going to get frustrated and he's going to be an asshole. So I think, you know, I very much agree that Thomas is not this kind of, you know, he's not this peppy, nice, friendly guy. He's not like SpongeBob. But he is charismatic and he is friendly if you catch him at the right times and if you don't get in between him and his prize. But that being said, if you really need help, he'll help you. And not a lot of other engines will help you to the degree that he will. He'll jump in and drop everything because as much as he wants to be the big, you know, executive CEO hotshot, really he can't help but be kind of the common man's hero. And so, you know, he will compromise his own ascent to the top if it means that his conscience is telling him, help this guy. You need to help him. You know, he needs help. So it's a really interesting clash, I think, the way that he behaves. There's a big difference between what he values about himself and what others value about him and why he's so well known and why he's famous. You know, and I think that, you know, that's really cool. The fact that, you know, there's that kind of dichotomy there. But yeah, in simple terms, yeah, Thomas should be more of an asshole. He shouldn't be like super peppy all the time. Like, I think he can be friendly and, you know, I think he can be charismatic, but he should be less like, hey, how you doing? More like, hey there, how's it going? You know, like that's the difference between, you know, the way the show does it and the way that Thomas is in my head. He's cool. Thomas is a cool motherfucker. Like that is how he operates. He's a smooth operator. He is not, you know, he's not a little kid, you know? So yeah, that's how I picture him.
Very, very good interpretation of Thomas. I'm trying to think of something to say, but words.
I'm sure that it will come to you. Eventually.
The main thing that was coming to mind is just like when you were talking about, like, you know, Thomas, like, you know, helping people, and I was constantly thinking those lyrics and really useful engine. It's just the, like, you know,
yeah, when you need help with a situation, who comes into mind?
Yeah.
And that's like a really, I mean, I do think that's very much the case because it's like, think about all the times that he's gone out of his way to help people. You know, I mean, it is very common, but at the same time, whenever you hear him bragging about himself, he never brings those instances up, like ever. He doesn't hold it over anybody because to him, those were detours on his way to success. They weren't speed ramps. And that's the thing, you know, it's like, he's very, the way he sees himself is just so different from the way the world sees him, which is tragic. And this is Zebedee as well. So there's that. I do really wonder. The superstructure is taking longer than I expected, and I guess that makes sense because there's more thinking involved. These are all going to be different.
It's a more fragile and involved part.
Yeah, and it's like it's going to affect the appearance a lot more too. So I really I got to be careful. Oh, that could work. Oh, that's quite attractive. Look at.
Ooh, that looks good.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so that's.
Oh, you got the fucking bend in there. I remember you mentioning that in like, I can't remember if it was like the Zorn model video or the 7-hour long thing about you know, Zach.
I'm sure
but you know, you mentioned about like the way the way the deck slopes, and that's really cool that you could get it in there.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Like I love tugboats. Look so elegant because they've got that kind of that curvature. They've got a lot of parts that mirror each other, and they're just I love it. I love the way tugboats look. They're just they're one of the best things that people have made. It's like just a good looking thing. It's like, yes, tugboat. I love it. That's what I say to myself every night before I go to sleep. I say that in the mirror and I go to sleep. That's how I operate. Say I'm a pretty smooth operator myself. So there we go. Oh, good Lord.
A smooth operator, and that's a fact, because you're the king of the railroad track.
Did you get that from somewhere?
Yeah, the Smooth Operator song from I Love Toy Trains, the best series of VHSs ever made.
I have heard of that one. I always watched lots and lots of Trains when I was younger. That's the one I would always watch. You ever watch that?
I don't think I did.
It was good. I haven't watched it in years. Maybe it's not as interesting now. But when I was young, immersed in it, it was like such a good. I would go and grab it right now. It's not far away, but I keep having to remind myself that I'm breaking Gordon's record. So I have to make sure I stay on course.
Yeah, like I Love Toy Trains is really interesting to me because it's made by like TM Video, who do like a bunch of documentaries and like video magazines on like Lionel trains and model railway stuff. So they basically just start, the guy behind TM started doing this because like he just edited a bunch of like existing train clips and like clips of animals together to entertain his son.
Right.
And then like, I think it's very similar to like the Railway series in that way, because it started as just like a thing. It's just a thing that a father made for his son, and then was convinced to release it into the world, and then it became a hit, and then it just kept evolving from there. So like the ones that I have nostalgia for are like the later entries, because like they're still very much for kids, but as the series keeps going, it like kind of it ages alongside the target audience, which is his kid.
Right.
Like he gets his in the later ones, he gets his kid to do like the voiceover for the clips that they put in the show, because it changes from just like a random clip show with some songs to like like kind of more like a video magazine that they would do for like their other content, but for kids.
That's
so it
cool.
it kind of gets a bit like smarter, I guess, as it goes along, and like kind of builds upon itself. And it was very interesting as a child to like just kind of like like I only saw the later stuff and not any of the earlier stuff, but like it was really interesting the way it built upon itself and like didn't really talk down to me, kind of in the same way that Thomas didn't,
Yeah, no, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, kids are so much smarter than we give them credit for.
Yeah.
Like, it's really, like they pick up on stuff fast. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I was at one of my local I doubt anybody's ever heard of Travel Town, but it's a railroad museum nearby me. They have a bunch of stationary steam engines outside. I mean, they're normal steam engines. They're not like stationary boilers, but they're not. They don't work. And so I went there with my dad like a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago, and there was a kid there. There's basically this big N scale layout. It's amazing. It's a really good layout. And it's you go into this building, and then it's the whole thing's in there, and there's these big glass windows so you can see it. And there were some kids kind of watching the trains go by. And like I pointed out that there was like a big like box train of like box cars. There was like 20 box cars, and there was a flat car at the front. And I said, it's like, I was kind of like, we were close enough to these kids that like, it would be weird not to acknowledge them. Like I didn't want to just like stare over them as like the kind of, uncaring adult rail fan of like, oh, we're really here to see the trains. You know, so I was kind of like, you know, I pointed out to him, I'm like, oh, look, one of those is different. Like the one at the front is different. And he's like, it's not just different, it's a flat car, is what he said. Like this kid was like, he was like 6 or 7. Like he was young. And he was like, he knew that was a flat car. And in that moment, I was filled with, 1, pride in the new generation of rail fans, but 2, I was filled with contempt for Mattel. They don't even put rolling stock in their sets anymore, or at least they barely do, or they've tried to omit it on many occasions. And it's like, not only do kids know what rolling stock is, they know what a flat car is. Can you name the last time Mattel released a flat car in any range?
I don't think so. I think the most recent flat car was like, I think Bachmann re-released some Conflats recently. That's not Mattel, that's Bachmann.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like kids, they don't need this, like, I mean, maybe some of them like this fast-paced kind of thing, but it's like kids know a lot more about railways, or can absorb a lot more about railways than we give them credit for. Trains are fucking cool, and you don't need to grow up with your dad being a railroad engineer to like trains. Like it's intrinsic to people. Like we just love to see the wheels go round. It's just how we are. We like forward motion. We like seeing a very visual example of progress. We like, you know, I mean, it's a very visceral thing, is the fact that, you know, we like trains. That's a human thing, I think. Not everybody does, but it's not something you have to hammer into somebody either. It's just like a lot of, you know, a certain like amount of people are going to love trains. That's just how humanity is, I think. Like we just got that in us. So if that, you know, if that market is there, why not capitalize on it? You know, and I don't know. I guess the answer is because Paw Patrol is really cool. I think that's probably the answer.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of Paw Patrol is just so cool, you guys, and also, you know, trains are expensive, but that's, you know, that's more a consumer problem than a Mattel problem.
Yeah, that's true. The thing is, like, it would be so. There's ways to, like, it's not even about how good the trains are. It's about how you market them. As long as you have a track system you can arrange in any way you want, and you have engines and you have rolling stock, you're good. Doesn't need to be motorized, you can have like metal rollers on the bottom and static plastic wheels. And as long as you made the 8 famous engines and a bunch of different trucks and like stations and stuff, like kids will get excited about it.
Yeah.
You can make it really cheaply, but the important thing is that you show them this is an option for how you play with it. Like this is how you could go about it. You don't, you know, because otherwise, like what are kids supposed to do with like a track set? Like they're, you know, I mean, they've only got one option, but you want to give kids tools. You want to give them a whole kit and say, you can do anything with this. You can go any direction you want. You know, you could build, you know, this layout or this layout. You could put the station here or here. You want to overwhelm them with different options to the point where they have to decide for themselves what they really want to do, you know, foster their creativity. You know, where there is no one way to use the set. There are infinite ways, and kids will spend hours, days, weeks, years trying to find all those infinite ways. We're still doing it. I mean, I've been at meetups where we build layouts together, and that's like, we're still finding new ways to do things. And it's like, that's because it's a really well-designed system. Well, all the old brands were, you know, and it's just a shame that they don't realize that that's a very, you know, I don't want to say exploitable market, but it's exploitable. You know, so yeah, I mean, it's just, yeah, it's kind of nuts.
Yeah, I am hoping that the kind of new wooden railway that they're trying to do will kind of like try and like prove that there's a market left for like what Mattel is neglecting, but
I hope it's a little expensive is the thing. And obviously fans will love it. But that's the thing is, look, I am very glad to see that they're bringing Wooden Railway back and that they're taking some cues from what the fans would do. Like, it's very interesting that they're actually doing more accurate wheel arrangements and stuff. Like, that's very much how a fan thinks. So that's a good sign. But the wheels are too fucking big. Like, they're way too big. Like, especially, like, Gordon looks okay. I love the faces. The faces are brilliant. Like
it's a very clever solution.
It is, and honestly, I think the printed details honestly are a little bit more charming even than the kind of 3D. You know, I like the look. It's a neat style. But like the way that they do the wheels, like on Edward and James especially, they just look huge. And the problem is that the body is too small for the wheels. Like if they just took James's whole body, don't even change the proportions, just take the body, scale it up on the wheels, then that would look fine. But it's the fact that his wheels just look like they're from a different engine. Like they don't look like they fit him at all. And that's really what disturbs me about the look of these engines, is that they just don't, you know, the wheels are just too big. And that didn't have to be the case. They could have just made them differently, just give them different proportions, but they didn't. And I really wanted to buy these. I really did, but it just, a lot of them are just unbearable to look at. I'm sorry. Some of them are really cool, but like Diesel looks amazing. The trucks are really cool. Thomas I like, even though he's not all that different. Percy's really cool that they made him shorter, even though he's bigger than Thomas in the TV series, but he's Percy the small engine, so just correct David Mitten's mistake. That's fine. I'm good with that. You know, and you know, so on and so forth. Gordon is pretty good. It's weird that his driving wheels go past the back of the cab. That's a little disturbing. But,
yeah.
You know, other than that, you know, he looks pretty cool. But James and Edward, it's just incompetent what I'm looking at. I can't. It's not. That's too far.
Yeah.
And I'm not pressed that far usually, but that is, I just can't. You know, it's too. It's too far. You know, but like I like what they're going for a lot. The boxes are amazing. They're so good looking. Like,
oh yeah, the boxes are great.
Yeah, they're so clean and nice, and the engine doesn't even have a display window. It feels so official. It feels so like sharp and like a collector's item. I love it. You know, it's weird that the sheds seem to be based on All Engines Go. So I don't really know.
I think the working theory right now is that the destinations and the trains are being developed by like two different teams, because like it's a very stark contrast when you look at like, you know, the troublesome trucks that they're, you know, probably going to sell individually, and the Knapford station with Annie and Clarabelle, where they've turned the coaches into toasters.
That's true. Toasters is the word. Oh my god. Yeah, that's true though. Like it just you know, it's totally different. I hope to God we get express coaches for that big Gordon, because even the old ones aren't going to cut it now. Like we're going to need some big coaches. You know, I mean, I would love to see those.
Yeah, I really like. I almost like Rebecca. Like literally, the only flaw with her is that for some reason her tender doesn't have the third wheel. I think that's just like a weird thing on the prototype. At least I'm hoping it is, because otherwise, like, yeah. What were you saying?
I don't think I've seen Rebecca. That sounds like maybe I have.
It was more recent than the. It was a bit of a more recent thing.
I've seen Thomas, Gordon, Edward. I saw James recently. Percy, Diesel. Is there an Annie and Clarabelle that I've seen?
Yeah, those come with the Knapford station.
Okay.
Like it. God, I don't.
Those are the toaster ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I found the tweet. I'm gonna copy the link and send it to you on Skype.
Very good.
So yeah, there's elongated James. Like, I really like the look of Rebecca. It is literally just the fact that she's missing one of the wheels on the tender.
Yeah,
and the tender's also kind of blocky, but
And that's something we very recently gained too. I mean, the fact that like Gordon has 6 wheels, I would have been fine without that. That's Nia's cool. That's like, again, the wheels are pretty big, but they're bearable, I'd say. I'm
Yeah.
glad that they made her bigger. Like, they recognized that she should be bigger. Hero looks great. James. Oh, Rebecca's. Okay, I see what you mean about the wheels. That's a weird gap. But Rebecca looks fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, like, I'm almost kind of like I feel kind of hesitant running it with old wooden railway stock just because of the big wheels. But like,
No,
I feel like if you could take off the body and put it on like standard, or well,
I think it might be a little.
I don't know if the sizing would work with standard wooden railway bogies. But like,
personally, I wouldn't use any of this with normal wooden railway. It's really cool. It might even be an improvement in some ways, but it's a different range to me. Like, I can't. It would be like using interactive learning railway with wooden railway. It's cool and it runs on the same track, but it's not the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's but this is really cool. It breaks my heart though that what kills a range for me is if it's not, all the models aren't compatible. Like, if they're not all the same style. Like, this is my problem with Ertl. I love Ertl, but like Gordon and Henry are a totally different scale from like James and Edward, who are a totally different scale from Thomas and Percy. And it's like, they're just not scaled right. So I can't put them next to each other. I can't stomach it. And I love those models, but they just don't work together. And so like, if I can't buy James or Edward because I just can't stand how they look, then that like sucks, because like I really want to get the full set if I'm going to get these. I don't know. Maybe James will look different once we see actual production pictures, but Edward certainly didn't.
Yeah.
Maybe I could modify them somehow. I couldn't though. I can't scale the body up.
I think the thing that really like does Edward in for me is just the fact that like it uses the same bogie design like as the two big wheels for the two small wheels in front, which I get from a standardization standpoint, but it makes the front half so long. Like, if it was just a little bit shorter, it could work.
I think the problem isn't so much that it's not that Edward's too long, it's that the body's too small. Like, if his smoke box and boiler were bigger, this would be solved. And also, if you were lower down on the chassis, there's way too much space between the top of the driving wheels and the bottom of the running board. There's way too much space there. He's the opposite of a low rider. He's a high rider. Also, smoke box and boiler, he's pinheaded. He's all the way up here. He's too small. And it's like, I know Edward has a long neck, but he doesn't have a long boiler. And the thing is, a long boiler shortens if you just make the diameter wider, because now proportionally it looks shorter. So I don't think there's a problem with his length. I think that's pretty much okay. He could do with being a little shorter, but even if he was shorter, that wouldn't solve the problem that that his face is like the same size as his magnet, and it's like all the way up here. That's the problem. Like, he needs a bigger smoke box and boiler. He needs to be lower. That would solve it. Like, to me, Edward's problems are proportions on the body. James could probably also be resolved with a lot of these changes. I would say. So that's my big issue with that. I just I'm caught, because I really would love to buy some of these. I'll see about it. I'll keep tabs on it.
Yeah. I just remembered when you said earlier about Percy the Large Engine.
Yeah.
I was doing a bit of research like a while back, because of the whole N-scale Thomas thing, because it's living in my head rent free.
Right.
It's my problem. I was like looking into it and like trying to see, is Thomas actually smaller? But then my one of my friends, Ross, did like a comparison between like the models that he'd made directly based off of the orthos for all three kind of generations of the show. So like the model series, the CGI series, and then All Engines Go. The last one's mostly a joke, but I was looking at the models he did, and CGI Thomas was so much smaller than the model Thomas, and I was like, is that right? Did he just make an error with the model?
Yeah, no, he's
So then I went onto the wiki to try and like figure it out, and it says just straight up on the wiki that Thomas is smaller in the CGI series, and it's
he's
just
a
like,
lot
oh my
smaller.
god, that's why he's like that in N scale. What the fuck?
Yeah, they shrunk him severely. Annie and Clarabelle, I think, stayed about the same size. So the reason they look so big is,
Yeah,
they shrunk Thomas probably because they want him to be a little baby boy. That's their favorite.
yeah,
thing. They love infantilizing Thomas. He'd be so pissed.
yeah.
I swear to God, I bet he's sitting pretty on the island, so proud that he's world famous and has his own TV show. He's never seen a single fucking episode. If he saw the show, then he would be like, he'd love some of it and resent most of it.
Yeah.
He just loves the merchandise. He loves the fact that he has Thomas bobbleheads. That's it. That's all,
I'm just thinking of that scene in Cars where like Lightning McQueen goes into his own trailer and it's just filled with his own merchandise. I bet that's just what the inside of Thomas's shed looks like now.
It is though. Like I'm totally like, that is it. Like there's a lot of like ways in which Lightning and Thomas would get along really well. But until Lightning realized that Thomas was more vain than he is. In like the earlier days, if they were like drinking buddies before Lightning went to Radiator Springs, they'd get along great. But like after that, when Lightning becomes this like seasoned kind of, pro who has a family and has this whole he's got his whole act together, I think that, Thomas would be a little immature for him.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah, I think the G scale stuff must be scaled to like how Bachman scaled the HO scale stuff though, because this isn't a problem with the G scale stuff. It's only a problem with the N scale stuff. So I think between that and this scaling also existing in Diapet, I think Mattel must be enforcing with the CGI stuff that the scaling weirdness has to be consistent. So like, N-scale James is probably going to be a behemoth compared to Annie and Clarabelle, but since Annie and Clarabelle are oversized anyway, it might look a bit better.
Yeah. Again, it's the consistency stuff. I just can't. I can't. If Thomas isn't consistent, I have to either accept the scaling or I have to not get any of it. That's kind of how I operate.
Honestly, like, I think the fact that Thomas is, he is correct in terms of the show. It's just not right in my heart.
Yeah, that's true. But also, models are different from, like, in the show, you can shoot them from different angles so nobody ever notices. Whereas models are a very tactile thing. You're supposed to be able to look at them from every angle, pick them up, and put them on the train together, and not have to look at it from a certain angle to be okay with it. So that's kind of the other
Thomas
thing.
looks okay with everything else. Like, he looks fine with the fuel tankers they did. He's in scale roughly with the troublesome trucks that they did, which are also just downscaled HO tooling.
Right.
And he looks fine with, like, other UK rolling stock. Like, that is actually meant to be scale. Thomas scale's fine with that. It's just Annie and Clarabelle that are too big.
Yeah,
and it breaks my heart because Thomas is the linchpin of your Thomas ecosystem. Yeah. And Annie and Clarabelle are supposed to go with him. Like, they're non-negotiable parts of the range. Why would you do this?
Yeah, that's true. But, all that said, I kind of do like Annie and Clarabelle being big compared to Thomas, at least in the TV series context. It's kind of a different version of, like, how they're bogey coaches in the Railway series, if you get my meaning.
It's I guess
like, they give off that vibe. Like you ever play Railway Adventures as a kid? With a thing that goes on the keyboard. It's like
no, I didn't have that.
It was really cool. It was basically you go all around Sodor and you play as Thomas and you go and do different jobs. Thomas, it always made a big impression on me that Annie and Clarabelle are really big in that game compared to Thomas. And I always thought that looked really cool, and that kind of stuck with me all this time. But that being said, that's not how I picture Thomas in my head. That's like me adjusting for the way the TV series is. Because the thing is, sure, he's tiny in the CGI series, but he's tiny in season 1 too. He's tiny in general, because you got to remember what I'm picturing is that I picture Thomas being an engine the size of Duck, like in the show. Like, to me, if Thomas was a dog, he'd be a real mutt. He'd be like a big, kind of sloppy, clumsy, he's not like a Chihuahua. He's he's more like not quite a Great Dane, but like approaching Great Dane levels. Because to me, you know, he's young at heart in a lot of ways, but in more the way that a teenager is, where it's gotten to the point where, like, you know, almost like Edward, you know, if you were to compare Edward to like the like Thomas's, like say Edward is like Thomas's mom in this situation. Thomas is younger personality wise, but he towers over her at this point. Like, it's kind of that interesting dynamic where you've got on one hand, he's just he's just larger in general and got a bigger personality, and just in general, when he's in the room, you notice him. Whereas Edward has years of experience, and so there's that interesting clash. That's how I kind of picture Thomas visually, is like, you know, he's pretty big. Like, I mean, I a lot of people, I think, when they think about Thomas being an E2, they either flat out hate it or they tolerate it. They're like, okay, that's the realistic thing, so I'm good with that. But I embrace it as like a full part of his character. Like, I'm glad he's that big, because it actually, I feel like it works in a way that he's in this odd middle ground where he's not a tiny little tank engine, but he's definitely not a tender engine. He's just, and it adds to his awkwardness too, because the E2s are a very awkward class.
Yeah.
You know, they're just very clunky. They tried to, you know, run them on passenger trains and it did not go well. And they're just, you know, I could totally, the results of that passenger run with the E2s were that they were just too bumpy, and that they didn't give the passengers a smooth ride. And they literally like threw coal like out of the, I think it was either out of the firebox or out of the bunker. Like they were very much, they were not like built to go on like quicker passenger runs. And it showed. And I could totally see that being the expression of Thomas's overeager kind of behavior and nature, is that he would just be this kind of, he's just too big for his own good. You know, he's just got all this energy, all this passion, all this excitement. He's just kind of thundering along the line, not thinking about the fact that he's bouncing the passengers around back there. And, you know, I think that like fits so well. Like, I cannot picture any class of engine that's better for Thomas than the E2. Like, that to me is what he is. I know a lot of people hate that kind of characterization, but to me, that's like, I cannot untrain my brain. Like, he is an E2. You know, so that's how I've always seen him. But yeah, so with the show, I kind of have to like put on my TV series goggles and be like, okay, he's small in this one. I have to remember that. So yeah.
Yeah. I really wish Annie and Clarabelle were long in the TV series too, but I understand why they're not.
It would be interesting. It's very eerie. I don't know if they realized they did this, but that they chose coaches that were from the LBSCR. Now that the thing is,
I think they did that just because that was the kit that was available, but like, it is a great coincidence.
Yeah, it's very interesting that they came from the same railway, which is kind of weird too, because they meet each other on Sodor. Like, it's kind of like the equivalent of like when I met, if you know who Roberto is, again, we're both in California, but I met him in Ohio. Like, we both flew there and then met, and it's like, what the hell? Like, why didn't we meet in California? That would have made so much more sense. But yeah, it's like that sort of vibe. So it's kind of interesting. Okay, this is the crucial moment. This is the moment where I decide what angle Zebedee's hat is going to rest at.
Ooh.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. This is it. This is the moment. I think this is the hat angle I'm going with. It's got this, you see that?
Ooh.
Slant? Yeah, that's our Zebedee. I'm doing this all from memory, so it's going to be interesting, like, what features I exaggerate. Like, when I picture Zebedee, I picture a very wide superstructure and a very small head. So he's kind of got these, like, very, very broad shoulders. I remember these humanizations that what's her name? I mean, she's starring Zero Marine on DeviantArt, but I can't remember. Is it Lindsay Thomas? Is that her name? You know who I'm talking about?
I think I recall the DeviantArt name, but I don't actually know the person.
She's like kind of the here. I will sabotage the record for this moment. She's the one who drew these.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, you know these. Have you seen these like pictures before? I'm cheating. Look at that. Looking at Zebedee.
I don't think I've actually seen these before. That's cool.
Okay. Yeah, they're all over Google Images. So, I picked up two at the same time. Okay.
Okay.
But
I guess I maybe I've seen them before, but I haven't like maybe I've seen one or two, but not like the
Right.
calendars, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, she released them on DeviantArt first, and they just put them in the calendars. But the point being, you know, she's a really talented artist. And where was I going with this? Oh, she drew humanizations of Zoran and Zebedee and Zach, and they were all shirtless. So it's up to the audience how hot that is on a scale of 0 to 10. It's anyone's guess. It's like a 6 for me, I'd say. But anyway, the point is she gave Zebedee very broad shoulders, and I can't get that picture out of my head. That's like he's very like it's like a buff guy. Like if he were a human, he'd be big. He'd be like, you know, out to here shoulders wise, you know. Whereas Zoran would be more like he'd look pretty gangster. But he wouldn't be. He's got more a more slender build. He'd try to wear like a leather jacket that kind of like made him look bigger. But he
Yeah.
wouldn't be 70, you know. And then Zach is just he's like a pit bull. He's like a very kind of, you know, just that's kind of how he's built. His head is tucked all the way down into his shoulders, like his no neck really to speak of. I mean, I don't think that's how she drew him. I think I'm now getting into the realm of what I picture, but you know, that's how I see them. Let's see. Will says they look original to me. I've never seen that Terrence 10 cents and Grampus image before. Yeah, I mean, these were like all the rage back in 2013, 2014 when the trust started. These pictures were all over the place. Oh, there's MK. Speak of the devil. I was about to mention you. I was about to be like, I think you made a tweet about her the other day. Oh God, her. She traced all of those LMFAO. She can't actually draw XDDDDDDDDDDDD. Look, MK, I love you. I do. But I don't fully trust people's claims about tracing after what happened with Solomon. Whenever anybody says, "Oh, this person traced," I'm just a little suspicious. I'm like, oh, because you know that I just want to say for the record, Solomon has never traced hardly anything. Maybe like a few things, but he's been honest about it. Anyway, you know, for the vast majority of it, he's done from scratch. Point being, you can say people traced anything, but maybe she did, and even that. Let's see, they're all traced off stills from the books and BTS pics the trust gave her. She's a massive suck up to them. I mean, I could tell that from the pictures. I mean, she's in a lot of pictures with them, went to a lot of events, whatever. I don't know. I mean, I've always admired her work. Maybe it's traced, but there's still a lot of other shit that goes into drawing those. I mean, that's a lot of color work right there. You know, so I don't know. Tracing is not the end all be all. You can trace something and it can still be glorious. And I'm sure you're probably right, Max. I think you're probably right, but it doesn't really change the way I look at them all that much. And I always kind of had a feeling they were traced anyway. They weren't always they were always a little too spot on, you know? And I never really saw the build up to like, I didn't see like earlier illustrations from her that were like super off, and then they slowly grew to be more accurate. It seems like mainly like they've always looked perfect. So I kind of just as an artist, I kind of see that. But again, I still love the illustrations. I bought 2 of the calendars, so I've just proven to you, Max, that I financially supported the trust. So is it time for the lawsuit? Am I gonna get sued? Do you want to get in here at some point, Max? Do you have any time, or are you in the middle of operating 3 different telegraph lines? I don't even know what I'm talking about. Cut me off, Jamie, please, for the love of God.
I haven't known what to say this entire time because I'm not well versed enough with the subject matter to say anything. I I will
I've
respond
seen
by
Devin
hitting the abort button and getting us off the topic entirely.
Okay, there we go. That'll solve
Uh,
it. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna send here. How about Max? How about where's the link?
I think Dougie's been asking to get in the stream for a while.
Okay. So here, we'll here. How do we want to do this? All right. So I think Jamie, you and I. It's been the two of us for quite some time, actually. Maybe
Yeah, it's just been us two for like 2 hours. You know, I've had my time.
So okay, I think yeah. All right. It's so Dougie. How long has Dougie been here? Dougie, are you still there? Dougie. Hello.
I don't think he's actually. Start. I don't think they're actually in the chat, but they
vanished from
when was
the
their
chat.
last post? I'm sure they're there.
I'm more calling out to the depths of my house. I'm thinking that it'll echo off the walls, and wherever they are in here, they'll hear it.
Okay, their last post was at 4:05 my time, which I guess is like however many like two. I guess it's like 2:05 your time.
Okay.
So they're like, oh yep, there they are. They want to join.
I want to join. Okay, that sounds like a plan. Let's see. How do we want to do this? All right. I guess I will bring Dougie and MK in at the same time, and then you will sadly go along the old dusty trail. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah, I suppose so.
All right. This has been a grand conversation, Jamie.
It's been great to talk.
I feel only a little bit guilty in saying that I'm glad we had this one-on-one. Because it's been a good back and forth. Or more like a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, and forth, and so forth. Anyway, so that being said, thank you for being on the stream. And we are at the midpoint, so
yeah,
we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, it's been nice talking to you. You know, love to do it again someday. You know, see, 50 years from now, whenever now is.
50 years from now, where I will not have aged a day. Yes, we will do that. We should talk soon.
Lemmy will always be 35. Something peanuts time. I don't remember the full meme. Never mind.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well,
all right.
Take care, Jamie. I will.
All right. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Yes. Goodbye.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you. I shall need it. Alrighty. There's MK, and let's see. I'm gonna wait for Dougie. Paste. Send Dougie. Dougie. Check Skype. There should be an invitation to join. Dougie. Let's see. That's kind of interesting. This might be weirdly in scale with Erdl. Is his head not tall enough? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Dougie. Alrighty, Dougie. Take your time. You will have a place in this stream whenever you appear in the backstage. I will pull you right in. In the meantime, Max, I think it's time that you join us. Us being me, singular.
Hello.
How's it going?
Oh, pretty good. It's funny because when you were talking about Zebedee, there's something really funny that I wanted to mention because something can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I hear you just fine, loud and clear.
Beautiful. So something I figured out with a friend of mine. Zoran technically has the smallest stack out of the 3 main Zeds.
Okay, like in terms of diameter, or
well, here's the thing, because Zorn, no, Zeb and Zach have the same diameter stack, but because Zebedee's stack comes out through the sort of superstructure at the back, not the life.
okay. So you're speaking in terms of what it is within the world. Like,
yeah,
because I'm sure that stack ends right on that deck, but you mean like in the lore, like how deep it actually goes into the body.
No, I mean like from appearances, it's like you see how
sure Zebedee has the shortest, doesn't he? Because he's like, or does his stack taller than all the others?
no, because what I'm getting at is Zach has the tallest and biggest stack of the 3 of them.
Oh, look, they're better looking.
Exactly, because the funniest thing, isn't it? His stack would technically be the same as Zebedee's, but Zebedee's sort of rear top deck that the life raft sits on extends past where his stack is, but it stops short of Zeb's.
Right.
So visually, Zeb's stack appears shorter.
Right. Huh. Again, though, this implies that you're counting the area, because who's to say that the whole stack?
Well, I'm counting from like the top of the main deck.
Okay, fair enough. So we've got top of superstructure up
Yeah.
to here. So it's I was about to make an innuendo I should not make. Here, time to bring Dougie.
Technically, that's how the discussion started.
No, that's fair enough. How you doing, Dougie? Dougie. Dougie's gone.
Oh, Dougie died.
Well, yeah, Dougie died. That indeed did happen. Zebedee. You know, who do you think has the best design, Max? Like out of everybody.
Oh, that is a good question. That is a good question.
So tell me a bit about your tastes, because I have no clue, honestly, what you're going to answer here.
Neither do I, honestly. I've never really considered which one I like the best. They're all great in their own little ways, because they're all so unique.
You there, Dougie? Is it working this time? Are you there? Testing. Dougie.
Hi.
Did I hear something?
There
we go.
Hello.
Alrighty. Are we coming in loud and clear?
Oh. Yo.
Your internet's lagging a bit.
Yeah, there is that.
I can hear you. I don't know if you can. No, I'm not just yet.
Yeah, no, I heard you say, I can hear you, and then something about internet being shit, probably. I would guess, based on context clues. Here, just say things constantly. Just don't stop saying them, like this. Like, see what I do all the time, where I just talk and talk and talk, and no one cuts me off because I'm uncut-offable. Just do this. Keep doing this. Talk. Do that, and then we'll see how much you're lagging.
That's a hell of a lag.
Yeah, that is a hell of a lag. Well, this is a lag-tastic moment, is what this is. I trademarked that. That's mine.
What?
Oh, there you are.
All right, you hear us, Dougie? Dougie.
God, it's like waiting for an echo from space.
I know.
Someone.
Yeah, I think we're just getting responses very, very late, it seems.
It's like I know we're like using the internet via satellite and shit, but it's like he's literally strung up a tin can to the satellite and back.
Yeah, which is a very impressive feat. If that's what they've done, then bravo. I'm a little bit worried about the safety concerns. I hope they brought a helmet. Not anything else. That's all you need, like a fishbowl over the head. That's all. Everything else is just superfluous. Hey Lemmy, I created measurements for TWR Hercules, says Thomas and Stepney Productions 15.5. That's awesome. That's very cool. Created. Maybe deduced, maybe calculated, created. I feel like if you're making new numbers appear from the ether, that's a scary thing to do. That's like not
that's Sean's model's job.
Good Lord.
I will be merciless.
You always are, Max. That's what I love about you. Anyway, what should we talk about while waiting for Dougie to return from the ether?
Have I ever told you the story about the time I made music so bad that it manifested the Sally Seaplane replica into existence?
No, I have not heard this story. This is a very interesting synopsis of it. Do tell.
So this is actually real, and I only found out about it like a year ago.
Okay.
But I technically have a part in the creation of the Sally Seaplane replica, and I don't know whether to be proud or ashamed.
Okay. Go on.
So look, I told someone about it the other day. Let me just pull up exactly what I said.
Right. You know, I've never really known what the situation is with that replica. Is that a straight up? I always thought that was just a second seaplane they had lying around Shepperton that they put eyes on.
Ooh, no. That is a scratch build.
Scratch built in like what, 2016? Like when did they scratch build it?
Yeah, about that.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's 2015, 2016.
And they got one of the original.
The easiest way to tell is, right? Do you know Phoenix, the faceless one?
What?
There's a faceless Sally Seaplane called Phoenix, and he was only shown off at 2 events.
Okay.
And I saw him in person.
All right. Wait, are there 3 seaplanes in question here?
Yes. So.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And according to rumor, there may even be a 4th, and it's never shown up. But basically,
why are there so many?
Okay, so
there's Dougie, and Dougie now has Penguins of the Madagascar going on as well.
Yes,
guys, is my mic not laggy anymore?
You're way better.
Yes, way better.
Okay,
yeah.
Right. Well, that's why I never use my fucking phone for anything. Fuck you, phone. JK, I love you.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Glad you got it sorted out. Now, buckle in for this Sally Seaplane extravaganza.
All I heard was that there was like a second one and it was called Phoenix. I don't fucking know what that even means.
Alrighty. So did they get one of the original model makers to make this replica? Was that?
Yes, I'm getting to that. So let me read out what happened. So from memory, it basically goes like this. Back before Sith existed, there were 2 Tugs forums before that. The Star Tugs Pier, not the Sith fan site one, they nicked the name, and Clearwater forums.
And the SNM, and the Wellsworth and Suttery, and the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Elsbridge also.
So,
go on.
So, a guy with the username Big Mac, aka Jacquin, although you might better know him from the Big City Port Tripod site, was co-admin.
I don't know him better any sort of site.
Basically, the Big City Port Tripod site was like basically the only sort of centralized tribute to Tugs, and it was online for like 10 years.
It had this like dark blue speckled white background. It was
the pigeon doings.
Well,
design.
10 years. That's longer than I've been alive.
The interviews on there were, I mean, phenomenal. Granted that we had barely anything back then. There was the one.
Yeah, that they were actually copied from messages that he'd posted on Clearwater forums, because he actually joined the forums.
Interesting.
Now, so later on, he was joined by a very young Ryan Hagen, who,
Okay.
yeah, this was back in the very late 90s. So Ryan was like 15 or 16 at the time.
Okay.
So this dude, Jacqueline and Ryan, go way back. So much so that when the trust formed, Ryan invited Jacqueline on board to help out, even though, as far as I'm aware, he wasn't officially made a member.
Right.
Jacqueline was loaned a few of the Tugs to take on little promotional tours. I believe he's actually the one behind the Zug with beer bottles pick.
Okay.
So specifically, he was given Zug at first, and then briefly 10 Cents and Sea Rogue alongside.
Okay, I remember this pairing. So that's what that was all about. All right. Where do we go from here?
Have before.
Aren't you on the edge of your seat, Dougie?
Sorry, my internet died. Can you hear me again?
No, I hear you.
Did you have to
All
do
right.
CPR?
Yes, I had to do CPR on my internet. So, where was I? Yes, so during his tour with Zug, he took him to DBP's original workshop at Shepperton, which at that point in time was still standing and in fact still in business. Now, he met some of the original crew there and got talking to them. And after a bit, one of them just straight up said, "Hey, do you want to have Sally out of the blue?" He jumped at this after the initial shock and of course said yes, and was presented with a real oddity, a faceless model of Sally with windows dubbed Phoenix. Now, apparently this was supposedly intended for set dressing in the seaplane hangar before Sally's character was actually developed. Phoenix is technically the original Sally.
Okay, that makes sense.
Now, this sale had been made to Jacqueline personally, as an individual, not as part of the trust. Ryan eventually found out about this, and
this is where the controversy comes from. Okay. All right.
So Ryan eventually found out about this and invited Jacqueline to loan the model to them to showcase at the trust's events.
Right.
Jacqueline agreed and shipped the model over, where someone at the trust promptly broke the wheel strut.
Oh my god. All right.
I remember seeing it in person and commenting on the blue tack because it was literally leaning at like 20 degrees over.
Right.
There's photos of it too. It's hilarious. So Ryan apparently very angrily called up Jacqueline and attempted to say he was going to sue him for damages, until the latter pointed out that he had been hours away at the time and that the model had not been in his care but Ryan's.
Right.
So this led to a culmination of a falling out between the two of them that had been building for some time. We'll come back to this. Jacqueline left the trust after that and took Phoenix with him. Ryan was very bitter about suddenly having a seaplane-shaped hole in his exhibit and went to the model maker who'd sold the prop to Jacqueline. The guy offered to make a replica on the condition that Ryan pay up front. Ryan agreed. The subsequent fundraiser was in fact not to raise money to commission the prop, but rather just to recoup what Ryan had already had to pay for it. As far as I'm aware, as much as the trust like to claim the replica was made from the original molds, it almost certainly isn't. It does not in any way match any of the patterns of either Phoenix or... Now, here's where I come in. I was actually at the trust's very first public event in 2014. The one with Phoenix was the only other one I went to in 2015. So now, in those days, I was super hyped for Tugs CGI, so I basically went to the trust just to talk to Benjamin John. I didn't really know or care about anyone else in the trust. I brought a USB stick of Tugs music covers I'd done for them to maybe use as ambience for the exhibit or something. Benji really liked what I'd done. I'd made a little over half a dozen tracks, I think, and I got one of the other guys and he got one of the other guys to copy it to their laptop to put on the speakers there.
Right.
One problem with that. I was an idiosyncratic little shit, and I'd saved all the different tracks in different formats. Some as
Okay.
AIFF, some as WAV, some as MP3. Now,
Interesting.
I'd done it all on Mac, but the only track that their Windows laptop could play was Boomer's theme on the end. Now, this was long before anyone had figured out what the actual Tugs instruments were, so I'd actually used a worm synth for the flute because the default GarageBand one didn't sound shrill enough. So,
Right.
imagine this thing. Just picture it. This bare bones MP3 of a cheap, shrill as hell cover of Boomer's theme being played on a 3-foot guitar amp on an echoey warehouse on loop. I remember it played about like at least 6 times before I left, and I
Right.
remember at the time just thinking to myself, just keep walking, don't look back, just keep walking.
Oh
As
my
that
god, Max.
horrible noise pierced the air. Now, apparently, Ryan got really shitty about that. He moaned to Jackman that he, quote, wanted better music. Jackman retorted that he was a cheapskate and that if he wanted better music, he needed to pay for it. This snowballed into a fight that heralded the start of what led to the fallout where Jackman took Phoenix away from the Trust. So in an indirect way, I'm kind of the reason that Replica fucking exists.
I see your meaning now. Oh my god. All right. Jesus Christ. When did you visit? When? So
if you ever feel bad about your own creations, at least you didn't make.
That's fair. At least I have not destroyed a friendship. Oh my god. That's great. Good lord. I'm still
What's
shocked
really
that
funny about this is like no one in chat's actually talking about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The whole chat's just going like, "Oh my god, it's Dougie!" For some reason. Am I celebrity in these streams?
Hello,
Like,
Lemmy. I passed the test at school today. Elbow cough. Says Ketali Apollon. Good job. Good job passing the test at school.
well done. Can we just, guys, everyone in chat and us, just give them a clap, guys. You did it. Well done. You passed a test. Just a test, not a math test, not an English test. No, you just passed a test. Well done.
And that's all that matters. At least here, that's all that matters. Anyway, so yeah,
I passed
would
my
like to hear more
attendance
stories.
test, and that's the only one I passed. Yo.
Fair enough. Passing a test is passing a test. We must build a shrine to honorary Dougie, says Reading 3640 Studios. Okay, fair enough.
It's not even me telling them to say this as well.
It's snowball. This is what happens in my streams now, Dougie. There's no escaping it. This is just
I just joined and everyone's suddenly like, dude, it's fucking Dougie, yo! I didn't even say anything for like the past 10 minutes and they were all like, fucking yes, it's Dougie, yo!
I'm so pleased that that's the case. That's awesome. Anyway, I would indeed like to hear
much.
I would like to hear more stories as well, MK. I'm still shocked that there are 3. So there's the original Sally, which is a dumpster fodder. Then there's yeah.
So there's the original Sally that was used in the series,
crushed to dust.
There's
under a landfill, probably.
Probably.
Okay, unless you know something.
So what there is, there's Phoenix, which was the original one, which was made as set dressing for the seaplane hangar before Sally was a character. there was the Sally seaplane that we all know that appeared on screen. There was apparently a backup model to that because they thought that Sally's on-screen model was a bit fragile, and so they made like a second one just in case something happened to
the
it.
backup was the one with no eyes. That's what I thought.
No, that was the original. There was another one apparently. Then you've got the replica, which is
how different is the original from Sally? Like the show.
It does use slightly different moldings, but it's
why wouldn't they just turn that into Sally? Like, why did they go from scratch?
I don't actually know. I know that the Sally that was used in the show did start off looking slightly differently, and the behind the scenes pic that the Trust posted in a last ditch effort to try and cover up how badly they buggered up the replica, they showed this tiny mobile pic of a behind the scenes pic that they gotten, and in that one you can just barely tell that Sally has blue eyes, and her windows are filled in, and they're not transparent like they are in the show. Now apparently that model was modified at the last minute into the one that we know, but there was another one separate to that, and it was only used very early on for some reason. And I don't know much of the story behind that because I only heard.
I don't think there's any creepy footage going around that's like maybe like a scene in an episode Sally was set to appear in, but they cut those scenes, but like she looks different. You don't think they ever filmed?
Imagine the high curse of getting like 20-minute high winds, but it stars the
I know. It's like, I'm so frightened. I don't want that to be the case. No, it wouldn't be though, because she's in Sunshine. Okay.
Well, yeah. A lot of Sunshine was actually shot around high winds, though.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
I can prove it now. Prove it now. Do you know why?
Catchphrase, isn't it? Why?
Because if you look in Warrior, which is the episode filmed after High Winds, Big Mac's bow is still stained from the mud bank scene in Sunshine.
Interesting.
And it's completely clean beforehand.
Huh. That makes sense and is kind of awesome. I always loved that. I know that that's probably something the model makers hated, is that like there was dye on the sand and on the hull. I always thought that was so fucking cool when I would watch this, because it just demonstrates, holy shit, this isn't the sea. This is a huge tank that a team of people made filled with gallons of food dye. That's amazing. Yeah. Like, that's so cool.
And in fact, that's actually one of the things that throws into sharp relief just how big David's original vision was, because the tank that they got wasn't even a sixth of what they were planning.
I know, which is nuts. Like, when you first told me that, I was like, okay, what do you really mean by that? But I'm like, no, holy shit. Like,
the tank we got was 40 by 26, and they originally planned it to be 80 by 80.
40 by 26. So you're going with the clipping instead of.
Yeah, I'm going with the clipping.
I cannot.
It's more specific than the Model Boats magazine, and I feel like I want to trust it more because the numbers are like more specific.
Doesn't Tulloch say that it's 45 by 25 though in one of the interviews?
Yeah, but he also said that Rockstar was like 4 feet.
I know. Okay. Yeah, it's fair enough. Do you know how long he is? No, you don't. No one will ever know. Okay, that's the answer to the question.
I could probably find out for you though.
Are there reference pictures?
There, not sure actually. There
Honestly,
should be somewhere.
It won't even affect the way that I model him. I'm just curious because so many people have asked. Did you send somebody my way to answer that question? I feel like
I did. I think I did. Because I told them if anyone will know, it'll be Lemmy. Because I remember you did that blueprint sort of
Yeah.
um
Yeah. The thing is,
size comparison chart.
yeah, I'm really glad I made that. I think that helps some people. But the thing is, like, it's literally all we've got is the 4-foot estimate from the fuzzy mind of Chris Tulloch years later.
Yeah.
So that's definitely not. I mean, I find it very suspicious that he'd be 4 feet. Like, he also said Hercules was 36 inches, didn't he? And he's 39, so it's like a little bit off. He was estimating, which was a godsend back then. But
God forbid someone bring a ruler into the Tugs exhibit.
Oh my god. It's honestly not that hard to deduce some of those when you've got all the so many pictures, because there's just so many pictures. We have enough that, like, I was able to deduce just by lining up the like the little snaps on all the boxes on like 10 cents and Hercules. I just cross-examined. It's like, okay, I'm not in court. I cross-referenced. 10 cents, 20 inches, Hercules 39 inches. Like, you just figure that out based on scaling them up together, and hopefully the perspective doesn't mess things up too much. And it worked. So, there we go. Yeah. But also, I just care about the general gist, honestly. Like, I'm not really a replica maker. I want to make things that look so close to the show that you couldn't really tell immediately.
Yeah,
but I don't really care if it's like
need it to be good enough. It doesn't need to be down to the millimeter.
Exactly. Yeah. Because the thing is, like, I mean, I love the models for what they are, not because of the actual factual data, not the information about them. It's more about the it's the fact that I love the general look they have, and if I can achieve that with a few millimeters shaved off or added here or there, then I'll do that. But yeah, what is your take on your take? You probably know what's up with this. What are those flat lily faces all about? Because those do not look like they were made.
Okay, that's a funny story. So that is because there were 2 workshops that made the props for Tugs.
Interesting. This is an interesting start to the story.
DBP did most of the main character props, but Albatross Models did the city sets and the actual port, and they also made Lily and the cranes.
Interesting.
And do you see where I'm going with Lily and the cranes?
That's very unsettling. So Big Mickey too, then.
Yes, so the big Mickey faces came from Albatross Models.
So maybe that's why they left the face off of Big Mickey, is because they didn't think it fit stylistically, but also they didn't care enough to give him a new one that fit the show better. So they just...
Yeah, but basically, I think what's really funny to me is that there's like a shot in High Tide where you see his cabin dead side on, and you can see the pin sticking out the front of the cabin where they mount the face on.
Oh my god, it's so unsettling. He would have looked... that face, though, was really good. They should have put that on there straight.
Yeah, I really wish they had. Really wish they had.
I'm not like a big fan of most... This is where you and I are opposites, Max, is I tend to ignore a lot of the pre-production stuff because it messes with how I look at the show. But part of it is one of the things that I'm okay with letting into my canon is Big Mickey's face. That fits so damn well. Like, the way you can even see the way they built the whole cabin is clearly, like, it's perfect. The shape of it, it's like a brow. Like, now I can't unsee it now. But Lily with flat faces. Are there pictures of
her design was originally quite different from what I can tell, and it also plays into the whole lawsuit thing with Brit. That's why all the Tugs have like flat faces. Don't have flat faces. Right. And it's like that they're all sort of curved out.
To the vast majority of the public. So I swear, every time somebody makes a Tugs model, look, I've never seen a Tugs model I didn't like, but this is such a common thing. Everybody makes the faces flat when they start. They don't think about the curvature, myself included when I started. And it's interesting because that's such a big feature of Tugs. Yeah. You can tell that we are a community of Thomas fans, and because we come from flat face world, and Tugs faces are literally a half cylinder, which I love. That's a head. That's not a face. That's a head. And that's So great.
Yeah.
Anyway. So, but Lily.
Well, Lemmy,
Yes.
if you keep complaining about flat faces, I'll make your face flat in a second.
Oh, we got some threats here. We got some threats. You hearing this, folks? You hearing this?
It's not a threat, it's a promise.
Okay. Well, if it's a promise, then it's very heartfelt and I appreciate it.
What a fucking, like, just the peaceful fucking song right after I just fucking threatened to punch Lemmy. No one acknowledge the voice crack, please. Please don't bully me.
It's not. It didn't happen. It's not there. Good lord.
Can't prove it, guys. It never happened.
I'll distract
I
everyone
speak
with my
for a
stupid Jimmy
second, and now
Carr.
I'm being brought up in chat again. Fucking hell.
It's such a burden
I
being
don't
famous.
think they're giving Dougie enough attention. Exactly, guys. Please involve me in this conversation.
What do you think about Lily's fat
Anytime
face?
you're telling a story, just randomly go, well, Dougie, what do you think?
Okay, I'll do that in the middle of Dougie. What do you think? Sentences. I'll do that. I'll do literally in the middle of Dougie. What do you think? Sentences. And then when I'm making like a point about something, Dougie, what do you think? I'll like insert it into the middle of Dougie. What do you think? The point that I'm making.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
Dougie,
great.
I'll do that from now on. Okay. So Albatross made the Lily faces. That's weird. That's so. There's something so unsettling about Tugs. Like I love it, but it's unsettling, and that's a feeling I keep coming back to. Like I just love that.
I did actually message the guy who made Lily. He's a guy called Rob Thompson, and he's still in the business. He did the anti-gravity seats in Gravity, which was a film like a couple of years back, if you remember it.
Oh, cool.
And he said some really funny things. Let me pull up the messages.
I cannot wait to hear this.
Okay, here we go. Let me just load it. He said it was.
I've never been in.
He said Lily was made
but
with
you have
plastic
been,
sheet
like,
EMA. They were a company that supplies plastic extrusions for petrochemical models, but basically supplied the film and TV model and prop industry, all stuck together with chloroform and cyano.
Oh my god!
And I told him the current owners use black tack, and he laughed.
Good lord.
Lemmy, what do you do when people keep telling you to pop a squat?
Well, I pop a squat. That's what I did before, and I no longer need to. Right?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna ignore every single comment that says pop a squat, Dougie. And I'm gonna read this question. Dougie, what do you think about breadsticks? Dude, breadsticks? Yo, my homies. Yo, breadsticks. They are awesome.
Okay.
Dougie,
I like
where's
this.
Donnie?
This is a good tip.
Who the fuck is Donnie?
That's fair enough. What's his name? Something Thompson?
Rob Thompson.
Okay. Hopefully not related to Edward Thompson in any way, shape, or form.
As far as I know, no.
Don't think about it. What did it say anything else of interest, of intrigue, of?
Let me. Oh, he did say something else about the set. Let me find it. At the time of Tugs, I was working for a company called Albatross Models. It was owned. Most stuff was outsourced once the tank was built. T-Stage at Shepperton, a production crew was formed. They showed all. Pretty sure DBP were making bits too. All the land areas were based on 8x4 sheets, and sections could be lifted out to allow for different shots.
Huh. Interesting. That's really trippy. It's really weird for me to think about. I don't like thinking about like when they did Big Freeze. Do you think they just lifted everything out of the tank? like for the ocean?
Oh, I know they did. You can see it in okay, so there's two ways of telling it. One is that the sky backdrop stays in the same position. And the other is that in Movie Magic, you can just very briefly see where Tulloch's sitting during that interview is literally where Big Boulder is supposed to be, and they've just completely piled everything off that end of the set.
Wait, Movie Magic, is that what are you talking about? Is
you know the thing that Star Switcher posted?
Yeah, okay, so that's the name of it. That's the title.
The program that was in was called Movie Magic.
Okay,
it's on the title card.
Yeah, that's really trippy to think about.
Yeah,
because that's like it's weird to think about the fact that like it almost feels like the port sunk. It's like a really weird feeling. It's very unsettling. I'm trying to get this thing. Hello, audience. How are you doing? Audience? You doing good? I'm doing good.
I look back at my screen for a second and then just see Lemmy. I don't know how to fucking describe
that. But yeah, it's like lifting sections out. It's just so trippy. God, I like film on like a 4x8 table, and that's like they would just lift those out as sections. That's so trippy. Good Lord. You know, honestly, there's a part of me that like does think the Tugs set is kind of cramped and small and weird now that I know the larger connotation. Because it's like, I almost wish they didn't even incorporate the like the railhead.
Because they ended up never using it.
Yeah, they never used it, and it was 2 sidings and like this horribly like the slope of that track coming in. Thank God you can barely see it in the show.
Well, that's actually based on real life, though, because that's actually outside the Fulton Terminal in New York, right next to Brooklyn Bridge. It actually is, at least in the perspective of the photo they were using for reference. It's pretty steep.
Oh, I don't like it. I don't care if it's real. I don't like it. Get it away. Please move it away from me. Move it away. No more. Thank you. I'm good. But yeah. Yeah, that's how far along do you think what even is Railhead? I know it's like a Top Hat story that didn't make the cut and was probably fully written.
Okay, so from what I can tell, Railhead is basically to High Tide what OJ's Bad Day is to Quarantine.
Interesting. Okay. Huh. Weird.
So you know how like a whole bunch of the episodes as we know them are actually combined from 2 different scripts.
Yeah. So
I'm fairly sure that Railhead was originally 1/2 of what became High Tide.
Okay, interesting. That makes sense. It's interesting. Do they ever say, besides in the very beginning of Sunshine, that Top Hat's like a railway tug, like anywhere? They don't ever really mention it by name. I mean, he's always moving around the railway barges.
Yeah.
So like
he does mention in the Big Freeze photo book, he does mention and he names that he usually works at the railhead.
Okay, that makes sense. You know what's weird is that they never once make the connection between his head rising and the railroad. They never mention. They never explain that part.
Yeah, they mention it in Movie Magic, but it's something that David says as a tidbit. It's not really utilized in the show.
And it's weird because I've always known though that this is why his head raises. I've never not known that. I've known that for forever, since like 2008, I want to say. So where did I learn this? Was that just? I guess it was just the fact that people on the internet just kind of compared him with real tugboats and figured out that like tall heads equate with being a railway tug, which I guess shows that it didn't really need to be said. But I still find it kind of interesting that it's never said directly in the show, because that's such a major element of his design. And
they do point it out in Munitions. No, is it Munitions or High Tide?
Folks don't need a long neck, highbrow.
No, and also the way he moves his head about is more like a pain in the neck.
That's true. They basically say he has a neck, which is
Yeah.
very interesting. Because they must they must have like, I know that there's probably humans all over the dark side that just aren't being depicted, but the Tugs are aware of them and see them, even though we don't. But like, it's interesting to hear them say neck when a neck never appears in the show. There's no like sight of it.
I actually had so I'm working on a big Sunshine rewrite, and it is rapidly evolving into a series-long rewrite.
That's pretty cool. When you say rewrite, what do you mean exactly? Like,
well, basically, it started off as a Google Doc I was making with a friend who basically we started off just plotting down every single loose and orphaned plot thread, trying to figure out how to tie it all together and figure out what exactly the missing edges of the jigsaw puzzle are.
Right, yeah.
And I came up with this really funny idea that contradicts so much, but it's too funny to not put in.
Yeah, what is it?
So you know how between the 20 and 15-minute cuts of Sunshine, it's either Warrior or OJ who toes Izzy.
Hold on. Does it alternate?
Yeah, so in the 15-minute cut, just before they go out to look for Sunshine, 10 Cents goes, "Wait, hold up, I promised Izzy a toe." And OJ says, "I'll handle that." And then at the end, you actually see him.
I have not seen the 15-minute cut in like 7 years. It is now clear to me.
And then here's the funny thing, though. In the 20-minute cut, you see OJ with Izzy in the background of Zero chewing out the Zeds.
Interesting. So that implies that's weird because that's the shorter version.
Yeah.
That's more accurate to what they were going for. It's also weird. He dooms us all by saying that he's going to stay here and tell Captain Star. What the fuck do you mean? Is he living there? Is he there? Or is there some sort of boat telephone for you to utilize? Or are you going to float up alongside his beachfront property and tell him?
There is a buzz book where it says that Big Mac uses the phone.
Wait, which one is this? Which buzz book?
I think it's Run Aground.
That sounds about right. Oh God. Oh my
God.
I mean, that makes sense, I guess, that they could do that, but good Lord.
Yeah. It says here, Big Mac frowned and Zug gulped nervously. Big Mac wasn't convinced. He said, "I'll telephone the captain on my way to check." But then he met Hercules, and somehow the telephone call was forgotten.
They just claim this stuff.
The sheer power of the mental image of a Tug-sized telephone.
I love Tugs just has balls of steel when it comes to just giving their characters autonomy. They're just like, yeah, he went and did it. You want to know how? And we're like, no, I don't. Okay, good. Then we got away with it. On with the story. It's like that's how they operate.
Yeah, it's like can you just imagine like Big Mac just throws himself through the nearest building and it's like yellow.
I can't imagine it, though I'd prefer not to. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh, Lord. It's so weird. Like, they probably just didn't think about it. They just, when they wrote the show, they're just like, you know what? This works somehow. We're not going to talk about it. We're just going to make it happen.
Yeah.
Coast Guard says that he's coming aboard. What the hell? What is that? What am I supposed to picture? Like, that is the most egregious example Like that is
that is a good point, honestly.
like, what is he gonna do? Just kind of poke around and look through the windows, and he's gonna call that looking like going aboard, or is he gonna? I don't even know what is he gonna use like the lifeboat mechanism to like? I don't even know. I don't want to think about it. It has no right to exist in my head.
Can you imagine? Oh God, you know what I'm imagining now?
What?
Just Johnny Cuba just picking up the Coast Guard with his crane hook and lowering him to his hold and just disappearing and acting like.
Oh my God, that's horrifying. Straight up abduction. Like just you're like Johnny Cuba gets stopped later on by Hercules, and he's like, "What's going on here, Medea?" And then he hears like echoes from the inside, like, "Someone get me out of here!" What was that?
There's nothing. Don't worry about it.
and Hercules is like, "What you got there, Medea's?" And Cuba's like, "A smoothie."
Oh my God! Jesus Christ! The show has no right to put us in this mental space. It's not. It's so unkind.
It's so goddamn funny though.
Yeah,
this
it
is
is.
the reason why I love it, because it's like it makes no sense, but it's so much fun trying to make it make sense.
Yeah, that is very true. Oh my God. There's got to be a million other things that like I don't know about this show that you know. Like I kind of like this is what in your opinion is the most batshit crazy thing you've learned about Tugs that you can say?
I think I think possibly my favorite is figuring out that. Okay, so you know the big time skip in Sunshine. There's like a massive time skip between the docking and then the next scene where Captain Zero, and it's like it literally cuts from like mid-afternoon to middle of the night.
Right.
That is like at least like 4 to 6 hours at least.
Right.
Now, what's really freaky about that is that in the 15-minute script for that, which has a lot of holdovers from the 20-minute script and earlier in the scene directions, because they only seem to have revised the dialogue.
Right.
It says at that time skip, scene 16 deleted.
Oh,
that chills me to the bone.
What is that?
I have some very good ideas about that.
Okay.
And so we know that there was a dismissal, right?
Okay.
We know there was a dismissal. It's stated on the VHS cover.
Right.
Now, there's the dismissal is its own can of worms, but the most batshit thing is realizing that the shot when Sunshine in the 15-minute version, there's a shot in the 15-minute version that isn't in the 20, and it does not fit into any part of the sequences in the 20.
Ugh.
Which is Sunshine coming out in front of the coal yard and glancing to his right.
I think you told me about this. Is this, is this the Zero gang up? Are you about to?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So not just the Zero gang up, but because this is actually something I only figured out recently.
Right.
But so when you map out the set from where Sunshine is, and he glances to his right, he's looking directly at the Zero dock, and
that's so unsettling.
I know. Here's the thing. There is a very good chance that what resulted from that is what gave Zach engine trouble.
Oh. Oh.
Because his engine is already smoking in Pirate.
Right. Interesting.
So my theory is, if you look very closely at that set, at that the way it was dressed at that time, there's the alley. So you know the alley that 10 cents goes down when he first looks for Sunshine. There's like the two shrimpers that are parked in the alley.
Right.
Now, Sunshine would have come up that the other way in order to pop out at the coal yard. And
Right.
so, and not only that, but the first shot we see of him after that, where he's under the railway bridge, he would have had to go back down it.
Huh. Okay.
Now,
Shit, so this is where the altercation happens.
yes. Now, here's
He
the
met
really
them in
cool
a dark alley. Oh.
Here's
Okay.
the really cool thing about that inlet. It's just next to the coal yard, right at the mouth of that little inlet. It's basically a 90-degree turn, and it's got a little pier jutting out on the other side. So it's really hard to navigate that corner unless you're coming from it very slowly at a specific angle.
Right.
Now, Sunshine is really small. He's the smallest of the other tugs. He's actually not that much smaller than Zug, but compared to the Harbor tugs, he's titchy. Now, he's literally half the width of Zach. Now, here's the cool thing. There's a thing. So in the original 30-minute Sunshine script that came out, it's revealed that the reason why Zoran is so intent on nailing Sunshine at the docking is because he actually has personal beef with him. Because Sunshine insulted him earlier when they were trying to clear the Duchess's berth ready for her docking. And Zoran yells back at him, "I've got you marked, Switcher."
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Where did you hear this? Where does this...
It's in the script that leaked from the last exhibit.
Holy shit.
So...
God.
So here's the thing. Remember that old bio of Zach where it said would take over from Zoran if given half the chance?
Yeah.
So my thinking is Sunshine pops out in front of the Zero dock. Zoran spots him and figures, okay, I'm going to rub you out for good. Zach follows suit and figures anything Zoran can do, he can do better, so he shoots ahead.
Okay.
Misjudges the inlet entrance and completely slams into the dockside. Blocks the inlet entrance. Zoran yells obscenities at Sunshine over the top of Zach and then tows Zach back to the Zero pier.
Right.
And Zoran is like, "There's nothing wrong with my engine. I totally didn't knock it up trying to chase an orphan. I didn't get beat up by a small child. What are you suggesting?"
Jesus Christ.
And that is why he's so defensive about it in High Tide.
Oh my God. That's amazing. It's interesting because it feels like it's something we already saw transpire when Zebedee's like, "Your engine looks bad, Zach. You should..." Like it seems like the way he says it sounds like it's already been established. Which Tugs, honestly, Tugs generally has that feeling in the dialogue. Like in general, they're not taking a lot of moments to pause and explain things to us. But that's a little further in that direction where it's in such a way that it's like
and the fact that it has no payoff either.
Exactly. It doesn't it's not like he breaks down at some point and that's a major plot point. It's just a thing that is showing continuity. That is weird. The show has so much more continuity than I ever realized. It's just so trippy. Jesus Christ.
So I was like, that's probably my most batshit theory because it just ties so much together. And it's like, I will say there is very little proof that is actually what happened, but there's so many loose threads, and that is my way of tying them together.
Right.
Because
it's really interesting. It strikes me that this is very like the way that this like this wouldn't be possible if the set wasn't so consistent. Which like, you know, I mean, it's crazy that it's all on one set. Thomas, you could never do this with. It doesn't work the same way at all. But Tugs, a lot of it takes place in the exact same place, and buildings move around kind of. But like in general, the zero dock isn't moving. Like the star dock isn't moving. Things are generally in the same places. So you can, if Sunshine looks around, it does mean something. Not just because he's like, you know, they were very intentionally trying to make that one shot look like he's looking at the zero pier, but because his model is in that spot on the set, because this is where it takes place. And so the zeros are going to be coming, like, that just makes sense. Like, that's really trippy. Like the fact that it's just that there was no other way to shoot it because it is such a consistent set.
Yeah. In fact, let me just find, there's this one clip from Mitten in particular, which really
I'm going to manufacture a meal real quick. Actually, we are approaching 7:05, which will be the 7-hour mark, I guess, and then it will be 8:05, and then I will have 4 hours left.
Yep.
Quite dire. But at any rate, I'm going to go manufacture a meal. It'll be like 3-5 minutes. I'll be back soon, but I need to eat a meal or I will die.
All right.
I completely forgot I was muted. I was like saying shit the entire time. I was like, "Fuck, can no one hear me?" And then I fucking noticed.
Oh no!
Stupid.
Oh no!
I could have added so much by saying like pointless jokes that probably no one would actually laugh at. But you know, anyway.
Just look what you've done to our breakfast. Now I shall have to cook some more. Look what you've done to our breakfast. Now I shall have to cook some more. I'm blue. One day Thomas was at the junction when Gordon shuffled in with some trucks. Said Thomas, "What a fun smell. Can you smell a smell?" No one noticed it till you did. It must be yours.
Oh, I forgot about this.
What the fuck are you watching? I won't question it. You know what? I'll just not question what the fuck you're watching.
I'm just looking through my files for shitty memes I've got saved.
Alright then. Dougie, what is your favorite flavor of toothpaste and mouthwash? Gotta go with roast beef. It's a classic. You can never beat it.
Canned chicken and potato chips, because that's what I eat.
Well, that's one way to run a railroad.
Indeed, it is. I'm gonna get some tea to go with it.
It's a very balanced diet.
Mm-hmm.
You've got chicken and you have potatoes. What else do you really need?
Oh, yeah. New storyteller asked, "Hello, MKU from Australia." Yes, I am indeed. Australian Tugs fans rule the world. We edit more.
I just fucking realized my computer's gonna die in like very soon, and I've added nothing to this stream. It's just been MK talking about Tugs.
Well, I mean, this is a Tugs stream.
Yes, fair point, but I've done nothing in my like hour in sitting here.
Who are you,
Even though
actually?
the
'Cause
chat
I have
seems
to
to act
admit,
like
I'm
I'm
not
the
actually
next
sure who you
fucking
are.
Messiah.
And everyone's talking about how famous you are, and I'm like, who are you?
I'm not famous. I'm not famous at all. They just think I'm really cool for some reason. Like, I literally have like 100 subscribers. That's about it. But this chat, for some reason, thinks I'm like really cool. And I don't know why. I kind of do, but not really. Like, when we started streaming, like in like fucking a year ago or so, I was like just thought I was really fucking funny and would just say random things. So people
Oh
just
my God,
started liking me
Lefty.
apparently, and now I'm a celebrity in these streams now.
Look how civilized you are with the napkin and everything. That's hilarious.
I have to be. I have to be to make up for whatever this is.
Because you're not eating them with a knife and fork.
Oh Lord!
The best way to go about it, I found in my travels.
Lemmy's the kind of guy who's like just eats food with like no hand, just fucking puts his face right into the plate and just eats it like that. But he still wears a napkin. He still like once he's done eating, he puts his napkin up to his face and just like pats his face a couple times with it, just so it's clean.
That's like drinking Coca-Cola with your pinky out.
Yep.
I think I've actually done that before.
So, sunshine. Something about it. We were talking sunshine somehow.
Oh yeah. Now, what I was gonna say was, there's something I really want to point out is the way that David directs Top Hat in the movie Magic segment. Like, just listen to this.
His line is, "You took the worst of it," speaking to Warrior. So I think this one's just a little bit too sporty, really, what he's got on there. It's not really, it's almost sympathetic. And in somewhat, he admires Warrior now for a change.
And it's like, when you think about that, it's like, it's obvious that he took great pains to oversee every character's expressiveness and make sure that every bit of movement was orchestrated down to a T. If he didn't think it conveyed the mood he wanted, he wouldn't use it. Whether this actually translated or not the way he wanted is debatable, and a lot of it would have been lost amidst the atrocious edits. But he
it
definitely
demonstrates intent.
he definitely had some intention behind it. In other words, regardless of if anyone's interpretation is right or not, I absolutely believe that we're right to look for it.
Yeah, which is really the most important thing to have.
Yeah.
Because, it proves definitively we're not reading too hard into this. Like, there is shit to be found.
Yeah. So any theories based on mere inference from facial movements are thus totally welcome here. It might not be the strongest or most direct evidence on the table, but we're covering all bases here. David's world was not half-assed. It was meant to be rich and massive and realistic, and we are going to treat it as such. We may never know his exact reasons, but we do know he never did anything without one.
You just opened the best Tugs court case ever. The best opening statement I've ever heard. Oh my God.
Because there's a quote from another interview when he was on Thomas where he said, "In filming it, you've got to explain all the questions filmically there so that there's no mistake, there's no misunderstanding, and the story is clear."
Where does he say that?
It was in, let me find it. A friend of mine found it in, I think, a 60 Minutes interview or something.
There's so few interviews of David Mitton. It's tragic.
I know, it's a crime.
we should have like 20 from him. We have more from Chris Tulloch, or like, I think we only have one from Jeremy King, but there was way more in there than all of David's combined. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Dougie, the Epic Caledonian, says, my laptop fucking died. That's sad, Dougie. I'm sorry. You're welcome back in if you find a way. But if not, we should just talk soon in general. Good God, Tugs is complex. Does it bug you how small Grampus is, Max? It bugs me.
I think they took midget submarine literally.
Yeah. Because he's tiny. He's like the thing is, he has no eye mechanism. So to me, I feel like he has to compensate in some way. Not his trolley, him. And the thing is, he doesn't. He's just like a weird little football. Like if he was bigger, I'd be like, okay, you know, that's kind of like how who's a big character that their eyes never move. I feel like old Rusty, right? He's pretty cool. Has no features, but he's huge, so that's okay. But Grampus is just this small. He's like a barge in terms of functionality. He's just not.
He's smaller than a barge.
Yeah. It's unnerving. Do you think there's any mechanism to guide the barges, or do you think that they just floated straight up?
I know that they did mount them on trolleys in specific situations. I think there's a pic of, I think in the last round of leaks, there was a pic of Fire Chief where you can see him on his trolley, and his trolley actually extends out to the side to hold the fire dart.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who showed it to me exactly, but it must have been somebody. I mean, but
no,
yeah, that's interesting.
I'm just trying to find where that quote came from. A friend of me sent it to me, and I'm trying to find where it was.
Are there any pictures of Lily with those flat faces on? I mean, technically, we have everything we need to recreate it, but like...
Well, no, it would have a different mech.
That's true, yeah. The eyes would be in the way. What was that story about there being two sets of eyes inside of Lily? What's that about?
The what?
You ever hear that? It was
that's the first I've heard of that.
You remember the couple of podcasts that the Tugs CGI guys did?
I know what that's about. They reused a blank eye plate for the shield around her light.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's what that's about.
Bizarre.
Yeah, it's pretty nifty use, though, I must admit, because it's the right shape for it.
Yeah. Interesting. I would like to tell the audience that this this hour here, ever since 7:05 in terms of time, doesn't count. It's a 12-hour stream. That's 13 hours total because of this lunch break here. So that's what this is about. I'm just saying. Now, I am over the halfway mark quite substantially. And I have only made 6 holes and half a zebedee. Some might argue that I stand no chance of finishing these in time.
In part due to my ramblings.
Well, in small part, but that was interesting, so I'm okay with it. But
I
also,
found the quote. Go on, though.
everybody should understand that I have that weird orb from the Tim Allen Christmas Santa movies, so I can stop time if I want to. So I'll do that if I need to. Anyway, so yes, the quote. Do tell me.
Yes, so this was for BBC for Bookmark. So David Mitton speaking to the BBC for Bookmark. I think this was about Thomas. The filmic translations of these things are very difficult in many ways because there's a terrific difference from a chap sitting on the end of a bed telling a little chap in bed, which you probably know yourself, where you can stop between sentences and really get into detail because he's asking you the questions. In filming it, you've got to explain all those questions filmically there, so there's no mistake, there's no misunderstanding, and the story is clear.
That is a really great point, because it's like, and that is exactly true. Like I play with that all the time as a writer. Is you're basically
you need to show because you can't tell.
Exactly. Yeah. Like once it's out there, you have no chance to explain yourself, no matter how much stuff you put in there. Which is again why I kind of disregard Diesel Tug and stuff, because it flies in the very face of that rule, which is that what you put on the screen, the final product, that's what matters. You don't get any other chances. And you know, so like that's why I count the finished product, is because that's what I was presented, and that's
actually why I prize the behind the scenes stuff and the script so much, because I know that they've had to rewrite shit on the fly mid filming for various reasons, and they also had to cut it down from anywhere between a half to a quarter from what the original plan was.
Quarter? Hold on. What is this quarter business you're talking about?
Well, 20-minute to 15-minute.
Okay.
But if you count the original half-hour ones, then that'd be 15 minutes is half of that. And then when you consider that possibly the original two-part, like the two scripts into one episodes might have originally been two 30-minute scripts, then you're looking at an hour cut down to 15 minutes.
That's true, yeah.
So that's why I really want to get to the bottom of all the cut plot threads, because that's, in essence, the story that David wanted to tell. And he just couldn't for various reasons that basically amounts to life being very, very unfair.
Right.
Because I want to know the stories that he wanted to tell in the 80 by 80 foot tank. That's my sort of reasoning for it, because he wanted his world to be big and cinematic.
Yeah, you know what? I'm sold. The big rush of railway series information we've gotten recently, personally, that chills me to my core, because it reveals all this stuff that exists that I had not accepted all this time. I thought that Audrey was dead and could not tell us things anymore. Apparently not.
Yep.
But Tugs, I feel a little differently about. If only because it's always been drenched in mystery, and I always knew there were unanswered questions. I just didn't think there were so many. So this is cool. I want to hear your thoughts on. I've probably heard this countless times already, but I'm going to reopen the topic.
Yeah.
The Diesel Tug idea. Do you think that made sense as a direction for the show at all? Do you think it was even going to be the direction? What do you?
I know for a fact it was the direction, because it's in the fucking Sunshine script.
Where?
Okay, you're gonna shit yourself with this, because apparently I didn't know you hadn't actually seen the script for this yet, so you're in for a ride.
I'm not you. I watched the show and I'm like, oh, good show. Mm-hmm. And then occasionally I talk to Max and I learn all this shit. That's how I operate.
Okay, so are you ready to have your complete view of the series upended?
No, but do it anyway.
Okay, let me pull up the page. Here we go. So this is when 10 Cents and Sunshine first meet, right?
Mm-hmm.
They strike, this is in the script, they strike up an immediate friendship as they attach their lines to the barges and begin to side tow the 6 water barges into the bay. Passing Captain Lucky's boatyard, 10 Cents sees a new steel hull being constructed. I heard it will have a diesel engine, says 10 Cents. Sunshine is skeptical. It'll never happen. Well, we can come back later and find out for sure, suggests 10 Cents. And then later on in the script, and this is actually like something that comes back in the script, Hercules steams away, watched wistfully by Lily, who then turns to the switches. You two are up to something. 10 Cents and Sunshine wink at each other and deny any collusion. Dark clouds move across the moon, leaving Captain Lucky's building yard in blackness. 2 shadowy vessels with familiar engine sounds drift slowly past the yard. 10 Cents whispers, seems all clear. Let's have a closer look. 2 brilliant searchlights atop 10 Cents and Sunshine's wheelhouses come on. A pair of powerful beams splash over the machinery inside Lucky's building yard. They come to rest for a moment on the skeletal hull of the new tug before moving slowly past crates of marine equipment. Suddenly, both beams come to rest on a craft marked diesel fuel tank. 10 Cents whispers, I told you so. Don't be so happy, it might replace us, replies Sunshine nervously. 10 Cents shakes his head. Captain Star looks after all his tugs. Where does that leave me? Mumbles Sunshine to himself.
Okay, where does that second scene take place in the episode?
In the middle, before the docking.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to like that, but that is pretty well written because it sets the tone for the series really well to put this here.
Yeah.
Because the whole point of Tugs is to inspire this romanticized, wistful feeling about a bygone era. And
Yeah.
we know how it shakes out already.
Yeah.
Assuming we're watching this in the 80s. We know how it ended up. And so it's like interesting to start the series saying they know that this is coming and they're going to be dead one day. Like, that's a good way to start Tugs, honestly. And if using the thing is, what I hate about the diesel tug concept is that people try to use it in a way where it's like, uh-oh, we got to fight off all these diesels. Oh, we got to prove steam is still good. And then the killer pops out from Captain Star's building and says, steam will always be at work here.
Yeah, it's not like Thomas. It's very much not like Thomas, where like Sodor is this safe refuge. In Tugs, it's a real inevitable threat.
And it's not really about the diesels either. It's about mortality. It's
just the progression. Because in the Sizzler order, in the original pitch for the series, it takes great pains to point out that diesels replacing the steam tugs is just what the steam tugs did for the sailing scows.
Right. Interesting. So, if it were that, okay, I could live with that. That would be kind of cool, actually. But because it's deeper thematically than just there's an enemy and it's a boxy oil train, which I don't like.
It's very unlike the steamies versus diesels dynamic in Thomas.
Yeah. Okay. Huh.
The diesel tug, as far as I'm aware, wasn't necessarily meant to be a character as such, but more just a presence.
An abstract concept. This is what people always do. See, I've talked about this like twice today already in this stream, but it drives me crazy when people look at like, I don't know, Big City Engine, and they're like, oh, okay, that's the one time that an LMS engine came to the railway. That's the one time that an engine from BR came to the railway. Wow, what an event. Let's put them in the visiting engines section of the wiki. And it's like, look, I understand that's probably a good way to categorize things. I'm not knocking that, but it's a bad way Look, it's not bad. People can view the show however they want. But to me, it's gross to just kind of make it that small, to get rid of the depth and say, okay, it's just one character. No, that character represents something. There are hundreds of engines that come back and forth from the LMS during the LMS era.
Exactly.
And that's the thing. He just represents one of many, many, many engines. You know, they maybe never saw him again or only saw him every few months or something. You know, and it's the same thing with the Diesel Tug. People look at that guy like he is like, that is the character. It's like he's the big villain. And it's like, no, it's an abstract concept foreshadowing something that, like, I have no problem that assuming canonically that eventually the Tugs all get replaced by Diesel Tugs. Like, yeah, I mean, I do think that that's the future because we're dealing with a fairly grounded world here. And so that's just going to happen. So it makes sense to foreshadow it that way and to create a general feeling of melancholy. It's not really about the Diesel Tug. It wouldn't have even come up in the season. It was something that would happen eventually that we might get to. But in general, it's more about helping the audience to interface with this show and kind of reconcile it with the 80s or with whatever present day.
And the best part is as well, in the context of that specific scene, it's tying into Sunshine's insecurities about not being accepted into the fleet.
Exactly, yeah. Do you think they ever filmed this night scene? Because that would be
that is a very good question, because
that'd be kind of amazing.
I really want to say they did, but I'm not sure, because that script is from so early. OJ is a harbor tug.
Oh my god. Well, what do you mean?
He's basically zip shaped. He's basically zip shaped, a bit bigger.
Oh. How do you know this?
There was concept art at the event, I think.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and in the documents it states that he's a harbor tug. And in fact, his bio is quite interesting because it seems they incorporated bits of OJ's original bio into that for 10 cents.
Huh. Interesting.
Because here's a little known tidbit for you. So
he's thrifty.
Well, not just that, but I'm just trying to figure out how to word this. 10 Cents and Hercules are named as brothers in this script. And it makes sense because they're the only two with Eagleworks sigils.
They got the little eagle thing.
Yeah. Now they came from the same builder's workshop, because there was an actual Eagleworks shop in San Francisco that used those exact eagle sigils on the tops of all the tugs that came from their workshop.
Huh.
And it's really obscure. And I think that whatever the crew were using for reference is likely just some really obscure book that just happened to use photos of them, because there is very little information on the company itself. But let me look up exactly when it was, because we do know a little bit about it. We know the years it operated.
This is bizarre. I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. Because the thing is, whenever I try to fact check, okay, did I know this already? I go back to what I knew back in like 2007. But this predates 2007 so far. Because I think to myself, there's always been this general idea in the fandom that 10 Cents and Hercules are brothers. I've heard that from so many different people. This general
and it's actually canon. It's in black and white in the script that Hercules calls 10 Cents his little brother.
That would have been good to establish, because it would have made Sea Rogue's uncle feel a little bit more natural. Like they would have already established family as a concept.
You know what really, really gets me about the whole TC Herc Brothers thing?
What?
High winds. There's a very interesting detail about high winds that you only really pick up on if you're viewing it with 10 Cents and Hercules being brothers in mind. which is that Hercules calls out, "What's going on back there? Come on, stars." And Big Mac says, "The wind's too strong." And Tencent then says, "I can't hold her much longer." And Hercules immediately fucking screams, "More power, everybody." And it's the only time in the series where his cool composure actually cracks.
Interesting. That's a little bit of a stretch, but I love it.
Yeah. It's just an interesting little detail and it ties it in.
We're so lucky that the episodes were as long as they were. I know they could have been longer, but forever, fans have been like, Jesus, I wish this show was a lot longer. But when you think about how it equates to Thomas, Tugs is basically like 2 full 26 episode seasons. Like the way that it's, because the episodes aren't 4 minutes long. I mean, they're lengthy. I think it's not
and they were meant to be lengthier.
Yeah. So it's like, we got a lot out of it. I mean, sometimes I find myself kind of mind boggled at the fact that they were able to establish like more than 12 characters with 13 episodes. That's very impressive. And the thing is, they had a lot more time than another show might have had, than like another kid's show might have had. I mean, they really had some length to them. They were very hefty. And that's like, I think we're very lucky that was the case, that it was long form like that.
Yeah. That reminds me, actually. Let me pull up the sheet. Some of the things that leaked from the Trust's exhibit was a full list of unused place names and characters.
Weird. Okay.
And some of them were actually used in the show, and we now have like canonical names for the Steelworks and the munitions factory.
The Scottish Twins is here, so I'm gonna bring Scottish in, so we can now fill out the roster and have all three of us.
Yay!
Hello, Scottish.
Hi, Lemmy.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm making my Emily.
Awesome.
Nice.
We're just diving deep into Tugs lore, as we always do when Max is involved.
Yes.
So here's one you'll like. There's a listing on the businesses of Big City Portsheep for Cardona Industrial Aggregates.
Interesting.
Which is the CIA.
Oh my god.
Damn it, Cardona.
Interesting.
There's the most interesting thing for me, though, is on the character sheet, where they list characters for the entire naval chain of command.
Jesus Christ, this sounds like Jamie wrote this. Oh my god.
There's the General, Imperial, Ensign, Escort, Envoy, and Blue Nose.
Oh my god. I mean, when you think about it, it is very weird that Blue Nose is the only one that we see. Like, I'm sure.
Here's the thing: he nearly wasn't, because the 4th of July script also came out, and Blue Nose is not in it. Envoy is.
Ooh. Oh.
Envoy.
Honestly, Blue Nose doesn't technically have to appear in Regatta for his presence to make sense. He could just be in Munitions, and that would work.
Yeah.
Especially if he was already planned to be in Jinxed.
Weird. Especially also because Munitions acts like it's like Munitions mostly introduces him because like Top Hat's dialogue, especially, oh, that means we'll have to put up with that naval tug Blue Nose. What a bore he is with his orders, isn't he?
Yeah, they really establish him.
Yeah, it establishes him to the audience. And it's like Munitions can sort of stand alone as Blue Nose's only episode. And so that is why in Regatta, they have Envoy as a separate naval character to establish the Navy's larger presence.
Right. How different? So, how do you think that? I feel like we've already talked about this ages ago. Do you think that if they'd had more time, they would have given Sea Rogue and his uncle like totally different designs?
That's a good question, actually. Possibly, although I think their designs do basically work for what they are. You can tell though that they tried to disguise Sea Rogue's uncle as being Blue Nose a bit because they covered him in corrugated iron.
Yeah, they did do that. It's funny. I always assumed that was just one side. Like that was just I always assumed the other side was just the white doors and everything. But I'm sure they didn't intend for that. But it's interesting. It's like I don't what was I gonna say? It's just kind of trippy how close they are. Blue Nose in general is a really weird design. Like he's just such a bizarre. They gave him this huge head, which I love. I mean, that like very much gives off the kind of this big-headed kind of Napoleon complex kind of vibe off of his.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's weird because his body is so normal. Like it's just like any other Tug, and then his head is just huge. It's very bizarre. Good God, I'm looking at mine now, and it's such a weird looking Tug. He's one of the ugliest Tugs in the cast. I honestly don't like how Blue Nose looks very much, but I also don't think I'm supposed to. Like I think he's supposed to look.
That reminds me, actually, speaking of early names, Lord Stinker's name was originally quite different.
Is this the Sugar Ray situation?
No. In the 4th of July script and in the character sheet, he is listed as, drumroll please, Lord of the Flies.
Interesting. Okay. That is pretty damn good. That's almost better than the.
I know.
Oh, I kind of wish they stuck with that.
I know. It's so good. Oh, yeah.
Names are on here.
The what?
How many names are on there?
It's, oh God, it's like 100.
Jesus Christ.
There's a whole bunch. Let me read you some random ones. So Little Owl is on here.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Confederate, Sea Prince, Lawrence, Spreckles, Sea Bark, Garter Star, the Alaska Packers, Flying Cloud, Marion Chilcott, Izzy Gomez, Mohican, Washington, City of New York, City of Peking, Ariata.
City of New York is very. Glad that one's not in there.
Yeah. The Smoker, Spritzer, Ace, Mighty Mo, Valentino.
Why are some of these got used? That's bizarre.
Yeah, Ocean Spray, Jack London, Congo King, Stars and Stripes, Max.
Huh. Okay.
Look, Gary, there I am. It's really funny. And right in the middle is Captain Lucky.
That's bizarre.
Captain Lucky is actually a character in the original scripts.
Weird.
And get this. He's the reason Boomer's a houseboat.
Well, wait. As in, does he live in him? Or does he rebuild him? Because I kind of figured
he rebuilds him, but it's against Star's orders.
Okay, interesting.
Because Star tells Sunshine to take Boomer to Lucky's yard under strict instruction that he was never to be used as a tug again, no matter what.
Okay.
And Captain Lucky fucked with him and turned him into a houseboat instead.
That's a really, when Captain Star says that, it feels to me like it's like he's trying to say scrap him, but it will look really bad. So he like tries to be very specific so that he has no option but to scrap him. But then Lucky finds a way around it, and Star is like, okay. Like,
Exactly. Because here's the funny thing. At the very end of the Sunshine script, it's stated that Lucky is actually the one who saved Sunshine from scrap.
huh.
It's so in the original ending briefing, Star was going to say this. Sadly, his owner sent him to Captain Lucky's breaking yard. However, Captain Lucky called me, and I am pleased to announce that the Star Tugs have a new recruit.
This is it's so weird that he doesn't. Weird. So
my guess is
in the final story, Sunshine is like bought outright, like from the start. Whereas he's like on trial throughout the entire original.
Yeah, he's chartered. He's just on loan to help out. He's not with the fleet officially.
That's so weird because that's so different. But that kind of explains why he's painted white the whole time. It's like it's to emphasize that he's not part of their fleet yet. And then that makes so much more sense, honestly. Like that's huh.
He's an outsider. He's from upriver. He's privately owned. The annual bloody states that he's regarded as an orphan tug.
You love that line, don't you?
I do. I do love that line. Because it just makes it hammers home just how dark the original was supposed to go. It's like it was meant to have like these really mature undertones.
It's like the original show is like a shadow of a shadow. It's like
it is
crazy how Tugs is already just regarded as so dark. Like everybody just always remarks on that, and it just was gonna be full on. Just wow.
Like my favorite detail is that the end theme was a riff on the EastEnders theme.
That's great.
They were literally making a soap opera with little boats with hats, and all power to them.
That's so amazing. That it's just so nice to know that somebody intended, that a whole team really intended to do that at some point. To to take what we do and take it so damn seriously. Just ridiculously seriously.
Yeah. My favorite quote is one from Patrick Allen himself. When the series first was about to premiere, they had a massive press shoot on the HMS Belfast. And there is very little information about that. There is one photo. And there is Patrick Allen in garb as Captain Star posing with the HMS Belfast. And it is like the canon human appearance of Captain Star in this one over contrasted newspaper photo.
That's you showed me that, I think. Yeah, that's amazing.
And he says in the article, I have 2 boys of my own, and they are going to love it. Granted, they are in their 20s now, but they are going to love it.
Right.
And that for me solidifies that like they weren't making a kids show. They were making a show for all ages, but with adult themes. And
which is
I think
so cool. Like that's just
had they made this, it's fascinating to me because Tugs was both doomed from the start to fail because its appearance totally did not match the story that it was actually setting out to try and tell. So, of course, it would have alienated whatever audience it was trying to advertise to and alienate whatever audience bothered to tune into it. And But the problem is, it also could not have been made at any other time.
Right.
And it's like, had they done it like maybe 20, 30 years later, when adult show that looks like a kid show is a much more accepted and normalized trope, they would have had a lot more success, but it also would have been at the cost of having all the shitty tropes of adult animation.
The visuals. The biggest thing, it would have been at the cost of models. It wouldn't have models.
Yeah.
And that's just like, that's the thing I love the most about Tugs. Like, I love the story, I love the world, I love everything about it to death. It would have been tragic if it didn't get that. Honestly, I'm glad. Like, say it could work today, right? Start right now, and they made the exact story that you're describing, and they went the whole, however many seasons. That'd be amazing. But honestly, I would take the butchered, chopped up 9 Tugs with models. The one season that we got over because still that amazing to me. Like, I just love it has the best model work ever that I've seen in anything. I mean, it's like, I'm sure there's more technically impressive projects, but to me, it spoke to me more than anything I've ever seen anywhere. And I'm lucky. That's kind of amazing that we got much. That, like, it's kind of the equivalent of, like, it's trying to like spending all mortgage out on your house and spending all of your money on this thing, and eventually the money runs out and you're in.
Yeah, that's why the VHS, that's why the 20-minute tapes were sold, because they ran out of money to finish filming the last few episodes.
Right. Hold on. Run down on the timeline with this.
Let me pull up. So the two 20-minute tapes, let me get the exact.
Let me just start. Neil's been finished, and I'm going to discard it.
Okay, so the VHS tapes were released November 17th, 1988. Filming finished in December.
As you were saying.
You there?
VHS tapes. Something about.
Okay, so.
Yes, I am here. Hello.
So, the Sunshine Pirate and Munitions 4th July 20-minute VHS tapes were released on November 17th, 1988, and filming finished in December.
Oh my god, I didn't fully register that. That's nuts.
Yep.
They released
that's the only reason why we got the 20-minute cuts, because they released them before they actually started cutting them down to 15 minutes.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. So they, like, literally went in and had the voice actors come in and the music and everything. They finished it all totally. And then that is nuts. That is unbelievable.
Every episode up to and including Quarantine at least had a finished 20-minute cut.
That's nuts.
Yep.
You know what's also nuts is that my phone is refusing to cooperate. Where is my... Yeah, oof indeed. Where's the link? All right, there we go. That should hopefully correct the problem. In 8 minutes, I will return to making models.
One more big brain blow for you.
Yes.
So remember my theory about the Zeds beating up Sunshine at night?
Yeah.
So that's kind of in the script, but I only got one thing wrong.
Okay, what's wrong?
It's the stars that do it.
What do you mean it's the stars?
What? The stars beat up Sunshine?
So basically, 10 cents is sent off to do something else, and basically, OJ, Big Mac, and Top Hat basically, it sort of smash cuts to the aftermath, but they basically spray Sunshine pink.
Oh,
because he hit the Duchess's pink.
Okay.
And
what does that refer to? What's this term referring to here?
Okay, the pink is the overhang of the rear stern over the rudder, which is basically what Sunshine hit his stack on in the episode.
Thank you. Hold on. So, okay. So like this shit right here. That's
the pink. That's the pink.
You could have told me that like 5 years ago.
Really? I did.
All right, good. Now I know what that is.
So, the stars basically, after the docking, they find Sunshine and they spray him pink, and it says there's a note in the script which is just chilling as hell.
Yeah.
Let me find it.
How would they have pulled this off?
My computer is really slow. Here we go.
No wonder they feel so fucking bad.
Yeah, a garland of flowers. Here, so this is what it says in the script, right? Across the harbor, a number of shrimpers going to the fishing grounds are laughing at something. As they move away, Sunshine is revealed daubed in pink paint, steaming towards the oldest part of the harbor. Numerous harbor vessels ridicule him as they pass. Even a small buoy turns his back on him. Reaching the old end of the harbor, Sunshine stops his engine and turns towards the liner docks. He watches the scintillating lights of the Duchess and listens to the happy sounds coming across the still water. Not a single other vessel is in sight. Quite slowly, Sunshine begins to sink lower into the water until it floods over his deck. As he sinks below the surface, there is a long, depressed sigh of steam. He settles on the bottom with the rim of his stack barely an inch above the surface. A garland of flowers from the party on board the Duchess floats over Sunshine's stack. As Captain Star speaks, no one ever found out why Sunshine sank, but many believe it was out of embarrassment.
How does he get back up? What the fuck?
So then on the next page, bright and early the next morning, 10 Cents happily steams over to his new friend's slip. Not realizing what has happened, 10 Cents becomes upset that his friend has broken the contract work with him. As he leaves, he sees a pink shadow in the water but fails to recognize it. Still worried about Sunshine, 10 Cents starts his morning job of towing a coal barge to the Foghorn on Point Delta. As 10 Cents struggles across the bay, pulling the heavy coal barge, he is seen by Big Mac, who is happily towing Lord of the Flies, the garbage barge. Big Mac feels bad about little 10 Cents being so unhappy and having to struggle alone with the coal barge. Later, while 10 Cents is returning from Point Delta, Big Mac talks to the other Star Tugs. When 10 Cents arrives back at the pier, OJ tells him what they have done. 10 Cents quickly realizes the pink shadow he saw was Sunshine.
What happens next? What the fuck is this, Max? This is like way off the deep end.
The other tugs follow 10 Cents, but in the high tide, Sunshine is no longer visible. 10 Cents is upset and angry. They cannot find Sunshine and steams away. Later in the afternoon, OJ finds 10 Cents in his slip and tells him that the salvage of Sunshine has been authorized. Together, they steam to the salvage site where Grampus, the midget submarine, having found Sunshine, is directing a deep-sea diver to the position so that lifting lines can be attached to Sunshine's hull. Grampus and the diver surface, and Big Mac tows Mighty Mo, the floating A crane, into position beside the sunken Sunshine. The lifting lines go taut as the crane takes the strain. A few moments later, Sunshine is brought to the surface with water pouring from every orifice.
Oh my god. So this takes the place of the sandbank.
Yep.
I can totally see how the sandbank would have been like a, because they really, I always thought it was like really grim how Sunshine's like, just leave me here, let me sink. But it's like they were trying to push it as close to this as they could without making it so over the top like this is.
Yeah.
He just fucking sinks.
And I have a theory as to why.
They couldn't sink him all the way.
Stopcocks.
Beg pardon?
Boats. All boats have stopcocks, which allows the drainage of water when in dry dock. If you open them on the water, you sink.
Okay. So he pops them, basically?
Basically. It's why Boomer sank in Jinx without explanation either.
Jesus Christ. All the way under.
Yep.
Where's my
even in the photo book, when it said he was up to his eyes in water, we thought that was a bit much.
Oh my. I need to find my tape measure. Where's my tape measure? What is it, 14 inches? Is that the depth? Good Lord. That is so unsettling. Here it is. That is so unsettling.
I know. When I say Tugs used to be dark, that is what I mean.
Like that's like basically a fucking suicide.
Yeah.
It's that is interesting though. That's okay. I can't help but let that affect the way I look at the universe because that implies that a tug can survive sitting underwater for like a day, which is a lot more like Thomas than Tugs, the way I think about it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you think about quarantine, when OJ blows his engine and he's barely even out of breath, it's like,
yeah,
there's a certain disconnect.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So, like, oh. I don't like how well that works. That's. Oh no. There's definitely room. There isn't room for like a harbor tug. Even if you rest them right on the bottom, they're not gonna like. That's not gonna work. Well, actually, maybe. Just barely not. But like Sunshine, yeah, there's room.
Yeah, especially at high tide.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Well, so that's definitely like that one they changed the hell out of before they got to the filming stage. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fascinating seeing the original outline and how it influenced some of the incongruities that remain in the final version.
Because like the Star Tugs feel really, really bad, I guess because they didn't believe him, but it's like it's really weird how bad they feel.
Yeah.
But, like, if they did that shit to him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because here's the thing that a friend of mine pointed out to me, which is that the Star Tug, at least in the when we first see them in like the 20-minute briefing, they are dysfunctional as fuck. It's like they are always bickering. They're putting each other down, and it's like they're generally quite mean to each other.
It's a very like toxic masculine space. It's like very much like it feels very 20s, honestly. It feels like a lot more like exactly how it would be. Like you've got the Z.
Yeah, there's no HR in 1920.
Yeah, like the difference between good and evil is you have like the Zed stacks who shoot people up mafia style, and then you have the Star Tugs who just beat the shit out of you when you do something wrong, but at least they don't kill you. It's like that's like so much more 20s.
So this is actually a point that I made in the Sunshine.
Oh, it is.
Thing
It's been an
that
hour.
I
I'm now
wrote up
resuming the
because-
model thing. I'm resuming models. Everyone be clear on this. I'm resuming them, and I'm gonna finish all of them. I'm gonna finish all 12, obviously. I mean, look at what I've done.
While you do that, let me just read you what I wrote up, because it's like in the rewrite. Before I get into the actual rewrite, I actually like list out all the characters and their biographies and how it all ties together and how it's presented in the show, and just read between the lines to get a really solid grasp on what the characters actually are.
Right.
So this is what I wrote for Captain Star. Captain Star, our narrator, is fairly proud. The series is presented through his wistful recollections, but it's clear he's not quite as reliable a narrator as we're led to believe. So let me just line this window up.
So is this what you wrote?
Yeah, this is what I wrote. He spreads his fleet thin, consistently takes the client's word over that of his tugs, and treats competition as a nice versus nasty situation. Despite this, can be just as nasty as Captain Zero when under pressure, yet still considers him more noble for refusing the black market contracts that Zero takes. Per his original bio, he is brusque, snide and overbearing when questioned or previously irritated, yet has a softer side that is mostly only shown retrospectively. His kinder and more humble comments are usually only in his narration, which is said long after the fact, and he clearly mellows with age.
That's true, honestly. Here's the thing. I've always thought Captain Star is kind of an asshole.
Yeah.
Likely
bitter.
Like, firstly, just quarantine is all levels of fucked up. So that's the worst of it. But even in general, even if he never tried to scrap anybody, the way he talks to everybody, he's not kind-hearted to his tugs at all. He's very direct, very, very, very harsh.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's actually what I hate about a lot of fanfics, because they just treat Star as an analog for the Fat Controller.
And he's not. The Fat Controller is like a fucking saint. Like he is. The Fat Controller is like Santa Claus. Okay, that's what
he is.
He wants the Fat Controller. The Fat Controller is surrounded by Captain Stars. Like anytime he talks to a controller of another railway, they're like Captain Star, and he wants to be like them. He dresses like them. He tries to talk like them and be very proper. But the thing is, he's too kind. Like very, very kind. And it's like, I love all those moments where it's like, he says, I don't appreciate you interfering, but I'm going to give you everything you want, but just this once. And it's like, he does that every time. Like, he wants to be a dictator, but he can't because he loves his engines too much.
Yeah.
Like I would love to see him versus Captain Star, because he would take such the moral high ground. Captain Star is just a full-on, business-oriented capitalist who does not care about his workforce. Like, that's just what he is.
So
also, I want to say, Dougie, you're waiting at the moment. I'm going to say in 15 minutes, let's make the most of it, Max. I think it'll be time for you to go on down that stream, and I'll bring Dougie back in because they didn't really get a chance, and then it'll be Dougie and Scottish for a while, and then
Makes sense.
think that's all right.
Yep.
Let's make
I just want to finish reading you the bio.
Yeah, please.
So this is all the stuff that I wrote. So likely bitter that despite trying to be the good guys, Zero is still more financially successful. Star prides his reputation above all else because of this, and his moral fiber goes out the window with his megaphone when a customer isn't happy. Too proud in a lot of scenes, unshakably considers himself the boss above his fleet, unable to take criticism nor suggestions unless multiple present are united against him. Does admittedly give compliments when they are deserved, such as high tide, but is unable to do so directly if it's at the cost of his own pride, such as in Pirate. Have you ever noticed that in Pirate, He takes the client's word over that of his first switcher, wonders what else could it be, yet refuses to hear Tencent's side. When proven wrong later, sends Hercules to congratulate TC on his behalf instead of actually apologizing personally.
Yeah, that's true. He's quite a he's got quite a fragile ego. Like, yeah, that's true, honestly. He really did Tencent's dirty in that episode. Like,
he did.
This is a really, the way that, like, especially with the context of the darker version of this show, it's really disturbing how much toxicity there is in these relationships. Because I can totally see Tencent's developing some of these, like Tencent's like in Pirate, where he's just like so ready to just nail the guy, and not even think about whether Rogue is guilty or not. That comes straight from the top. That's like when a kid becomes a school bully because his dad is beating him at home. It's like that.
Exactly.
Like, is that feeling, which is like, holy shit. Like, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is something.
So even the Zeds are aware of Star's temper.
Right.
Because in Pirate, he'll catch it from Captain Star. He will when I tell him, land him right in it. And again in Regatta, you'll care when he gives Captain Star an earful. Yeah, you bet you will. He'll sink you.
Oh my god, that's so like disturbing. That like
I know.
That's like the same thing Captain Star says in narration about Zebedee in High Winds, where he's like, he knew Captain Zero.
Captain Zero would sink him if he did.
And it's almost like that's like an absurd thing. It's like, that's how far he would go. But it's like, I don't.
No, you're on that level too, Patrick.
The thing that really gets me is that throughout the whole run of the show, Captain Zero throws out a lot of threats, but the one who gets closest to scrapping a tug is Captain Star. Zero doesn't get anywhere near that ever. Like, he makes a lot of threats. He's an asshole. He's probably drunk half the time. I get that vibe. But he doesn't ever actually seek out violence against anybody. He doesn't do that shit. Whereas Captain Star, he uses his kind of, his authority against his own fleet. It's more of an institutional violence, but it's a violence.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's a big difference right there between
there's something really fascinating about that, because his original bio quotes that he built up his fleet of tugs to be the best there is. Yet the first episode opens with the statement that the Stars are merely a good crew striving to be the best in the port, not always succeeding, but proud of their work. There's a disconnect there.
Yeah, I've always thought that was so weird. Is like, especially the thing where it's like, this was our first big break. Like, what the hell is that? Like, you guys are like the top dogs here, it seems. So
no, because that's the thing. The Zeros are more successful because they take the higher paying black market contracts. That's why, with fewer tugs, they are still the biggest competitors to the Stars.
It's so interesting that's because that makes sense. We never directly hear anything about how much the fleets make. Like, we just have the public perception of them to go off of. All we have is how they look, not what we don't see their bottom lines ever. That's really interesting.
And in fact, let me find where it was. Oh yeah. Do you know the annual story Loading Grain?
Yes.
So Loading Grain is a bit of a non-story. It doesn't really do anything or go anywhere. Not much really happens into it. But there is one detail in it, and it is very important. And it's when Hercules isn't around, Tencent is the second in command.
That is very weird.
Because he's Star's first tug.
So, what do you make of that?
I think it's very interesting because Hercules and Tencent share the 2IC leadership duties under Star. So like when they're overseeing the operations, OJ may be the wisest, but Tencent, according to his bio, is the most harbor wise.
Right. Okay. Interesting. So OJ's the oldest and he has the most wisdom in general for life, but he doesn't necessarily have, like, he's good in a situation where it's like our friend's about to be blown up. What do we do? But he's not so good in running operations. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. How old do you think Tencent is? Like, what do you think the age is?
So I do have an answer to that because someone talked to Sean Prendergast in very early 2000s, and he said he got two different ages from Cardona and David had them slightly younger and Robert had them slightly older. And so I think, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, but I think it was that I think it's that Sunshine was anywhere between 7 and 10, and that 10 cents was more between 14 to 16.
This, like, I could see that for sure. It's interesting. You've always, whenever you describe the show, you always paint Sunshine as much younger, which I know is based on accounts that you've seen of how the crew viewed him. But I've just always seen Sunshine as older than Tencent. Or
honestly, Honestly, same. He's got the sort of Danny DeVito vibe.
Yeah, that's what it is. I don't know how the hell you came up with that, but yeah, that is what his vibe is.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of like this like older figure, but he's got a lot of youth to him too. He's like the cool uncle vibe, you know?
Yeah.
Like, and that's the thing, is like part of that is that the voice is probably older than Sean Prendergast wanted it to be, like wanted it to sound, because that was just his voice. But also I think it's the fact that like he has this history upriver and he like knows all this stuff, and he has I feel like has more street smarts than Tencent has.
Yeah, he's river wise.
Yeah, exactly. And so I just feel, I get the vibe that it's like, you know, they're more, it's kind of more like if Tencent is like 19, Sunshine's like 24, you know? It's like that sort of thing. It's like he's just a little bit further on, but they're still young adults. But there is something like, again, unsettling about the fact that, like, say Sunshine is like, they're looking at him like a 7-year-old, and yet he's like working for a fleet that he earns a wage and stuff. Again, it feels very 20s. It feels like labor exploitation.
Yeah, it does. It does.
You know, and it's really disturbing, but in a very Tugsy way. Like, it's weird how right that feels at the same time. Like, that feels like it's coming from the right place.
Now, Dougie wants to come back in. So there's one more bio I want to read before I go.
All right.
And it's one I wrote for Captain Lucky, because you will be surprised how much you can gather about the guy.
Okay, because he has such a presence in the show, even without ever even being confirmed to exist. For all we know, Lucky's Yard is just this. It's just a made up name that sounded good in marketing, but it's like it's weird. I've always felt like he's a Yard. Yeah, that's so bizarre. Okay, go on. I want to hear your analysis.
So, Captain Lucky, the heretofore unseen third player on the port stage that turns the two fleets' dynamic of duality into a trio, or perhaps a trial.
Ooh.
While his famous yard is a mainstay of the series, the owner himself is never seen in the show itself, nor even referred to directly. However, the original scripts do name him as an individual character, and a surprising amount can be inferred about him. The purpose of Lucky's Yard was originally threefold: the Breaker's Yard, Dry Dock, and Shipbuilder's Workshop, where both fleets' repairs are made, although the role of Breaker's Yard was later dropped and made Burke and Blair's responsibility at their own separate facility. As such, both of the other captains have to rely on Lucky to fix any physical problems with their tugs resulting from the day's shenanigans. His yard is where all the harbor's boat repairs are made. He holds a position of respect from both fleets, and Star knows him as a shrewd businessman. He is also the one responsible for the construction of the infamous diesel tug, being the only one in the port ambitious and mechanically minded enough to take on the project. Lucky
is trying to destroy the rivalry.
Lucky isn't afraid. Yeah, Lucky isn't afraid to shake up the status quo with his developments. While not a direct competitor yet, and is at present not exactly a captain of anyone in particular that we know of, aside from at least one other unnamed mechanic at the yard, he is the only third party in the port to keep the other two in check. However, it seems that as the one responsible most directly for the fleet's upkeep, he will show empathy and mercy to the tugs when their captains won't. Directly stated to have spared Sunshine from scrap when his owners sold him off, and heavily implied to have done the same for Boomer when Star ordered him that he was never to be used as a tug again, no matter what. The fact that from this strict instruction he turned Boomer into a houseboat instead of scuttling him implies that he has a fairly cheeky and large-scale sense of humor, unafraid to subtly prank the other captains in his own way when he considers them out of line.
Okay, so I'm now realizing that this Tugs trial that you did the opening statement for before is now the trial of Captain Star and Captain Zero, and Lucky I think has just been expunged. I think he's gonna be okay.
Yeah,
this is really interesting. Like, that makes a lot of sense, and I love the idea that Lucky is kind of this third party that doesn't play into their stupid dick measuring contest. Like,
exactly.
He doesn't agree with either of them. He's the most moral human in this whole situation. Like, he's the one who should win at the end. That's cool.
Yeah.
So in that sense, the Diesels wouldn't end up being the villains. They'd almost be the thing that ends the rivalry. Would be the thematic trajectory of that idea.
Something you should know in Regatta. So actually, going back to Sunshine. In Sunshine, Zoran is an absolute mafia boss dick. He is outright villainous.
Right.
But after that, he softens quite a bit, like noticeably. He's never as outright devious as he is in Sunshine.
That's true.
And keep in mind, the episode order was originally very different, and Regatta was meant to come fairly early. What's he doing in Regatta? He's working outside Lucky's yard as the diesel tug's engine is delivered.
How do you know as the engine is delivered?
You can see on a barge right next to Zoran in the yard, there's a big-ass petrol engine on a barge being delivered.
Why you gotta try to make me like this idea? This fucking diesel idea. Yeah.
So
that is fucking cool. Like, that's the thing.
So basically, that tempers Zoran, and it sort of throws into relief for him that the petty rivalry between the two fleets is just stupid. And it's like, he's not afraid to still fuck with them, but he knows that it's futile to, like, outright sabotage them.
Right. That is interesting. I definitely get the vibe that there's a lot more going on inside Zoran's head than he's sharing. I always get that. Like, I think he's the most complex character in the show. Like, at least out of all the tugs.
Yeah.
Because he really, he just, the decisions that he makes, and the fact that he could be a lot more sympathetic if he actually tried to be. But he doesn't.
Yeah.
Instead he's just trying to get the job done. But I think that he's dealing with a lot behind the scenes. So I get that vibe for sure.
Something else that's interesting is that when you consider that Zero's an asshole and Star's an asshole, it makes sense that you'd have to have a third party to keep the two of them in check, and that's Captain Lucky.
Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just like, that's so trippy that doesn't even have a presence in the show, but like it should. I mean, that's like, and Lucky's yard, and this is interesting too, because the geography of the set and the way it's designed makes perfect sense. Like,
because he's facing the two fleet captains, but he's not part of it.
He's not on either side. He's on the other side of the harbor. But also, name the 3 most recognizable locations in the port. It's the Star Dock, the Zed Dock, and Lucky's Yard. Those are the 3 that I think of immediately. All the others take a back seat to those. Like, those are the 3 most notable ones. And it makes sense because it was built around a character that didn't end up in it, but is still very relevant. I mean, the docks are kind of embodiments of the people who run them.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Holy shit.
And remember, the last 3 episodes, the upriver ones, were brought forward from series 2, written at the last minute, to replace 3 port set episodes. And one of them would have been the completion of the diesel tug, and that would have been Lucky's proper introduction.
I don't recall hearing this before, that they'd been brought forward from season 2.
So basically, Trapped is basically episode 14, like canonically, because it begins with, and this year it was important that we work together, with the original outline for the first series being that it was set within 1 year.
Oh, that's so obvious.
Yep.
I always thought that line was weird.
Yeah.
Like, why wouldn't they, like, if they were going to pull out this year's shit, they would have done it in, like, episode 1. Like, to establish, we've been at this a few years. But, like, no, it's 3. Because in the actual show, the way they did it, there's nothing to contrast it with. They're doing the same shit they did to the Reverend's books. They're like taking it. Okay, fair enough, David. You know, at least you're doing it to your own stuff too. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah, because from what I can tell, when they put out the VHS tapes, it's like that coincided with them trying to do a winter episode in the port with frozen water effects, and David was just like, "No, fuck this. The inlets were hard enough to film with to begin with." Right. And so they just ditched all of that and just did summery countryside upriver.
The original set would have been so much easier to film with. That would have been just perfect. Like, because the way that it's shaped, that would have made so much more sense. That would not have been a pain in the ass. Huh. Well, damn. My phone is loading. I'd love to talk more, Max. I really would. But I should probably bring Dougie and Scottish in. So that we can have more conversation. Keep it rolling. You and I should talk privately more, if we ever have at all, apart from like maybe one call. It's always streams. There's all these people I only talk to during streams. So we should talk privately. That would be fun.
That would be.
Anyway, so it's been fantastic. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, it's been amazing. So, are you going? Do I need to kick you aggressively, or are you going?
I'll go. I'll go. See you around, mate.
All right, see you around.
All right. Say hi to Dougie for me.
I will indeed. See ya. All right, so my phone has just betrayed me. Also, at the same time, so let me fix that. Look, folks, I know what it's looking like. It's looking like I'm not going to finish 12 tugs in 12 hours. Now, you might think that, right? You might think that that's not possible. But you lack faith. Have faith in me. No, I'm not going to do it. It's not that, but these are fun. You know, I like these little guys. Here's what I got on Zebedee so far. That's kind of cool, huh? The head's a little big, I think. Just a little bit. That looks like Zebedee, though, doesn't it? Shit. I'm actually kind of impressed. Like, that gives off Zebedee vibes, doesn't it? That's cool. Okay. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I've made way too many tugs in my life. Okay, so I'm going to have to... here, first I'm going to bring you guys in. Scottish, welcome back. And Dougie.
I'm back. Hey, guys. It's me. It's Dougie. The grand return.
I'm glad you have returned, both of you. So, what do you think about all that crazy tugs behind the scenes mumbo jumbo?
It's pretty neat.
You know, I gotta say, even if Max has literally lied and fabricated about every single behind the scenes thing he's ever told me, I would, if I found that out, like it was all bullshit, I would not even be mad. I'd just be like, dude, you're extremely creative. Like, that's amazing. But he's one hell of a researcher. I'm very.
I come into the fucking chat and immediately all I see is it's Dougie. All hail Dougie.
Yeah, well, you've got the fame, and you've got the fortune.
Well, this
Guys,
is the first time I'm appearing
I
on the
fucking love you guys. Fucking hell. I remember I used to fucking ask for this. Now it's just kind of, it's just what happens. I'm not complaining. It's really fucking cool.
Pretty great. Oh no! Go! It's okay. We're all gonna be okay.
So Lemmy.
No, I don't feel safe, Lemmy. I think we're not gonna be okay.
That's fair. That's a fair response. What were you saying, Scottish?
I have a new James and Gordon on the way for the thing that we have been working on, which I don't think we should reveal yet.
That thing. Oh, that thing. The thing. The secret thing.
Yes. The secret thing.
The thing. Ooh. I mean, I have no problem revealing it, but I maybe just for effect, we should keep it secret.
We should keep it secret.
Boys, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. Someone put in chat. In fact, I hate Dougie, which I can't tell if they're talking about someone else because they didn't put 2 G's, or if they just can't spell my name. It's on screen as you can see. It's DOUGG, 2 G's. Just keep that in mind. 2. I know 2. It's wild, and then it's I. So that's how you spell my name. Now, if you were talking about another Dougie that does not have 2 G's, well, that Dougie is cringe because everyone knows that cool Dougies have 2 G's. Thank you for coming to my. I don't know.
Dougie seminar.
Yes.
Oh my god. I've missed you, Dougie. We haven't talked in ages. I'm sorry about that.
I've tried calling you like 5 times and you're like,
You
oh
have,
yeah.
I'm not. I have energy sometimes, not other times. Usually, I'm just madly flailing around, making as many models as I can, trying to find some semblance of purpose and meaning in this godforsaken, math-filled world of numbers and data that has no real substance or purpose. Anyway, so the point being.
Anyway, what I got up today. So in practical craft today, I basically sanded off my fucking fingerprint. So yeah.
Oh my god. Does it hurt?
Lemmy, I've hurt myself enough times to the point where I just don't fucking feel pain.
That's not good.
No, it's fine. I'm not gonna die. Yet.
That's good. At least you're not gonna die. That's the bare minimum.
He dislikes the unimportant imposter of our Lord Master Dougie with 2 G's.
Yes.
Fucking hell. How has this happened? Like, I know how it's happened, but like it's still fucking wild to think that I have like a weird dedicated fan base, not even on my own channel. It's just Lemmy. Like I'll come onto Lemmy's channel and everyone's like, dude, it's Dougie. But on my own channel, it's like, oh, it's Dougie. It's like they come onto your channel expecting me.
Yeah, well, that's the trend that we've established, though. Like that's just what
Lemmy could make a whole fucking movie just all by himself, and then there will be about 2 comments being like, dude, where the fuck is Dougie?
Yeah, it's true.
I think you just need to include me in like all of your videos so that everyone's happy.
You're an integral part of my brand at this point. There's no changing that. We're in for the long haul.
Speaking of long haul, because you just reminded me, what I wanted to talk about. So, as you can probably tell from my very snazzy looking profile picture, I fell down the Transformers hole. So
yes, here
you
we
guys
go again.
probably remember Dougie lore because I talked about it in like every stream. So basically, I did that again, but with Transformers, guys. So we're gonna fucking talk about that. I don't care if no one cares. I'm talking about it. So
Let's
fuck
transform.
you.
Let's transform
Yeah,
together.
we're gonna transform this stream.
We're gonna transform it. Yeah, we're gonna transform it into a whole different topic. Yes. What we're gonna do.
Yep. So anyway, you can recite the entirety of Dougie lore off the top of my head. Okay. Hold up. Better comment. Where the fuck is Dougie lore? Where the fuck? On every single video with the word lemon in it. Yeah. Right. Anyway.
Sudden silence.
Hey, that'll bring them to my channel.
I'm gonna. If I never finish the models from this stream, I'm gonna have 6 holes sitting.
I have finished my Emily.
Oh,
right, that's
wonderful.
cool, guys. Anyway, back to me.
Willing to share?
Willing to share what, huh?
Talking Scottish.
I also made Orion with the correct bill range.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck was I talking about before I muted?
Well, Lemmy, you do have a lot of models to make on the Tugs registry.
Yeah, I do. But I've abandoned the Tugs registry. God has abandoned us, is my point.
My loyal subjects, what the fuck was I talking about? You seem to remember like every sentence I say. Please tell me. Oh, wait, I just remembered because I was fucking looking at my notes. There we go. Alright, guys, it's time. We're talking about Transformers. Let's go. Right, so, I spent too much time on this, and I've only written like 3 chapters of it, but, you know.
We are waiting.
Right, so, I've included way too many characters. I've just noted down everyone from basically everywhere. Every continuity is they're just there. Even if they showed up for like 2 seconds, they're probably in there. Because I'm so awesome. So basically, the lore is should I just read the fucking chapters?
Well, I don't know, Dougie.
I can't read. That's the issue.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
At least you tried.
Chapter 1 basically just establishing everything I should talk about. So basically there's like a divide on the planet Cybertron where they all fucking live, right? So you got the North, which is like the cool guys. They have names. They have jobs, well-paying jobs. They can do whatever the fuck they want. It's very like there's a lot of police. So basically, if anything bad happens, it'll probably get shut down almost immediately because they care a lot. And then you've got the South, which is basically just no one has a real name. They're all like construction bots or like miners, not like young children. I mean, like they fucking mine. Technically, they are children if you think about when they were whatever. Right. So, they are basically like the cringe people to the North. The North doesn't give a shit about them. The only thing they care about, right? Because what they're mining in like fucking Tarn and shit, is like they're mining the fuel for like everyone else. So if they don't get the fuel, then they'll care. But if you know, if there's no fuel, then they're gonna fucking riot. But anything else, they don't give a shit. So, there's a lot of more violence there because there's not a lot of police because they don't give a shit. And what little police there is there,
Okay.
they don't do much. They're just like, ha. All right, so guys, what's up? Heard you're fighting. I'm gonna bet on who the fuck's winning. So that actually leads into what happens later. So in a couple of the bigger cities in the south, like Tarn and Voss, they make fucking gladiator pits because remember how I mentioned there's like construction guys? Yeah, so they just build a bunch of fucking gladiator pits and they're like, dude, let's go fucking fight each other. So there's different reasons why people would do this. For one, some people would do it because there was a lot of, right. You wouldn't get free healthcare in the South, right? If you got like fucking your arm cut off, you're fucked. You couldn't really do anything unless you could pay for it. And since you weren't really paid a lot in the South, if at all, you're fucked. You just didn't have an arm anymore. Guess you're gonna have to cry about it, buddy. But in the gladiator pits, right? Since they want you to fight more, they give you free healthcare. You're fine. So some boxers they'll go and fucking fight so they can actually get free healthcare. That's all they'll fight for. So now you gotta remember they don't really need weapons since most of them were like miners, so they already had like fucking drills on their backs and arms and shit because they drill shit. So they already had weapons basically. And one dude got really popular and became really famous by doing this, and guess who it was? It was the dude was called Megatronus. He named himself after the 13 Primes. The 13 Primes were basically like the first Cybertronians, and all Transformers kind of fucking descend from them. Megatronus was kind of like called the first Decepticon because like another of the Primes manipulated him, and he ended up killing his love. What a fucking loser, dude. So anyway, the Gladiator named himself after that Prime, and he became famous and shit, and he'd end up shortening his name to Megatron. What? Yo! Who would have guessed? Anyway. So he becomes really popular and gets a following, so he's like, dude, the North is cringe. So everyone, well, not everyone in the South, but like most people are in the South are like, yeah, they are kind of cringe. We don't even have names. Because like most of the time they just call themselves by like nicknames. So
all those are names. Those count. Kind of.
Yeah, but they aren't officially named. They're just like minor hashtag 567256 or whatever. They just have fucking numbers as name basically, and that's a pretty shite name to have if you ask me.
You know, Dougie, I am trying to build my boats, and oh shit, why is my camera not on? Oh, that's right. I switched it. There we go. I'm trying to build my boats, and I am realizing I do believe that the Transformers talk is affecting my boat morale.
I don't care. I want to explain this.
I may start building Transformers, Dougie, by accident.
Look, hey,
transforming boats.
Hey yo. Yeah. Look, I want to fucking explain this, all right? I've not fucking discussed this properly, and I need to talk about it, or I'll get very sad.
That's fair, Dougie. But all I know about Transformers is what you've told me and what Dustin has told me. You should
try
talk to Dustin. That would make a lot of sense. Actually.
Well, I don't care. I want people to hear this, and yeah. I don't fucking care, Lemmy. I'm talking about this, whether you want to cry about it or not. Anyway,
it's my stream, Dougie.
Well, cry about it.
My record breaker stream, which I considered not having guests on at all.
Well, cry about it. Anyway, so
Not anyway. You have a
Yeah.
channel.
So anyway, so the
you have
fucking
a channel where you could talk about Transformers.
well, Lemmy builds Dougie Transformer lore model out of cardboard stream. Yo! Hey, yo, Lemmy, there's demand for it.
There is demand. There's a bit of demand. I admit. There's also a demand for me to have boat conversation. There's that as well.
Yeah,
Dougie took the stream over, checked off the bingo card. Fuck, I forgot about the bingo card. What other things do you need to check off? I said I promised you I'd like make you check it off. I will help.
Always the case. This is the. It wouldn't be a Lemmy stream without a Dougie hostile takeover. Has to happen.
Well,
So
anyways,
it's
back to
looking
my
like-
lore that I was explaining.
No,
before you
Dougie.
rudely interrupted me.
No.
So anyway, so basically,
No.
Big Man goes
no,
and fucking says,
no.
"Yo, North, go fucking give us rights," and they're like, and so the fucking Magnus,
What,
the
you
Big
afraid
Man,
that nobody will
is like,
see it if it's on your channel, Dougie?
yes, no
Oh,
one fucking watches it.
shots fired.
Nobody fucking
Was
watched
that
my
supposed to be
videos
a
either
roast?
for the first 7 years. Had to work my way up to it until I had a moderate audience of 20 people.
Dougie Transformers is better than real Transformers. Yo.
Look, Dougie, as much as I love you, I have very little interest in Transformers. I
fucking
can
just
only have
explained
so
a
much
bunch
of
of
it.
lore. So, I don't know, dude. Just, yeah. Fall down the stairs.
Well, you should make a Transformers lore video.
That would take way too long because I have too many ideas.
Well, you could just do what you're doing now, but record it.
Lemmy, do you think I have more than like 2 brain cells?
Yeah, I think you have many, many millions of brain cells.
Have you counted them?
I'm not legally allowed to answer that.
Lemmy, look. All I'm saying is, if I could break into your house, you can technically, legally just look at my brain.
No. No, that's not true. That's just 2 laws broken. It's not a law
Well,
for a
we can
law.
both
Makes
go
the whole
to
world
prison
law,
together.
Dougie. Okay, that could at least result in a very solid sitcom. So there's that.
Lemmy and Dougie in jail.
Behind bars.
Oh, God.
They went
in
to
a nail
prison.
file.
They committed atrocities. now they're paying up for their sins.
God damn it. That would
The first
that
episode
gets a
is
solid
like-
rating.
The first episode is about like it's my birthday and you fucking forgot, and that's like the whole plot.
Then we sneak in.
By
like a
the way,
birthday
guys,
cake,
if you want to send
you're
me
like,
early birthday messages, my birthday's the 8th of January. Thanks, guys.
That's Jesus Christ.
Speaking of birthdays, how about that Red Rail coincidence?
Yeah, that is really freaky. That will never stop being freaky.
Oh, this thing, I don't know what we're talking about. Cool.
Oh yes. You know how I forget. Did you see it's not called Loan Shark. What's it called?
Loan Shark.
A salty story?
Yeah, A Salty Story. Did you see A Salty Story, Dougie?
Lemmy, I fucking commented on it about the sea shanties. You know I did.
That's
no, it wasn't
true,
sea shanty. It was like salty spinning and whatever. Can't fucking remember.
That's true. He didn't spin another one, and you were very disappointed.
That's all I came for. Me and Salty spinning another one, and there was neither. So I came home very disappointed.
That's fair. I'm sorry.
By that I mean I broke into your house and watched it on your computer.
But yeah, the number on Red Rail was what was it?
0717.
Yeah, 0717, which is Scottish's birthday. So that was really trippy.
He was born on
But it's also the day that it got uploaded.
Wait, is it? Hold on. I forgot what the thing even is.
Wait.
That was okay. That was that's both.
He was born on the 17th. It was not 17th month. What the fuck?
Switch it around, Dougie. Americans.
I just remembered Americans don't use the same fucking dates as we do. We put the month after the day. So now it's the.
I don't know what I'm thinking. Yeah, the release date was a remarkable thing about that. Why is the first thing I think of that it was Scottish's birthday? That's like
a good thing. You remember your friend's birthday. Except mine. Lemmy, when's my birthday?
January 8th.
Cheater. You checked. Oh wait, I just read chat. Dougie, which seeker is that? I need to know. Well, you see, it's Thundercracker. Thundercracker is my fucking dude. He is my friend. He's my buddy. I'm gonna call him Thunder Cutie for like the rest of every time I refer to him. So, because hey yo, look at him, dude. I would kiss him. I'd give him a big kiss.
That's pretty fair, honestly. Yeah.
Lemmy, do you agree with me? Are you saying that you would give my main man a kiss?
Yeah. Big smooch. You know?
Damn.
You know, that sort of deal. Yeah.
Yeah. He also has a dog.
Okay.
He just has a dog.
That's great. That's really great for him.
That's
I'm glad.
I will not tell you why he has a dog. He just has a dog.
Well, I imagine for camaraderie and personal fulfillment, I guess.
I think the dog is literally in my picture as well. Yeah, he's on his fucking hand. Whoa! What's the dog doing? Yes, Thundercracker is the best. Yo! Hey, yo. I'm so glad I found a fellow Thundercracker stan.
Looking at this view makes me think that I'm watching the episode's about to start, and I'm watching the beginning credits.
Also, he's a filmmaker. Yes, Thundercracker is a filmmaker. The image that I fucking used is like just a picture of him like being like, "Oh hell yeah! I bet I got fucking nominated for this awesome film I made." Yeah. That's why he is so happy.
All right, Zebedee is done apart from paint. So there's that. That's one. If worse comes to worse, and we get to the last hour, I'm going to start painting him. That will be what happens. But perhaps I'll be able
So,
to...
Lemmy, you should make Burke, Blair, and all the other tugs that you have to make for the TWR tugs.
And also put them into a grow machine, make them grow. Put them into them, and also thicken the walls of the whole machine, and also an unslant the sides of the whole machine, and also change everything else about the model machine.
Yes.
Okay. Or I could not do that.
I have like a couple of those machines if you want. If you want some, I'll just send them over to your house.
I wouldn't put you out like that. That's not. No, that's not fair.
Wait, what does he send it to your house? Does that mean he also has access to your house whenever you want? I feel betrayed because like this is our thing. I break into your house.
Well, it's not my fault that you left the keys on the porch, Dougie, and he took them.
What? No.
Why did you do it?
Isn't allowed. No.
Well, it wasn't allowed. No, I felt betrayed that you gave someone else access to the house.
No,
I only
this is
allow
not
one
my
person to
fault.
break in my
He should not take. He knows this is my. What? I too have access to Lemmy's. Dude! Dude,
Okay,
you were
look.
like my second in command in the Dougie army. How could you do
Okay,
this
look.
to me?
It's not what it looks like. I promise these are the only 3 people that have access to my house.
Yeah, that's what they all
No
say.
one else.
Okay, yeah. Let me
I
guess.
haven't let
Your
anybody else
mother
in.
has access to it as well.
Okay, Sam says he has access.
What?
Okay, look, it's those 4.
Okay, but Lemmy, soon.
How many is it, Lemmy?
A lot of
3,
people are going
4,
to have access to your house.
12?
And that's not just a joke. Soon, a lot of people are actually going to have access to your house. Everyone in the Tugs chat's going to have access to your house.
That's true. If anybody was sending anything to me, but they're not. So.
Well, someone might, and their name is the Scottish Twins.
Who the fuck's that?
I'm impressed at your research.
Yeah, I got no clue. He sounds like an athlete.
It was actually unintentional. You keep
I don't
calling him
have access
Scottish.
to Lemmy's
the whole
house,
time.
but
Like,
you can have
yes.
access to mine. Lol, says Dustin. Hello, Dustin. Please function as a release valve for Dougie. They have a lot of lore about Transformers.
Actually,
But don't
I
do
was
it
gonna
here.
reply to Son. He said he was like, "Fucking love IDW Transformers." Like, dude, we just need to fucking talk. We need to have a conversation. Evidently, we're on the same brain length.
Honestly.
I have access to Dougie House.
Dougie House. What is Dougie
That's
House?
literally what it says, unless I'm being stupid. No, it genuinely just says Dougie House.
That
There's
sounds
no
like some sort of that sounds like some sort of reality show. Dougie House.
Dougie House. This week on Dougie House.
Oh my god! Imagine if there was like a community house.
That would be kind of amazing.
Oh,
Just
God,
imagine there was a reality show of just Dougie and the Dougie and the minions.
Why?
Oh no, wait! I do not mean the one I mean my minions.
Well, that's what I pictured. Why? Why do you have access to
Not
the
the
minions?
yellow fuckers.
That's what I pictured, though. That's what I. Okay.
Why do you have access to the minions,
that's your
Dougie?
fault.
Yeah.
Look,
you've done it now.
Look, I've read
All
too
right,
much
everyone go
Transformers
make
and they
this
just
trending on
fucking
Twitter.
say
Why
it
does
like
Dougie
they
have
just
access
call
to
each
the
other minions, and I'm like, dude, that's what they. Right, guys, I'm sorry, guys. I'll see you guys later. I've made a massive blunder. Goodbye.
No, don't go, Dougie. Not when this minion business is unsettled.
What was that? You want Dougie to come back? Okay, guys. Well, I guess if you fucking beg, all right. I've dug a hole under Dougie's house. There's no whatever the fuck it's called, so that's grammatically incorrect. Great Escape style to blow up their house, which when they are finished on the stream.
I don't think any house explosion is necessary.
Joke's on you, I'm in Lemmy's house.
When are you not?
Oh.
What the fuck? Yo, Cedric Mugshot also agrees that IDW Transformers is awesome, so it appears that I'm not alone in my opinion.
Amazing
There's
progress
a
on the
reality show.
list, Lemmy says Cedric Scapegoat. Thank you, Cedric.
There's a reality show about the epic adventures of the Side Run Gang called Dougie House. Yo! Yeah, man, massive Transformers. See, Lemmy, it wasn't a waste of time me revealing how awesome Transformers was because I've made new friends.
That is true. Friends are the most important thing in life.
Yep. Well, apart from Dougie.
Yeah, apart from Dougie lore. But that's like a prerequisite. That's not, no one comes into being without a little bit of Dougie lore smidgened in there,
Yo, if anyone else remembers that time, just I read Dougie lore on stream. I think I did it twice. Just shout out to the real ones who remember that. Oh god, that was Anyway, I've been wanting to read IDW Transformers, especially since it's advertised at the back of my IDW Sonic comic. So, when do I begin that? I'll hit you up on Twitter or something. It depends on what you mean by that, because there's two different there's multiple technically, but there's two main universes. One that finished in like 2018 because they had like way too much stuff and they were like, dude, we have to fucking start again. And then there's the second one, which is way easier to read because it only started like 2 years ago. So if you want to read both, I've done that because I'm a fucking loser, but like it's easier to read the second one since it's a lot less convoluted since it started, recently. But the first one's more interesting since it's more fleshed out since they fucking had like 13 years to do it because it started in like 2005. So yeah. But yeah, DM me and I'll fucking just give you like how to read it in order. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the OG Marvel wait. I've read every volume of More Than Meets the Eye, Lost Light, Tallulah 1, and Drift, and the Wrecker Saga, the massive All Hail Megatron comics, and plenty more, and the OG Marvel comics from the 80s. I've read all of those. I read the UK Marvel comics, and there's a lot of them, and I've realized how boring I probably sound to like everyone who doesn't like Transformers, but cry about it because you demanded me to be here, so you're gonna listen to me talking about boring shit. So anyway,
that is true. The demand was there and it was met.
I promise I will only talk about it if it's being brought up to me. So yeah, those are good shit to read. Those are great. My main issue with like All Hail Megatron is like they just give a bunch more guys just show up and they're like, oh okay. Just a bunch more just show up and they never really explain it. They're just there. Anyway, that's like the only real issue I have with it. Lost Light was a bit shit actually, but it was alright. Anyway.
Yes,
hoping
indeed.
to purchase the new IDW continuity. You're just gonna buy IDW. Me and the boys on our way to buy IDW. Yeah, you should. They're actually decent. You should read them. Target 2006 was actually my first Transformers comic. Introduction to Galvatron, fucking awesome. Yeah, that was actually a very good one. I remember that. Yeah, Galvatron, man, just Galvatron's like never there. But yeah, All Hail Megatron suffers from the Bayverse syndrome, where it heavily relies on human characters. No one can. Yeah, it does that with the ongoing that came out afterwards. Yeah, there's just humans that just show up and they don't do anything. IDW costs at least 2 raisins and 3 peanuts. Yo, boys, let's just all collectively buy it. Also, the only thing is reasonably possible about the bingo card left is Lemmy talking about fast food, talking about Toby, giving an inspirational Lemmy. You have to talk about fast food, Toby, and give an inspirational speech.
I feel like I might have given an inspirational speech at some point. No, it wasn't inspirational. I gave a speech about James being racist. That's different. All right.
Me and the boys discussing racist people. Let's go.
Well, I'm not having fast food tonight, so.
Well, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna discuss fast food right now because everyone's probably bored about me talking about Transformers at this point. Right. So, boys, what's your opinion on McDonald's?
I love it, but they keep slowly borrowing it from me. Where first of all, they started putting milk extract in the French fries, so I could not eat them anymore, and that sucked. But then recently, I tried to order plain hamburger patties because that's all I can eat there at this point because of my allergies, and they were like, "We don't serve those anymore, sir." I was like, "What do you mean you still have the patties, jackass? So you must be able to give me them." And they're like, "No, we don't do that. Sorry." And that was probably just a fluke, and I could probably go there again, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, I don't know what that other guy was talking about," but I'm butthurt now, so I'm not gonna do that. So my thesis is fuck McDonald's. I do not care for their etiquette. They're delicious, but they keep trying to prevent me from eating any of their food, which I see as a bad mark on a restaurant, personally. So that's my tale. That's my tale of two cities.
Cool. More Transformers, because fucking... Right, anyway. Just wait until I cross over TTT and Transformers. The only way that would work is if you just use the train ones. Then it's just a bit weird, like, oh, yo, look, it's fucking Optimus Prime, an American truck with a British steam locomotive. Let's go. Even then, like, what's Astro Train's a Japanese trick. Why the... Oh, right. Well, I know why, but why is he running on American rails? That's not very logical.
Dustin says that is a fucking dick move. Fuck McDonald's. Thank you, Dustin.
Splendid. I'm trying to think of what else both UK and US has. Burger King? All right, fellas, what's...
Oh yeah, I adore Burger King. Burger King is excellent.
I have not had it in like 3 years.
It's good. Eat it.
Sounds like you're
Burger
trying
King
to
is good.
like, eat it. Astro Train transforms into a D-51. You know who else is a D-51?
Hero.
No, you fucking idiot.
It's not.
No.
And what is?
All the other D-51s, you idiot. So silly.
Why can't it be both? Why do I have to pick?
Also, Dougie, the Junior Corpsman Railroad has a Chinese steam locomotive. Yeah, a lot of British railways have fucking American engines, but that doesn't mean it makes sense for a Japanese engine to be in America, because to my knowledge that's never happened. I know no D-51s have went there. I know one I think went to Korea, but that's about it. Other than that, no D-51 has stayed in another country. They all just stayed in Japan. So, yeah. Now what?
Yes,
Now what
D-51s should be allowed to roam wherever they damn well please.
Well, you see, Astro Train also turns into a space shuttle, so technically a D-51 has been to space. All I'm saying, fellas.
That sounds like a flex on Astro Train's behalf.
It is. Kind of.
Okay.
I still think about the time that he mixed up mass and weight and shit. He was like, dude, we need to get rid of all this fucking weight. And he was in space. Space doesn't have weight, you silly idiot. It's mass. What's the absolute fool?
This is true. This is a fairly serious mix-up.
What's an absolute silly Billy?
Yeah. In my days, I have hardly encountered a Billy as silly as that.
I actually made Astro Train in my very cool lore. I don't think I mentioned it yet. I made him a Union Pacific big boy because yeah. Because it's
Astro
American.
Train once had an army of train minions. Big Boy makes more sense.
Oh yeah, I remember that episode. That episode, fucking Blitzwing, who's like another triple changer. He like goes to a fucking baseball. He gets some fucking baseball coach and is like, "You are now my second in command." And then he just fucking asks him like, defense plays, and he's like, it just gives some fucking baseball shit. And he's like, dude. And then the Constructicons build some like fucking maze, and he kills a bunch of Autobots and turns them into a throne. It's pretty fucking fucked up, but they're all fine. And then Astro Train's like, hello trains, go and kill people, and then they crash into a fucking sewer vein or some shit. It also has my favorite quote in like the entire fucking series, where Megatron just picks up Starscream and is like, "You're either lying or you're stupid." And Starscream says in like the most fucking shrillest voice, just, "I'm stupid. I'm stupid."
Oh my god.
Galvatron should have killed Astro Train instead of Starscream. Alright, boys, I'm gonna get into theory territory. What if the reason why Astro Train blundered is not because there wasn't too much mass? He was probably fine. I mean, anyway, he was probably just like conspiring with Starscream and was like, dude, let's just fucking get rid of Megatron and Skywarp, and Thundercracker can just go along for the ride because he's cool. But anyway, because all I am saying, fellas, alright, he is the Donnie who puts Starscream's crown on his head. So, boys, what if he was also betraying Megatron, guys? Yeah, I know, I'm very cool.
If only I had the
Cookie explaining to Lemmy the Transformers lore is the best thing ever. I said I would stop talking about this, but you guys keep fucking talking about it in chat. I'll just stop reading chat. I'll be like Lemmy and just never acknowledge it for like an hour.
How did I end up with a Transformers audience? How did this happen?
I don't
Dougie,
know.
that is such a cool theory. Dougie, what's your Twitter handle? Oh boy, someone's actually interested in who I am? Yo! I definitely have a clear understanding of what you're saying. Oh, you're being ironic, and you have no idea what I'm saying. I feel like Dougie is just starting to taking over streams constantly from now on. The revolution began when Lemmy popped the squat. Oh, it started way before that. So when are you gonna whip a Nene?
Not at all. Ever. I have standards.
Damn.
Oh.
Okay. My Twitter
I
handle
probably
is
should say this.
@DougieIsRad. Because someone asked. There you go. I need so I can
What were you gonna
follow
say,
and I
Scottish?
can join the stream. Damn.
I probably should say this. Dougie, I thought I should let you know. You know when Lemmy popped the squat on his live stream for his 10-year anniversary?
Perhaps. I may have been there. I may have caused it.
I have recorded that.
Yeah, a lot of people did. As soon as it happened, I got like 20 messages on Discord like, dude, Dougie, let me pop the squat. Like, yeah, I was there.
I'm just imagining as that happened, just you like if this was a movie, like we would just do you'd be like in a dark room at your computer just like this. And we would zoom in on your face as we hear the background noise of, oh my god, he popped the squat. Like we wouldn't even see me pop it. We just see your reaction as we hear
Just
it
me
happen in
like
the background.
rubbing my hands together like, yes, it's all coming together.
Yes, that's right.
Dougie started all of this when they asked what people wanted from Tesco. All right, boys, what do you want from Tesco?
What's a Tesco?
You don't know what Tesco is?
I don't know either.
You don't?
No.
It's basically the like British version of like Walmart and Target.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
What does the test mean?
Does it have the cool bins of wooden trains?
I don't look at the trains. I've not bought trains from a store ever. That's a lie. Not since I was a bit 7. So I don't know. Anyway, oh right. Wait, so you didn't hear what my Twitter at is at Dougie is rad. That's my at. My profile picture's fucking whirl in shades. Cause why not? Yeah.
I still can't get over the fucking fact that there's a version of Sunshine where Sunshine sinks entirely.
That reminds me, actually. So when I was about 7, I apparently had a fucking death wish because every time we go on holiday somewhere, there'd basically always be a pool because we went to like really sunny places. Because sure, why not? What? Isn't it funny? Because I'm talking about sunshine. Anyway, that wasn't intentional. But anyway, so I had to wear fucking like armbands and like a fucking ring around me because I couldn't swim. But for some reason, I just was like, I'm too cool for this. And I almost drowned about 5 times because I kept doing it. So
Jesus Christ.
Boys, all I'm saying is I could have died and you couldn't have had the funny interactions of me just screaming shit all the time. And then everyone's like, wow, it's Dougie.
That would have been
Generally
absolute...
We wouldn't have Dougie Lore.
I don't get how I am this like popular person in this stream. Like in just Lemmy streams, it's just everyone likes me. It's so weird. I'm not used to being liked by like everyone. What the fuck?
It's just a good crowd. Got a good crowd. And it's a good
Hold on,
show.
I actually have a microphone that I like never use. I'm gonna use it. You won't see it because I'm not revealing my face for a fucking joke. But I'm holding it right now, and I'm gonna tell a very funny joke. So, okay, I need to tell this quick because my computer's gonna fucking die again. Right. So a man walks into a bar with a hippopotamus, and he leaves without the hippopotamus. And the bartender says, "You can't leave that lion there." And the man replies with, "That's not a lion. That is a hippopotamus."
I am impressed.
You can't leave that lion there. Oh, Lemmy, do you remember Dreadwing?
Yes, and his Ilan Gatling gun.
He is punishing.
Okay. Yes.
I just brought it up because I don't think anyone else is gonna get it.
True.
Oh yeah, that's what I said when I showed it to you. I was like, no one else is gonna get this every time I bring it up.
Yeah, we're just gonna bring it up and let everyone else wonder.
I just got 2 followers on Twitter. I'm such a fucking baller.
You are a
Oh,
baller.
3 message requests. What the fuck? I don't. Who is this?
Gotta say, I am 8 hours into the challenge. I don't know if I want to do the challenge anymore. I just may be tired of the challenge. What do you folks think? Dougie, your thoughts on the challenge? Dougie has reduced to nothing more than static. Very disturbing. Cedric Mugshot says, take a break if you feel stressed, man. I don't feel stressed, but I feel bored. I feel like abandoning this whole prospect in favor of something better. Dougie has vanished. Now Scottish has vanished. Is this my internet? That's the problem? Oh, Scottish is back. Dougie is still missing. Oh, Scottish is loading again. Scottish, is that you? Is it on your end or is it my end? Let me make an inspirational speech while talking about Toby. Okay, look. So here's the thing about Toby that I think more or less everybody needs to hear. He lost everything. Like, think about it. Think about when he comes to Sodor. He spent his entire life on one tramway. Through the grouping, through modernization, he lost, like, it's crazy to think. Toby entered service in 1914 and worked on the same tramway, which was the Wisbech and Upwell, until that was merged into the LNER in 1923. Then he worked on the LNER all the way up until 1948, when that became BR. He went through several transitions, and he still worked on the exact same tramway, basically doing the exact same thing for his entire life. This is a span of some 40 years that he did this. Probably surrounded by the same people, the same engines, his siblings, surrounded by family that was just like him, coaches that were a lot like Henrietta. He had his life set up for him from day one, and it never changed. Like, this was his world. Now think about the fact that in the 50s, all of the other tram engines are scrapped. All of them. He loses his whole family. He's the one survivor of his class. Think about the fact that the same thing basically happens to Henrietta, apart from a bogey version of her class. So basically, everybody's wiped out. Not only that, Toby is about to be shut up in the very home that he once found comfortable. For years, he's now trapped in this shed. And for the foreseeable future, he's going to sit in here and rot. Imagine the despair. Imagine losing everybody. Everybody you love. They're all gone. And imagine losing your home, or worse, becoming imprisoned within your own home. It's horrible. And what's amazing to me is that despite that horrendous situation, there is still hope. There's still light at the end of the tunnel. The fact that right when the curtain's about to close, right when Toby's about to be left to rot, the doors fling open and his crew comes back. The two people he thought he would never see again, they're back here. And they tell him, Toby, the Fat Controller sent us a letter. He wants you to come and work for him. And that must be a dream come true. But the thing is, you still have to continue on without your family, without your old home. It's hard to believe that Toby could actually be happy after that, after losing everything. He's rebuilding his entire life by going to Sodor. He's had this amazing stroke of luck, and that should give you hope right there. But the fact that he has to leave everything behind and start over is heartbreaking. And yet he does it. That's what's so amazing about him. And he manages to power through. He leans on Henrietta, and she leans on him. And the two of them are just solid as a rock, leaning on each other, dealing with this grief, dealing with leaving everything behind. They still have each other. And together they brave this emotional whirlwind. And they set up on this new branch line. And they become assets. You know, they were treated as worthless on their old line, cast aside, locked in a shed. But here they prove that they've still just got so much more to them. And they keep giving service for another 60, 70 years. They're still in service today on that island, supposedly, which is amazing to think about. It's mind-blowing. And the fact that they don't ever give up, that they always just pick themselves back up and say, all right, today's another day. That's amazing. So I think that Toby embodies the enduring spirit more than maybe any other character. The fact that he keeps on going despite constant roadblocks, I think is just phenomenal. And I think that it's something for anybody to aspire to. You know, so I adore him as a character, and I adore his story because it's truly amazing. So there's the inspirational speech and the Toby talk. World peace has been achieved, says Redding 3640 Studios. All thanks to Dougie. I hardly think that Dougie is the one mainly responsible for this. All right. I'll bring Dougie back in. You there, Dougie?
No, I'm not. I'm not here.
Okay, Scottish. I'm going to bring you in. So, unless you're planning on doing your grand reveal.
Did you see my funny face, Lemmy?
Yes, I did see your funny face.
I mean, I could show you because you know when the grand reveal is going to be.
Oh yes, I know the plan. Anyway,
I don't know how you do these live streams, but I'm going to have to know for that day.
So I see Asher is here. So that's pretty cool. And,
yeah, sure.
And also Dustin says that he wants to join. So I dare say it's time for me to boot you both to the curb. It feels wrong to not.
I just came back.
Well, Dougie, you came back a lot of times. No,
this isn't fair. This is outrage. Everyone loves me. I'm the fan favorite. I'm the side character that does nothing, but everyone loves me somehow.
Okay, James.
I think someone said that and I just stole it, so I'm sorry if I stole it. I know I stole it. I'm sorry to the person who I stole it from.
So it feels
Is it
wrong
stealing
to
if I acknowledge it's stolen?
To not put Scottish and Asher in at the same time, but that's just the way the cards have fallen. I think it's time for you both to be removed.
No, this is outrageous. Chat, gang up on Lemmy. This isn't fair. I'm supposed to be here the whole time.
You're supposed to be?
Those are the rules, Lemmy. You know the rules, and so do I.
Don't you dare. I know what you're quoting.
What am I quoting, Lemmy?
You know the rules, and so do
I.
A true commitment's what I'm thinking of.
I
wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Want to make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around. Desert you.
We did it, chat. We did the funny. So can I stay?
We rickrolled the public indeed. Also, Sam,
I've rickrolled everyone. Can I stay?
Sam, go to bed. I'm not adding you.
You go to bed, Lemmy.
Sam needs to sleep. I'm not tolerating that.
Why would Lemmy go to bed? It's only 5:30.
I went to sleep earlier. I fell asleep at like 12 a.m. Wait, no, that's p.m. It's fucking p.m. I don't remember times.
So look, here's, I think, what we're going to do, folks. So this was an interesting experiment, I must say. But like all great things, it must be canceled.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't, Lemmy. The world is a great thing, and that is yet to come to an end. So technically, your logic is flawed. The universe is pretty great, and that's not ended. So technically, you are incorrect with your theorem. So actually, I have to stay.
This would have been Warrior for the record, but you know, for a single day's work, this ain't too bad. I gotta say. I mean, that's 6 holes and 2 half-finished superstructures, and this guy's totally finished apart from paint. So not bad. I've seen worse. At least you're all clean.
You made that joke before, Lemmy.
I am kind of bored as hell by these models. I don't really care to keep working on them, frankly.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say you were really bored of me, and then I would have cried.
Well, you both were due out.
No, this isn't fair. Lemmy, you can just say you don't like me. It's okay.
That's
I mean,
not it.
I can go anytime. I mean, I'm just waiting.
All right. Well, then maybe set an example for Dougie, Scottish, and be the bigger man.
No, don't. You need to set any examples. I'm not going anywhere.
Might I say a few words before I leave?
Of course.
Can I
No.
shout out the thing that's happening on the 29th of November?
No.
Yes.
Sick. Well, guys, on the 29th of November, I'm going to be doing my face and name reveal, and Lemmy's going to be there at some time.
Why am I not invited?
You can come too, Dougie, if you want to.
No.
It's probably going to go the same amount as this stream, probably just 10 hours, though, because Douglas, good engine, best engine. But, yeah.
Yes, I agree. Tally Flynn really did do their best stealing of engine when they made Douglas. And by that I mean they stole him.
All right, I'm gonna go now.
All right. Take care, Scott. Just so glad you could be here. It's been fun.
Thank you. It's my first appearance on the Master of the Lemons channel. Woo!
Wait, really? Oh my god. That's insane. We've streamed together like 7 times.
Yeah.
That's kind of badass that it's been all your streams. Anyway, so yeah, we'll talk soon. So
all right. See you, Lemmy.
See you, Scottish.
See you, Dougie.
Goodbye.
And there's Jay again. Oh, what's happened to Dustin? Oh, there he is.
I guess he got dusty. Ha! I'm sorry.
Don't make me assassinate you, Dougie. Go out with dignity.
Guys, alright guys. So it appears that Lemmy is holding me at gunpoint to leave, which has happened a couple times, such the time as I walked in on him brushing his teeth. It was rather embarrassing, and I too actually had to brush my teeth at that.
I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, man, that was cold-blooded and cruel. But you don't walk in on another man brushing his teeth. That's just a private endeavor. The fact that they brought that up, they had a Polaroid camera too. They snapped a picture of me brushing my teeth. You know how yellow these teeth are before I brush them? You don't want to know. Don't ever ask Dougie for that picture. They will give it to you. Genuinely, Dougie, thank you for joining the stream. It's been a blast. I adore you. And that is genuine. It's like, seriously. Anyway, so without further ado, I think it's time for my signature move. This one is canceled because I'm bored of it, quite frankly. But it was fun. It was an interesting experiment. Honestly, pretty decent for 9.5 hours, which is really 8.5 because of that weird lunch that I had while talking to Max. All right, different project and one I'm much more serious about. So this one's pretty cool. Thomas Theorist. I'm going to try to get you in here too. Maybe I should betray Dustin and not let him in because we talk more regularly. So these are the plans. I'm going to put some tape down so these plans don't fly away. Upsetting me plans. Doesn't sound like Johnny Cuba at all, but what are you going to do? Alrighty. So, having abandoned the goal at hand, I dare say now that the stream will grow shorter. So that way I have time to make spaghetti. So maybe we'll go for another hour and a half, something like that. That seems decent to me. The Farquhar branch says, "Bro, Lemmy, did you steal concept art from Tugs? What the hell, man? Not cool." No, I didn't. This guy has slightly different proportions, though. I'm sure nobody can tell. Mr. Webster just got out the plans, says Wooden Railway Edward. Let's see. Mind if I join the party? I got balloons, says Useful. Let's see. I've already got a lot of people queued up here, so we'll see. Now that I've set this arbitrary hour and a half deadline. NCO Pictures says, "Hey Lemmy, gonna restart that model of my Tug OC. One question is, how did you do the hats and faces? Will you be uploading this whole stream after it's over?" I think they all go up automatically, don't they? Wow, look at everybody nod. Look at Asher nodding. All right. Look, Jay, I hate to say it, but you already been in here. So there's Asher.
Hello?
Hello,
Oh my God.
Asher. And there's Dustin.
Also, by the way, I've already seen Scottish's face and know his name, so
Well, me too. So we're part of that epic crew.
Let's go.
The iceberg crew that never watches iceberg videos ever. That's what we are.
I was watching a bunch of like random iceberg videos because I was bored.
Yeah, the Tugs iceberg has gotten me a bit more into Tugs now. Like,
you watched the iceberg before, like
no, the Tugs iceberg that MK just delved into a bit ago. Just not a specific iceberg video. Just
okay, yeah. Because I was thinking like it's strange if you've seen it and I haven't. Like that's kind of bizarre.
No, just. Yeah, I'm a bit.
It's really Tugs has a lot of weird mystery to it. It's a lot of intrigue.
Yeah. Like I always knew that, like, if I was throwing any other franchises into my Thomas universe, Tugs would almost certainly make it in, just because of how close it is to Thomas, just as far as production and all that. But now more than ever, I'm like, I want these two franchises to coexist in a space together. Which I know you kind of are like, no, they're two different, like they have the different rules of how it all works, but at the same time, I rewrite rules all the time. So
that's true. Simultaneous, I think it's all a matter of sentience, though. It's a matter of how does sentience work. Like, say, Transformers are alive. There's no doubt about it. It's not like sometimes they're just normal cars. They're literally not, like, it's not, there's very literal sentience. Thomas really is the only one that doesn't work with anything because sentience isn't literal in it. It's very bizarre. But also, I love Tugs and want to cross it over with Thomas badly, but I just have this weird Puritan obsession with keeping them pure and away from each other. So there's that as well.
Yeah. My biggest thing with Tugs is, like, I know it's more accurate to set it in America, but like I so badly want to put the Tugs on Sodor. Like,
it's not that it's more accurate. It's that it's like putting a French guy that like lives under the Eiffel Tower and eats baguettes all day, like putting him and the Eiffel Tower along with him in the middle of Iowa. It's like, why would you ever want to do this? Like, he's just so obviously French. It's the same thing with the Tugs. This may be a wrong belief of mine, but deep down, I feel like anybody who's trying to put the Tugs in Britain doesn't fully understand how different American and British tugboats look. Like, they're like so distinctly different. That seeing one out of place,
Yeah.
it'd be like the equivalent of trying to put like a big boy on the L and the R. It's just wrong, and I wouldn't ever want to see it.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I definitely haven't looked into type classes when it comes to Tugs.
Yeah,
So
especially if you're calling them classes.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean that's the thing though. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but it's for me personally, it's like there's a very distinct difference, and I don't really
Yeah.
care at all about accuracy. I mean, Tugs basically blows up the whole universe. They change what the biggest port in the world is. Like they make up a port and then say, hey, that's big city. That's the biggest port in the world. No one can contest us.
What is the biggest port in the world?
In the 1920s, I don't know. Right now, it's probably
Obviously, it's big city. What do you mean?
Yes, the city that they just named big.
Of course, big city port isn't real. People don't know this, but I've actually been to big city port.
Oh wow, I'm so impressed, Asher. How did you pull that one off?
I got tickets to big city port.
Yeah.
You got backstage passes.
Yeah,
Yes.
big city, Shining Time, Muffle Mountain, the Island
Yeah,
of
I
Sodor.
even
They're all
went to
real
Sodor
places.
too. Like it was the best thing.
Color me impressed. I didn't
Speaking
know.
of Thomas, I think I figured out. I'm trying to give the engines like full names, like
interesting.
Like realistically, like okay, we've named this engine after such and such, and I think I
Right.
figured out who Thomas would be named after. It's weird.
Sure.
No one's actually caught this yet. In the iOS book, in the part about Farquhar, Audrey mentions a repair shop called Thomas Cousins. Except it's not Thomas Cousins as in cousins with the last name of Thomas. It is one guy whose last name is Cousins.
Huh. I mean, I've seen that workshop on the on his layout many times. I never really registered what it was. I always assumed it was some business somewhere.
Well, it says in the book that it's like he was a local blacksmith, and then that expanded into a repair shop, and now his son and grandson run the place, now being the 80s. But, and so that means he was probably operating when Thomas arrived. My headcanon here is so if Thomas was brought in to Tidmouth via ship and he was damaged, maybe it was this blacksmith up at Farquhar who maybe made some replacement parts for him. He might have also did work for the Tidmouth, Knapford, and Elsbridge.
I can see that, and that would fit too. Like the idea there'd be like a lot of very skilled local engineers that all come together to operate this railway. Kind of like being on several different boards at once, so you're not just a railway guy, like you also run a farm or whatever.
Yeah.
That.
So they get a hold of this brand new engine. At the time, it's probably the biggest thing they have on the west side of the island. And the only way to make this work is they have this local blacksmith. He comes in, he gives them the parts they need. This new engine is now up and running, and they decide, well, this is our first real engine.
Right.
And in his honor, they name him Thomas Cousins.
Okay.
So
interesting. That's not an unfitting name.
And I mean, it's a place on the Farquhar branch line, so it fits entirely for Thomas. And I feel like I think everyone they didn't notice that it was a play on words, and that they just thought it's the Thomas Cousins, as in cousins with the last name of Thomas, and therefore wouldn't think of it as that has a weird connection to a character I know.
Right.
but I'm like, I was looking through the iOS book, and I've been finding a lot of names for like the real life engines. Like, I'm naming Edward after, I think it's the brother or brother-in-law of the vicar.
Oh,
It's
interesting.
Captain Edward Nicholas.
That's weirdly fitting too.
Yeah.
The vicar of where? Of Wellsworth?
Yeah, vicar of Wellsworth.
Yeah,
Or
that fits surprisingly well.
yeah. So now there were a few where it didn't work quite as well. Like Percy, I named him after a ship that was built at Barrow Shipyards, Perseus.
Interesting.
And
What
some
kind
of these concepts were borrowed from Railway Mania. I mean, the stuff that he did and released has kind of influenced this. Like
Right.
I kept his name for Gordon, Duke of Gordon. So, and the idea being that Gordon, he was named before he came to Sodor, so he has a very non-Sudrian based name, while everyone else has very Sudrian or near Sudrian names.
Yeah.
But I know I didn't like his names for Thomas and Edward because they were like old Manx authors who were like really old, and I just, the way that he framed it, it was very much, realistic railway public perception was the reason they were named this. And that's okay for what he does, and I love what he does with his Sudrian stuff. But with what I do, I want to make it a lot more personal to Sodor and a lot more idealistic. So it came to like Captain Edward Nicholas, like he died during the First World War. So Edward comes and they get news of this guy's death. Or I guess Edward wasn't named Edward yet, but still, shortly after Edward arrives, they name him Captain Edward Nicholas in honor of the vicar's brother.
Right.
And
does
then
he have
there's
a connection to the vicar at that point, or like does he develop it very early on?
I need to look closer at the family tree. I think it's brother-in-law, but it might be a slightly bit more complicated than that. But it's I'm not sure.
I mean Edward.
Yeah, sorry. I know. I'm not sure whether Edward will have a connection to the Vicar of Wellsworth, mostly because I'm not sure if the Vicar of Wellsworth might not actually be his brother. He might not be around yet. That's what I was getting at that.
All right.
Or he might be very wee. Might be a very wee child at this point.
Yeah. Right.
So, but yeah, I've gotten full names for 1 through 7. So,
interesting. What draws you to this concept of actually giving the engines full names?
It's the well, it comes from the realistic modeling aspect of it, is because if I want to have an operational layout, like I don't want to just give these engines just names that kind of seem random. From that perspective, I do want there to be a bit of realism as to like why this railway gave engines names. So I'm trying to meet in the middle between what's nice story-wise and what fits realistically when it comes to naming engines. So, like the Perseus, the HMS Perseus was launched in 1929. So if Percy comes along around...
Oh.
There he goes.
Well, really quickly, while he's doing that, where's the comment? Oh yeah, the Farquhar branch brings up a really good point. The big city is the biggest city port, so it is the biggest port. Then the smallest port is the small city.
True.
Also,
Small
James.
city port.
Yeah, this is my movie model, James. Because yeah.
Oh, look at that. Here, there we go.
Oh, and there goes Dustin.
What did you use for the? What are the tender wheels?
Oh, Trackmaster push along. Just
Oh, look at that! Pretty nifty.
yeah. I got an Emily tender, and then I stuck a bit of cardboard on the front, and then
That's what you did.
I put clay here.
That's
so
pretty cool.
that was easy. And then James, the front wheels can come off because they aren't permanently stuck on. But this is like a take along smoke box because I'm gonna get another face for him. The rest is just like scratch built.
Awesome. Out of what?
Clay, cardboard, yeah, and then Percy.
That's great.
His face was 3D printed from my friend, so that was really cool. Percy is like almost done. I just need to paint his face and then his wheels, but I don't have any black paint, so I can't make gray. But yeah, that's Percy.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, thank you. That's basically, those are all the models that are like very close to being complete. Like the most complete. Because I have Edward, who is over there. Thomas is, I think, on the floor. Yeah, I think he's over there. Gordon's there. Gordon is like very long and he's the most incomplete. Because he's just a foot plate and a boiler and a smoke box.
Right.
That's all he is. And he's got the wheels too.
Try and take a lot of work in progress pictures. It's good to have like, behind the scenes pics.
I've taken like progress pictures of James when he was like not painted.
Right.
So I've got those. Edward is not painted either, and I need his tender. But this is Edward.
Oh, that's cool.
I like Edward a lot.
Yeah, that's great. I love the how the smoke box kind of widens out compared to the boiler. Like,
yeah.
That's a cool like design feature. That definitely reminds me of a K2.
And then Gordon, he's this at the moment.
I mean, that's pretty far along, all things considered. That's cool.
Yeah. I don't know how I'm gonna extend his smoke box though, because every time I try to make like a circle with cardboard, I always get it like incorrect. So what I'm probably gonna do, I'm definitely gonna need more clay. But
what do you mean by incorrect?
Like I don't get it as like a perfect circle ever.
Yeah, it's tricky. Usually what I do is I cut out like flat circles and then I stick them inside to kind of hold the shape. That's the thing. Also, there's Dustin.
Dustin. He's
Dustin. Dustin. Hello, Dustin. Dustin says nothing.
Wait, am I back in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Or is my internet still being buggy?
I don't think he can hear us.
For some reason.
Oh, there he goes again.
There he goes. Never to be seen or heard from again.
Oh, in the meantime, I'll also show off Movie Thomas. He isn't that different from like a 1999 wooden Thomas, but his cab was too curved for some reason. I think it was too much play. Because the cab, it was like straight at the sides, but instead of like going straight and then stopping a bit and then going like that, it just went that. It was like a circle.
What?
But I fixed it, so this is Movie Thomas.
Okay, fantastic.
The
Oh, that looks great.
the face. This is definitely one of my favorite faces. It looks
that's
like
good.
season 8,
Where'd you get
9-ish. This thing.
Oh, I thought that's where you got it. I have that. The lack of eyebrows makes it look a lot more classic than it is.
It's like a little pullback thing. It's kind of cool. I have Gordon, Percy, and a Salty. There were 2 Thomases when I was at a flea market.
Wait, you have a Percy and I always wondered what range that was from. They made a Percy and a Salty too?
Yeah, they made a Percy and a Salty. Yeah.
Oh.
Should I? Where I don't know where they are actually, but I know I have them.
That's cool. You're sure they're the same range?
Yeah, because they looked very, very similar. Like they had the same wheels and they were like the same length and height. They kind of just had this stubby looking kind of design.
Right. Yeah, I always thought that was a pretty cool Thomas. I got that for like I think it was like a gift I got on Easter one year, and I didn't know like what that was about. I was like, what is this?
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got this from like a flea market. I got it along with the Percy, Salty, and Gordon. But there were 2 Thomases, and I wanted to get them because I knew I was going to use it for something. But I didn't get the other Thomas. But they cost like $2 each, so that was cheap. But yeah, movie Thomas is just very 1999 Thomas looking.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, but
it's cool to see it at this stage where he's got all these patchwork parts, like he hasn't been painted yet. Like he's gonna look so slick when he's done because he's gonna be like you'd never guess that he looked like this at one stage. Like, that's cool.
Sure.
That's like the mark of a good model. Like I love that.
Because that's true. I like seeing stuff like this when it's all work in progress.
Yeah, cool. Exactly.
Like it's the same with the behind the scenes stuff from Thomas and Tugs. It's cool.
Yeah, especially I love seeing how it was made.
Yeah, it's weird because like I think season 2 models of Blue Nose and Boomer were being made or something. What? I don't remember, but there was like this behind the scenes picture of like a Blue Nose and a Boomer model without like eyes. Yeah, someone said it was like planned for season 2.
No, everyone loves to say that. Nothing was ever made for season 2, not even close. So that
except
picture,
if you can't like the Upriver episodes.
I guess, that's season 1. I mean, it became season 1. But that's the first I'm hearing of this today. Is Max told me that was like that those episodes were pushed forward, which I had no idea. But the point being, that's like what was I gonna say? That like for years people have. Here's what you got to know, Asher. Everybody was so desperate for a season 2. Any kind of any little sign that something is for season 2, people are like just jump on it right away because they just wanted it so badly. But no, nothing ever got made for season 2. They struggled enough to make season 1 as it was. They didn't have time to start making models for something that wasn't even fully figured out yet. But that being said, that picture is very important. And it's important because it confirms once and for all, at least it was important at the time. It came out in maybe 2014 or 2015 is when they put it on the wiki and then quickly detracted it for some reason. They retracted it. They're like, they hid it away for some reason. But they put that picture on the wiki. And at the time, there's a lot of debate about what came first, Sea Rogue and his uncle, or Blue Nose and Boomer. Like there's a lot of debate back and forth. And then imagine that picture drops out of the sky and it answers that question very, very definitively. As it's obvious they were the ones who were first because they're in progress.
Oh, hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
Yes, you are back, Dustin.
Huh.
You hear us now?
My internet glitched. That every time we have a call and we end up being all choppy. Yeah, it happened here, except instead my computer was like, nope.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
but I'm back now. But yeah.
Very good. That is quite good.
So yeah. So Lemmy, I have things coming. This will be my announcement to all your fans. So I got a Ginty and a Thomas kit. So I'm gonna make my HO Thomas model finally.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
finally gonna start making progress on this HO layout that I've been talking about.
That's very exciting. Holy
for
shit.
the people who don't know, it's I'm hoping to make. I do a lot of operating sessions, which is where we run. I go to model railroads and we run it realistically. I'm hoping to make a layout of the Northwestern Main Line from Tidmouth to roughly Kronk, plus Thomas's branch line, and do a whole operating scheme. So yeah, and originally I was obsessed with doing stuff with Wooden Railway, but as I've been going to all these operating sessions, I've become more and more obsessed with HO. So now I am attempting to make a realistic HO layout, Audrey style, except much bigger because I don't know when to quit.
That's fair enough.
Except I've decided that I'm quitting at Kronk.
Right.
I'm not going any further east than Kronk. So I feel like I've made myself a good limit. But yeah, so I got a Ginty and I got a Thomas kit coming, and damn, they are way more expensive than I thought they were going to be. Especially since I'm going to have to take the Ginty off of its chassis to make the Thomas, and I spent a lot of money on that Ginty. But hopefully I'll be able to just swap out the bodies, and then I'll just be able to have a Ginty if I want to. So
yeah, I could never stomach spending a lot of money on models. It's just not in my. It's against every fiber of my being. But I hope you enjoy the process, Dustin, and I know it'll look stellar once you're done. So
yeah, I'm excited because this will be my first kit bash. I'm also nervous because this will be my first kit bash.
Fair enough. So
this Lemmy looks like he's in the scrapyard.
I do look like I have remarked that many times ever since putting up these Halloween lights. It looks a lot better on this camera.
Yo,
this is much
HD Lemmy.
Yeah, I know. Look at how sharp I look, huh? I thought to myself before starting this stream, what should I point the camera at? The models or me? And I struggled with it for like 20 minutes before I was finally like, no, that's vain. I should put the camera on the models. And so I did. But I look quite good under these conditions, don't I? Very sharp.
Yes.
Very high definition. And from two different views as well. It's like oh, look, two of them are me. Here, how do I?
The dual Lemmy cam.
Here, how do I?
Oh no.
I want to be mirrored. I want to. It looks so like the way I'm lit.
Look at Lemmy trying to do TikTok trends on StreamYard.
StreamYard trends.
Oh my god. Yeah, really. But yeah, this 10 cents, that works a lot more effectively than I thought. I'm prototyping a method where I don't have to put all the electronics in the head. So a lot of it happens below deck. So that right there is much more effective than I expected it to be. So that's pretty cool. And then there's also that stick.
If we were to try and put Tugs on Sodor, I mean, it's set in the 20s. What if they were just all shipped over during the war?
I don't know. What if Gordon and Henry and Thomas and James and Edward were all shipped over to New York during the war, and then they stayed there?
Well,
that would be fun. Destroy the timeline.
The war was happening a very far away from New York. It was not happening a very far away from England.
That's true, but the point is, why would you want to take everything out of the beautiful, perfectly fitting context that it's been created for and put it in an unfamiliar context and do it en masse? Like, I don't understand wanting to take
I don't know. At this point, I don't know which one I want to do, but my brain keeps on saying I want Thomas, and I want the Thomas characters and the Tugs characters to be able to interact with each other, because that's the sort of maniac that I am.
Okay, like you've got like super-year-old space giants coming to interact with characters at some point.
Well, actually, I probably won't do that with Sodar. I have two universes.
Then go put Tugs with Optimus Prime. Then don't leave Thomas alone.
My friend was love that, to be honest.
Then you can leave them in New York, and then Optimus can come to New York, where the Justice League is based, and then that will all make sense. Instead of taking Britain and just pushing it close to the United States. Like, here's what I love about Tugs. It's in America. It's extremely American. The whole show is about capitalist ventures. How could it be more American?
I mean, there's legit an episode that was meant to be called 4th of July.
Yeah, like, is perfect for that. Come on, buddy. Give up.
This is where I do get conflicted, because for one, America is very capitalist. Counter to that, England is not necessarily not capitalist.
That's not the same as being very capitalist. But there's a lot more to it than that. Here, where's Top Hat? Okay, so I want you to fucking look at this. I just want you to fucking look at it for a little bit, just
All I can see is his head, his funnel, and his mask.
So, America, also, see, here's the thing about this. You can really tell that this isn't a British tugboat, and the reason is it doesn't look like a pile of dog shit. That's why.
See, that's why the port at Tidmouth decided, you know what, we're gonna order American tugs because they actually do shit.
The thing is, okay, I'm sorry to anyone British who heard me say the tugboat thing. It's my personal opinion. I fucking hate British tugboats. Yeah, sorry. But that being said, and you have the right to hate American tugboats too. That's fine. But anyway, it's just like weird. It's kind of like going and taking an indigenous people and just grabbing them all up and putting them in a big net and taking them over to Britain. They live in America. That's where they live. You don't get to just uproot them and move them somewhere else. But also, why would you want to do that with an entire cast? Like, it's like taking the 8 famous engines and moving them all to China. Like, it's just like there's this huge 8 famous engines shaped hole now.
So here's the thing. For one, I feel like, if anything, moving the Tugs to Britain is slightly justified by the fact that everyone has a frickin' British accent.
No, it's not.
Except the Mexican and the Australian.
Okay, and I imagine that if you adapt anything that has an American dub that was made in Japan, you're just gonna make all them American too because they speak with American accents.
Except there is no American dub.
There was going to be.
They're in America. Fuck, David, why did you do this? I should have. Look.
Tugs is set in U.S. End of story.
I know it's set in the U.S. Look, by my brain, I am proposing theories, not concrete ideas. Like,
look,
I mean,
so to me, Tugs, like, if you wanted to put them in the same universe, that's one thing, right? Like, I see the appeal of that. Like, because the thing is,
you constantly hear about like Hank comes over from America. Rosie was designed or built or whatever in America and sent over. There's a lot of engines, American engines, that have history over there, and it would be nice to know where they came from because
honestly,
honestly,
what I'd probably end up doing, what I want to really do is just put the Tugs in Sodor, but I'm not going to do that because
if you want to do it, do it. But I can't understand why you would want to do it. Because it just blows everything apart. It's like, why would you want to decimate Big City that badly? Like, why wouldn't you just write stories in America and write stories in Britain? And then during the World Wars, there's telegrams between the two. And like, it's like, that would be like epic. Imagine like Gordon and Hercules talking over the telegraph. Because
I know
they're trying to figure out how to send war.
For one, Big City would not exist.
They use Twitter DMs.
Okay, well, if Big City doesn't... I love Tugs too much, Dustin. I don't need to... Look, if you're going to take it, blow it apart and mutilate it and pervert it, you can do that. But I don't...
Well, here's the thing. If I was going to... So, if I set Tugs in America, which I probably will, Big City would not exist. But instead, it would either be like San Francisco or New York. Like
it's definitely New York.
Okay,
New York. Big City's just New York with a different name. But again, I'm gonna pull the Ted card here, Dustin. I can't have this conversation. It's too painful. It's like me trying to convince Ted to like take the TV series seriously.
I think one reason that I wanted to put the Tugs on Sodor is because I started really liking Tug operations as I was started rewatching Tugs, and I was kind of imagining a whole like river system going on Sodor. You know, it was me starting to get way too involved in my modeling hobby, where I'm starting to think about river and roads as well as rail.
I'll do it. You know, if you want them on Sodor, do it. But I like Tugs better than I like Thomas. You're fucking with my city. So just, you know, I'm just saying, you know. Anyway, so you can do whatever you want, Dustin, and I will support you, and I love you. However,
well,
I am the boat guy, and I will always be the boat guy. And I swear to God.
Well, boat guy, I will probably leave Tugs alone, and instead, a few Tugs will probably make their way over to Sodor in years taking place after the main boat series.
Do you also intend to bring American steam engines to Sodor? Is that?
Well, I do intend that Hank and Rosie will eventually go to Sodor because they do.
But
so
like, more than that, like, I mean,
like a big boy.
Because like
not a big boy,
it's already been established for you. Yeah, I don't know. I just can't see the appeal. Like, to me, what I love about Thomas and Tugs, like I too have a very strong like desire to put them in the same world, but the reason is America's so barren. It's like a character wasteland. Like, it seems like we've sucked like 5 or 6 American engines out of there, and then we've never heard anything back from the States. And I have no idea what the fuck is going on over there in the Thomas universe. And so it'd be really cool to take another show that all takes place in America and has no association with Britain, and to like make that like what's happening in America. So it's like when Gordon says, "Oh, the bloody Americans are doing this or that," I actually know who he's talking about now. It's like, oh,
so this is what I'm talking about. Is because we have American steam engine characters that come over to Sodor. So it would be like, I don't know how much Star Trek you may have watched, but it would be like
but I have the gist.
But it would be like when a character from Star Trek The Next Generation went to Star Trek Deep Space Nine or Voyager. And it's not necessarily like, you know, we'd see these characters in their own different series, and then eventually the characters from Series B might migrate over to Series A. And that would be a combination of locomotives and Tugs.
Yeah. I don't know. To me it's more like, are you describing my thing or your thing? Like what I would do or what you would do?
What I would do.
Okay. So migrating being they literally go over on like cargo ships or along with cargo ships. Okay. My problem with it though is like it's like kind of like taking the Green Lantern Corps and like basing them on Earth. Like, okay, let's just take Oa and just put it on Earth. Let's take everything and put it on Earth. Put it on Earth. Put it on Earth. It's like, I don't know. I like the diversity. I like the fact that we have a lot of different bases all over the place and they don't all have to be consolidated in the same place. I like things crossing over. That's fun. But I don't like making the rest of the solar system barren because we've taken everything and put it in the same place.
It's something I need. It's something that definitely needs to be workshopped because I do want to make the world wider. But I mean, I've always liked, the series idea has always been shining a spotlight on Sodor. It's kind of history through Sodor's eyes.
Yeah.
So obviously,
the way I would handle it is by doing a story where engines visit America or something. Because to me, it seems a lot more feasible to have a temporary visit where American engines go to the States, or when British engines go to the States, than to permanently move. Like, I'm okay with anybody visiting, but then again, they're tugboats. I can understand. It's hard for me to talk about this divorced from context. Like, how long have you been watching the stream, Dustin? Did you see me and Max's conversation?
I saw at least most of it. Well, because I was listening to it on my way home from work. So
okay, cool.
I was tuned in at about 6 o'clock my time. So
did you hear when he was making a case for the diesel tug?
I heard his description of the diesel tug in the script.
Okay, so that's pretty much it. Yeah, so the thing is, I hate that concept. But the way he described it made me like it a lot more. And I like it in that context. Because the thing is, it's doing something totally different narratively. If you have a bunch of diesel tugboats come in and replace the steam tugboats, that's just ripping off Thomas. But if you show a diesel tugboat under construction here and there very discreetly in order to kind of show echoes of a future that we have lived, and that we know that this whole moment of time is fleeting and that this era that Tugs takes place in won't last forever.
You know what? I think what I need to do is I just need to world build Tidmouth Harbor a bit more. Because really what I wanted to do is I wanted to develop Tidmouth and Brendam as these big harbors with a lot of things going on. And I've kind of used Tugs to shortcut that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is you should design your own tugboat characters who also don't have flesh faces and heads that turn and a lack of crew and whatnot. And also wages, that's going to cost you. Your layout's going to, if you really do want to operate it realistically, it's going to cost you a few thousand per day to pay those guys. But the point being, that's what I would do. But again, Dustin, I cannot tell you what to do. I will support you no matter what. But at the same time, it may kill me to hear it described because I feel the same way about Tugs that Ted feels about the Railway series. And no one has enough context to know what those conversations look like. But rest assured, there's a lot of moments in the past where I would be like, Ted, why don't we make the Vickerstown Bridge 200 feet long? And he's like, oh, let me know. So that's the thing. It's like I have very powerful emotions about Tugs and how I want to handle it.
Well, I know I am becoming more interested in Tugs more and more. And I mean, you know how I am. I want everything to be able to cross over and be very connected. And also, Tugs makes more sense being put into my very grounded, it's real life, but the vehicles talk sorta universe than in my contemporary it's sort of like the real world, except it's definitely not because there's superheroes and shit. Multiverse.
Right.
So, and I kind of, there's a lot of space between Sodor and New York.
Right.
And I wanted to be able to have these characters interact, like, in person with each other. And also Big Mickey, he's a headache because he exists in both places.
He doesn't, though. Also, you care a lot about Big Mickey, but you don't seem to care about the Mitten Produce Company. I don't see why that one doesn't have to migrate over to Sodor, too.
The Mitten Produce Company isn't a character.
It's not, no, but neither is Big Mickey until the point. The thing is, we have no reason to believe that he acts anything like the Big Mickey we see in High Tide. We haven't seen him until season 21, where he talks like Skarloey. His face is in a different place than it ever would have been in Tugs. He has a face.
He just has a face. That's
face.
different.
He has a face, and also
no megaphone.
No megaphone. Also, his entire superstructure is different.
And he was a completely different model because they just rebuilt the model.
And he died. Also, he died. There was a death in the family, so he died.
We've already established that a boat can be sunk underwater for at least a day and not die. So why can't they fish a crane out of the ocean and then ship it to a British island for some fucking reason?
But also, there could have been like many Big Mickeys made, but not named Big Mickey. When you think about it, because there was a lot of cranes that looked like Big Mickey in Big City.
I shouldn't say.
The island. This is what I don't get, Justin. Your island looks so different too, though. Like, you have to justify that this exact crane looks so much like Big Mickey, but you don't have to justify that the K2 passing by is very tall and lanky, and also there's nothing in between its pony wheels and the top part of its chassis, and it's very tall, and it looks like a little Perspex model because that's what it is. So those exist in the same reality at the same time. Couldn't it just be that if your Edward is changing in appearance so much, then surely Big Mickey could also change to the point where he's a British crane that fits in just fine, right?
And they're just both named Big Mickey for whatever reason.
Well, since when? Since season 21 came along after its JBS Coke party and decided, okay, we're gonna make some
service. Fan service, reference to Tugs, let's go!
Fair point. At this point, I'm just being devil's advocate because it's kind of fun.
It is fun. I do it all the time. It's very fun. It is maybe the most fun. Yeah.
Big Mickey and Thomas.
So right now, I'm giving you firepower to defend the point of why Tugs should never be on Sodor for all those who think that they can.
But that's the thing.
Me
That's
included.
also exactly what Sam does. He takes the Tugs and during the middle of the war, he sends them over to Brendam Docks. And it's like, that's his plan. And it's like, that's not what I would do, but it's his plan, and I support him, and that's what he wants. And he's stuck by his guns, so
my whole thing is that I'm trying to make things fit into real world history, and I'm trying to do something that it's at least slightly economically feasible. Maybe not realistic, but feasible. Plausible nonsense. Nonsense. So I do want the Tugs to meet the 8 famous engines. So I'm just going to have to figure out how to make that work.
Yeah, the problem is, to me, it feels very imbalanced. It feels like you're treating the Sodor engines as the hub and the Tugs as just a disposable kind of side property that you can roll in there, which functionally is exactly what you're doing because it's a fucking Thomas series. But, that doesn't jive with me, because...
Well, with
I have to save one in a fire,
with my Omniverse project, I've put Transformers at the center of everything, where Optimus Prime takes precedent over Superman, and that shouldn't happen. But I'm not sure who's cutting out here.
I think.
Okay, we're all fine.
I hear you fine.
every
the thing is, but the thing is that would be
Yeah.
fine to. Yeah, I don't know. I guess what I love so much about it is that there's nothing going on in America, and there's everything going on in Britain when it comes to Thomas. And so Tugs, if you're going to introduce it, is a breath of fresh air to me, because all of a sudden, we have like a base set up in America. There's shit going on there all of a sudden. And to then take that and move it, it's like, no, we needed it there.
And as soon as you said, oh, like having a base in America to kind of, at that point, my mind was like, oh my gosh, you're completely right. Like, and
yeah, I mean that's kind of like
so as soon as that concept was mentioned, you already got me turning.
And that does
really, it was just. It started off as me wanting to, again, I use the concept of, a kid playing with his toys as kind of my basis. I mash together as much as makes sense. So, but you also pointed out the biggest thing is they're American Tugs.
Right.
And American Tugs and British Tugs don't work. Don't look the same. That it's not like.
Different. And that's the thing. It's like
if
they would fit right in.
I at no point.
It's like if they just would fit, if they would jive really
well.
That
being said, that being said, though, I could probably like ships like. The Duchess, Izzy Gomez, Johnny Cuba.
Izzy is I assume
I could.
Mexican. Johnny Cuba is Australian.
Those
but the Duchess is from England.
All those
a lot of those ships, those would make perfect sense in England. Yeah, like the ocean liners, those are definitely from there. At least most of them are. So those are luxury.
Also, Izzy Gomez, Johnny and Izzy, they're both from different countries than what they're showing up in. So the logic could be made that they could both make trips to England.
I think Johnny
especially
Cuba,
because he's from Australia.
But I get the sense that Izzy
I lived in Australia. He's from where oh my god. This is amazing.
Good cornflakes, Asher.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I think I think that Johnny Cuba would make a lot of sense because he's kind of this like crazy rogue that's been all over the world. But I think that Izzy Gomez, he's a lot more boring. I think that he's literally just done the same route his entire life and will continue to. Like he's lazy. He's not going to have that level of drive to actually go to another country like that beyond what he's already done.
Ooh, I just had an idea. What if Johnny Cuba is the ship that like Thomas shows up to Tidmouth in?
I suppose if you are.
Did I cut out again? Or
no, you're good. I'm just trying to think. That would give him a weird connection to Thomas.
Okay. I just said, what if Johnny was the ship that
I heard you. I heard you. Do you hear me?
Okay, I didn't.
He's cutting out again.
Okay. Testing.
I can hear you.
Dustin is not frozen. Okay, well that's good at least, Asher.
Oh god. Well, there should be a tug with Ash's head where Iron Horse 3, 2, 4, 1.
Okay.
5, 7.
Doesn't count as head. Okay, I hear you now. Yeah, okay, you're now audible. I hear you.
All right.
All right.
Okay. Yay. I guess my internet is just being really goofy tonight. Go figure.
One of my
When I
friends on
needed it
Discord's
most,
watching, and he sent me a
it wasn't
screenshot
there.
of me. Am I canon to Tugs now?
If you want to be.
Yeah, let's go. I'm canon
It's
to Tugs.
interesting. In the Thomas universe, we can just take for granted the fact that, like, everyone we know is part of it. But with the Tugs universe, like we can't. Like they've literally taken New York and turned it into like big city. So if entire cities can change in identity, it's very possible that there's not even like a California. I don't even know what's up. It's like pretty trippy.
Oh god.
But yeah.
So we'll see how I treat Tugs in the Sudrian universe.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to treat it, Dustin. But my thoughts. I mean, I have very firm beliefs on it. And
I mean, my biggest thought for like putting the Tugs over to Sodor eventually, maybe not in the beginning, but eventually, would be. I mean, you and MK kind of discussed it earlier. Is Star is kind of an asshole who definitely would modernize.
yeah, but again, it's like doesn't it seem gross to you? Like, how many Tugs will go over exactly? Like 2 or like all of them?
That is where I start because I know where you're going. Is it's gross to split them up, but it's also really weird to just send all of them.
Yeah, like that's way grosser than splitting them up. Like, say Tugs Tales from Sodor was a series that sent Top Hat and only Top Hat to Brendan. And I think that or maybe it was Tidmouth, I can't remember which harbor, but they sent him to Sodor, changed the livery and everything. And I think it was handled really well because he was the only one, and also he's a railway tug, so that just kind of makes thematic sense. So what I'm against here, Dustin, isn't the fact. It's not the fact that you're moving them to Britain or the fact that they're American. It's the fact that you're doing it in bulk. And it's the fact that you're doing it in such a way where like you're kind of just really what you should be doing if you really care about those characters is writing a Tug series. You shouldn't like be taking them and cramming them into a Thomas one. It's either, this takes place after the story of Tugs and some of the characters go over there. It's kind of it's like the equivalent of like if Arrow ended and they took the entire cast and put them in the Flash. Like that's what you're describing here, which would be really gross, right? Like it just there wouldn't be room for them. Like their story's over, right? I mean, it wouldn't do them justice. So that's kind of my problem with it and how it kind of treats Tugs is it kind of just takes everyone and puts them over there. Now, if you had a very specific story of like how Hercules was the one survivor and he gets sent over to Sodor and like that would be different because that would be a very specific story that deals with his loss of the other Tugs and how he feels about it and but if it's just sending everybody over, I don't know. I mean, if it's an alternate universe, that's one thing. Like if you maybe found British counterparts for all of them and then instead of the Starfleet, it was like the Starfleet, that sort of thing.
Yeah, my thing is that like I don't want to change a bases. That is something that I try to avoid.
Which would make this influx of American tugboats very strange. So it's like that's the thing.
It would take a very specific set of circumstances to put a bunch of American tugboats in Britain. I mean, for one, okay, if I want to say that Captain Star, Captain Lucky, and Captain Zero are all British.
Captain Lucky. Who the fuck is Captain Lucky? Look, Max's theories are lovely, but Captain Lucky.
And I like it. I like it.
Jesus Christ. I've been at this game for... How long has it been since 2007?
All right, really quickly, in the chat.
It's what got me in. It's what drove me in the rest of the way. So you know what? If that's what it takes for me to be like, oh my god, I'm so much deeper into Tugs now, then that's what it takes. Like,
that's good.
There's lightning. Holy shit.
Oh
Sorry.
my! Do you hear thunder?
Yeah, and the
Oh, my.
sky is gray.
Oh boy!
You can't really see that, but like I like rain, so that's good. I'm gonna be protected with my cornflakes hat.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's what's important, Asher. But
The cornflakes. It definitely won't set on fire when I get struck by lightning.
no, of
That's
course
fine.
not. That's not.
I'll probably die, but that's right.
Oh God! But yeah, Dustin. I mean, I'm very crotchety. The thing is, deep down in my soul, I had this great contrast of beliefs, where on one hand, I very badly want everyone to see the world exactly the same way that I do. But on the other hand, I'm terrified of anybody doing my ideas before me. Which is a very interesting contrast of it's a clash of
interest, conflict
conflict of interest. Thank you. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't know. I have this very, very strong. I almost feel as strongly about Tugs as if it's almost like it's real. Almost like I know these people. And then you're like, actually, they're at Brendam, and I'm like, no, they're not. I know them. This isn't true. And it's like, I mean, that's you can do whatever you want with them. They're fictional characters. They don't have rights. But I don't know. Moving 2 engines from Tid in the Sheds is one thing. Moving 12 tugboats from Big City Port, that's a hell of a lot worse.
Okay.
Well, it's also
Domeless. There is no such thing as a giant avocado. Okay.
Do we know?
And then he also asked, have I ever seen Leo Can video? I have, actually, but I didn't talk to him.
What?
I saw him in real life because I actually live near him.
No,
like I live in the same state he lives in, but I didn't talk to him because
Australia
he
has
was
states.
Yeah.
I thought that was a U.S. thing.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it's states or something. It's
Yeah,
like
I
territories.
was the other. I was. Lenny, you're not the only one who's culturally ignorant.
Yeah, I had no idea. This is very interesting. Maybe it's the cornflakes. I think that's what's giving Asher all the knowledge.
Cornflakes.
I need some of those cornflakes. That's what's gonna.
I know. I was watching.
I have cornflakes like every morning.
I know I was watching this other.
Except on Sundays. That's different.
I know I was watching this other Australian guy stream. Curtis, Mr. Lego Man.
Wait. Is his name Dr. Dirty Ginty or something?
He does have a Dr. Ginty something.
Yeah.
Twitter handle.
He's a bit of an ass. I'm just saying.
Well, I know he makes.
I know him because I've spoken to him before, and he's little spoilers. Wait, no, I shouldn't reveal it. But he was with one of my friends, Tom Denham. Right, he was filming something. I won't say what it was because no. But he just didn't. Curtis, that's his name. Yeah. He didn't really. What? How do I say it?
Yes, Wooden Railway, Edward, CNC Productions.
He was
Oh, this is the guy we're talking about, huh?
Yeah.
CNC Productions.
Yeah,
No.
I know he made the hybrid iOS route.
Oh yeah, the hybrid. He talks endlessly about the hybrid.
Well, based on the looks of it, it's kind of consumed his life. So
yeah, he spent so much time on it, too much time. It's disconcerting how much time he spent on it.
Well, I mean, also we're in the middle of a lock. Well, me and
I'm not really. Well, we were kind of because I'm home-based learning at the moment.
But in the reason I brought it up is just I know at one point he mentioned oh, you get to you choose your whatever you guys call high school, and then
High school. We call
Yeah.
it high school.
okay, you guys call it high school too. All right, I wasn't sure, and I didn't.
I'm in
want
year
to be-
8, and that's high school for me.
Yeah, I know. He said, "Oh, you get to pick your high school." I'm like, "Wait, you get to pick?"
Yeah.
Just as
I
far
did.
as another, like, just me being culturally ignorant, it's like other people get to pick their high school. Like,
Yeah.
I was stuck
get
with the
tossed
one.
there.
Yeah, I was
It's
stuck
interesting
with
because
those.
that probably affects the housing market, because a huge thing that factors into people's decisions on what houses to buy is, are there good schools nearby? Because it's literally like wherever you're stuck, wherever your house is, the nearest whatever district you're in that's your school. There's no
Out my high school is like really close, so that's convenient. But we didn't buy it until like when did we buy it? We bought it when I was in year 2. So I was how old? Like 7 or something. But we hadn't like thought about high school yet. So we made the decision to move before the high school, but the high school's like really close to me. So
right.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean I don't really know. But
yeah, it was just that surprised me and also made me mad, because if I could have picked my high school, I would not have picked the one that I went to, because I went to farm boy redneck country high school. When
Was that the official name?
No, it was called Northern Lebanon, but I didn't trust anyone to know what Northern Lebanon High School was. But I would have definitely went to the high school a county over, and only half an hour away, because that was where the high school whose robotics team I went to in high school. And like I could have actually had classes that like involved robotics and shit. And then I might have actually known what everyone was doing when I went to the robotics team meetings.
Would have been nice.
Because I just showed up and everyone was so far ahead of me, and I was just like, all right, I'm just gonna be here and I'm gonna be chill and I'm gonna hang out with people. And 4 years later, I know just as much about robots as I did. I guess it wasn't 4 years ago because it's been 2 years since I graduated, because I'm 20 now. So I still know as much about robotics as I did 6 years ago.
Damn. Someone just said no middle school for Aussies. That's kind of what is middle school in America?
So we have elementary school, which is where I live, 1 to 6. Then there's middle school, which is 7 and 8, and then there's high school, which is 9 to 12.
Okay, because for me it's primary school, which is 1 to 6. That's first, and then high school is 7 to 12 for us, and then it's university.
Okay, interesting. So you have no middle school.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, typically, sometimes the middle school and high school, like, sometimes the separation isn't really clear. Like at my high school, like the middle schoolers, they, for the most part, had their own section of the building. But towards the end of my high school, they started coming over into the high school part of the building a bit more. So I guess they kind of consider it just a transition period to kind of get kids used to the high school style. I get
it also moves around a lot. I mean, I know that in different times in history and also different areas, 6th grade sometimes counts as middle school.
Like my middle school started as 7 and 8, and when I was in middle school, it was only 7th and 8th. But then as soon as I got into high school, they moved the 6th graders from elementary into the middle school.
Yeah, so it moves around a lot. It's very arbitrary.
Yeah.
Should I take the cornflakes hat off?
Yeah, if you want.
I mean, basically, the best way to describe the American education system is it's all made up and the points do matter.
Yeah. That makes
Except
sense.
no one knows what the rules are.
Yeah, absolutely no one.
My hair looks so much straighter because of that.
Yeah, that has magical powers. Oh my god.
It's like Band-Aids.
Yes.
It's iconic. What's iconic on this? The cornflakes hat? Should I put it back on? I mean, I can. It's just over there. I'll put the Edward hat on. There we go. Where's the Edward hat? Oh god. It's fine.
Good lord.
Thomas hat.
Oh. Dougie's earlier mentioned Dreadwing and his Gatling gun, which is Ellen. He made that joke, and I'm like, oh my god, that's like the most obscure Transformers joke that you can make.
Like, they're all obsessed with Dreadwing and his Illen Gatling gun. They showed me that commercial like many times. That's all the information I'm going to give. It's not going to help you.
I need to drive that into my head. They.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can be bad about that sometimes. Not because I'm a bad person, but just because I'm dumb.
Okay, really quickly.
We're programmed, though. We're programmed to say he or she. Like, that is what we're taught growing up. And the thing is, like, it's changing. And we've got to kind of, got to get used to it. So it's
I mean, I was also just raised by very Christian people, kind of. So, I've kind of been indoctrinated, and I've broken out of my programming, but, like, it's still there.
Yeah, it's a process.
I have to be conscious of it. I have to be like, wait, you're doing a thing that you're not. That's not an acceptance thing. That's a programming thing. So yeah.
Okay, really quickly. Someone asked, "Hey Asher, what do you think of your representation in Big World Big Adventures with Australia and Shane?" Australia was just represented as a giant desert, so that was kind of bullshit. Shane, I like how Shane was in it because like that engine is like an actual Australian engine, so that was really cool to see. But the cool thing, some of my friends agree with this. If they had the Puffing Billy, which is like an Australian railway, it would have been so much cooler. Because it's an iconic railway that runs steam engines. That would have been pretty cool. Who's better, Bill or Ben? I don't know.
Big World Big Adventures, like if they had like actually like tried and like did like delivered on a good version, because it's a good concept, it just doesn't actually work. But I mean, that would have been the way to do the Thomas Tugs crossover.
That would have been kind of amazing. Like, imagine if they ended up in America and did that. Like, that would be just nuts. Like, I wonder if they could actually get sued. Because, like, the rights are just so dubious at this point. I don't even know who owns it. It's like, it's nuts.
I'm gonna copyright Big World Big Adventures for putting Australia in their movie. Disgusting.
That would be a nightmare if countries could like sue for copyright because they were in the movie.
It's like our country should not be in your movie without our permission.
That'd be so scary. Some countries would just not exist anymore. They just disappear from public understanding.
Oh, I own Tugs. That's true.
Any movie trying to criticize which I don't remember which Korea is the bad Korea, but you know.
Korea.
All right.
Australia wasn't in the movie. What do you mean? What movie?
Australia wasn't in the movie, but it was in the show, wasn't it? I don't know. I didn't watch
I
Blogger.
don't know. Yeah, I don't think it was in the movie, but it was in the show.
Yeah. And I mean, the show was Big World, Big Adventures.
The Reading
So
Rail fan has a question for you, Lemmy.
Who does?
The Reading Rail fan.
Hey, Lemmy, do you have Discord? Yes, I do, and I wish I didn't.
Dang.
I don't like Discord. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like it. Look, it's just a lot. It's like a very busy kind of. Yeah, I like Skype better. Skype is better.
I think I only like Skype better because I very quickly learned how to use Skype. However, I'm sure if I learned how to use Discord, I'd probably like it a lot more.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't want there to be a learning curve for me to have to talk to people. Like, to me, the work should be
I'm not sure if there is a learning curve. It's just, I asked my brother how to do things instead of looking it up, and my brother is kind of an ass. So, he's a wonderful ass. That sounded weird. I'm going to replace that. Let's just say if Wyatt, my brother, was a part of this community, he would have been canceled long ago because he has a very strong mouth, and people here are very sensitive.
Oh yeah, I have a friend who is who does not like gay people, so I've already distanced myself from them.
That's lovely.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
The thing with my brother is he'll say something that sounds so racist, but at the same time, if you actually like listen to it and dissect what he's saying, you realize he's actually criticizing racism.
Right, but he'd get in trouble before anyone could figure that out. Here's the thing. Like, say, if you're dealing with somebody who's homophobic, for instance, and doesn't, like gay people, I mean, that's obviously really fucked up. But at the same time, I don't really feel compelled to avoid those people either, because I feel like if I avoid them, that might just make the problem worse. Because then, then they'll just go and find people who agree with them, and then they'll, all just become an echo chamber. And it is kind of good to even if you very vehemently disagree with contrasting opinions on society, I think that it is good to to be a presence in other people's lives. Because if they never hear any contradictory opinions, they're never going to have any reason to stop being homophobic. So that's how I've always kind of seen it. Is regardless of people's political.
For me, it depends on the level of phobia, whether it be homo or any of them. Like, if it's just someone who it feels like they've just been indoctrinated to think that way, then okay, I'll try and present a different opinion,
a case,
try and change that. However, if it's someone who is just, screw the gays and screw the blacks and screw women, blah, 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 fuck them. They can go die in a hole.
Yeah, this person I'm talking about, said, yeah, I'm saying that it's he said, yeah, I think gay people should, rethink their life choices.
See, what I don't get is, why do people care?
That's true.
Why is it even relevant?
Because people think there's a divine plan, and then seem to not realize when the divine plan is happening right in front of them. They think it's wrong. So they think there's a divine plan, and then they question the divine plan.
Yeah. The thing is, it's if you think that God made everybody in his image, then why would God fuck up? Why? Surely everybody's
Yes, all of the uber Christians are basically saying God is a fucking moron.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Thank you. You have provided me with the best argument I could ever give. I could. It's like, oh, gays shouldn't exist. Oh, so you're saying God fucked up?
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, though. But it's like, at the same time, of course, I don't think it is about God, really. I think that, whatever your system of morality is, some people get it from God, some people get it from elsewhere. I think that it's people have underlying feelings about the way the world should be. Duck justifies them through the Great Western Way. I think that if you're Christian, you probably justify them through Christianity. I justify them through my own secular kind of moral kind of code, but it's no different, I mean, we all have a way of justifying our moral
nice face.
Thank you. I know. I like it a lot.
But
Zoran.
But the point being,
that's an idea. Not send any of the tugs that you would expect over to Sodor. Send like the least well-known Zed stack.
Like what, Zach?
Sure.
Zach.
Yeah, just send Zach.
See, that's the thing though. If you had a good story, then I'd be fine with it. But like the problem is, like, a lot of the time, Dustin, you pitch like these ideas in a vacuum. And it's like some ideas sound great immediately because I know what the story would be. Like if you pitch, I don't know, that
Easy.
That like Henry goes on a trek across England to find the workshop that made him, bring them to justice. Something like that, right? If you
fuck you.
That's a story though. That doesn't work. That's not a lore thing. That's just
Henry. Wait.
I don't know how to not make stories is the problem. I'm not a lore guy.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is I pitch lore ideas, and I don't think of the story. I just think of like, well, I'll make a story that justifies it later.
Right. And the thing is, I think of the story that justifies it now, and I'm like, oh, like I see where it's going, and I'm like, this doesn't compute. Where you might reach that eventually and then recontextualize the idea. But I don't wait to do that step. To me, that's the whole point of it.
Though I think at this point, I think I was pretty much sold on putting the boats in America since they are American boats. So unless maybe there is a British boat or two in there that
there's OJ. He's technically British. But
orange juice.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like that's just because they found a British design they liked and then they decided, what the hell, put it in there. Like, I doubt he's supposed to be from Wales or something. Like, I doubt that's intentional.
Was Old Jones always OJ's name? Or was his name before YJ, Young Jones?
This is a good question.
Well, if I were to use Railway Series rules on Tugs, which already rules out this conversation, my argument, but if I were to use Railway Series rules on Tugs, I'd say he was always Old Jones. But
I would say he was Jones originally. And then they eventually abbreviated it because it became Old Jones. That's, I think, what I would say.
Young Jones. Young
Bao.
Young Bao. He's that funny guy from Big World Big Adventures, right?
He's a funny guy. What makes him so funny?
He funny.
Okay. That's a solid.
That's just my reason. That's just my reason. He funny.
I mean,
he funny, man.
He do be being funny.
Someone just sit in chat crying right now. Why are you crying? Oh my god.
I think it's the Young Jones, Old Jones,
Young Jones,
middle-aged
young Jones, midlife crisis Jones.
These are all good options for Jones.
40 or 50-year-old Jones.
I thought midlife crisis. I thought it was midlife crisis Henry, not midlife crisis Jones.
Midlife crisis Henry.
Oh no! It's clinically depressed Henry. That's right.
Wait, what? What is this?
Oh, oh
That-
my god!
that's-
Oh yeah, from AE93. He from Matt. He was like
Yeah.
he was doing this layout video, and then he got like the sad Henry from that Come At Henry set, and he was like, "So here we have clinically depressed Henry."
So that's the name of the model now. It's no longer sad face Henry. It is now clinically depressed Henry, which is really just Henry. But we don't mention that part.
True.
Okay. There's times when I want a lot of these like community jokes, like everybody's like so thrilled about, they find them so funny, and I'm just kind of like sitting here in the corner, just like everybody likes that. All right, that's like that tends to be my reaction.
You're the Gen X guy looking in on the millennial and Zoomer humor and just being like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not.
Huh?
And then one of us realizes that Thomas and Tugs can't communicate in any way, and then you're like, finally, you understand. This is your life now. You will never stare at these two franchises the same way again.
Like when I was watching Tugs, I never like suspected like, yeah, these two could work in the same universe. The only like I couldn't see that for some reason, and I didn't have a reason for it when I was like first watching Tugs. Like now I kind of understand how it doesn't work.
I mean, to me, the thing is, it can work because they're both vehicles with faces. So what if some of them you can see out the windows and some of them you can't? You can't see out Rocky.
Even the Railway series was very inconsistent with how the faces look. But
also, isn't like
really?
the island of Sodor
so?
not an actual place? Isn't Tugs set in New York? But like Thomas is set in Funny Haha Magic Land.
It's set on Sodor.
I mean, Thomas and Friends is set in Haha Magic Land, but the Railway series is set on an island off of the west coast of Britain.
Haha fictional geographic land.
Yeah.
Haha funny geographical funny made up land. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
but it's not magical. It's just what every freelance model railroader does. They make an imaginary space where a railroad all of a sudden is, so they don't have to deal with doing all this research for timetables and stuff of the real railroad.
Because who would want to do that?
This
Everybody.
guy.
Thomas Theorist made he put Indiana Jones in the chat for OJ. Old Jones.
Oh my god.
He put Indiana Jones. He's saying a bunch of Joneses. He's saying just to construct Jones. What?
Wait, Dead Jones, prepubescent Jones, afterlife Jones,
Baby Jones, Indiana Jones.
Age is just a construct Jones.
Asher Life Jones, let's go. Truckloads of Kipper said Afterlife Jones, not Asher Life Jones. I'm dumb. I can't read. Prepubescent Jones. Jones. Ever since I said Young Jones.
Yeah.
Young Man River.
Quite an impact. Good lord.
Back in my day, Jones.
Back in my day, Jones.
If Stories of Sodor didn't teach me anything, mixing, I assume you mean Tugs, not Tag, with Thomas.
Tags.
Thomas is not the best idea. It will make an interesting series, no doubt, but it will make it completely different from the original. Well, the thing is, Victor Tanzig's Stories of Sodor, like that is very much what if Thomas obeyed Tugs' rules.
Yeah.
Instead
honestly.
of making Tugs obey Thomas rules, it makes Thomas obey Tugs rules. It
Yeah.
explicitly says the engines are alive. They have rights and everything. Like, he explicitly says that the Fat Controller could not scrap Thomas if he wanted to, which he never would.
Because he's the number one.
But like, he literally, it would be illegal for him to scrap Thomas unless Thomas consented. Like,
It's like, can I kill you? Sure, why not?
but that's the weird thing. On the other hand, in this series,
It seems
it's
like
oh
a
yes, by
fun
the way,
Saturday afternoon.
yeah, that's the other weird thing is like, oh yeah, by the way, all of these characters, they literally have the right to commit suicide if their railway closes.
By the way, if you want to stab this engine, you just have to ask, and if they say yes, you can do it.
It is bizarre. Even humans don't have the right to commit suicide. It's strange that that's sure, the engines are protected, but at the same time, I mean, if they want to end their lives, I mean, who are we to stop them? It's like kind of a weird thing. Like,
I guess it's because an engine cannot. I guess in his universe, it's because the engines cannot actually ever really care for themselves, and they will always have to depend on a human to take care of them. So, I mean, it's the situations where he's brought up the train suicide is the big one is like if a railway closes and they're being like sold off or whatever. You know, a locomotive has to be able to consent to being sold. But likewise, if they don't want to be sold to another railway or transferred, you know, if they just think it won't work or anything or don't want to go through the effort, they can just say, no, just kill me and scrap me.
Jesus Christ.
Please kill me.
My God.
What a thing.
And I can imagine where, you know, where these locomotives could theoretically live for hundreds of years. I could see where it just get to the point where it's like, I'm fucking bored. I'm fucking bored and all my friends are dead. Please, just let me
I'm bored,
rest.
so I want death. Please kill me.
I say boredom, but the bigger issue would probably be all my friends are dead. Like, all the people I've ever known are dead.
Yeah.
You know,
That
that's
would
the
probably be a
problem.
bit-
The first time I was like, damn, I'm so bored. I want to die.
It'd be kind of a bummer, I think, for all trains involved in that situation.
But yeah, I don't know why Victor Tanzig gets so much hate.
I don't know who gets hate or where or
Oh
what.
yeah, Victor Tanzig gets hate from his like shorts, because they're like like the thumbnails are very like.
He got a lot of hate before Sodor snippets, though.
Yeah, but like
And-
now he's getting a lot more hate because of like the thumbnails he made. Because one of them was like, Henry was like, I dare you to say the N-word, and then James was like, yeah, sure, I'll do it. That was like the thumbnail, and that was like so weird.
And it was definitely clickbaity. It was designed to be clickbaity because I mean, I watched it and it's like, I don't even remember what James said, but it was nowhere near what you actually thought. One was actually being led to believe. I mean, it was, yeah, and
like I knew that wouldn't be in the
like,
story
I don't
because
like-
Victor wouldn't say that.
Yeah, but the fact that he even brought that to people's minds is a little bit scummy.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, don't bring up the N-word. Like, what are you doing?
But at the same time, even before that, he got so much hate. And
Yeah,
like
well, I
the
think part
Sodor,
of it is he's just very outside the box, and he's willing to do things that make people uncomfortable when it comes to like telling Thomas stories.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people really don't want that to happen. They don't want, you know,
they don't like the idea of Captain Starr being in charge of half of the Northwestern Railway before the Fat Controller shows up. I just killed you a little.
No, because it's Victor Tanzig. Like, the thing is, I know that he's owning it. He's blowing everything up. He's not
Oh my
just like
God.
Well, yeah, he's not just blowing one thing up.
yeah,
He,
and that's the thing that shows respect. What I don't like is Tugs is kind of like if you treat Tugs as kind of this thing that's disposable.
and I think that's the thing I've seen the most hate for that I don't understand is people saying like, oh, he just thinks that adapting Tugs stories is good. It's like, for one, he doesn't do that much anymore. He did that in like his first season, maybe some in his second season. But I mean, he's
I
laid
think
off.
he's still doing it because he recently did like 19 stories. I think it was like Jinx that he adapted or something.
Well,
Can't
that
remember.
was in his first and second season. I know he's done his third season. He's had Stories of War. I'll say this: the Tugs adaptations are getting few and far between. But at the same time, Enterprising Engine did a Tugs adaptation with Thomas characters. Now it was a very loose. It was an extremely loose Tugs adaptation. However, at the same time, Munitions in Enterprising Engine was definitely inspired by Tugs.
This community has a serious problem with the word adaptation.
Remake.
And we have for well over a decade. Let me look it up.
Everyone seems to have an issue with the word adaptation. When
I have
people
a
hear
cat now.
adaptation, they think they mean they're going to get the same thing again. No, adaptation means it's been adapted. It has changed. That is the meaning of adaptation.
I have a cap now.
Another adaptation, the definition, according to Google, who knows everything and rules my spleen.
Rules the world.
Adaptation. Noun. Another term for adaptation. Is there a word adaptation? Clearly, adaptation is the standard form of the word meaning an altered or amended version of a text, musical composition, etc., especially one adapted for filming, broadcasting, or... Okay, I guess they both count. At any rate, we've used it enough times that it has to count now. But
it's like...
Adaptation, it changed.
Like,
yeah, the
no
whole thing
teacher,
changed.
no teacher can say nowadays that ain't a word, because ain't is a word. They put it in the fucking dictionary.
Yeah, honestly. It's
Okay,
like it's happened.
someone,
That's how
someone
language
sent
works.
me, someone sent me a DM about why people don't like Victor Tanzik. Can I? Do you
Wow, that
want
was
me?
fast.
Yeah, do you want me to read it out?
Sure, if they're okay with it.
One of the things people hated about Victor Tanzik was the short adaptation where he did a video testing out swearing in his videos. People didn't like the video, because they felt he overused swear words to the point where it's like swearing equals funny.
Well,
That's
here's the
basically-
thing.
I guess
Here's the thing. When I do my series, I'm probably gonna have Thomas dropping F-bombs right off.
Fuck.
Because here's the thing. For one, Brits are a lot less sensitive about swearing than Americans, and from what I know, I mean,
Victor Tanzik is Australian.
well, yes, I know that, but I'm saying his series is set in England. Thomas and Friends.
Doesn't it sound subtle?
Well, Sodor is part of England.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Debatable, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they don't consider themselves part of England, but they are technically. They are definitely British, though. They might.
Yeah, that much is true.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the British Isles, so they are definitely British. The same way Mexicans are technically Americans.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
But they speak Spanish, so
Yes, but they live in the continent of America.
yeah, that's true.
What,
They do speak Spanish.
We're technically calling us Americans is incorrect. Me and Lemmy are citizens of the United States.
The United States.
So I guess really I am a Pennsylvanian and Lemmy is a Californian.
Yes, but this isn't the 1700s.
And I'm an Australian.
So anyway, that was a squirrel. So I love how I said squirrel and then Lemmy just literally squirreled. So
I can speak Spanish. I
where,
can speak Japanese.
where was I before we started discussing so Sodor,
Hey, Kyle.
Sodor people are British. Okay, yes. So British people, and I suspect Australians, I'm not sure. I don't want to be culturally ignorant again, but are a lot less sensitive to swearing.
That's true. That is kind of true.
It's interesting. I'm not so worried about, like, if I'm culturally, like, ignorant, I don't really care. My only fear is if I'm, like, racist. But if I'm, like, if I insult, like, a nation, unless it's, like, directly tied to race somehow, then, like, I don't really have a problem with it. Like, it's like a silly Brits versus Americans.
I don't have too much of a problem with it, but when I'm literally talking with someone from another country, I try to be like, hey, I don't know what the situation is where you are. When I'm just talking out into the internet or to someone who is from the same country as I am, I don't worry about it too much. But I mean, I can literally ask you, hey, what's the deal over in Australia? And you can tell me. So,
yeah,
that's true.
So I'm going to take advantage of that. With that being said, so I honestly think that if the Railway series books were not aimed at children, if you made the adult version of Thomas the Tank Engine, Thomas would swear all the fucking time.
That, and if it was an accurate depiction, the thing is, I don't, even if the Reverend was aiming it at older audiences, he'd never do that. But I do think that, like, if it was accurately depicting the world that he was envisioning and he had no filters, that's probably what he'd do. Yeah, like,
you know, when I read through the iOS book, it's weird how how the Reverend is just like, oh hey, by the way, Sodor is like very defiant in everything. When he is like, you know, the preacher, when he's like the church guy who's like, hey, I am preaching the word of God and he is divine. And, you know, and then there's also like with the Church of England and all that, it just feels very not preachery of him.
That's true. It's very interesting, like the fact that he would do that.
Yeah. I think one of my favorite
longing to be a rebel.
Well, I think one of my favorite lines in there, I think I still have the screenshot saved from the other day. My favorite line in that book is Sudrians have learnt the art of putting officious and official people in their place. Anything which does not conform to Sudrian common sense or their idea of the fitness of things is politely but firmly ignored.
Yeah, that's great.
So, you know, I think that gives more heart to the whole Sodor is basically America, except they haven't had a revolution yet.
They haven't had. Yeah.
I love how I said yet. Like, that wasn't even my intention to imply that they will, but at the same time, they have to declare independence at some point.
They either will or they already have, and Christopher just hasn't been writing enough books. It's one or the other, I think.
They'll have to declare independence in like 1973, so I can get the Northwestern out of BR before they introduce the TOPS system.
That will solve all your problems. That's pretty urgent, yeah.
But then that contradicts the line where the NWR doesn't privatize till 1996. But you know what? I've come to the conclusion that if it's something Christopher established, I can ignore it as much as I want.
Okay, that's rude, but true.
It doesn't mean I have to completely disregard anything that he's done, but I am going to establish that Christopher's stuff is more malleable than Wilbert's stuff.
Yeah, I think everybody comes to that conclusion sooner or later, honestly.
Because obviously Christopher is not the original author. He just has a lot more respect for the franchise than literally anyone else who worked on it, other than Wilbert himself.
Right.
Which, I'd hope that the child of the author would have the most respect for the series than literally anyone else who's worked on it. Whether those other people cared or not. So, faith in humanity lives on. Not strong. I don't have a strong faith in humanity, but I have a little bit.
It's something.
Yes.
It is something.
All this to say, we should respect Christopher Audrey, because
we don't need to listen to everything he says, because
yes.
Yeah.
Because
anything that he says that does not comply to the Sudrian idea of common sense and the fitness of things can be politely but firmly ignored.
Yeah, pretty much.
I love how it just came full circle there.
Yeah, pretty perfect.
I kind of hate that I'm starting to sound like one of these like railway series purists. It's like, if it's not the railway series, I don't give a fuck about it.
You're not a purist for sure, but you are definitely very, very railway series oriented.
I know, which is weird because I was so like, I don't give a fuck about continuity. Before, I shouldn't say not giving a fuck about continuity. I love continuity. But as far as, I was definitely a very hybrid guy. Like, let's hybrid everything together. Hence putting Tugs in Britain when they're all American.
Oh shit, I'm way too good at this. Nice.
No such thing, Lemmy. Unless it makes you dive down a rabbit hole of all of a sudden wanting to make...
What are you good at, Lemmy?
I'm good at IMAX. Here, give me a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna give 10 cents eyes and then probably go on the screen.
Cloud just said, you know what's a dumb saying? Audrey's rolling in his grave. He was cremated. He literally can't roll.
That's amazing. Cloud, you're excellent.
Oh my god.
Damn it, Audrey. We could have used you as a power source. You could have supplied us with renewable energy for the rest of our days.
What?
Doesn't he care about climate change? What a
so long as Mattel had the rights to the franchise, you could have supplied us with enough power for the entire planet for years. But no, you had to be cremated.
Oh my god. What's the thing Diesel D199 says? The centrifugal force of the Reverend W. Audrey spinning in his grave. Ooh. Oh, holy shit. This is cool. This is really cool. Oh, but the eyes are going the wrong way. Come on. Okay. T6. T6 config.
Boko and Scottish are backstage.
Well, Scottish has already been in here. Boko, I think we're about to end. I hate to say here. I'm gonna bring him in anyway. Hello.
Yo!
Well, Lemmy, this was kind of great because... Oh, hello, Wooden Boko.
Hello. How are you all?
I'm jamming.
Good. Why is it great? What's so great about
jamming?
Well,
I'm jamming with
I was
Hammond.
I was coming home from work, and I was like, hey, I'm feeling awake today. I'll ask Lemmy if he can have a call. And then I was pulling out of Sheets. I don't know if they have Sheets in California, but it's basically...
I've been to one on the East Coast, though, so I know.
Yes. You've been this side of the country before. That's right.
Barely, yes.
Anyway.
I've never been to America.
So I was pulling out of sheets, and I was like, I don't know what processed me to pull up YouTube because I didn't have my speaker with me. But anyway, I saw that your stream was going, and I was like, damn, I'll have to listen to this while I drive.
Right.
Because this fucker couldn't, comply to my needs and have his stream on a Friday or a Saturday so I could watch the whole thing.
It's Friday for me, and I should be at school right now, but like we have like the rest of the day off. I don't know.
Well, you know
So
the
it's
old
like
saying,
with
Dustin.
everyone.
You know the old saying, when you have an existential crisis of what you're supposed to do with your time and lifespan, you live stream. That's what they say.
You try and break the record, except
That's what everyone says, you know.
I will admit, everyone, like I hate to say this, I hate to admit this. I didn't really expect to break the record. I kind of just wanted to make a show of it. Thought if I claim I'm going to break the record.
Well, hey, you're not going to break my record.
It's a different record, and I could break that easily.
I could break it twice in a row.
You could stream for 30 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I could though, like genuinely, like I could but I wouldn't, because again,
I'm not sure. I mean, for one, YouTube cut up my 14-hour stream, and now it's cut off in the middle of an intermission.
Yeah,
so I'm not sure if my 14-hour stream even counts as a 14-hour stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to like literally go back and record the beginning of this stream right when we're done here with OBS and just leave it running for a few hours because it's gonna get rid of that. I know it is, or maybe not. Where does it cut it off? At 12?
so mine.
Yeah, it cuts it off at 12, I think.
So mine cut
we
off
should end
the
before
back.
then.
Mine cut off the back half, but yeah, I think mine was cut off at around 12 hours. So,
yeah, why do I need to?
No one can break.
I mean, there's plenty in here. Do I whisper, Asher, whisper.
Oh wait, no, someone DM'd me. No one can break my record of taking months to build a simple cardboard tugboat, and it's still not finished.
no one can break my record for working on the same series and doing nothing. You can't say anything because you've worked on like 5 different things within the same amount of time. So it's not.
For some reason, Izzy's face can shoot really high.
Beg pardon?
What?
Where did Izzy's face go? No, I lost Izzy's face. God.
Oh no, I've misplaced the T6 config.
Oh, here! It's in my Tidmouth sheds. I don't know how the hell it got in there. There it is. Where did Okay, here. I'll show you
All
what
right,
I mean.
someone asked in the chat, hey, Master of the Lemons, do you still like the idea of diesels having 2 faces?
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, see, here's the thing. I think
Wait, what?
Like mainline diesels when they've got a cab at either end.
Diesel. I thought he was talking about the diesel tugs.
No,
I was confused.
And the thing is, yeah, I mean, I can't really picture it any other way, because the thing is, to me, like when I go about, like when I look at a real locomotive, right, and I think to myself, okay, where should the face go? Well, I look for whatever spot makes the most sense, right? And on a diesel engine, like you look at, say, a Class 28, it makes sense to put the face right below the windows. There's a nice flat space. It's at the front. It just makes sense, right? Well, here's the thing. If that type of space is really good for a face, well, why wouldn't you do it on the back as well? Like, they're both the exact same spot. So are you just going to leave one side blank, and then that blank side is the real diesel, and then the other side is the Thomas diesel? Like, why? Like, one of them looks just like the real one. Like, it'd be kind of weird to like walk up next to the like a Class 28 in the Thomas universe, see the blank side, and be like, oh, that's just a normal diesel. Then walk to the other side and see the face and be like, oh, like kind of weird to me. But the biggest thing,
Redding brings up a good point. What about American diesel locomotives?
No, not most of them, because most of them are one-sided. I mean, it's as simple as that. If something is symmetrical and has no official front, then you give it two faces. So, like, say, for instance, Boko. Barely any difference between the front and the back. There really isn't a front and a back. Like, he literally does not prefer one side to the other. Like, that's just not how he functions. And you realize that if you give Boko one face, he's just going to be going backwards half the time, and it's going to look weird to you. It'll be normal to him because he can see in any direction. He's a diesel. But to you, it's going to be a weird
I think where people get really weird about it is they seem to think, is especially when people think of the faces as real, is like, it becomes this moment of, wait, so he's seen in both directions at the same time and has two mouths.
And that's the thing is, like, I don't see it that way, right? Yeah. I see him, he's a diesel engine. He's not a diesel engine with a face. To me, he's just a diesel engine. And the face is just there to kind of give us an understanding of what he's thinking or feeling at any given time.
He transfers his soul from one face to the other. That's
exactly the line of thinking that's weird to me, is like it's not that he's like switching faces. It's that it's kind of like turning your head, right? You wouldn't say, what? You can look over there and over there? Oh my god. What? Left and right?
So this is where I use transformer logic. Is, when a transformer turns into a vehicle, it doesn't have a face, obviously. So the idea is just that they see in the direction that makes sense, that's in front of them.
Yeah.
They have some form of sight.
I wouldn't ever say that Boko has two faces at once. Like, I don't think it works like that. It's a matter, he can have a face on any side he needs it. So, like, you're never going to see a bare, like, faceless Boko. That's never going to happen. But it's a matter of what side you're focusing on. So imagine James is on one side and Henry's on the other, right? Well, he can't talk to both of them at once. He's focusing on Henry. And I imagine while he's focusing on Henry, if you think about what James is seeing, he's probably seeing Boko looking back like this, being like, well, that's another thing, Henry. I really don't agree with the way that the lumber cars have been dealt with today. And then James is just sitting there like, God, is he going to finish up? I have something to say to him, right? And then eventually when Boko looks back to James, he'll be like, all right, I'm sorry, James. What was it? And then the face on the side that Henry's at will then look back. So, but you're never going to film it that way. You're never going to see both faces at once.
Like the way that I want
to avoid him being in the wrong direction. That's the point. The point is, no matter what way you slice it, Boko does not use a turntable. So he needs to be able to see both ways, because Gordon uses one, Henry uses one, James uses one. Thomas goes back and forth, and that's normal for a tank engine. Boko doesn't use a turntable. So if you want him facing the right way, because to him, he's always going forwards, he's going to need two faces. Like, that's just how I see it. It's not about this freakish oddity like Mighty Mac where there's one on either side. It's just the fact that he has two fronts. If you ask the designer of his class which side's the front, they would say, you have two fronts. This diesel's designed with two fronts, right? So that's kind of the way I see it. Now, I understand the weird factor if you look at it as like this physical component that's been grafted onto the front of a diesel. But to me, Boko's a diesel above all else. And I look at how does he behave as a diesel. I'm not really so focused on the face. I'm focused on him as a diesel engine. Which direction does he go? What's the dominant side? And he has no dominant front end. So he just has two faces. But it's not like you're ever supposed to think of both of them at once. Like
one thing,
Boko has one face and it is on whatever side it needs to be on at any given time based on where the camera is and who he's talking to. That's how I look at it.
One thing
Wait, there's a camera?
I do want to hear from Wooden Boko. And of course, there's always a camera. I think of everything in terms of cameras. Okay, Wooden Boko. Tell me your thoughts. Even if they're very against me, I don't care. Tell me all the things.
I'm personally fine with whatever you want, but by your logic, does that mean the face on the other side of Diesel 10 is Pinchy?
No.
I only controls the plot, while Diesel 10 controls the locomotive.
there's one difference between the way I look at Diesel 10 and the way everybody else does. I think that Pinchy goes 180 degrees, and I think he's got hooks on either side. I imagine that if you snuck up behind Diesel 10, you'd go, and then Pinchy would go and slide around the other way, and then he'd start facing
Shotgun
towards.
noises activate.
So he basically he can turn Pinchy any way he needs him. So then all of a sudden he just changes direction, and now he can go backwards. And that becomes his forwards. So that's kind of how I see him. I think it's badass, personally.
Wait, let me.
Yeah.
You think Pinchy turns 180 degrees?
Yeah. Well, I think he turns 360, but I mean he can turn.
Okay,
100.
I was about to say, what side would Pinchy mainly be on? That's what I was gonna say.
I mean, he'd go back if he was on 180. He'd just go back and forth across the left side. Say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to see someone do it where the faces have like slightly altered personalities or something like that.
I mean, look, it's a cool idea, but again, it kind of misses. Like, I wouldn't give somebody a different personality. Like, I wouldn't give somebody a different personality if they're looking in this direction versus looking in this one. Like, I wouldn't write a character that way. Like, where the direction they're looking changes who they are. It doesn't, because to me, it's not two faces. It's two different positions. It's two different directions. Like, it's not a second face. And this is what, like, how everybody sees it, that like I don't agree with.
I see it as two faces personally.
Yeah,
it's either that they have like slightly altered personalities, or they just like at one point they're in one head and then they're like having a conversation with Henry and they just like transferred their consciousness into the other head. I kind of find that one just funny more.
Yeah, I don't like it to be funny is the thing, because like I kind of, to me that I like it to be normal, because what if I'm trying to write a serious story about Boko and I need him to take a train the other direction? What do I do when he gets to Vickerstown and he has to turn around? Like, I don't want a laugh track at that moment. I just want him. What if it's a serious story about his first few days on the island and he's really struggling to kind of adjust to it? But now for the basic crime of turning around, he now has to be a laughingstock. Like, I just don't, that's my problem with it.
Yeah.
Thomas and Friends is filmed in front of a live audience.
True. But yeah,
Okay.
I understand the desire to make it a much more physical element, but that's just not the way I see it. It's to me, the face is just there so the audience knows what the character's thinking, but it's really nothing past that. It's not like a real tangible thing. It's just an expression of their feelings and an expression of their general focus of consciousness. So it's like, depending on, what direction the engine is focusing, that's the direction.
Like if you saw like if we saw the world through the eyes of Sir Topham Hatt, like he probably doesn't see the faces. The faces are more of a feeling.
Yeah, they're more of an idea of who these characters are.
He's just shouting at Henry to get in the tunnel, and he's just shouting at just like.
Well, the difference is,
you stupid engine, get out of the tunnel, and it's just shouting at the smoke box.
The thing is, I read it more like poetry and less like a tangible scientific record of everything that happens on the island at every single point. It's just
This kind of reminds me of Mighty Mac.
I don't take it that seriously. I do take it seriously, but I don't take it that literally. To me, it's not like this literal record of. So the Fat Controller, there's kind of the more real, tangible version of events, which is the Fat Controller gets out and looks at the engine and curses under his breath that it won't move, and then talks to the crew. And then there's the more Thomas-y, more poetic version where he goes and he points at the engine and he scowls at him and says, "You are doing this wrong," and they talk back and forth.
You're a fucking idiot.
To me, those are two different planes of reality. And like I kind of see it as like you're not really. It's almost kind of, you've got this metaphorical layer over everything.
I personally enjoy believing that the engines are actually alive, and that
if they are, then I would not give Boko two faces. I mean, if they are, I would just do the Chuggington thing where you chop off one of the cabs. I think that would probably be better in Boko's case.
Weird.
This reminds me of Mighty Mac.
It looks weird to not have a face on the other end too. It's like
He'd be Mighty Mac, like Asher saying.
What? Yes, I'm Mighty Mac. But where we're on the topic of Mighty Mac. I need to say, where the fuck is Mighty Mac's coal bunker?
They're on top of the tanks.
Well, here's the thing: Mighty
Are
Mac
they?
has 2
Because
fireboxes.
the model doesn't have that.
No, they're not depicted there, but I believe they are on the on.
Are
on
they those little like cylinder things?
No, they're. I just don't think they're depicted in general. They might also be inside of the cab. I know that's how they are on Falcon. I cannot find T6 config. Where is T6 config? Does anyone know?
Really quickly, Scottish said once he reveals his face, I can show the picture of him eating a Douglas.
But yeah, the argument from Mighty Mac. Sorry,
they're on the
Things
side.
are
Yeah, I know.
being-
But I'm gonna show when Dougie. No, not Dougie. When Scottish reveals his face, I'm gonna show the picture of him eating a Douglas.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it.
Let's go. He better do it. Oh, there goes Dustin.
Another one bites the dust.
Hammond really close to the camera is just this.
Okay, let's see. I'm trying
Do I
to
have
plug
any
this
new
in.
models that I can show off?
Hmm?
I was trying to think. Do I have any models that I could show off? But I don't think I have any new ones.
If you've got them, we'd be happy to see them, even if they're old.
Alright. I'll try and
Oh,
see if I
what?
can find one in like 10 seconds.
Oh, really quick. Where the hell? Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, really quickly. This is Thomas's cab now. Like I was talking about this earlier. This is movie model Thomas's cab now, like this. Like it's more refined. This was it before. This was the cab on the actual model. Like look at it. It's like so curved. It's so weird. This is so much better to me. Oh god. It's getting dark. It's gonna storm soon. I'm happy because I like the room.
Okay.
Anyway.
I don't think I showed this on the Insane Edward stream. It's not complete, and yet I've had this for like several months.
Yo, Percy. That's cool.
Yeah.
Lemmy, your mic is muted. I still can't hear you. There's just nothing. I can't hear him.
So,
there you are.
There you go.
Where? Why? This is not working for some reason.
Hey.
Invalid port number. It tells me. What's so invalid about the port number?
Hey, Tedman.
Lemmy?
Here.
Yes.
Oh god, your mic is very loud.
Is it?
Oh, now it isn't.
Okay.
Yeah, you were muted for a couple
Thames.
seconds.
Yes. Let's see.
Did you make 12 tugs, Percy? Number 6 asks. Don't think.
I did not. I made 6 holes and 2 half tugs, and didn't finish anything. Like didn't paint anything, but
you almost finished.
More work than I expected. Let's see.
Wait, which one were you making?
What you mean?
Like the one you got very close to finishing.
Zebedee.
Is that okay?
Let's see.
That is cool lighting.
Why is this not lining up?
What do
you mean get port? Why is the port not working?
Big city port?
No, not that. All right, let's see. T6 config invalid port number. Yes.
Okay. I can't find any other models to share with the group.
Well, that's more than enough, Boko. Those are amazing.
College
Percy's amazing.
Oh wait, I have another one that's unfinished.
I didn't realize. Okay, really quickly, I didn't realize in the picture with Ringo Starr, with Gordon, Percy, Thomas, James, and Henry, like the models, that Henry is like in he's dirty. So that's kind of cool. They were filming
Wait,
for the
who
sad story of
is?
Henry. Henry.
Yeah, no, it is really cool.
I didn't even realize that. And why the fuck is his tender so tall? Jesus Christ.
Henry has an extremely tall tender. Yeah, it is. It is kind of cool and also kind of scary.
Okay. Speaking of Henry, unfinished, but
Oh, that's awesome! Look at that. That's so cool.
yeah.
Henry.
Unfortunately, the running board got like uneven, so now I'm gonna have to like cut this off or something. And I've been putting that off for months.
So many people are joining now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Isn't just live.
Yeah.
Henry's scared of his tall tender. Someone DM'd me that.
That's great.
Oh, MPS did a stream?
Did he? When has he done a live stream? When did that happen?
Like, are they talking about Matt or are they talking about someone else? Or are they talking about MPS?
I'd be surprised if MPS did a stream.
Let me check. Oh, there's a garbage truck outside my house. Did he? I don't think. No, he didn't. Jeez, his 10-year anniversary he uploaded a year ago. I thought it was like shorter than that. Jeez.
That's pretty crazy. Where are my ports?
Wait, Ted, are you talking about Matt or someone else doing a stream about MPS? And where did this take place? Was it just on YouTube? Also, I think I just unlisted all of his videos. That's cool. Oh, MPS is Twitter. Mr. MPS.
Someone's saying it was on his channel, but it's private now.
Oh. Damn.
But Oliver is saying on Twitter.
Yeah, no, look on Twitter. He was doing a live stream. Oh my god.
I should really get back into making these large scale models because they are really fun to make. Yeah.
I wanna watch that MPS stream now. Dang. Oh, let's watch it. So handle. Oh fuck. He's okay. I was just watching MPS. I want to watch his stream now.
Yeah, it's interesting that he streamed. That's unlike him.
Like
That's
he
cool.
said, he said on his Twitter, where was it? Sorry for starting to stream during your stream, Lemmy. I didn't mean it. That's
Wait,
what
who
he
did?
posted on Twitter. NPS.
Oh, no, it's okay. I dominate the whole day when I stream. It's okay if it takes a few hours.
I should try streaming at some point.
Yeah, you
Although
should.
with my video being off constantly, or I'd have to wear a mask, probably wouldn't work too well.
Yeah, you don't need to be on camera. Barely anybody do.
I do streams, but they're like on a separate channel because for some reason I can't do it on my main.
Right.
So that's annoying. Like on Jesus, it's pouring rain at my house. Oh my god. Anyway, so like on my main channel, they're like, "Oh, you're too young to stream by yourself." I'm like, I'm 14. I should be able to do this. And then on the new channel, they haven't sent me an email about that yet. So I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, a lot of the rules are inconsistent when it comes to these things.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness me. I'm trying to modify the programming on the eye mechanism so that the up and down turns into a down and up. But I'm not having much luck because I cannot find out the problem with
The new storyteller says, "Can I see how much you did on your models?"
Yes, what is the record that we all have to beat now, Lemmy?
That's a good question. I didn't technically finish any, so I guess it's weird the way I mass produced them. I guess the record is 6 holes, and an unpainted Zebedee. I think 5 holes and an unpainted Zebedee, I guess, is the record. It's a very bizarre
Wait,
record.
who did you start on? Like
Well,
with the
I don't know.
superstructure.
I just made holes, so you know.
Well, there was a superstructure you were kind of starting on, so that's kind of.
Well, Zebedee's. Yeah, I guess Zebedee's kind of the. Oh, you mean the other one? Oh, that was gonna be Warrior.
I'm making him. Oh my god. I still need to make his hat taller. I haven't done that yet, but I should do it soon.
I need new models for the thing because I kind of finished the 3 I was originally assigned with, so now I need to get assigned more.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome, Boko. I would say get with the team on that though, because I am very AWOL of late.
Yes. You just pop in the chat to be like, "Hey everyone, I exist," and then you disappear for a month.
Yeah, that is true though. But I don't know how to attach this to the controller, and the battery's draining away slowly. The horror.
Wait, what are you trying to do?
I'm trying to program. Motherfucker. Is that it? Hold on. Where's the thumbtack? What I'm trying to do is, so right now I push up, Tencent's eyes go down, and vice versa. I don't like that, so I'm going to change it. But there's a program that comes with my controller and receiver pack called 360 Fig, and that allows me to reprogram how this works. Let's see.
I'm sorry, but I don't get what this whole resurgence of Deltarune is. It's like the sequel of another game, Undertale. I haven't played any of them, but I don't get what the resurgence of those games are.
It's
Especially a
it's
single character.
The movie that we never wanted.
Huh?
It's the sequel to the movie we never wanted in the first place.
Yeah. I mean, there's a resurgence of this character, like Spampton or something, that sounds a lot like Spam Can. So every time I hear that, it reminds me of Spam Can. I was like, what is Spam Can? Oh, cool.
Okay. There's some good questions in the chat. So Oliver Duck is asking, what is everyone's favorite color for boats and trains?
Blue.
And then someone else, Lester the Black Five, asked, what's your favorite steam locomotive? I don't know if these have been asked before. I've not sat here the whole 12 hours.
Best color for an engine? Apple green.
I like maroon.
Yeah, I think for me it's apple green all the way with a white double stripe, with the black in the middle. What the Flying Scotsman was in the height of the Yell and Yar. That's the best. Oh, this is not working. Why? Why is this not working? God. Is anyone listening? God, help me.
I'm listening.
Well, that's great, Asher, but I need God.
What if I am God?
Then why aren't you helping me?
The power of
I don't
light
know.
compels you.
Blue is only proper for blue is the only proper color for an engine. Someone DM'd me that.
The settings, okay.
This person is DMing me a lot. Jeez.
Good lord.
Man, all the shit. The shit with
It's just not cooperating. I've never used the T6 config on my computer before. You only got to learn it once. Then you know it forever.
Lemmy, if you could own BR, would you?
Hell no. I don't think BR wanted to own BR. And also the thing is, I mean, it's technically owned by the people, so I wouldn't want to seize it from the people, turning it into one enormous conglomerate that I had all total control over. That would be kind of scary and evil. So I wouldn't.
I'd bring Thomas from the Island of Sodawood down to BR.
That's fair. What if I just delete T6 config once and for all? All right. Now, oh God, help me. Next. Destination folder. Has to be on the computer somewhere. Oh, that's why. Maybe desktop. Can I put it on desktop? that allowed?
What has Lemmy been trying to do? It seems like